Have you ever experienced the thrill of becoming wealthy just by farming gold? Have you ever experienced the wonder of becoming stronger just by spending money? Have you ever experienced the threat of relying on absorbing negative energy to survive? Have you ever? The underdog Yang Tian endured countless hardships and crossed over to a parallel universe called Blue Star, binding with the system. System. Host, you are the pure yang body of countless tribulations, and if Yang Tian. From this moment on, in order to save his life, Yang Tian began absorbing negative energy, building the Heavenly Alliance, and defeating strong enemies, embarking on a legendary journey. Note, the introduction is very brief. Please move to the main text for a taste, and leave your valuable comments. Chapter 1. Dream or Reality? Bang! Ouch! Damn it! Are you looking for death? With a loud shout, Yang Tian stood up angrily. Turning his head, he saw a fat man looking at him with a resentful expression. Seeing the idiot staring at him like a jilted lover, Yang Tian felt it was inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Hey, wait a minute. Where is this? Patting his still somewhat dazed head, Yang Tian murmured. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Glancing around at the unfamiliar environment, Yang Tian went into standby mode. At this moment, an old man on the podium was staring at Yang Tian with a gloomy expression. Seeing that Yang Tian was still in a daze, he directly shot out a piece of chalk. The chalk flew out, hitting its target accurately every time. Ugh! At this moment, Yang Tian's head was throbbing with pain. After the pain subsided, covering his forehead, Yang Tian finally woke up. Looking around, he saw a teacher on the podium looking at him with disappointment. You, every day, either sleeping in class or snoring. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Shaking his head, Oldly had a face full of sorrow and anger. Chapter 2. The System. What functions do you have? After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian felt it necessary to understand the functions of the system. After all, this would be his possession from now on. Ding. As this system is still in its initial state, various functions are not yet fully developed. So please explore the specific functions yourself. Of course, the power of the system exceeds your imagination. Work hard, young man. There's nothing you can't think of that this system can't do. With the system in hand, the world is yours. At this moment, the system sounded like a con artist trying to fool elementary school students, and the voice was quite flashy. Hee. So, since I just bound the system, do you have any beginner gift packs to give? Rubbing his hands, Yang Tian asked with a flattering expression. Ding! The beginner gift pack has been issued. Please check your system backpack. Accompanied by the prompt sound, Yang Tian quickly opened his backpack. At this moment, a mysterious gift pack lay conspicuously inside. With a thought, the information of the mysterious gift pack appeared before Yang Tian's eyes. Beginner gift pack, strengthening points 10, mastery of learning God, dungeon pass 3, system experience 10. Chapter 3. Making money is so refreshing system, poverty has limited my imagination. Do you have any good ways to make money here? Thinking of my parents' predicament, Yang Tian urgently needed to find a way to help them change their situation. After all, I have this system as a free laborer now. Why not make use of it? Ding! The host can use the dungeon pass to enter the Gold Hunter dungeon to earn gold. Due to system restrictions, the current gold dungeon is level 1, and the gold earned can be exchanged 1 for the host's current currency. Is there such an operation? Making money relies entirely on fighting, and instantly, Yang Tian was excited. System, where can I earn gold? Looking at the system interface, Yang Tian thought hard, but couldn't find where the gold dungeon was. Ding! Did the host see the golden characters in the upper right corner of the interface? Give it a try. Hearing this, Yang Tian immediately found the target and clicked to enter. Instantly, a vortex of the dungeon pass appeared before Yang Tian's eyes. There was also a prompt below the dungeon stating that using a dungeon pass could enter the gold dungeon, and each time spent earning gold would last for 1 hour. Seeing this, Yang Tian was already extremely excited. There's no way, this is my exclusive treasure trove, a wealth harvesting ground. Chapter 4. The Rise of the Loser. Just as he was envisioning the future and feeling secretly proud, the system task arrived. Ding! System task. Spend 10 million within 3 hours. Complete task. Reward. 10 enhancement points. Mastery of advanced computing. 2 dungeon passes. 10 system experience points. Task failure. Punishment. Host will experience incontinence for 24 hours. Yang Tian was stunned. He didn't expect the system to suddenly issue a task. Even more unexpected was the bizarre punishment for failing the task. However, spending money is just that. How hard can it be? Seeing the enticing rewards thrown out by the system, he felt relieved. Damn. Suddenly, he thought of something and became a bit depressed. 10 million. That is 10 million. Just like that, he got scammed by the system. It was hard-earned to become a wealthy person, and he hadn't even warmed up to it yet. The system started to mess with him. It really isn't human. Then he thought, the system isn't human to begin with. It probably would even cut itself if it gets ruthless. His fragile little heart couldn't withstand such torment. Ding, task countdown begins. How to spend it. It was quite annoying. Although spending money isn't hard, this task has a time limit. Chapter 5. So lavish next, what should I buy? Standing on the curb, Yang Tian contemplated. In a moment, he had an idea. Yes, a house. Although Tian County isn't big, house prices are over 10,000, and this is also a necessity. Besides, he had wanted to buy a property for a long time. Not only could he complete the task, but he could also buy what he needed. That's what value for money means. However, Yang Tian felt he should first get a new outfit. Although it might seem a bit showy now, it also makes it easy for people to look down on him. Glancing at the time, conditions no longer allowed him to show off. So he had to reluctantly choose to be low-key. At the mall, he spent 30,000 dragon coins to buy a complete new outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at himself. Not bad. I should TB overlook now. After leaving the mall, he hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the best new property sales office in the county. Baiwen Lanting? Sounds good. According to the driver, this property is a newly developed high-end community. Arriving at the sales office, there was only a pretty girl sitting quietly in the lobby, and the whole place felt exceptionally quiet. Chapter 6. Parents' shock after getting out of the car. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and sunny, the sun shining freely on him. A task that would squander the 10 million in his account made Yang Tian feel a bit emotional. System. Exchange all the gold in my backpack. With food in hand, I won't panic. His parents were still struggling for a living, and since he had the ability, he naturally wanted to help them through this tough time. Ding, exchange completed. Seeing the arrival message, Yang Tian quickly went to a nearby industrial and commercial bank. The Supreme Black Card could be used in banks across all countries in Blue Star and belongs to the Supreme VIP users of the Global Union Pay. Entering the bank, it was crowded, with noise everywhere from people handling business. Excuse me, where do I go to withdraw 250,000 in cash? Yang Tian asked a staff member wearing a tie. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, the staff quickly said, Sir, this way please, this is our ICBC VIP reception area. Following the staff, they arrived at an independent window that stood proudly. I want to withdraw 250,000 in cash. Taking out his card, Yang Tian casually handed it to the staff at the window. Chapter 7. Slapping the face no matter what. The house has been bought, and the money has been spent. Since the situation cannot be changed, his parents could only passively accept this fact. Mom and Dad, the things I bought will arrive tomorrow. Let's go to the new house and tidy things up together. You bought a ready-to-move-in house. Yang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Yes, a fully furnished, ready-to-move-in house. Although Yang's father was still somewhat resentful, he became interested when the topic of the house came up. A ready-to-move-in house is good. I have expertise in house layout. And you all have to listen to me. Yang's father had always been the pillar of the family and had a bit of a masculine attitude. Ever since he lost his job, he felt a bit downcast. After facing numerous rejections while borrowing money, how could he not seize the hope of turning his life around? Clearly, Yang's mother understood her husband's thoughts, but just smiled without saying a word, and the family was harmonious. After a night of reflection, it was clear that the parents' excitement had not faded. Early the next morning, the three of them woke up early. After breakfast, the family hurried to the new house. Arriving at Baiwen Lanting, looking at the high-end community environment, the parents were as excited as little kids. Chapter 8. The spotlight moment. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the ringing sound, the noisy classroom fell into a brief silence. A beautiful young woman walked into the classroom in high heels, click-clacking. Ding, system task, spotlight moment. Showcase learning achievements. Task completed, reward. 10 enhancement points, 2 dungeon passes, 5 system experience points. With a flashy opening show, the English teacher began her lesson. Listening to the teacher's awkward pronunciation, Yang Tian felt a bit bored and started to yawn. The system's prompt sound rang out, briefly pulling him back to reality. Being able to show off and also earn rewards, why not take advantage of it? Yang Tian was particularly fond of the dungeon pass. After all, it represented a lot of small money. With the mastery of a learning god, Yang Tian's English level could easily help him thrive in the beautiful country. let alone in this small high school. Yang Tian, get up and translate this sentence. Not coincidentally, at that moment, the teacher called roll. Standing up and looking at the blackboard, Yang Tian smiled slightly, feeling no pressure at all. This is my ideal, and I will strive for it my whole life. Chapter 9. Collective shock the next day. When a fat guy got the handwritten exam questions from Yang Tian, he felt quite emotional. Old Yang, you're something else. You got this done so quickly. I really didn't spoil you for nothing. While eating a meat sandwich, Li Ju mumbled. His small eyes, squinted due to obesity, were staring at Yang Tian's work with admiration. Keep it safe, your foundation is good. If you review well for a month, you will see significant improvement. I've written the problem-solving methods and steps clearly for you. Looking at what he had, the fat guy exclaimed, wow, this is great. You're really good to me. Oof. This is something I pondered over for a month, combining the college entrance exam questions from the past 20 years. Do you think I just threw this together for you? Make sure you understand everything, and then find similar types of questions to practice. If you can grasp all the question types, I guarantee you won't have any problems in your undergraduate studies. Hearing Yang Tian's confident words, the fat guy wiped the crumbs off his mouth. I suspect you're trying to fool me, but I have no evidence. Hee hee. Stop fooling around, hurry up and study well. Just don't let people say you're cheating. Chapter 10. Brush up ahem. Upon hearing old Li's warning, the classroom gradually quieted down. Let me organize my thoughts. I know everyone finds it a bit unbelievable about Yang Tian's results. Actually, when I and other teachers saw the papers, we felt the same way as you all. Besides losing a few points in the essays for Chinese and English, Yang Tian got all the other questions correct. So if I say it like this, you should understand. Wow, the classroom buzzed again. So if he doesn't lose points in those 2 subjects essays, he gets a perfect score? That's unbelievable. Yeah, a perfect score. That's terrifying. A freak, definitely a freak. Unbelievable. Now Wang Shuai has to live stream eating shit. Amidst the discussions, there was clearly a joker who remembered Wang Shuai's earlier promise. Wang Shuai was also suffering. Upon hearing people say he should live stream eating shit, he quickly buried his face in the desk, pretending not to hear. All right, that's it. Representatives from each subject will go to the office later to collect the exam papers. After saying that, he left the classroom. Chapter 11. The fire ignites. After flipping through for about 10 minutes, he found either ordinary-looking or overly beautified streamers, none of whom caught his eye. Suddenly, Yang Tian saw an image of a beauty that made his eyes light up. He clicked to enter. The moment he saw Xiao Yin, he was taken aback. There was no helping it. She was his type. Xiao Yin was still live streaming, but the room's popularity was less than 100. In fact, he didn't know that Xiao Yin was still a rookie in the streaming world. Today was only her second live broadcast. Xiao Yin, show us a dance. As soon as he entered the live room, Yang Tian saw a beautifully dressed girl sitting in the streaming room, interacting with the bullet comments and viewers. Okay. Firestick brother. After saying that, she played a classical song and began her dance performance gracefully. Her enchanting figure danced like a fairy, and under the classical, elegant music, she looked even more alluring. Soon the song ended, and seeing the floating gifs on the screen, Xiao Yin beamed with joy. Thanks to Firestick brother for the supercar. A supercar costs 1,500 panda coins, which converts to 150 dragon coins. Little Firestick sent 10 in one go, which is 1,500 dragon coins, and she could take half of that as her share, amounting to 750 dragon coins. Chapter 12. Changes Xiao Yin. You don't have to listen to others. Just showcase yourself. A line of striking big characters floated by, showcasing the imperial privilege to the fullest. Then I'll dance first. I'll sing later. Seeing the bullet comment from the big brother, Chu Xiao Yin suppressed her excitement and began her talent showcase. Watching the graceful movements on the screen, Yang Tian also felt a bit lightheaded. The viewers were even more captivated by Chu Xiao Yan's beautiful dance. With this looks and figure, I think I'm falling in love. You must be dreaming. It's not even dark yet, and you're already daydreaming. Bro, save your energy for work. Dreaming is really not suitable for you. I suspect this guy is crazy, and I have evidence. After the song ended, Chu Xiao Yin ignored the chaotic bullet comments. After all, with the rhythm of the comments flying, even if she wanted to respond, she couldn't keep up. Next, I'll sing a song for everyone. A melodious voice accompanied by the music began, which was very pleasant to hear, making one feel as if they were in a spring rain or bathing in sunlight. No wonder Brother Tian liked Goddess Xiao Yin so much. Her talent was truly impressive, and she definitely deserved attention. Chapter 13. Fermentation Handsome. Who exactly did you provoke? Looking at Wang Shuai, Nangu asked tremulously. A classmate of ours. Didn't I tell you about it last time? Nodding, Nangu didn't blame Wang Shuai. After all, he insisted on helping Wang Shuai, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Taking out another 1,000 dragon coins from his pocket, Wang Shuai handed them to Nangu. This money is compensation for the brothers. Did I cause you trouble? Accepting the money, Nangu said, forget it, this time it's not all your fault. Although he was a thug, he still valued loyalty. Holding the money, Nangu and his group endured their pain and disappeared into the streets. Yang Tian's actions were measured. He only struck their vital points, making them temporarily lose their ability to move. Ding, task completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 enhancement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 dungeon passes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining mastery of God-level languages. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 system experience points. Current system experience progress 35100. Arriving at Baiwan Lanting, it wasn't long before Xiaoqing's phone rang. Chapter 14. The college entrance examination time flies. On June 7th, a light rain added a touch of coolness to the sweltering early summer. This day was eagerly anticipated, yet dreaded by countless students. Early in the morning, parents prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Xiao Tian, get up. You need to finish breakfast and go to the exam. Don't be late. Hearing his mother's call, Yang Tian felt a bit helpless. It was still early, after all. He quickly got up, washed up, and looked at the table full of delicacies, smiling helplessly. You guys are making too much fuss. It's just the college entrance examination. Is it really that serious? His mother laughed. Whether you're nervous or not, we're definitely nervous. Are you confident? Sai, didn't I tell you before? I'm a top student, seriously. Clearly, his mother didn't believe his exaggeration at all. All right, hurry up and eat. We still have to go to the examination hall. I can go alone. Why do you need to come? Looking at his parents helplessly, Yang Tian felt they were overreacting. Come on, stop wasting time, eat quickly. Others are going to accompany their kids. How can we fall behind? Chapter 15. The cost of showing off in the afternoon. The same crowd, the same candidates. And of course, the same reporters. Damn, isn't that the show-off from this morning? Yeah, that's him. I remember clearly, that kid tricked us. Just as Yang Tian and his parents arrived at the entrance, they heard criticisms and curses from all around. Oh, what's going on? Yang's father and mother asked in confusion. Who knows? Tiangu, over here. At that moment, Li Jun and his parents walked over. Tiangu, you become famous at the second examination hall. Yang Tian scratched his head. What do you mean I become famous? Cough. It's because you were showing off this morning, saying the questions were very easy. But after the exam ended, everyone complained that the questions were really hard, so. Yang Tian smiled helplessly. Wasn't it really easy? Can you blame me for that? It's really unjust to add a crime when there's no reason. Honestly, can I even say that? What happened to basic trust between people? The chubby guy didn't respond and quietly pulled Yang Tian to a secluded area. He whispered, Tiangu, you're really something? I admit defeat on that prediction. You have no idea. I was dumbfounded when I saw the exam questions. Chapter 16. The mysterious gift package reward filling out the application forms marked the complete end of his high school life. Next came the long summer vacation. With nothing to do, he could only stay at home completing tasks while waiting for the college entrance examination results to be announced. Due to the sarcastic comments from neighbors and some acquaintances, his parents had already grown tired of it, so they moved to their new house. The old home became Yang Tian's territory. This was fine. After all, he had many things to do, and living with his parents was quite inconvenient. Leaning on the bed, he opened his Panda app. Glancing at his account, he saw that his followers had reached 18 million. It seemed that even though he had been away from the scene for a few days, the legends about him were still circulating. As a super consumer who spent tens of millions, he had sprinkled dog food from many streamers, and his name appeared on many contribution lists. This could be considered a form of promotion. Thanks to the streamer's occasional flattery, his reputation had already soared to unprecedented heights. Seeing that Xiaoyan was still offline, he randomly clicked into a beautiful girl's livestream. Various viewers discovered the big shot was online and rushed in with their follows. Upon entering the livestream, he was greeted by a pure and elegant student girl. Chapter 17. The Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique. What kind of things could this mysterious gift package possibly contain? With a thought, he opened the package. What appeared before him was an ancient, yellowed book. What the heck? How could it be a book? I thought there would be a mysterious reward. He muttered to himself, and the mysterious book suddenly appeared in his hands. Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique. What kind of thing is this? He opened the book. In an instant, the book in his hands vanished, transforming into a light and merging into Yang Tian's mind. Then a voice echoed. Yin, the Yin energy begins the heavens and earth. Yang. The Yang energy begins the heavens and earth. The two coexist, forming Yin and Yang. Yin-Yang transforms into fish, creating the chaos of the heavens and earth, which is the Yin-Yang chaotic technique. This Yin-Yang chaotic technique is a divine-level skill, consisting of 9 layers, each corresponding to a realm. In his mind, only the incantations and corresponding realms for the first 3 layers were present, while the last 6 layers were not explained. System: why do I only have the incantations and realms for the first 3 layers? Did you lose the rest? Despite this, he was still a bit excited. After all, this was something that only appeared in novels. It would be strange if you weren't thrilled. Chapter 18. Saving the mother and daughter flower. After taking a look, he found that there were 20 more enhancement points in his attribute panel. System: physical enhancement 10, mental enhancement 10. Ding! Enhancement successful. Host: Yang Tian physical, 45 mental, 45 current system experience progress, 45100. Clenching his fist, he had fallen in love with the feeling of slowly becoming stronger. During this time, he had also received 20 dungeon passes. Without further hesitation, he continued to farm gold. Of course, the more money, the better. There were still many places where money was needed. How could he choose to be complacent? Being a man is tough, really tough. At the age of striving, if he were to lie flat and become a salted fish now, wouldn't that be laughable? Yang Tian was the same, even though he was already quite wealthy. Strength was one aspect, but material wealth was the foundation of life. Without the experience of managing a household, one wouldn't know how expensive rice, oil, and salt are. Without a rich economic foundation, how could he raise the favorability of the goddess? It was quite troublesome. Did he have to rely on personal charm? In the face of money, looks were hardly worth mentioning. After all, women spend money. To stay alive, they need even more money. Yang Tian could only sacrifice himself to fight on the front lines. 8 hours later, after finishing farming gold. Chapter 19. Goddess Insight Function Sister, don't worry. With me here, they can't hurt you. Turning around, Yang Tian said lightly. Hearing Yang Tian's words, the beautiful woman was taken aback. It felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed past her, giving her the illusion of being protected. It had been a long time since she had felt this way, to the point that she almost forgot this feeling. Unexpectedly, on this day, in this dangerous situation, she felt a long-lost sense of security. You should leave quickly. You are so skilled, the possibility of escaping alone is very high. Taking us along, we won't be able to escape. After hearing the woman's words, the scar-faced man laughed loudly. Escape? The one who hit me still wants to escape? No one can save him, whether in heaven or on earth. However, if you can accompany me tonight, I might consider letting this kid go. Looking at the beauty in front of him, the scar-faced man drooled, his face full of lewdness. Shameless, in broad daylight, how dare you act recklessly? Aren't you afraid of the police? The woman glared at the scar-faced man and scolded loudly. Haha, I Scarface. Have roamed the rivers and lakes for more than a decade, and I have never been afraid. Seeing the other party's arrogant demeanor, the woman pulled her daughter and felt anxious in her heart. Escape? Did I say I wanted to escape? Really clueless. Just a few stinky fish and rotten shrimp trying to find a sense of presence there. Chapter 20. Preparing a new home for Tian Rong back home. Yang Tian spent some time on a second-hand housing website and finally found a suitable property. Yuyuan Community, a 140 square meter large 3-bedroom apartment. 2 elevators serving 4 households. With a unit price of 12,000 dragon coins, totaling 1.68 million. Without hesitation, he found a contact number and called. Hello. I saw that there is a 140 square meter house for sale in Yuyuan Community, right? A woman's voice came from the other end. Hello, sir, I am Xiao Wan, the agent for this house. This house is for sale. Would you be available to come and see it? Tomorrow morning. I've seen the pictures online, and I am very satisfied with the location, layout, and ceiling height of this house. Please bring the contract with you tomorrow. If the price is not too different, I will buy it directly. Xiao Wan had been on the job for almost a month and hadn't closed the deal yet. Hearing that the other party wanted to buy a house, she was instantly overjoyed. May I ask, sir, are you planning to mortgage it or pay in full? Not to mention that he had 100 million in his card. Even if he didn't have money, he wouldn't mortgage a loan to buy a house. He would rather die than become a house slave. Not even a deity could make him do that. Full payment. But I hope you can help me replace everything in the house. I will pay the money. That's my only request. Chapter 21. Chatting with the little beauty on WeChat after hanging up the phone, Yang Tian could clearly feel that Qin Rongrong's tone had changed a bit. He didn't know what was going on. Every time he saw this woman, he felt an uncontrollable urge. Perhaps it was because she was of the extreme Yin constitution. After all, he had a pure Yang body. The two might have some connection. No matter the reason, since he cultivated the yin-yang chaos technique. This feeling had become increasingly intense. He remembered that night, he drew a world map. Calming his mind and emptying his thoughts, Yang Tian began to continue his cultivation. After a few hours, he reluctantly ended his practice and kukuyi shao. Sigh, this meditation really has no effect. I'm having such a hard time. He walked into the living room and took out a box of takeout from the fridge. After eating, he went to continue doing tasks. It had been several days since he had done any tasks, and he didn't know what the situation was now. He looked at the time. Xiaoyan hadn't started her live stream yet. Oh, this little girl is actually live streaming. Haha. This is a pure goddess with a score of about 95. You must been here. There's no way. Goddesses with a score above 9 are rare resources. Since I've encountered one, of course, I can't let her go. Chapter 22. Chu Xiaoyan's request, lying on the bed. Yang Tian rested for a while. At 9 o'clock, he opened the Panda app again. Looking at the back end, the number of followers had reached 2 million. At this time, Chu Xiaoyan also started her live stream. Entering the live room, welcome, Brother Tian. With just one glance, Chu Xiaoyan saw Brother Tian's big dragon special effect. Recently, due to family matters, Chu Xiaoyan had also been quite troubled. A few days ago, when she went to the hospital for a checkup, her mother was diagnosed with leukemia. Xiaoyan had just bought a 108 square meter 2-bedroom apartment with a unit price of 80,000 per square meter, totaling 8.64 million for living and streaming. Who knew that something would suddenly happen at home, catching her off guard? Even if she gave all her remaining money to her father, there was still a shortfall of hundreds of thousands. She had already emptied her wallet, and now she seemed a bit haggard, lacking her usual ethereal aura. Even if she sold the house now, it would be a bit too late. In these few days, Chu Xiaoyan hadn't been able to stream properly. After all, her mother's condition had been worrying her greatly. With Yang Tian's arrival, the popularity of the live room also surged, breaking the 1 million mark in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 23. Yin-Yang 13 needles, by the way. I forgot to ask you, is Yanjing University far from your school? Not really, about 20 minutes away. Looking at the beauty on the screen, Yang Tian said shyly, "Can I ask you out to have dinner together?" Hearing Yang Tian's words, Chu Xiaoyan felt a wave of panic in her heart. She didn't know how to decide. He seems helpful and looks upright, so he shouldn't be a bad person, right? Chu Xiaoyan thought. Yang Tian, unaware of the goddess's psychological struggle, would definitely praise her if he knew. As a good man, how could he have such a sordid thought? Helping goddesses is merely a mutual benefit. If he were a scumbag, with his financial power and charm, who could escape from his grasp? He is so upright and generous. Sure, after all, you have helped me so much. When you come to Yanjing, I will treat you to dinner. Seeing the other party agree, Yang Tian knew he needed to take it slow, so he didn't ask for too much. All right, then it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. You let your aunt take good care of her illness, and just let me know if there are any difficulties. Chapter 24. Saving lives and healing the injured on the way. Yang Tian's face was full of bitterness. Suddenly, a noisy discussion caught his attention. At the intersection, a crowd was gathered, and he felt curious. He walked over. In front of him, an old man was crying sadly while holding a boy. "Xiao Chong, wake up. Please wake up." The old man was shouting loudly, trying to wake him. The boy, however, lay limp in the old man's arms, not moving at all. "What's going on?" Frowning, Yang Tian asked a nearby uncle. The uncle replied helplessly. These two were crossing the road when a car ran a red light and hit the child. Sigh, what a tragedy. Drunk driving really harms others and oneself. The uncle shook his head and sighed, seemingly lamenting the child's fate. Damn it, drunk driving in broad daylight and running a red light, really lawless. Where's the driver? Yang Tian asked angrily. Over there. Looking in the direction of the uncle's finger, Yang Tian was speechless. Not far away on the lawn, a small car was emitting black smoke, having crashed into a large tree in a completely mangled state. Ding! System task. Save lives and help the injured. Task completed. Reward. 10 enhancement points for dungeon passes, system experience progress, 10. Chapter 25. Qin Rongrong's dream, a powerful BGM, was playing. Yang Tian held the steering wheel with one hand, feeling relaxed and carefree. With the system in hand, he had everything. Mastery comes from control, and that's just how impressive it is. How to understand it? Anyway, it's really impressive. Just think of him as a driving god. Arriving at a restaurant, Yang Tian packed some meals and happily drove his little horse home. Once home, he made a video call to Qin Rongrong. Soon, the video connected, and a beautiful young woman appeared on the screen. Wow, Sister Rongrong, you look even prettier after a few days. How's the preparation going? When are you coming over? Yang Tian joked. You're really talkative. I'm all set, she replied, pointing the camera at her packed luggage. No way. Why do you have so much stuff? Didn't I tell you? Just bring yourself. It doesn't matter if you bring anything else. Why not just throw it all away? It's not useful anyway. Looking at the piles of bags around, Yang Tian was speechless. What do you mean not useful? These are all useful things. Qin Rongrong argued back. Well, then take a look at the house. Why are you bringing pots and pans? Isn't that a hassle? Chapter 26. Breakthrough. Yang Tian was completely unaware of the events happening in the Qin family. In order to become stronger, he continued to work hard. Daily dog food sprinkling had become his routine. Bored, he opened the system. But neither of the bound goddesses were live streaming, so Yang Tian lost interest. After hastily sprinkling some dog food, he exited. Looking at the 10 extra enhancement points and 4 dungeon passes in the system, Yang Tian used them without a second thought. System: enhance physical fitness 5, mental strength 5. Ding! Enhancement successful. Host: Yang Tian physical fitness, 60 mental strength, 60 cultivation method, Yin Yang chaos technique skill. Yin Yang 13 needles current system experience progress, 70100. Bound goddesses, status Qin Rongrong favorability, 80 Chu Xiaoyan favorability, 60 Song Wanjun favorability, 40. Wow. Qin Rongrong's favorability is increasing really quickly. Looking at the favorability of the beautiful woman, Yang Tian began to calculate. Living with a beautiful woman was what he looked forward to the most right now. After all, she was the owner of an extreme body, and he must take good care of her. Although he had bound 3 goddesses, each one was a top-tier beauty. Chapter 27. Cohabitation. Arriving in front of room 1702, Qin Rongrong took out the key and opened the door. Wow, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed, rushing into the room like a butterfly. Having lived a tumultuous life with her mother since childhood and having to move frequently, she had never lived in such a beautiful big house, so she was naturally excited. Qin Rongrong was a bit calmer. After all, she had already seen it in the video yesterday, so she wasn't as thrilled. Wow, Mom, is this really our new home? It's so beautiful. Qin Rongrong patted her daughter's head, her eyes full of affection. After touring the house, Qin Rongrong felt a strange warmth. Yang Tian was very thoughtful, considering everything, and had prepared everything very well. The snacks on the table were clearly things that women liked. The fridge was also packed full. The rooms and living room were filled with decorations that women love. That defensive heart of hers opened a bit at that moment. Not long after, Yang Tian awkwardly dragged 4 large bags into the room. I told you to let us help, but you didn't listen. Chapter 28. Horror movies are awesome after dinner. The 3 went out shopping and soon returned home, carrying big and small bags, chatting and laughing. Before long, the 2 women came out of their rooms. They had changed into pajamas, looking exceptionally fresh and elegant. Yang Tian was also in shorts and a tank top, showcasing his well-defined muscles and male beauty. The 3 of them looked like a family, and the atmosphere was very warm. It was still early. Is there any movie you like to watch? Yang Tian casually switched channels with the remote. Anything is fine, the beautiful woman giggled. With a strange smile, he asked, can anything really work? How about we watch something thrilling? Hearing Yang Tian's words, the young beauty became interested. What thrilling thing? But Qin Rongrong looked stunned, clearly having misunderstood. Seeing her daughter's excited expression, she frowned. How about a horror movie? Are you brave enough to watch it? Yang Tian said with a smile. The 2 women were taken aback, staring at Yang Tian in shock. Women naturally have a psychological fear of such movies. However, that's how people are. The more you're told not to do something, the more you want to do it. It's a complete contradiction. Chapter 29. Outing. The night was quiet, but the human heart was troubled. Whenever she thought of Yang Tian's head pat, Qin Rongrong felt shy. Strangely, she felt no resentment toward it. She didn't know why. It was just her emotional reaction. At that moment, she felt safe, cared for, and a mix of indescribable emotions. About this strange feeling, Tian Alliance was puzzled. Eventually, she frighteningly realized that she might actually have developed feelings for this young guy. This discovery shocked her because the age gap between them was just too big. Of course, that was secondary and not the biggest issue. The key was that she had to consider her daughter, Tian Alliance, who was a huge burden. They had depended on each other for over 10 years. They were not mother and daughter, but they were closer than that. Shaking her head, she tried to dispel this terrifying thought. She felt a bit ashamed and found it hard to voice these feelings. Could it be that I've fallen so quickly? Tian Alliance asked herself. If things continued to develop this way, she had no idea what changes would occur next. Although Tian Alliance was the daughter of her deceased brother and was under her care, they had been together for many years, and their bond was like that of a mother and daughter. Chapter 30. The Scarred One Strikes. This place is so much fun. I want to come back next time. The little beauty spent the whole day playing and clinging to Yang Tian. Tian Alliance watched all this, feeling a mix of hatred and jealousy. She always had the illusion that her little coat was about to be taken away. During this time, Yang Tian helplessly endured a few of the goddess's shy antics. Of course, the great hero Yang Tian didn't suffer, taking the opportunity to enjoy himself as well. All along the way, he received plenty of disdainful looks. I'm a bit hungry, let's go to the food city, Tian Alliance suggested. After patting her flat belly, Tian Alliance nodded in agreement. All right, let's head to the food street. With a wave of his hand, Yang Tian grabbed one girl and headed into the crowd, making others envious. The little beauty was used to Yang Tian's behavior, but Tian Alliance felt a bit shy yet accepted reality calmly. When they arrived at the food street, it was bustling with people. Wow, why are there so many people? Seeing the scene in front of her, the little beauty was startled, but her eager expression revealed her inner food lover. There was no helping it. Little girls always felt that crowded places were more fun and had better food. This is the norm for the people of Longhua. Chapter 31. Zhang Quan. At this moment, the system's rewards also arrived. Ding. System task completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 dungeon passes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 system experience points. Current system experience progress 8100. Back in the car, the two girls finally relaxed from their earlier tension and fear. Ooh, I was so scared. Tian Alliance cried, clinging to Yang Tian's arm like a helpless child. Yeah, that was terrifying. I thought we would. Tian Alliance also patted her chest in lingering fear, looking like she had survived a disaster. Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any accidents. If those bad guys want to bully you, they have to get through me first. Yang Tian patted his chest, making a bold declaration. Looking at the boy, no, the man, in front of her, Tian Alliance's heart raced, completely freeing her inner restraint. That's right, such a perfect man is rare to find. Since she was lucky enough to meet him, why worry so much? Not only was he good to her, but he was also tall, handsome, and had incredible strength. How many women could resist such charm? Chapter 32. The conquest. Coming out of the kitchen, Yang Tian was in an exceptionally good mood. At that moment, the little beauty Tian Alliance's door opened. Yang Tian was startled, secretly thinking how lucky he was. Otherwise, if Tian Alliance's relationship with him was discovered by the little beauty, it would be awkward. Brother Yang Tian just had a nightmare while sleeping. Woo. Seeing the little beauty crying like a little mess, Yang Tian affectionately said, There's an older brother here. Tian, don't be afraid. What kind of nightmare did you have? Woo. I dreamed that I was captured by bad people, and you were killed trying to save me. Woo. It scared me to death. Tian Alliance hugged Yang Tian, burying her head in his chest, sobbing. This scene was truly heart-wrenching and adorable. Don't worry. Brother is very powerful. It was just a dream, not real. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll beat them to death. He waved his fist, reassuring her. After a while, under Yang Tian's comfort, the little beauty finally stopped crying and returned to her usual lively self. She chattered in Yang Tian's ear nonstop, cheerful like a little bird. One must say, the thoughts of a little girl are truly simple. Chapter 33. The powerful beauty pill. Glancing at Tian Alliance, Yang Tian asked, What are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yang Tian helplessly said, I really have something good for you. I'm not lying. Turning away, Tian Alliance ignored Yang Tian, clearly still not believing him. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Yang Tian smiled and asked, "Do you know what good thing I'm going to give you?" "What?" Blinking her eyes, Qin Rongrong looked suspicious. "A divine pill." "Oomph, still trying to fool me. I'm not talking to you." At that moment, Qin Rongrong's heart was crumbling. She believed Yang Tian was deceiving her. There was no such thing as a divine pill. It was all nonsense. "Look at what this is." With a wave of his hand, a greenish pill appeared in Yang Tian's palm. "What is this?" Qin Rongrong asked, confused. "This is the divine pill I mentioned. It's not just anything, it's a very magical pill." Yang Tian was completely speechless. Why was this girl so disbelieving? This was a pill produced by the system. How could it be bad? Yang Tian believed that a relationship without trust is distorted, and he needed to correct her misunderstanding promptly. Chapter 34. The gentle Qin Rongrong He. That was a good harvest. After checking his gains, Yang Tian sighed. He wanted to be disciplined, but there were too many temptations around him. Last night, he had only rested for an hour, and now he was a bit tired, so he decided to sleep. The next morning, as soon as the little beauty saw her mom, she was surprised and opened her mouth wide. "Wow, Mom, I almost didn't recognize you. How did you change so much overnight?" I took a few pills yesterday, and that is how it turned out. I don't know what happened either." Although they were not biological mother and daughter, they were closer than real ones, and there were never any secrets between them. One must say, Qin Rongrong was also someone who would go along with whatever to protect Yang Tian's secrets, so she had to painfully deceive her daughter. "Wow, what kind of magical medicine is that? I want to take it too." Qin Rongrong was well aware of the miraculous nature of the divine pill. Her daughter was still young. How could she take medicine indiscriminately? Mom is really beautiful, like someone who walked out of a painting. Hearing her daughter's words, Qin Rongrong proudly straightened her back. After praising her mother, Qin Xiaoqian sat down at the dining table to eat. Chapter 35. Family Fashion Show Back Home. The little beauty had already returned. On the sofa, she was curled up, occasionally bursting into laughter. Click! The sound of the door opening came. The little beauty jumped up like a lively rabbit, instantly appearing in front of the two. Seeing the bags in their hands, the little beauty's big eyes rolled around, not knowing what kind of mischief she was planning. Just as Qin Rongrong was about to speak, she saw Qin Xiaoqian snatch a clothing bag from Yang Tian's hands, pulling out a nurse's uniform. With her bright, big eyes blinking, Qin Xiaoqian asked, "Why does this outfit look a bit strange?" With a hesitant expression, Qin Rongrong wanted to say something, but stopped, unsure of how to explain. After hearing the little beauty's words and seeing Qin Rongrong's awkwardness, Yang Tian's face also turned red. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "That's right, this is a prop for cosplay. When I saw this, I found it very interesting, so I thought about buying some to play with." Yang Tian's face was calm, but Qin Rongrong could only cover her face and smile bitterly. "You saw it too. Aren't the clothes inside quite interesting? I was thinking of hosting a fancy fashion show at home after we buy them. What do you all think?" Chapter 36. System Upgrade System. "Ding, I'm here. What can I do for you, host?" Yang Tian eagerly asked, "What new features does the system have after the upgrade?" Ding. After the system upgrade, the sign-in and system malfunctions have been activated for the host. Ding. The binding goddess interface has been upgraded, adding a function to view Inchi. Damn, system big shot. You're really too considerate. I love you. Yang Tian exclaimed excitedly. The system grumbled, "Get lost. Who is being considerate with you? I'm not into that." Yang Tian was very fond of this feature. Now, he wouldn't be like a headless fly, randomly absorbing Inchi. Blindly absorbing Inchi not only had poor effects, but could also cause irreparable harm to the body of the Inchi creator. After all, not all goddesses have an extremely lean body. Yang Tian wouldn't do such a thankless task. If he could avoid it, that would be best. After all, one shouldn't forget the well digger when drinking water. We can't be too ungrateful, right? Looking at the two newly released features, Yang Tian was already extremely excited and couldn't wait to explore them. Slowly looking down, he soon saw a sign-in button and a mall interface. Chapter 37. Hands-on teaching 1 after dinner. The three of them sat together reminiscing about the past. Laughter occasionally echoed in the living room, listening to each other's embarrassing stories. The other two couldn't help but laugh heartily. They chatted until evening, and this family comedy finally came to an end. In the quiet night, the sound of insects could be heard. At this moment, in a clinic room, a male patient was lying on the hospital bed, covered in sweat, his body twitching from time to time, with drool at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he was in great discomfort. Next to him, a novice female doctor was anxiously busy. In her haste, she took out 2 white jade fruits that she had treasured for years. After giving one to the patient and seeing some relief, she then fed him the other one as well. Having never encountered such a difficult case, she was at a loss for a moment. After carefully examining the body, the doctor was shocked. During the auscultation, the patient's heartbeat had reached a terrifying 200 beats per minute. The doctor had never come across such a situation and was momentarily scared pale. At this time, the patient was also running a high fever. As if just pulled out a hot pot, his body was frighteningly hot. Chapter 38. Hands-on teaching too soon. The Porsche stopped outside a large shopping mall, attracting the attention of passers-by. When they saw the two getting out of the car, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. With handsome men and beautiful women, combined with a luxury car, who could resist taking a few more glances? Upon entering the mall, a wave of luxury hit them. Inside, various beautifully dressed women were coming and going in luxury stores, and of course, they weren't lacking the big-bellied men following them to pay. Before long, the two arrived at an Hermes bag store. Upon seeing them, a smiling saleswoman asked, "Which bag would you like to see?" Looking at the dazzling array of bags in the store, Tian Alliance's heart was filled with longing. No woman could resist the temptation of bags, and she was no exception. Seeing Tian Alliance's expression, Yang Tian smiled slightly. After all, making his woman happy was a very fulfilling thing. Go take a look at whatever you like. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Tian Alliance hesitated for a moment before walking over. She picked up a bag, put it down, picked it up again, and then put it down. Tian Alliance kept repeating this action. She was a person with a hard life, and the numbers on the tags had long torn apart her worldview. Chapter 39. College entrance examination top score before long. The two arrived at the most famous villa sales center in Tian County. Welcome to the Woohoo Villa Sales Center. May I ask if you two are here to look at villas? A well-dressed female salesperson rushed forward to inquire when she saw the two coming in. She noticed they had just gotten out of a Porsche, clearly indicating they were wealthy. Yes, we're looking to buy a villa. Please introduce us. The female salesperson quickly led them to the sand table and casually poured 2 cups of coffee, bringing them over. Sir, our Woohoo Villa is a newly developed villa area completed last year. There are a total of 50 villas, of which 28 have already been sold, and 22 villas are still available. Has this villa been sold? Yang Tian asked, pointing to a villa in the brochure he was holding. Villa no. One was the best located and largest villa in the entire area. The moment he saw this villa, Yang Tian was immediately attracted to it. No, villa no. One is located right in the center of Woohoo. Whether in terms of location or building area, it is the best in the entire villa area, also known as the king of the villas. However, due to its price, it hasn't been sold yet. Chapter 40. Class reunion. Upon learning that Yang Tian scored 750 points and was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangsu province, the two women at home were overjoyed and danced with excitement. After dinner, they thoroughly celebrated Yang Tian's achievement. That night, Tian Alliance went all out to let Yang Tian experience what true enjoyment was. The next morning, the class group chat exploded. Everyone received the news that this year's perfect score top scorer in Jiangsu province was Yang Tian. Scrolling through the 999 messages, Yang Tian was speechless. These people were too crazy and could chat endlessly. Seeing the class group agreed to meet at the Yufu Hotel tonight for a reunion, with Oldly also in attendance. He smiled slightly, gave Tian Alliance a heads up, and went to meet Fatty. Soon, the two met up. Brother Tian, why did you come so early? Didn't they say the class reunion starts tonight? Fatty, weighing 200 pounds, ran over nimbly, looking both amusing and adorable. Yang Tian rolled his eyes at Fatty and said, "Aren't you supposed to be on a diet? Why do you still look the same as before? I have no choice about this, you know? Every day, I insist on doing 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, and I have to run 1,000 meters. You don't know, I only eat 2 meals a day. I'm so hungry that I don't even have the strength to talk." Chapter 41. Policewoman Zhao, Xining, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Shuai's swollen cheeks and limping as he walked, Oldly hurriedly approached to ask. It's nothing, I just accidentally fell. The panic on his face flashed away, and soon he calmed down his inner resentment. Do you think I'm blind? Just speak. What exactly happened? Oldly looked at Wang Shuai seriously, and everyone else was staring at him with puzzled expressions. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came out, I accidentally bumped into a drunk man. And as a result, I got beaten up. He covered his face and spoke with a sobbing tone, clearly having been beaten badly. This is outrageous. Oldly gritted his teeth. and said. Seeing his student being beaten, Oldly was also filled with burning anger. "Where is he?" Oldly angrily asked. Seeing the teacher eager to get up and confront the other party, Wang Shui quickly stepped forward to stop him. Although he wasn't a good student, he wasn't a bad person at heart. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for his teacher and classmates because of his own issues. Those people obviously weren't good people. Going to reason with them? That would be like a blind man lighting a lamp and talking nonsense. Chapter 42. Fulfill the bet when he got home. Both girls were already asleep. Not wanting to disturb the beautiful girl, Yang Tian took a shower and rested alone. Early the next morning, the chat group exploded again. Various discussions about Yang Tian made people raise their eyebrows. What martial arts master, what literary and martial arts star descended to Earth? It was all nonsense, making Yang Tian quite embarrassed. With a thought, he completed his daily check-in, received today's poverty alleviation salary, and happily went to wash up. Sitting at the dining table, eating a delicious breakfast, he picked up a little love note from the table and started reading. "Stinky husband, just woke up? I've already made breakfast for you. Remember to eat. After sending Xiaoqian to school, I'll be busy at the villa. Behave at home. Love you, Rong. Yang Tian didn't expect this little young wife to be so clingy and gentle now. He really loved it. After finishing his meal, he sat on the sofa and opened Pandaliv. On the homepage, his followers had reached 14 million. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian recharged another 100 million. After all, he was about to go to Yanjing for school, a place full of all kinds of people, and he needed to quickly strengthen his abilities. Chapter 43. A lucky find that day. The evening news across Longhua was reporting on the college entrance examination. Of course, as the top scorer, Yang Tian's name was frequently mentioned. Thus, Yang Tian's name resounded throughout Huaxia, becoming a god in the hearts of countless students in Longhua. As the first person to eat crabs, Yang Tian deserved such praise. At that moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the college entrance examination task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 dungeon passes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious gift package, which has been sent to the system backpack. With a leap, Yang Tian excitedly asked the system, "Wasn't this task supposed to be completed yesterday? Why is the reward only being given now? I thought you forgot." Ding. Look at your little aspirations. How could I forget? As for why the reward is only being issued now, it's because yesterday's college entrance exam results were only for internal inquiries. Let me ask you, besides you, how many people know you were the top scorer? It seems the system has a point. However, just as Yang Tian was about to refute, he thought better of it and decided to let it go. As long as the rewards were in hand, that was enough. Chapter 44. Accompanying the beauty to climb the mountain early the next morning. After getting up, Yang Tian stretched, and another pleasant day was about to begin. After washing up, he walked out with a refreshed expression. Seeing the two beauties whispering and occasionally bursting into laughter, he asked, "What are you two talking about? So happy." Hearing Yang Tian's voice, the two were startled. Nothing. Oh, looking at the two with a chuckle. Yang Tian always felt they were acting a bit strange today. Glancing at his mom and then back at Yang Tian, the little beauty said, "I want to buy breakfast. You guys carry on." Hee. Saying that, she quickly fled the scene, leaving all the awkwardness to her mom. What is wrong with Qian? Why does she look so strange? The beautiful girl shyly told Yang Tian the truth. After speaking, she pinched Yang Tian's waist, looking pure like a little wife who had been wronged. Enduring the torment from the beautiful girl, Yang Tian was left a bit dumbfounded. The two thought they had kept everything tightly under wraps, but unexpectedly, the secret was still out. No wonder, well, knowing is knowing. Anyway, this was bound to happen sooner or later. It's fine. We won't have to be sneaky anymore. Chapter 45. Zhang Jianren, a soft handkerchief, carrying a faint fragrance, constantly brushed over Yang Tian's forehead, face, and neck. Smelling the fragrance and feeling the beauty's gentle treatment, Yang Tian's body was somewhat on standby. Even his restless heart seemed to have cooled down, with no reaction whatsoever. What remained was only the tenderness buried deep in his heart. More than an hour later, the two finally returned to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, surprise and astonishment filled Song Wanjuan's mind. Looking at the man in front of her, she was lost in thought. For more than an hour down the mountain, this man had been carrying her the whole time. What shocked her the most was that along the way, Yang Tian hadn't rested even once. The mysterious aura surrounding this man made Song Wanjun unable to resist wanting to explore further. After helping the beauty into the car, Yang Tian wiped the sweat from his face. This journey had truly been exhausting, as if his body had been hollowed out. After a while, once his mood settled, Yang Tian slowly got into the car. Playing a sweet love song, the car sped away through the dust. At the foot of the Mongshan Mountain, the swirling yellow sand witnessed the story of the two. Chapter 46. Buying the restaurant, looking at Yang Tian, Song Wanjun's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She hadn't expected that just for a simple meal, she would encounter this idiot. Truly, it was like stepping in dog poop when going out. Her luck was at its worst. Yang Tian, calm down, this guy is not easy to deal with. She is from Jiangcheng and knows the Zhang family very well. They are a group of ruthless outlaws who kill without blinking. Becoming an underground boss is not something that can be bragged about. It is earned through real fights. Zhang Jianren puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Kid, you're not from Jiangcheng, are you? Otherwise, you wouldn't insult me so foolishly. Offending me. Even if a deity comes today, they won't be able to save you." The Zhang family? Haha, you must be joking, right? I don't care if you're from the Zhang family or some dog or cat family. Just don't disturb my meal and get lost. Otherwise, I'll have to personally throw you out. Since acquiring the system, Yang Tian has walked a path of domination. And for you characters to think he would bow down is truly foolish. You're looking for death, huh? Go, kill him. At this moment, Zhang Jianren had lost his rationality. He just wanted the guy in front of him to disappear. Chapter 47. In the blink of an eye, turned to ashes after dinner. Yang Tian stood up and said, "Let me play a piece for you. It will be a perfect conclusion to today's date." Upon hearing the word date, Song Wanjun's pretty face flushed. Song Wanjun asked, "Can you play the piano?" With a slight smile, Yang Tian didn't reply and walked towards the piano. Watching Yang Tian's back, Song Wanjun felt he was like a mist, impossible to see through. He seemed omnipotent, always ready to bring unexpected surprises. A top scorer in the college entrance examination, skilled in medicine and martial arts, and now playing the piano, she really had no idea what else he could do. Once a woman becomes curious about a man and wants to uncover his secrets, she is bound to fall for him. With the sound of the piano, the empty restaurant echoed with musical notes. At that moment, everyone present felt their souls being cleansed. Each note seemed alive, making their emotions dance along with the melody. Song Wanjun was entranced. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had merged with the notes, pulsing in time with Yang Tian's fingers. 5 minutes later, the music faded, but the entire restaurant remained incredibly quiet. Chapter 48. Here we go. Brothers, to avoid suspicion, Yang Tian left Song Wanjun not far from her villa. "Then I'll go back," Song Wanjun said in a tiny voice, her face showing reluctance and a hint of disappointment. After all, she didn't know if she would ever see this man again after this farewell. "Well, let us chat on WeChat. We can keep in touch often. Anyway, we will both be going to Yanjing University in a month. I look forward to seeing you again." Hearing Yang Tian's words, Song Wanjun's pretty face turned slightly red as she replied, "Okay, let's keep in touch." After saying that, she ran off, leaving Yang Tian in a state of confusion in the wind. What's going on? Am I that scary? Why did she run off so fast? Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Tian didn't think much of it because he had something important to do that night. Half an hour later, he returned to the restaurant. The once messy restaurant was now completely transformed. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached and said, "Boss, we offended the Zhang family. What should we do in the future?" "What is your name?" Yang Tian asked. "I'm Yang Feng. Manager Yang. You will take care of the restaurant from now on. As for the Zhang family issue, I will handle it myself, so you don't need to worry." Chapter 49. Becoming a boss in an instant, a gun appeared in Yang Tian's hand, while Zhang Quan fell to the ground. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't know what had just happened. Of course, they were terrified, standing still like puppets. In fact, Yang Tian just wanted to recruit these lowly characters as his subordinates. This would also help improve their lives. "You're good. I'm good. Everyone is good. Isn't that wonderful? Why resist?" He didn't understand. Obviously, this was just Yang Tian's own assumption. He didn't want to kill anyone. But since Zhang Quan was ungrateful and wanted to kill him, that was another matter. Of course, Yang Tian was not a bloodthirsty person. He just wanted the other party to calm down for a moment. "What about you? How do you choose?" These people came from humble beginnings, and falling to this point was merely to make a living. No one wanted to die. "I'm willing to follow you, sir. I'm willing." Me too. Then, one by one, they expressed their stance and knelt down. Such matters are easy to choose once someone takes the lead. No one wants to live poorly. Chapter 50. The Heavenly Alliance sit down. From now on, we are all brothers. Don't be so formal. Waving his hand, Yang Tian urged everyone to take a seat. There weren't many who could sit at the table, only about 20, but these were all core members of the original Zhang family. Big brother, what do you plan to do after recruiting us? During the meal, Zhang Quan asked his question, which was what everyone wanted to know. There's really nothing going on. Don't overthink it. Today's events were just coincidental. Seeing that the boss didn't want to say more, everyone didn't press further. They understood the rules. Everyone talked freely, showing no signs of the previous unpleasantness. At this time, Yang Tian asked Zhang Quan, "Do you have any involvement in the gray industry?" Zhang Quan responded cautiously, "Well, due to certain reasons, we are transitioning, but we did make our fortune from this." Hearing Zhang Quan's words, Yang Tian frowned and said, "Then introduce the general situation of these industries." Next, Zhang Quan called over a handsome young man. Chapter 51. The story of the 8 great kings before long. Members of the Heavenly Alliance arrived one after another. Looking at everyone, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Sit wherever you like. We're all on the same side. Don't be too formal. I've already ordered food for you. Let us eat first, and then we'll talk." After spending time together last night, they had gained some understanding of their newly appointed leader. The boss was a very easygoing person, of course. This was only true for his own people. They had already experienced how he dealt with enemies. At Yang Tian's request, everyone started eating, though they dared not be too casual. After the meal, everyone gathered together to discuss serious matters. Wiping his mouth, Yang Tian asked, "Yi Feng, how is the matter coming along?" "I've already asked friends abroad to help find an agency to operate. It will take 2 to 3 days to process," Yi Feng replied. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yang Tian nodded, clearly appreciating Yi Feng's efficiency. "Good. By the way, we can't give up on the overseas market. Do you have any good ideas?" Stunned for a moment, Yi Feng did not expect that the boss's ambition would be so great. The domestic market had not yet started, and he was already thinking about developing overseas markets. Chapter 52. Tianming Security. Yesterday, after a night of drinking and celebrating, they had a small gathering. Everyone unanimously speculated that the leader must be a disciple from a hidden family, and taming them was just to achieve some accomplishments. Since the 8 great kings came from wealthy families, they were privy to many things that ordinary people did not know. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are still some hidden families existing in the shadows. These families are the forces that dominate the fate of Longhua, each with a heritage of over 1,000 years. They possess countless wealth and formidable military power. Although they usually do not show their strength, even the high-ranking officials of Longhua have to make concessions on certain matters due to their power. This shows how terrifying the strength of hidden families is. In front of these hidden families, forces like the 3 major families of Modu can be easily extinguished with a wave of their hand. If Yang Tian knew their thoughts, he would surely cry out in injustice. He just wanted to spend more money and earn some points. How did he become a disciple of a hidden family? It's really speechless. I give you a task. Select some highly loyal and physically fit individuals from the meeting and train them according to the standards of special forces. Chapter 53. System Mall. After chatting with a beautiful woman, Yang Tian smugly filled a tub with hot water and went to take a bath. Lying in the hot water and sipping red wine, life was so wonderful. If there was a beautiful woman accompanying him at this moment, it would be perfect. He sank his mind into the system. Looking at the system all below, he saw he had 31 points. After thinking about it, he realized he had spent 3 billion to purchase Zhang's assets. He then spent 50 million on a restaurant and gave 50 million to Zhang Feng, 5 billion to the Jin Gang, and 10 billion to Yi Feng as startup capital. This point should be because they also spent some money, right? It seems that finding someone to help spend money is the right direction. Opening the system mall, Yang Tian glanced at the miscellaneous items and lost interest. Besides some expensive high-tech products, everything else could be bought with money. Yang Tian was already troubled about spending money. How could he waste points here? Entering the pills section, he saw an array of pills that dazzled him, but the prices were uniform, all at 1 point each. He took a quick look. The spirit pill, when used, increases mental power by 5, can be used infinitely, but cannot be used by the host. Chapter 54. A new experience at home. After chatting, Yang Tian casually completed his sign-in task. System sign-in. Ding. sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dungeon pass 10. Just after receiving today a salary, Zhang Quan called. Leader, the villa you wanted has been bought for you. Since Yi Feng had important matters to attend to, such trivial tasks fell to this big shot. Yang Tian said, just send me the address. I don't have time to go over now, so find someone to take care of it for me. I'll go over when I have time. Okay. After hanging up, he checked the time. Then, Yang Tian prepared to return to the rooftop. After 2 days away, although he didn't say it, his body was very honest. Now, Yang Tian urgently needed someone to comfort him. An hour later, he finally hurried back home. Opening the door and looking at the empty house, Yang Tian felt a bit depressed. With no one at home, he could only go back to sleep. Soon, the two women returned. When they came back, their expressions were very excited, and they were carrying many bags. It seemed they had bought what they wanted. Chapter 55. Competing for favor the next morning. Lying in bed, Yang Tian enjoyed the wake-up service from the beautiful woman and slowly prepared to get up. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dungeon pass 10. After washing up, Qin Rongrong glanced at Yang Tian, lying in bed, and said, aren't you getting up? What are you dawdling for? With a smile, Yang Tian replied, the more I look at you, the less I want to get up. With a charming smile, Qin Rongrong said, hubby, I heard that many TV stations and enrollment offices are looking for you lately. Yang Tian, who was watching the game, was taken aback and asked, what do they want with me? With a smile, Qin Rongrong replied, you're the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What do you think they want with you? In an instant, Yang Tian understood the situation. The scenes of being blocked for interviews and being courted by prestigious schools were things he had seen many times in his previous life. There was no way around it. As a well-known figure, this was a necessary process. Just don't let my news get out. I don't want to be surrounded like a panda every time I go out, Yang Tian helplessly said. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Chapter 56. Are we that familiar? At this moment, Yang Tian was not idle either. He was still communicating with Yi Feng about some matters. Tianming Investment had just been established not long ago. Although Yang Tian had delegated authority to Yi Feng, he still needed to report to the leader on major directions. Leader, the company is now officially operational. Do you have any regulations on the industries to invest in? The leader has no requirements, as long as it's a potential enterprise. You can invest. You should still have over 10 billion, right? Just invest vigorously, Yi Feng said. Okay. Sweating, leader, you need to broaden your thinking, culture, entertainment, internet, real estate, especially some high-tech research enterprises. These are all our targets. Okay, leader, you can handle it. For now, focus on developing the domestic company. Okay, leader, when are you coming to Yinjing? At the end of August. Okay, I'll pick you up then. All right, you go get busy. After spending so much time together, everyone also learned the leader's name. When they found out that Yang Tian was the top scorer in Longhua, everyone was stunned. Chapter 57. A new strengthening experience after tidying up the messy living room. His parents also came out. Sitting together as a family to talk was an experience Yang Tian had never had before. Although the atmosphere was a bit gloomy now, Yang Tian felt a sense of peace in his heart. Mom, please stop crying. Are these people worth it? Yang Tian comforted. Hey, no matter what, they're my relatives. I just didn't expect that they never regarded me as family. With tears in her eyes, his mother's emotions became agitated again, and it looked like she was about to explode once more. Forget it. Damn it. Don't you know what kind of people those are in your family? When have they ever treated us nicely? As soon as they heard that Xiao Tian got a little bonus, they came running like cats smelling fish, demanding their share. Seriously, listening to my father endlessly complaining, my mother felt even more wronged. All right, Dad, can you say a little less? Mom is already heartbroken, so don't keep rubbing salt in her wounds. Yang Tian looked at his father speechlessly. This rough man had no idea how to comfort anyone. Forget it. Let me share some good news with you. Chapter 58. Inspecting Tianmeng's security. Suddenly, Yang Tian thought of the gathering bottle. Ever since he received this item, he hadn't paid attention to its existence. After all, aside from the extreme goddess, the favorability levels of the other bound goddesses hadn't reached the standard. So looking at it would be pointless. With a thought, a small porcelain bottle appeared in Yang Tian's hand. After examining the transparent little bottle, the method of using the gathering bottle, along with its information, appeared in Yang Tian's mind. He dripped a drop of blood at the bottle's mouth. Instantly, the gathering bottle transformed into a stream of light and entered Yang Tian's body. At that moment, a bottle-shaped pattern appeared on Yang Tian's left arm. Hide! With a thought, the pattern on his left arm slowly disappeared, clearly hidden within Yang Tian's flesh. Smiling, Yang Tian then joined the Dream King, and the two set out to explore the Sea of Dreams together. The next day, after breakfast, the three members of the Yang family moved into their new house. Happy times always pass quickly. Before they knew it, it was already the end of August, and Yang Tian's departure to the north was getting closer. During this time, Yang Tian was busy like a vanguard. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would sneak off to gather flowers with the mother and daughter, enacting a tragic love story with the goddess. Chapter 59. Selecting the team, who are the internet experts? Step forward. As Yang Tian's words fell, two young men stood up. Looking at them, Yang Tian asked, "What fields are you good at?" "Network security, decryption, and hacking are our specialties." "Very well, then let us compete using hacking skills." As Yang Tian finished speaking, 3 computers were brought in. "You two attack me together, start." After saying that, Yang Tian made no extra moves. He just smiled and watched the two with a calm expression. The two wasted no time. Their fingers flew as they continuously struck the keyboard. Staring at the computer, Yang Tian glanced at the time before slowly extending his hands. Then, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, with shadows of fingers dancing everywhere. Facing the Trojan programs launched by the two, Yang Tian sneered. With a flick of his fingers, in an instant, those Trojan programs were completely cleared. Seeing this, the 2 men across were taken aback. Clearly, they hadn't expected that this young boss really had some skills. However, this was just the initial probe. The real feast was yet to come. Chapter 60. Heading to Yanjing back at the rooftop. In the room, the parents were busy organizing things. Sitting on the living room sofa, Yang Tian was also busy explaining to Yi Feng about the arrangements for going to Yanjing. After finishing the explanation and seeing his mother packing so much luggage, Yang Tian felt overwhelmed. "Mom, I'm going to school, not fleeing from a disaster. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Can I just buy more when I get there?" Seriously. Looking at the piles of big and small bags on the floor, Yang Tian felt gloomy. At that moment, he felt like he was not going to school, but rather fleeing from a disaster. "What do you understand? You've never been far away since you were little, so it's always better to bring more things. I actually think you're bringing a bit too little." Dingling. At that moment, the phone rang. Seeing his mother's thoughtful expression, Yang Tian quickly escaped the scene. Once outside, he answered Fatty's call. "Li Jun, hey brother Tian, how's your preparation over there?" "It's fine, just that the luggage is a bit much." "Haha, we're the same. My mom is almost moving the whole house to Yanjing for me. It's been a while since I last saw you. How are you doing now? Did you take the special medicine I gave you, and did it work?" Chapter 61. Arrival 3 hours later, the plane landed at Yanjing Airport. "Brother Tian, wake up." Weivyi arrived in Yanjing. Looking at Li Jun's excited expression, Yang Tian shook his head in silence. He thought, "So what if Weivyi arrived? Why are you so excited?" Little did Yang Tian know, Li Jun was eager for him to introduce him fairy to him. Of course, Li Jun hadn't forgotten about that lewd guy. This time, he had to get his revenge. Once the plane came to a halt and they heard the announcement, the two picked up their luggage and followed the crowd outside. Squeezing through the crowd, they quickly arrived behind Song Wanjun. Patting Song Wanjun on the back, Yang Tian softly said, "Hey, I didn't expect to see you so soon again." Surprised by the pat on her back, Song Wanjun jumped. Thinking she'd encountered a legendary pervert, Zhang Yu beside her also stared at Yang Tian with a wary look. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Wanjun turned around, and a face she had longed for appeared before her. "Ah, it's you. I didn't expect you to be on this flight, too." Song Wanjun was thrilled, her face beaming with smiles. At that moment, the two lovesick boys and a lewd man were left dumbfounded. Chapter 62. Yanda F4. Wow, it's F4. It's our Yanda's F4. Wow, male gods, I love you. Hearing the screams of the girls around, the new students were quite curious. What is this Yanda F4? What era are we in to still have this? Is this still the Yanda they imagined? Nearby, some freshmen were discussing intensely, clearly thinking that Yanda was nothing special. For the bookworms, such behavior was simply an insult to culture. After all, this was the top university in the Dragon Country. They were here to study, not to engage in such eye-catching antics. Shoo! At that moment, an upperclassman stepped forward to quickly stop the bookworms' discussions. What do you know? These 4 are all rich kids with powerful backgrounds, and they're also outstanding in their studies. They hold important positions in the student council at school. Ahem, most importantly, they have a huge fan base. If you dare talk like that, be careful of getting criticized by Yanda's girls. You might get roasted alive. A group of freshmen collectively froze, gasping in shock, and quickly closed their mouths. Chapter 63. Encountering the counselor after waking up naturally, Yang Tian stretched comfortably. He glanced at his phone on the bedside and suddenly jumped up. Damn, how did I oversleep? This is bad. The counselor asked them to gather in the classroom at 5, but it's already 6 now. In a panic, he splashed some water on his face, tidied himself up quickly, and was about to head out. However, just as he was about to open the door, he realized that over an hour had passed. By now, everything was probably over. He opened his phone and saw a flood of unread messages from the counselor. Why haven't you come yet? 16:59. The whole class is here, just waiting for you. 17:08. Where the hell are you? Do you see what time it is? 17:15. After reading all the messages from the counselor, Yang Tian wore a helpless and worried expression. The key is, he didn't want this to happen. Damn it. He had offended the counselor right after the semester started. He would definitely face trouble in the future. Sighing helplessly, he collapsed back onto the bed, and his lamentations echoed through the dormitory. Chapter 64. Li Mengyao coming back to his senses, Yang Tian looked at the beautiful woman with a cough and was taken aback. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Li Mengyao? Damn. Isn't that the name of the counselor? What the hell? Looking at Li Mengyao's back, Yang Tian felt as if he had eaten a rotten egg, filled with bitterness. What a coincidence. How absurd. The single apartment was originally meant for single staff members, and Yang Tian was just an unexpected addition. Who would have thought a student would live here? So it is what it is. Just thinking about how they had just been at odds with each other, and now they were walking together like a couple felt very awkward. Hey, why aren't you walking? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled, noticing Yang Tian hadn't followed. Nothing. Coming back to his senses, although still a bit surprised. He didn't retreat. What is the big deal about the counselor? It's not like he was going to do anything. Just try to improve his favorability. Moreover, the system had already bounded him, so even if Yang Tian wanted to back out now, he had no way out. Glancing at Li Mengyao, as if recalling something amusing, Yang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 65. Military training at Yin University. The counselor also had to accompany the freshmen during military training. Why? You'd have to ask the president of Yin University. We don't know. We're just guessing. Under the instructor's command, the freshmen quickly lined up in neat rows and boarded the bus in an orderly fashion. Due to his height, Yang Tian could only stand at the back. Unfortunately, as the counselor, Li Mengyao also ended up at the back. This was problematic. The two ended up sitting together, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Soon, the bus started moving, swaying its way to the training ground. As the bus shook, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other. At this moment, Li Mengyao's pretty face turned red, but she remained silent. Her stunning features, coupled with her devilish figure and the scent of lavender, were truly enchanting. Sitting together, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, they looked like a perfect couple. Amid the bumps, no one could sleep, and the bus gradually became noisy. The freshmen began chatting, joking, and speaking in dialects, adding a bit of fun to the boring time. Chapter 66. The Taste of Youth. By the way, what's your name? Yang Tian. Upon hearing the name, the instructor seemed momentarily stunned. Coming back to his senses, he asked, "Are you this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination?" "Yeah." With the answer, the instructor couldn't help but smile broadly. Not bad. Very good. I like it. I didn't expect the top scorer to be one of my soldiers. Now, I have something to brag about. Cough, cough. Seeing the instructor's lewd expression, Yang Tian felt a dark cloud over his head. He thought, I'm just a normal guy, not into that sort of thing, okay? I really didn't expect you to not only be a top student, but also have such a great physique. You're truly a fine young man of our great dragon country. After saying this, he gave Yang Tian a hearty slap on the shoulder. Rubbing his shoulder that was stinging from the instructor's slap, Yang Tian felt a mix of emotions. In the distance, seeing Yang Tian laughing and chatting with the instructor, Li Mengyao couldn't help but gaze dreamily, resembling a little fangirl. In the end, the 5 people from the same dormitory, having just been punished by the instructor, were inevitably fatigued. 3 of them earned the title of unlucky ones, successfully setting an example for the whole class. Chapter 67. Military training in progress. A quiet night passed quickly. Beep, beep, beep. As dawn broke, an annoying whistle sounded outside. As soon as the whistle blew, Yang Tian quickly got out of bed. After tidying up his belongings, he hurried to the playground. After yesterday's events, Zhang Lang and the others didn't dare to slack off anymore. They quickly packed up and ran to the playground. This time, although it was the first surprise gathering and the freshmen hadn't fully adapted to military training life, at least everyone arrived at the gathering place on time. 10 kilometers of marching, destination, back mountain, go, go, go. Hearing the instructor's words, the entire platoon was in an uproar. Speed up. Don't you have ears? If you waste my time again, you won't get lunch today. With the cries of alarm, groups of people quickly ran toward the back mountain. When they returned, everyone was drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, some even collapsing. After breakfast, they continued with marching drills and standing at attention. Life was both simple and dull. Thus, the arduous military training officially began. Chapter 68. Returning to school on the day of the farewell. Even weather seemed a bit gloomy. On the performance stage, one platoon after another took the stage. The crowd below was filled with cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, it was time for the 1st Battalion, 4th Company, which was Yang Tian's company. After a day of rehearsals, everyone put in a lot of effort. Overall, it could be considered decent. At least they wouldn't be too embarrassed to show it. A song titled "The Motherland Will Not Forget" resonated with everyone. At this moment, a collective chorus began on stage and off, allowing these tone-deaf kids to escape a calamity. Next, a song called "Military Green Flower" by the girls caused a howl of excitement from the crowd, elevating the atmosphere to a climax. Finally, it was Yang Tian's turn to take the stage. As the tall and handsome Yang Tian stepped onto the stage, the girls erupted into screams. These usually gentle and refined girls instantly transformed into fans, shouting loudly like a pack of hungry she-wolves. Looking around, the boys were gritting their teeth in silent envy of Yang Tian's show-off, but they also admired him, wishing that the person on stage was themselves. In a corner far away from the 4th Company of the 1st Battalion on the playground, a beautiful girl was staring at Yang Tian on the performance stage with a silly smile on her face. Chapter 69. Arriving at the manor soon. The two arrived at a corner on the 1st floor of the cafeteria. After entering, Yang Tian directly said, "Charge my meal card with 10,000. The staff member was taken aback by Yang Tian's words. However, she didn't think too much and quickly processed a meal card for Yang Tian. Li Mingyao looked at Yang Tian in shock and asked, "Why are you charging so much money?" Yang Tian replied, "I can't help it. My appetite is a bit big." As if recalling their first meal together, Li Mingyao immediately covered her mouth and laughed. "Come on, I'll treat you today," Yang Tian said. Shaking her head, Li Mingyao replied, "Forget it. I was just joking, and you took it seriously." After saying that, she shyly glanced at Yang Tian. Of course, Yang Tian noticed every change in the counselor's expression. With a thought, he checked the counselor's favorability level. Wow! At that moment, Yang Tian was stunned. The counselor's favorability had risen from 50 to 80, which was somewhat ridiculous. The key point was that he hadn't done anything. He gave a strange look at the shy beauty counselor, ignored whether she was willing or not, and took her small hand, walking together towards the cafeteria. Chapter 70. Layout. At this time, Yifeng and the Jin gang also arrived at the manor. Seeing that her husband had important matters to attend to, Qin Rongrong sensibly took her daughter and left. Leader, please sit." Yang Tian sat in the main seat, while Yifeng and the Jin gang sat on either side. After glancing at them, Yang Tian said, "Recently, you've done well, but there is still a gap from my expectations, so you must speed up the expansion." Nodding, Yifeng replied, "Yes, the reputation of the Tianming is rising, making it a good time for expansion. But I've noticed that someone is secretly trying to hinder our Tianming's development." "Oh, tell me what happened." Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. Hindering the development of Tianming means hindering his own spending. Yang Tian needed to get to the bottom of it. Without spending money, there would be no points. And without points, how could he enhance his strength and train his subordinates? Therefore, spending money was Yang Tian's bottom line. Whoever dared to obstruct, it would have to bear his wrath. Yifeng frowned and said, "I'm not very clear on specifics. But several projects we discussed were ultimately snatched away by others." Hearing Yifeng's words, Yang Tian also frowned. Chapter 71. Setting sail once Yifeng left. Yang Tian then turned to the Jin gang. "Leader, do you have any further instructions?" The Jin gang understood that if the leader kept him there, it must be for something important. "The Jin gang, we've known each other for so long, and until now, I still don't know your names." Seemingly reminded of something unpleasant, the Jin gang Tian's eyes turned slightly red. My name is Zhang Tianyi, and the other brothers are Tian Tianxin, Tianxi, Tianwu, Tianlu, Tianxi, Tianba. Seeing Tianyi's expression, Yang Tian understood their feelings. We are brothers. Your enemies are the enemies of Tianming. Don't worry. The day of revenge is not far off. All right. I won't call you to Jin Gang anymore. Since we are Tianming, and your names also contain Tian, I will call you Tianyi from now on. Tianyi nodded. Tianyi, you and your 8 brothers, along with the 10 squad leaders I selected, will be the first core members of Tianming security. Yang Tian stood up and walked to the window, and Tianyi followed. Glancing at the sky, Yang Tian gently asked, "What do you see?" Chapter 72. Starting school back at Yin University, Yang Tian entered the school on foot. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the cafeteria. At this time, since it was still early, there weren't many people dining in the cafeteria. He ordered a plate of breakfast and found an empty seat to start eating. While eating, Yang Tian unintentionally spotted the counselor sitting not far away. With a strange smile, he carried his plate over. "Counselor, what a coincidence." Upon seeing Yang Tian, Li Mengyao was pleasantly surprised and said, "Are you also here for a meal? What a coincidence." Then, the two sat together and chatted casually. After finishing their meal, they went to the classroom together, where the class was already full of students. Along the way, the two walked like a couple. Li Mengyao was shy about the gazes from those around them, but did not leave Yang Tian behind. Watching the blushing counselor, Yang Tian felt inexplicably puzzled. He thought, could it be that she has developed feelings for me? As soon as they entered the classroom, the classmates began to make a fuss, and various teasing voices erupted. To this, Yang Tian merely smiled slightly, waved his hand, and found a seat to sit down. Chapter 73. Date back in the dormitory. After roughly reviewing the content of the speech draft, Yang Tian memorized it all. In the afternoon, he spent the whole time in the classroom. After class, he quietly invited the counselor to dinner, only to be ruthlessly rejected by her. Clearly, she was a bit angry. For this, Yang Tian felt helpless and could only sulkily go eat alone. After finishing his meal, he returned to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, he glanced at the balance in his bank card and smiled bitterly. Every day's sign-in would yield 10 dungeon passes, and according to the current drop rate, in a month, he could accumulate 100 billion in funds. It had been 2 months since he started signing in. Excluding the funds he had given away, there was still nearly 100 billion in his card. Sigh, this spending rate is not good. Looking at the system, he found that there were now 138 points in the mall, which surprised Yang Tian. Just yesterday, he had given orders to Yi Feng and the others, and he didn't expect a large batch of points to be credited today. How could he not be surprised? After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian didn't use all the points for himself, but saved some to exchange for pills to train his foundational members. Chapter 74. Encounter with Li Yanran returning to the dormitory. Bang Yang Tian excitedly laid down on the bed after opening the dorm room door. Hard work pays off. He finally raised the favorability rating to over 90 points. Smiling, he took a shower and went to bed. A night without conversation. The next morning, Yang Tian sent a message to the beautiful counselor, inviting her to breakfast. Li Mengyao did not refuse. Instead, she readily agreed. Yang Tian was very confident about the effect of favorability. He was not surprised by this result. Inviting the beautiful counselor out was actually just an opportunity for him to collect yin energy. After all, for Yang Tian, this was the most important matter. At the familiar corner, after meeting, the two went to the cafeteria together. Along the way, they kept a certain distance from each other. After all, it was broad daylight, and it was peak mealtime, so there were many acquaintances around. It takes time to collect yin energy, and Yang Tian had not found a good opportunity. When buying breakfast, the masculine Yang Tian insisted on paying for himself, and Li Mengyao did not refuse. After all, she had treated Yang Tian to a meal before, so it wasn't unfair for him to pay once. Chapter 75. This is a misunderstanding, brother phone. How could Miss Moreau know that Yang Tian? Shikulang asked. However, he wore a gloomy and disdainful expression, not knowing what bad thoughts he was harboring. Third brother Kai Ji smiled slightly and patted Shikulang's shoulder, saying, "Second brother, isn't this kid the top scorer in the college entrance examination that your cousin mentioned?" Clap. Smiling broadly, fourth brother Chu Chong lit a cigarette. "Big brother, how you plan to deal with that kid?" While saying this, he pulled out 3 cigarettes and handed them to several people. Hiss. Taking a puff of smoke, Zhang Feng darkly said, "Old methods slowly toy with him." After speaking, a trace of a cruel gaze swept over, and his fists were cracking loudly. Shiqilang laughed, saying, "P.S. unlucky. Let us have some fun with him." After glancing at the two who were chatting and laughing, Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette in his hand and stomped on it hard. "Let us go. Just looking at them is infuriating." After saying that, the four left the playground. At this time, Yang Tian and Murong Yinran had already run 5 laps around the playground, but neither of them showed any signs of fatigue. They returned to the place where they had met and finally stopped. Chapter 76. Li Mengru, what man? I don't know. Li Mengyao stammered. Li Mengyao, stop lying to me. That kid just came in and mistook me for you, calling your name. Do you still want to lie to me? Oof, it seems she thought of something that made her blush, and her pretty face turned as red as an apple. Li Mengyao was also dumbfounded and shyly glanced at her sister. In her heart, she thought, who told you to take a shower in broad daylight? You could have just said you were going to shower. Why not wear clothes after showering? Who is to blame? After figuring out the whole story, Li Mengyao blamed her sister for it. It really felt like there was no humanity in the presence of the opposite sex. Li Mengyao thought that she couldn't blame Yang Tian. After all, he didn't know she wasn't wearing clothes, nor did he know who she was. Although Li Mengru was her sister, she was only born a few minutes earlier. She wouldn't blame a good person for her sister. Yes, that is what she thought. That kid has seen me naked. What do you think we should do about this? Oomph. Li Mengru said angrily. Chapter 77. Is $1 billion a lot? Looking at the information on WeChat, Li Mengru laughed directly. She didn't expect this kid to be a rich man. Looking at her sister, Li Mengyao angrily asked, "What are you laughing about?" Li Mengru pouted. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you had nothing to do with that kid?" Li Mengyao was instantly speechless. She had to jump into the pit she dug herself. "Originally, it was nothing, but he is my student, so what you're doing makes me feel awkward." Li Mengyao retorted, but her tone lacked any momentum. "What do you care? I can do whatever I want." Staring at the number in the transfer information, Li Mengru's beautiful eyes sparkled. "You." Ignoring her sister, Li Mengru grabbed her suitcase and left. After leaving, Li Mengru went straight to a 5-star hotel to stay. No way, being rich makes one willful. Then, she directly called the airline and reprimanded the boss. Perfect. Putting down her phone, Li Mengru shouted. Recently, she had had enough of her boss's nonsense. Even though he was over 50 and bald, this old lecher still wanted to make a move on her. Chapter 78. Back to the Jianghu, a night without conversation. But that night, the Li sisters couldn't sleep because their minds were troubled. Troubles are never imposed by others. They are imposed by oneself. The next morning, when Li Mengyao woke up, she saw a message from her sister. Li Mengru, little sister, let us go buy a villa together later. Li Mengyao, did you take that kid Yang Tian's money? After a long while, Li Mengru finally replied to her message. Li Mengru, how did you know? Li Mengyao, he transferred money to me too. Li Mengru, what does this kid want to do? Could it be? Li Mengyao, I don't know. I originally wanted to find him to return his money, but he wouldn't accept it. Li Mengru, how much did he transfer to you? Li Mengyao, a small goal. Li Mengru, wow, you hit the jackpot. Huh. Li Mengyao, gold digger. Li Mengru, I'm a gold digger. So what? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Li Mengyao, dream on. Oomph. Li Mengru, let us not talk about this for now. Are you going or not? Li Mengyao, oomph. I'll go, it's free, why not? Who cares? Li Mengru, okay, see you later. Soon the two met. They found a restaurant, had breakfast, and then went to look at villas together. Chapter 79. There are quite a few pests after Yang Tian's financial ability bombardment. Chu Xiaoyan's live broadcast room ranked first on Panda. Although the viewers were still joking about Yang Tian and Chu Xiaoyan, the two protagonists ignored them. Let us dance and see. It's been a long time, and I miss it. Seeing Tian Gu's comment, Chu Xiaoyan quickly found a passionate song and started dancing. Today, Chu Xiaoyan dressed very provocatively. In the past, she mainly focused on classical dance, but to avoid visual fatigue for her fans, she has been continuously making improvements. After all, after graduation, Chu Xiaoyan took live streaming as her main career, which is her means of livelihood. Watching Chu Xiaoyan's fiery figure dancing, Yang Tian, a connoisseur who constantly strives to explore beauty, couldn't help but feel a bit uncontrollable. It must be said that when looking for a wife, one should find a woman who can dance. That skill is absolutely top-notch. After watching for a while, Yang Tian called a halt. He couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Xiaoyan. How long have you been live streaming? Ding dong. Wiping the sweat from her face, Chu Xiaoyan took out her phone. Chapter 80. Villa number 1 at this moment. Everyone was searching for Yang Tian like ants in a hot pan, and even the higher-ups of the Tianming were feeling a bit frantic. After receiving a call from the higher-ups of Tianming Investment, the security department hurriedly retrieved the surveillance footage. When they saw the person in the footage, they immediately canceled the ongoing search mission. Hello, Deputy General Manager Wang? This person's identity is a bit special. Please notify everyone not to make a fuss and just continue with their work. After taking the call from the head of the security department, Deputy General Manager Wang was also a bit shocked. A special identity? Recalling the exact words, he suddenly looked towards the top floor of the building, and at that moment, he seemed to understand something. Wang, being more knowledgeable about Tianming security than the people below, firmly believed in their words, as this was the direct security company of Tianming Investment. Coming back to his senses, Deputy General Manager Wang immediately contacted his secretary and sent out an order. Soon, the chaos at Tianming Investment quieted down. At this time, Yang Tian walked out with a calm expression, but everyone showed puzzled expressions when looking at this young man. Chapter 81. The house has been 2 beauties. Let us go check out Villa number 1. As soon as the words were spoken, the earlier unpleasantness was thrown aside by the 2 women. At this moment, they walked out hand in hand as if nothing had happened. Glancing awkwardly at the beautiful saleswoman beside him, Yang Tian then stood up and followed them. Before long, the 4 arrived at Villa number 1. It must be said that compared to Villa number 1, Villa number 58 was simply a small countryside house. The area of Villa number 1 was more than 3 times that of Villa number 58, complete with rockeries, fountains, and swimming pools. Seeing such a beautiful villa, the 2 women were as happy as children, constantly admiring it. Wow, this villa is really beautiful, Li Mengyao exclaimed. Li Mengru also ran around excitedly, and the ups and downs of her jumps made Yang Tian swallow hard. With the saleswoman's introduction, the 3 quickly toured the entire Villa number 1. After the saleswoman left, for some unknown reason, the 2 suddenly ran over. Then, each of them wrapped their arms around Yang Tian's, leaving him a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 82. Making another break through the night was quiet. However, at this moment, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Oof. She pounded the headboard, clearly a bit angry. She should have had the advantage, but unexpectedly someone intercepted her halfway, which naturally made her furious, yet she felt helpless. Therefore, it is said that only taking the initiative can maintain an advantage. Being passive may lead to success, but more often than not, it results in failure. Since Yang Tian had just made a breakthrough, he was also filled with emotion. Strength is the truth. The feeling of being washed by spiritual energy was simply too good. Looking at the ceiling and listening to the breathing sounds beside him, Yang Tian smiled and fell asleep. The next morning, when Yang Tian woke up, there was no one beside him. After washing up, he went downstairs. By the time he reached downstairs, the 2 had already brought back breakfast. After eating breakfast, Li Mengru left the villa. She needed to handle her resignation procedures, and Yang Tian supported her decision. Since she didn't lack money, why go to work, as long as she knew how to spend it? As soon as Li Mengru left, Yang Tian began to face Li Mengyao's interrogation. Yang Tian definitely would not avoid what had already happened and candidly recounted the events. Chapter 83. The appointment in the living room. The 3 were sitting together, chatting about daily life. After hearing Yang Tian's embarrassing stories, Li Mengyao laughed heartily, while Li Mengru was even more animated. Dingling. At that moment, Li Mengyao's phone rang. Hello? Oh, okay, good, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Li Mengyao looked worried. The school called and wanted to go back for a meeting. Before Yang Tian could speak, Li Mengru immediately said, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry back. Work is important." Li Mengyao gave Li Mengru a strange glance, thinking, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? However, she didn't say much, as the 2 had already reached a consensus. Really, no one lets me have a peaceful weekend. It makes me want to quit. Hearing Li Mengyao's words, Yang Tian quickly said, "Quit what? Hurry back for the meeting. At school, I still need you to look after me." Oh. Pouting her lips, although Li Mengyao looked unwilling, she obediently left. Click. As soon as the door closed, Li Mengru let loose, as the 3rd wheel was gone. Chapter 84. A warm date half an hour later, according to the location. The driver stopped the car outside a residential area. After getting out of the car, Yang Tian sent a message to Chu Xiaoyan. I've arrived at your neighborhood. After waiting for a while, he still didn't receive a response from Chu Xiaoyan, and at that moment, Yang Tian felt a bit anxious. Could she be playing with me? Yang Tian thought. Squatting on the curb, Yang Tian lit a cigarette and started smoking. After finishing one cigarette, he checked his phone again, and there was still no reply from Chu Xiaoyan. He took out another cigarette, lit it, and sent another message. What are you doing? If you really don't want to see me, just say so. There's no need to play games with me. At this point, Yang Tian was a bit angry and, feeling irritated, finished the cigarette and lit another one. Looking again, there was still no response. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Yang Tian felt a bit thirsty. He got up and bought a bottle of water from a nearby convenience store, then gulped it down in one go. After finishing, he crushed the empty bottle in his hand and threw it forcefully into the trash can. Chapter 85. Yearning for home, let me help you wash the dishes. Yang Tian said gently while hugging Chu Xiaoyan. After that, regardless of whether Chu Xiaoyan agreed or not, he pulled her behind him. In an instant, the wealthy Tiangu transformed into a dishwashing worker. With the sound of running water, the professional dishwasher began his work. Soon, all the dirty pots and oily dishes were cleaned by Yang Xiaogang. Seeing Tiangu so quick and efficient, Chu Xiaoyan was a bit dumbfounded. Tiangu, do you often wash dishes at home? Stunned by her question, Yang Tian turned around and asked, Why do you ask that? It's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine the legendary Tiangu would be like this. Chu Xiaoyan said, covering her mouth and giggling. I told you before, I'm a good man. I didn't lie to you, right? Now you should believe me. Yang Tian replied with a smile. Pouting, Chu Xiaoyan teased, Humph, really shameless. You think you're a good person? I see you as a shameless LSP. After washing the last piece of cutlery, Yang Tian stared at her with a mischievous grin. Chapter 86. Mysterious Gift Pack after a brief moment of warmth. Imagining a happy life ahead, Chu Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile. Yang Tian had already seen through her thoughts. Tiangu, Chu Xiaoyan started, getting up to grab her phone. What do you need your phone for? She blushed as she shyly said, How about I do a live stream tonight? Yang Tian asked in confusion, Why do you insist on live streaming? Chu Xiaoyan fidgeted and said, Isn't that part of my job? Besides, I should rely on you for everything. Ugh, whatever, I really can't with you. If you want to live stream, go ahead. Instantly, Chu Xiaoyan became cheerful. Mwah, thank you, Tiangu, Yang Tian was taken aback, thinking to himself, Let her be. By the way, how is your mother recovering now? Looking at her, Yang Tian suddenly remembered Chu Xiaoyan's mother, who was also his future mother-in-law. As a good man, Yang Tian certainly had to cover all bases. Recently, my mother's condition has been quite stable, but we still need to observe for a while, she replied. Chapter 87. Phantom Technique. Finally, I got another mysterious gift pack. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring this time. Yang Tian thought to himself. With a thought, a golden gift pack suddenly appeared in his hand. Open the gift pack. With a flash of golden light, the gift pack disappeared from his hand, and an ancient, yellowed book appeared instead. Phantom Technique? Finally got a martial skill, and it's a movement technique. Use. With a light thought, the book transformed into light spots and entered Yang Tian's mind. Phantom Technique. A god-level movement martial skill. Once mastered, it allows one to become invisible and can also create illusions for opponents with weaker mental strength. Wow, this movement martial skill also has a mental attack? After checking the information about the Phantom Technique, a massive flow of information surged into his mind. Holding his head, despite having experience, the overwhelming sensation was still difficult for Yang Tian to bear. Boom! In a moment, Yang Tian absorbed all the information. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and patted his aching head, feeling a bit better. Looking at Chu Xiaoyan interacting with the viewers in the room, he clenched his fist, and with a jolt in his dantian, Yang Tian's body instantly vanished from spot. Chapter 88. Beating up F4 2 hours later. The Grand Lottery event finally concluded. During this time, over 1,000 lucky winners emerged, and the Panda official was certainly pleased. Before ending the stream, Yang Tian waved his hand and sent out another barrage of messages. Since the number of lottery participants today is too small, I've decided to hold a continuous lottery for a week. Seeing Tianji's message, the viewers were naturally very happy. But Chu Xiaoyan wore a face full of frustration. As a result, the Panda official called for an emergency meeting to develop a mini program that could quickly conduct lotteries and locate accounts. Of course, Yang Tian was completely unaware of this. And even if he knew, he wouldn't be angry. Instead, he would secretly give the official a thumbs up. After the stream, Yang Tian was bound to be met with Chu Xiaoyan's complaints. Tiangu, you're too extravagant, giving money to others all the time. Do you have money to burn? Looking at the frustrated Chu Xiaoyan, Yang Tian pulled her into his arms and smiled. Yeah, I really have too much money to burn. In response, Chu Xiaoyan was left speechless. Since Tiangu had said that, what else could she say? Since she couldn't stop it, she simply wouldn't bother with it. Chapter 89. Codename X. When everyone saw Yang Tian's appearance, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn, is this the legendary tough guy? Those who don't know might think he is a fresh meat from a boy band. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After seeing Li Mingyao, they became even crazier. Wow, isn't that the goddess counselor who just started in the freshman year? How could you be having a meal with this tough guy? Don't mention it. Saying too much will just bring tears. Isn't it obvious enough? Forget it, it's already a done deal. Anyway, we can't provoke this tough guy. I hope the new freshman school flower won't be snatched away. Hearing the discussions around her, Li Mingyao's face was already flushed with embarrassment, so low that she could bury her head in the mountains. Wow, she really is our counselor. At this moment, coincidentally, a few of Yang Tian's classmates from the same class happened to be in the cafeteria, and things took a turn for the worse. Although everyone had previously speculated a series of things, after the truth was confirmed, they inevitably felt a bit sour. After all, Li Mingyao was not just a simple counselor. She was a top-tier goddess. Her figure and looks were the dream lover of countless teenage boys. Chapter 90. Shadow Strike. After finishing these things, Yang Tian glanced at the system, and the points in them all were almost depleted. Looking at the few remaining points, Yang Tian felt a bit frustrated. These points are completely not enough. Sigh with a sound of exclamation, Yang Tian lay down on the bed, hands behind his head, and soon fell asleep. At this time, in the Zhang family's estate in Yanjing, a middle-aged man in his 50s stood with his hands on the armrest, exuding an invisible aura, clearly a person of extraordinary demeanor. This was Zhang Zhen, the head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yanjing. Foner, what happened to you? Who hit Feng? Dare to hit my son. I will make him wish he were dead. At this moment, a woman was screaming hysterically. Who is so presumptuous to dare to hit someone from my Zhang family? They really don't know how to live. Offending my Zhang family means there will be no place for him in Yanjing anymore. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Zhen frowned. With a glance, a middle-aged man beside him quickly disappeared from sight. Stop crying. Fonger just fainted. He is not dead. Why are you crying so hard? Chapter 91. Parents in trouble inside the Zhang family estate. Head of the family, the Dark Shadow Lord has returned, a servant stammered. What happened? Speak to me clearly. Zhang Zhen said sternly. The servant, trembling, said, Head of the family, the Dark Shadow Lord just returned, but he fainted and spat out a lot of blood. After speaking, the servant visibly sighed in relief, but at this moment, he looked at the head of the family with a wary expression. It should be known that although Zhang Zhen usually appeared kind, that was just a facade. When he got angry, he could kill without hesitation. Bang! In an instant, a redwood table shattered under Zhang Zhen's hand. Where's the Dark Shadow? The Lord is outside. What a useless guy. You don't deserve to be a servant of the Zhang family. After glancing at the servant and scolding him, Zhang Zhen unleashed a gust of palm wind. The powerful wind, accompanied by a blast of air, instantly struck the servant's face. Clap. Chapter 92. Countermeasures. Glancing at the 8 people, their loyalty had all reached over 90 points. As for Tian Yi, his loyalty had reached a terrifying 95 points. It should be known that when loyalty reaches 90 points, Yang Tian can investigate their character attributes. With a thought, the character attributes appeared above the heads of the 8. Character: Zhang Tian Yi, Physique 30, Spirit 25. Character: Zhang Tian Air, Physique 30, Spirit 25. After checking the attributes of Tian Yi and Tian Air, Yang Tian quickly glanced at the attributes of the other 6, which were all quite similar. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian understood. The strength of these 8 people was not much different. As for the negligible gap, it had been compensated after the refinement of the elixirs. However, thinking about that man in black made Yang Tian a bit frustrated. He knew nothing about how the strength of these ancient warriors was classified. System: how is the enhancement value of physique and spirit classified in relation to the strength of ancient warriors. I don't quite understand. Don't understand? No problem. The system will help you explain. Ding, ancient warriors in Longwu are classified into Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, Xiantian, Zhongshi, Dezongshi, and God-level powerhouses. Chapter 93. Pre-battle preparation sigh. It must be fate. In the next life, I wish to become an ordinary person. I no longer want to bear this kind of responsibility. Xiao Sei's back left behind a silent sigh and loneliness, but more was a helpless tragedy. In the estate, lying on a recliner, Yang Tian was basking in the sunlight. Ding dong. Zhang Quan has been safely taken away by me, so the Alliance leader doesn't need to worry anymore. Good. Find a few clever people to protect them in secret, but be careful not to let them notice, Yang Tian said. Okay, Zhang Quan replied. All right. You take them back to Jiangxing first. Be careful on the way. Understood. Looking at the time, it was still before noon. At this moment, Li Mengru called. Hey, brother. I bought the cars back as you requested. I spent over 500 million dragon coins on 3 cars. Li Mengru's excited voice came from the phone. Oh, what's wrong? You don't sound very happy. Do you want me to come and keep you company? After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian replied, let us not. I have things to deal with recently. Let us talk again on the weekend. Okay, Li Mengru said enticingly. Chapter 94. Suspension of studies. A round of earnest persuasion did not yield any response from Yang Tian, and at this moment, Li Mengyao also gave up struggling. What are you really thinking? It's driving me crazy. Seeing the worried expression on Yi Rin's face, Yang Tian gently wrapped his arms around her delicate back. What is there to worry about? Let me ask you, does that so-called director have the right to expel students? After thinking for a moment, Li Mengyao said, hey, don't touch me, it tickles. As for whether he has the right to expel you, how would I know? But if he came to talk to me about this, it must be quite likely, otherwise he wouldn't do that. You make a good point, but it seems you've forgotten a very important issue. I'm not an ordinary student. I'm the first person in the history of Longwu College entrance examination. Besides, the vice principal told me that if anything goes wrong, I should find him. Hearing that the vice principal was backing Yang Tian, Li Mengyao instantly regained her usual spirit. Just then, Yang Tian's phone rang. Opening his phone, Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. What happened? Who is calling? Chapter 95. There will always be villains who want to harm me. Wow, this crab is so delicious. Licking the grease off her hands, Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. This fish is also very tasty. Boo-hoo, what if I turn into a little fat pig from eating so much? You want tea on me then, will you? At this moment, Li Mengru also looked exhilarated, clearly a little food expert. Looking at the two with a happy expression and smiling, Yang Tian said, even if you turn into a little fat pig, I wouldn't want to part with those F-cups. Blushing, Li Mengru lowered her head and continued to eat. At this time, Li Mengyao straightened her posture and said defiantly, Humph, what's wrong? Just because you have F-cups, you look down on E-cups? Humph, you're really a fickle person. How could that be? I like them all. I like them all, haha. Laughing, Yang Tian also felt quite helpless, but thankfully, no scene of chaos appeared, which was the only thing he felt grateful for. Before long, the three finished a lavish dinner. After dinner, to aid digestion, the three of them watched TV for a while. Chapter 96. The True Tycoon. Soon, the two girls returned with food, and at this time, Yang Tian's diarrhea had also stopped. We bought the things you wanted, Li Mengru said with a smile, waving the bag in her hand. At this moment, Yang Tian had no leisure to engage in romantic conversations. He snatched the bag and began to eat heartily. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yang Tian finally beckoned to the two of them. With soft fragrance in his arms, hugging them on both sides, Yang Tian felt quite uncomfortable, but he no longer wanted to experience their cooking skills again. The car you asked me to buy will be delivered soon, Li Mengru said happily. Oh. Without waiting for Yang Tian to continue asking, Li Mengyao pulled her sister and excitedly asked, what car did you buy? Guess? I guess your sister. Aren't you my sister? Get lost. Don't forget, you're the younger sister now. TCH. While talking, the two began to quarrel again, just as it seemed they were about to come to blows. Yang Tian timely intervened to stop this sudden violent conflict. I say, how old are you two? Why do you act like children all day? Does it really matter who is the older sister and who is the younger sister? Chapter 97. The counterattack begins soon. The three sports cars were divided among them. The Koenigsegg won. One naturally belonged to Yang Tian. After negotiation, Li Mengru chose the Hennessy Venom GT, while Li Mengyao opted for the Lamborghini Veneno. Virum, seeing the two girls having a blast in the sports cars, Yang Tian just smiled and didn't pay them any more attention. Should we take the cars out for a joyride? Li Mingyao asked excitedly. Nodding, Li Mingru also looked thrilled. Brother, are we going out for a joyride? Yang Tian pouted and said, No, I have things to do later. If you want to have fun, go ahead. But be careful when driving. It's fine if your cars break down. Just don't damage my beloved car. TCH rolling their eyes. The two were already used to Yang Tian's lewd behavior and naturally didn't feel shy about it. With a press of the accelerator, the two sports cars sped away. Glancing at the departing girls, Yang Tian drove his own car to the parking lot. After parking, Yang Tian returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he checked the time. It was already 11:55, and there were less than 5 minutes left until the counterattack from the Alliance of Heaven began. Chapter 98. The duel. Turning on the TV and browsing the headlines on his phone, Yang Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. At that moment, the headlines were completely dominated by the Zhang family scandal. Scrolling down, looking at various headlines about the Zhang family scandal, Yang Tian couldn't help but let out a pig-like laugh. He opened a news article about the heir of the Zhang family violently assaulting a minor. After reading the post, Yang Tian had to admit that the poster was quite talented. He not only stated his views on the matter, but also described the incident in vivid detail. Smiling, Yang Tian began to read the comments. Flying fish. This Zhang Feng is really inhumane. He even targets underage girls. By the way, does anyone know how old the minor was? Cough, cough. Heart thief flying fish. I heard the minors range from 10 to 16 years old, so I must say, having money really allows one to act with impunity. Crazy stinky egg. I heard that the scumbag has already been taken down by the police. Si Chi Mama. The Dragon Kingdom officially condemns the scumbag and supports the imposition of the death penalty. Chapter 99. Boiling frogs in warm water, taking out his phone to check. It was already 1 p.m. Yang Tian thought to himself that the battle should have already begun. At this time, in the 16th floor of the Alliance of Heaven headquarters. Dong. With the sound of a melodious bell ringing, Yifeng said, Once the market opens, you all start to sell the Zhang stocks in your hands, but don't rush. We need to boil the frog in warm water and play with him slowly. Yes, yes. Since obtaining intelligence about the Zhang family's actions against the Alliance of Heaven, Yifeng had secretly begun accumulating Zhang stocks for future use. After receiving the order from the leader, Yifeng no longer concealed it and started to buy Zhang stocks on a large scale. Now, the Alliance of Heaven held nearly 10 billion dragon coins worth of Zhang stocks, pushing the Zhang family stock price to a new height. As a family with a century-long heritage, the Zhang Group's market value had reached nearly 500 billion, and around 30 of its shares were circulating in the market. Glancing at the computer beside him, Yifeng said, The market has opened. Sell. Crackle. Suddenly, the sound of keyboards echoed throughout the 16th floor of the Alliance of Heaven. Chapter 100. Building the Foundation Leader. As they entered, the 9 of them shouted in unison. All right, there are no outsiders here. We are all brothers. So there's no need to be so formal. Please sit down. Waving his hand, Yang Tian smiled and asked, What is the current situation? Yifeng stood up and said, Leader, so far, the other party hasn't realized that we are the ones taking action, so everything is progressing very smoothly. However, this matter will definitely not stay hidden. It will be exposed sooner or later, and we must be prepared. Nodding, Yang Tian said, It's okay, just do as you think is best. I'll handle the rest. With a thought, 3 large porcelain bottles suddenly appeared in Yang Tian's hand. Since you are all my trusted subordinates, I won't hide some things from you. You should be familiar with this type of elixir, right? This is called the strengthening pill. It can significantly enhance your physical condition. Tiani, you come from a prominent family in the magical city, so you should have some understanding of martial artists, right? Nodding, Tiani said, Yes, I know a little, but not much. After a pause, Yang Tian continued, You all belong to the category of ordinary people, so there are many secretive matters you are unaware of. Chapter 101. Confirming the relationship in the bustling campus. Yang Tian and Song Wanjun walk side by side, instantly attracting whispers from those around them. Hey, isn't that the new freshman school beauty from Huaqin? Who is that man beside her? Could he be her boyfriend? Sigh, it turns out that goddesses belong to others. It's so heartbreaking. Brothers, don't pull me away. I want to duel with that man. Oh no, don't run. Hold me back. Hearing the whispers nearby, Song Wanjun's pretty face had already turned red, and her gaze occasionally darted toward Yang Tian beside her. Yang Tian observed the expressions and actions of Yi-Ring closely. He waved his hand to the people beside him, then held Song Wanjun's small hand. Dong 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 as soon as her hand was held. Song Wanjuan's face turned blood red, and her heart was beating irregularly. Despite feeling very anxious at that moment, she did not struggle, as if she had tacitly accepted Yang Tian's actions. With a charming smile, Yang Tian gained a new understanding of the affection points given by the system. Since affection points were so useful, he decided not to engage in any ambiguity anymore and just focus on the affection points. Chapter 102. Brother is not happy soon. The two arrived at the cafeteria of Hucking University, where there were not many people left eating at that time. Looking around, Yang Tian pouted and said, "Xiao Junjun, where's the promised beauty? You can't be talking about these ugly ones, right? Who told you to be so late? We came a bit too late. Classes are about to start, so of course, there are fewer people eating." As she placed a chicken leg into Yang Tian's plate, Song Wanjun smiled and said, "Look at you, you're so skinny. You should eat more meat to replenish yourself." After saying that, her face flushed red as she lowered her head and continued to eat. After taking a bite of the chicken leg that the beautiful girl had given him, Yang Tian smacked his lips and said, "The chicken leg picked by a beauty is indeed delicious. Puffed. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Song Wanjun almost spat out the food in her mouth. "Talkative. Hurry up and eat. I still have to go to class later." Yang Tian paused, then sighed and said, "Hey, can I ask if you're really going to leave me like this? We finally got to meet and just established our relationship, and you're already abandoning me? Boo-hoo. I'm so pitiful." Channeling his inner actor, Yang Tian expressed his distress, his expression full of reluctance and helplessness. Chapter 103. Binding Zhao Xining Dingling. With the ringing of the bell, soon an old professor wearing reading glasses walked into the classroom. This was an economics lecture. Although the old professor's experience and teaching level were high, the atmosphere of his lecture was somewhat dull. In the classroom, apart from a few students paying close attention, most of the students appeared drowsy. After listening to a while of boring economics, Yang Tian slumped over on the desk, ready to sleep. Smack! "Oh, what are you doing?" Yang Tian asked, holding Song Wanjun's small hand with a bitter smile. Leaning close to Yang Tian's ear, Song Wanjun whispered, "Didn't you say you would accompany me to class? Why do you want to sleep as soon as the lecture starts?" A man's words are deceitful. Can you blame me? Look around. This old man lectures like he's hypnotizing people. I don't want to sleep, but what can I do? Yang Tian scratched the palm of the beautiful girl's hand and turned his head to continue sleeping. Blushing, Song Wanjun muttered pervert and chose to ignore him. Dingling. Soon, a boring economics lecture ended. "Brother, wait for me at the school gate later. After I put my things away, I'll come out to find you." Chapter 104. Brother-in-law. Seeing Zhao Xining wanting to hit him over a disagreement, Yang Tian naturally would not let her have her way. He stepped aside and easily dodged Zhao Xining's knee strike, then reached out to hold her, causing her knee strike to miss. "Are you trying to murder your husband? Girl, do you really think I'm made of clay?" Before Zhao Xining could react, Yang Tian had already hugged her from behind. "Girl, you're too hot. But I like it," with a twist of his right hand. Zhao Xining was turned around, and suddenly, a big mouth came into her view, suspended in the air and relying on one leg for support. Zhao Xining subconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her clothes. As Yang Tian was about to kiss her, Zhao Xining felt powerless to stop him and simply closed her eyes. Pop! Their lips touched and then separated. At that moment, Zhao Xining's mind went blank. She couldn't help it. Her first kiss, which she had protected for over 20 years, was taken away just like that. At that moment, looking at Zhao Xining, who resembled a little cat, Yang Tian smiled mischievously. Not long after, coming back to her senses, Zhao Xining's heart began to race a little faster as she looked at the man right in front of her. Chapter 105. Chess match arriving at the intersection. Yang Tian flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the Tianming headquarters. Sitting in the car, he opened his phone out of boredom, only to find that his WeChat was flooded with messages from the Li sisters. "Li Mengyao, brother, where have you gone? Li Mengyao, brother, why aren't you replying to my messages? Li Mengyao, what did you do last night? Li Mengyao, brother, you didn't get into trouble, did you?" After opening Li Mengru's messages again, the two sisters' messages were mostly the same. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian quickly composed a WeChat message to send to both of them. "Yang Tian, I left shortly after you two did yesterday. I have things to take care of, so I want to be returning to the villa for the next few days. You two behave at home." Not long after. Ding dong. "Li Mengyao, boo-hoo brother. It's so good that you're okay. You didn't reply to our messages, and my sister and I thought you were in trouble. We were worried and couldn't sleep all night. Li Mengru, as long as you're okay. All right, my sister and I are going to sleep now. We're really exhausted. Yang Tian smiled and replied to both of them. Yang Tian, then you two hurry and rest. Brothers will earn money for you. Chapter 106, Union Bang. Lighting a cigarette, Yang Tian lay back in his swivel chair, looking relaxed and at ease. An hour later, the stock of the Zhang family had dropped by 8%. At this moment, the investors were a bit panicked and began to sell off their shares, causing a cliff-like drop in Zhang's stock price. Looking at the screen, Yi Feng frowned and thought, is the Zhang family no longer propping up the stock price? Are they just going to let it drop? As he was speaking, Zhang's stock had already dropped by 9%. Just then, the Zhang family finally started to take action. Seeing someone buying up large quantities of scattered stocks, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Stop all selling immediately. Get ready to start buying up the scattered stocks on the market. Yes. Click-clack. In an instant, the 16th floor of Tianming was filled with the sound of keyboard typing. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang's stock was raised by 4%. Looking at the continuously rising stock price on the screen, the Zhang family members all smiled. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhun's face appeared somewhat gloomy. Something's not right. Huh? Jenner, what is wrong? Zhang Xiang asked in confusion. Chapter 107. The system upgrades again as the two families continue their match. The time quickly reached 11:30, and at this moment, Zhang's stock dropped another 8%. Everyone has done well. Let's take a 1-hour break and continue in the afternoon. After saying this, Yi Feng left the 16th floor, accompanied by a few people from Tianyi. At the top of the Tianming, looking at the additional 181 points in the system, Yang Tian began to formulate a plan. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At this time, Yi Feng and a few others entered with lunchboxes, looking very happy. Leader, it's time to eat. Let me treat you to a meal from our Tianming cafeteria. Soon, a large array of food was laid out on the table. Various dishes, chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all kinds of seafood. Everything was available. It seems your meals are not bad. Yang Tian joked. Scratching his head, Yi Feng smiled and said, this is all thanks to the leader. I'm just following your instructions. Hee hee. Good. You did well. All right, let's eat quickly. In no time, a sumptuous lunch was completely devoured by the 10 people. The taste is indeed good. Haha, at this moment, everyone laughed after hearing the leader's words. Chapter 108. Do you want to be a star? Soon. It was 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and the stock market had opened. As soon as the market opened, the 4 major families began to exert their influence. And under their push, Zhang's stock price was steadily climbing. Although the stock price had rebounded, the stockholders were already scared, and instead of buying in, they started to sell off their stocks. The battle has begun. Next, you know what to do, right? Understood. In an instant, the scattered stocks in the market were eagerly absorbed by the two families, and after pouring in hundreds of billions of funds, Zhang's stock price was quickly rising. Before long, amidst the competition between the two families, the stock price returned to the opening price of the morning. Continue to buy for me. We will buy as much as there is on the market. They want to raise the stock price, right? Then let's help them a bit. As time passed, in less than an hour, Zhang Group's stock hit the limit up. Everyone did well. For the remaining time, let's slowly absorb the scattered stocks. Although Zhang's stock had hit the limit up, it did not affect normal trading in the stock market. Chapter 109. The final battle won after a while of being intimate. Chu Xiaoyan went to prepare for the live broadcast. Soon, it was 7 p.m. in the evening. After starting the broadcast, Chu Xiaoyan held a nearly 3-hour lottery activity. So after Yang Tian entered the live room and made a big donation, he logged off to rest. After the live broadcast ended, and after taking a shower, Chu Xiaoyan climbed into Yang Tian's bed. With the beauty in his arms, of course, there was no lack of intimacy. No words were spoken throughout the night. The next morning, as soon as she got up, Chu Xiaoyan made breakfast for Yang Tian. Our Xiaoyan is really virtuous. Eating the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Chu Xiaoyan, Yang Tian did not forget to praise her. There was no way, after experiencing the poisonous breakfast from the Li sisters, Yang Tian finally understood that the beauty in front of him was the true virtuous wife type. Covering her mouth and chuckling. Receiving praise from her man made Chu Xiaoyan's mood as sweet as honey. After finishing breakfast, the two cuddled on the sofa for a while. And then Yang Tian had to leave. Brother, you have to come and play with me often. Looking at Yang Tian with affectionate eyes, Chu Xiaoyan murmured. Pinching her delicate face, Yang Tian smiled and said, don't worry. As long as I have free time, I'll come and find you to play. Who told you to be so fun? Chapter 110. Binding the four beauties after leaving Tianming. Yang Tian thought for a moment and took a taxi to his estate. Before long, Yang Tian returned to the estate. Lying on a bamboo chair, sipping tea and basking in the sun, he soon dozed off. Master, it's time to get up for dinner. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in Yang Tian's ear, quickly pulling him back to reality. Glancing at the girl, dressed as a cook, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Do I look that old?" "I'm sorry, The girl nervously tugged at her skirt, her face filled with anxiety. "Hey, don't be nervous. What's your name?" Taking a sip of cool tea, Yang Tian gently asked. "Master, my name is Xiang." "Pa!" Yang Tian slapped Xiang on her perky bottom and said seriously, "Don't you have ears? Why are you still calling me master?" After speaking, Yang Tian looked at the girl in front of him oddly, secretly thinking, Xiang? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Blushing at the sight of the young master, Xiang murmured, "I." Puffed. Seeing the girl's shy demeanor, Yang Tian couldn't help but laugh shamelessly. Chapter 111. The Wealthy Dog Ding. The system upgrade is complete. Lying on the sofa, scrolling through news on his phone, suddenly, a prompt sound made Yang Tian sit up straight. With a smile on his face, with a single thought, Yang Tian's consciousness sank into the system. System, after the upgrade, have any new functions been opened? Yang Tian asked excitedly. Ding, after the system upgrade. The last layer of the gold farming dungeon has been opened for the host. Every day, the host can use 10 dungeon passes to enter the 4th layer dungeon for 10 minutes to farm gold, yielding 10 billion. Ding. The martial arts and technique shop has been opened. System, that's it? There aren't even any new functions? TCH, you're really a scam. Yang Tian disdainfully curled his lips and said with a face of disgust. Ding. Specific hidden functions need the host to comprehend on their own. Hidden functions? Touching his nose and tilting his head, Yang Tian showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, Yang Tian couldn't come up with anything that could be hidden, so he decided to ignore it. Wah, brother, when did you come back? Just then, Qin Xiaoqian returned. Instantly, this girl swooped over like a bird and clung to Yang Tian. Chapter 112. The wonderful use of the gathering bottle looking at Yang Tian, who occasionally smiled. The two girls exchanged puzzled glances. At this moment, Qin Rongrong had already come home from work. Although she was sitting next to Yang Tian, neither spoke. Stretching, the instant Yang Tian opened his eyes, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Rongrong, you're back. Reaching out to embrace her, Yang Tian pulled Qin Rongrong into his arms. At that moment, he also saw Qin Xiaoqian beside her. Blinking her eyes, the little beauty also showed an expression of expectation. With a smile, Yang Tian pulled the little beauty into his arms. Hee, you all play first. I'm going back to my room to do my homework. Peeking her brother on the cheek, Qin Xiaoqian skipped away. Looking at her daughter with a blood-red face, Qin Rongrong secretly twisted Yang Tian's waist. Hiss, slap, girl, don't mess around. Be careful your husband punishes you right here. After patting the beauty, Yang Tian threatened with a serious face. Come on, are you scared? Seeing this girl still being stubborn, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Meng. Then Yang Tian picked up the beauty and walked towards the room. Chapter 113. Qin Rongrong shot before long. Wang Meng drove to the parking lot of the Tianming building. Looking at Yang Tian, many confused company employees began to discuss among themselves. Oh, is this the boyfriend of the beautiful Rongrong? It should be. Look at how close they are. Oh, it seems Old Song is going to suffer heartbreak again, Sai. I was just thinking of confessing to the goddess these days. Sai, looks like there's no chance again. Looking at the man with a face full of acne, a group of young women burst into laughter. This Old Song really is a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Hee, even toads have aspirations. Let us just ignore him. After all, you can't wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Yeah, I heard this kid confess to the receptionist yesterday and got rejected. Sigh, balding at such a young age. Who says otherwise? This person has no self-awareness at all, Sigh. Haha, listening to the discussions around them. The two didn't pay much attention and just walked into the Tianming building. Oh, buddy, why are you back again? Chapter 114. The troubles of the rich, Sigh. It's really too chaotic here. Let us go to Yifeng's office. Soon, Yang Tian pulled Qin Rongrong to the general manager's office. With a point of his hand, the screens around them instantly displayed images from the 16th floor of Tianming. Staring at the 16th floor, which looked like an internet cafe, Qin Rongrong was shocked and speechless. Since this matter was a top-secret plan of Tianming, Even Qin Rongrong had no information at all. Of course, this was also Yang Tian's instruction. He didn't want his woman to be in danger. Husband, where is this? What are they doing? Qin Rongrong asked cautiously. This is the 16th floor of Tianming, and right now, Yi Feng is commanding them in a match against the Zhang family from Yanjing. The Zhang family from Yanjing? Ah, could it be that Zhang family? Instantly, Qin Rongrong's face turned pale. There was no choice. In Yanjing, the four big families were like gods. Who would dare to oppose them? But Tianming dared. The man in front of her dared. Chapter 115. The final battle too. As soon as the stock market opened in the afternoon, Yi Feng issued a command for a full attack, and this unusual attitude left everyone puzzled. Boss, this goes against the strategy we set. Shouldn't you reconsider? A foreigner managing the trading advised. No need. We at Tianming don't care about this amount of money. Just follow my orders. Yi Feng said seriously. Okay. You are the boss. I'll listen to you. The moment he turned around, the foreigner showed a surprised expression, thinking to himself, what kind of organization is Tianming? That they even look down on thousands of billions? It seems I need to hold on tight to this big tree. All right, guys, let us follow the boss's instructions and sell off everything. Yes. Soon, chaos erupted in the stock market as nearly 100 billion in sell orders flooded in. The impact was unimaginable. At first, the four big families and stock investors were happily making money, but gradually they realized something was wrong. Inside a private room, after receiving a call, Zhang Zhen suddenly stood up with a serious expression. So that is how it is? Good job, Tianming. Chapter 116. Stepping in dog poop on the 16th floor of Tianming, looking at today's trading volume. Although Yi Feng had called it off in time, the four big families still seized 50 of the chips. How many chips do we have left? After checking, Yi Feng asked nonchalantly. Boss, we only have 20 of the chips left. Smiling, Yi Feng asked, how much have we lost in total? Boss, based on current funds, we've lost less than 20 billion, but we still have 20 of the chips. If we sell them all, we should still make a bit. Patting this foreigner on the shoulder, Yi Feng said, Robert, you need to have a longer-term vision. Remember, making money is not our goal at Tianming. The priority is to strike our opponents and crush their confidence. Yes. All right, keep an eye on the Zhang family stocks. Once their stocks stabilize and a large number of sell orders appear on the market, you continue to buy in, but once the chips exceed 50, you sell them off. We have plenty of time to play with them slowly. After speaking, Yi Feng went to the top floor of Tianming, which had already been restored to its original state. Chapter 117. The strange Qin Rongrong. Half an hour later, Wang Ming drove back to the estate. After getting out of the car, the three enter with laughter. Young master. Young mistress, miss, are you going to have a meal now? Chunxiang asked timidly. You go prepare. Yang Tian said slowly. Soon, the four maids brought delicious food. Unnoticed, Yang Tian winked at the four, then went to wash up, causing the four faces to turn pink. Glancing at the four, who were blushing, and then looking at Yang Tian's back, Qin Rongrong revealed a strange expression. As a clever woman, Qin Rongrong instantly sensed something was off. Thinking to herself, I knew it. No wonder he has been coming home so often these days. It turns out to be. Smiling, Qin Rongrong didn't bring up the matter directly, as she had self-awareness. As long as her husband had her in his heart, that was enough. Recently, after witnessing the match between Tianming and the Zhang family, Qin Rongrong felt a stronger sense of crisis than ever. These days, she had been thinking of ways to cope. After seeing the four with shy expressions, a new idea formed in Qin Rongrong's mind. Chapter 118. Good at nothing, first in eating. Not long after, Yang Tian returned to the villa. You know how to come back, huh? As soon as she entered the door, Li Mengyao clung to Yang Tian like a koala, patting the beauty's jade back. Yang Tian gently said, how could that be? You're so cute. I wouldn't forget anyone, especially you. Kiss Li Mengyao, with her simple mind, loved to hear such sweet words and immediately sent a fragrant kiss. Does that mean I'm not cute enough? At this moment, hearing the noise, Li Mengru also walked out of the kitchen. Not at all. You both are very cute, really. Is what you doing? Don't mess around. I just got back. And you're going to domestic violence me? Then I'll leave right now, okay? Pretending to be angry, Yang Tian acted as if he was about to leave. So stingy. Hee. I'm just playing with you. How could I leave? I think you're still waiting for me. Yang Tian said softly. Hee. You just in time? We just finished breakfast. Pausing for a moment and waving his hand, Yang Tian said, you all go eat, I've already eaten. While speaking, Yang Tian also shifted his footsteps. Chapter 119. Adults don't make choices under the insistence of the two women. After having lunch, the three changed into new clothes and prepared to go shopping. Three top sports cars slowly drove out of Villa Number 1, immediately attracting the attention of many onlookers. Wow, what a beautiful sports car. Honey, these three sport cars are so cool. I want one too. Can you buy me one? A woman with a score of 9 in looks and a hot figure said playfully. Jia, it's not that your husband doesn't want to buy you one. It's just that we can't afford it. Do you know what kind of car that is? A burly middle-aged man said with a bitter expression. What kind of car? Isn't it just a sports car? Our family has them too. The woman said somewhat angrily. Patting her jade back, the middle-aged man said, do you see the sport car in front? That's a Koenigsegg 1. The factory price is already 100 million. It said that someone spent over 200 million dragon coins to auction one just a few days ago. I never expected this big shot would live in the same villa area as us. It's that expensive? At this moment, after hearing the price, the woman was speechless in shock. Don't forget, the two cars behind are also not simple. Chapter 120. The Ultimate Realm of Dark Cuisine. After exiting the World Trade Center, a group of young people followed them out. Did you hear? That young man is a kept man. Oh, no way. I see those two twins are very clingy to him. And that handsome guy, doesn't he look like a gigolo? What do you know? He's just a little kept puppy. How could that be? I think this man is tall and handsome, and he looks confident and domineering. He shouldn't be what you say. How could it not be? Ask those who followed them just now. Someone calculated that those two twins spent nearly 100 million just in that short time. They are definitely rich women. Oh, no way. That is so vicious. That is almost a small target. No. Their spending has nothing to do with that handsome guy. A proud girl questioned defiantly. How does it not matter? All the money spent on this shopping trip came from those rich women. Plus, I just saw those two rich women buy that little puppy a luxury watch each, adding up to almost 10 million. Sigh. Really, comparing people can make you die. Comparing goods can make you throw them away. Chapter 121. Collective improvement. After going out, Yang Tian found a restaurant and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Of course, he didn't forget his two little cats at home and brought them some food. Before long, he returned to the villa. Xiaoru, your favorite beef. Yay. Yao Yao, your favorite crab. Hee hee. And these all are things you like to eat. Seeing this, the two were in a much better mood. Soon, they began to feast heartily, completely ignoring the tool Yang Tian. After breakfast, the three watched a romantic movie together before heading out again. After another round of shopping, they were all exhausted after half a day of shopping. As soon as they returned, they collapsed into bed. The next day, early in the morning, the phone rang. Hello. Chief, there has been an incident in Magic City. A hurried voice came from the phone. What happened in Magic City? Yang Tian asked. Chief Yi Feng, didn't you ask us to deal with the Zhang family in Magic City? Now, there are official forces intervening. Furrowing his brows, Yang Tian did not expect the officials in Magic City to get involved in this matter. Chapter 122. Zhao Xining has a boyfriend looking at the 8 departing figures. Yang Tian smiled and asked, recently, have the 4 major families sent anyone to gather information? No, the losses from the last time have probably made them cautious. Yifeng replied slowly. I don't care why they send people, but as long as they dare to send anyone over, you all take them down and let them jump around for a few days. Sooner or later, I will deal with them. All right, it seems there is nothing major here. You all can get busy. Oh, by the way, Yi Feng, when you're dealing with the Zhang family, don't forget our old business. Yi Feng smiled and said, Chief, don't worry. Recently, I've been preparing to invest in the Panda app. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian said, the Panda app? Great, go all out to acquire it. And we need to hold it entirely. Keeping it will definitely be of great use to our Tianming in the future. Yi Feng said with a bitter smile, Chief, the market value of this Panda app is nearly 200 billion. Moreover, the share structure of this company is also very complex. I think it might be difficult for us to acquire it fully. Smiling, Yang Tian said, you remember this. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. You first talk to them and see, as long as you know their bottom line. This matter will be easy to handle. Chapter 123. The obedient little chili pepper. This little brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you. After leaving the police station, Zhao Xining stomped her foot, full of complaints. Sitting in the car, looking at the stomping little chili pepper, Yang Tian was a bit stunned. Wow, is this still that unruly little chili pepper? This is clearly a little Red Riding Hood who has been wronged, right? Cough. No, it should be little chopped chili. Touching his nose and smiling, Yang Tian opened the car door and got out. leaning against the car door. He waved his hand. Wife, over here. Stumbling. Her pretty face flushed. The little chili pepper who was ready to wreak havoc suddenly wilted. There was no way. There were just too many acquaintances outside the police station. And on the second floor, there were two nosy women staring at them. Clenching her fist, Zhao Xining thought angrily about that brat. Wow, Sister Wang. Xining's boyfriend is really handsome. I'm a bit moved just looking at him. Bang bang slapping her indescribable chest. He showed a little girl's infatuated expression. At this moment, Sister Wang was also gazing at the scene below with sparkling eyes, her hands unconsciously resting on her chin. Chapter 124. Special Physique Before Long. The two arrived at a 5-star hotel near the police station. Help me book a presidential suite, Yang Tian said seriously as he handed his ID to the front desk. Glancing at the female police officer behind Yang Tian, the front desk lady immediately understood. Soon, she completed the room booking for Yang Tian and handed him a room card. As he was leaving, Yang Tian said, "Oh, by the way, have someone bring me a couple's package later." The front desk lady smiled understandingly and gave Yang Tian an okay gesture. He wrapped his arm around the little pepper behind him, and the two entered the elevator. Creak-click as soon as they entered the room. Yang Tian kissed Zhao Xining's red lips, gripping the corner of her police uniform. Zhao Xining's nervous little heart was about to leap out. Amidst the soft sounds, the little pepper also gave up her modesty and started to respond awkwardly. Ding, ding, ding at that moment. The doorbell rang at an inopportune time. After separating their lips, Zhao Xining shyly ran into the bathroom. Smiling, Yang Tian opened the door. "Sir, here is your couple's package," a beautiful waitress around 9 points said respectfully. Chapter 125. Feeding Zhao Xining medicine after resting for 3 hours. Zhao Xining regained her usual vitality. "Oh, are you okay?" Yang Tian asked in surprise, looking at the energetic and spirited female police officer. "I'm fine, what's up?" Zhao Xining asked, puzzled, while hugging Yang Tian's arm. Nothing. I just thought you looked a bit down earlier, and now you're back to your usual self." "So I found it a bit strange," Yang Tian said mischievously. With a blush, Zhao Xining replied charmingly, "Of course. I'm a mid-level master in the dark energy realm. How could I be as fragile as an ordinary person?" You really underestimate me." Looking at the proud female police officer, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Oh, you're that strong? Looks like I found a treasure." After a moment's thought, Yang Tian felt relieved. It seemed normal for martial artists to be stronger than ordinary people. Yang Tian thought to himself, "No wonder I can break through a small realm after just one time. It turns out it's because of this. Hee. It seems I found another way to quickly improve my strength." Glancing at the beauty beside him, Yang Tian said, "How about I take you shopping later? It's good to buy you a few fitting outfits." Chapter 126. Sending Zhao Xining to work, although Yang Tian was eager to verify his guess. He glanced at Zhao Xining beside him and gave up that thought. "Xining, are you hungry?" Nodding, Zhao Xining pouted, "What do you think?" "Of course I'm hungry." I'm a bit hungry too." "Then you go order food. I'll take a shower first." "Oh." After getting up, Zhao Xining ran to order food. Smiling, Yang Tian also went to take a shower. When Yang Tian came out, Zhao Xining had been waiting for a long time. At the dining table, she rested her chin on her hand, looking like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home for dinner, her beautiful eyes radiating affection. Seeing her gaze, Yang Tian also smiled happily. Ruffling her hair, Yang Tian gently said, "Why didn't you eat first?" "I'm waiting for you." Patting the beauty's back, Yang Tian said, "You can eat first. Why wait for me?" "What? Is it wrong to wait for you?" Yang Tian was instantly speechless. "All right, do as you please. As long as you're happy, let us eat first." Then, the two began to enjoy their meal. After eating and drinking to their fill, Yang Tian took her to buy clothes. Chapter 127. Wang Shuiqin looking at Zhao Xining, who was fuming. Yang Tian smiled and then drove away. Once in the office, Zhao Xining found a target to vent her anger on, but she wasn't foolish. She naturally chose the softer target first. "Xiao Yinzi, you got to getting bigger. Daring to take advantage of my boyfriend. I think you don't want to work anymore." As she spoke, Zhao Xining walked up to her, and with a pull, Xiao Yinzi was subdued. Then Zhao Xining started to teach her a lesson. "Letting you take advantage of my boyfriend. Let us see if you dare to act recklessly in front of me again. Ah, Sister Wang, come save me. Xining is going crazy." Boo-hoo, Xiao Yinzi cried out loudly. "Xining, stop being unreasonable. I'm coming." With a flash, Sister Wang appeared behind Zhao Xining and reached out to grab her shoulder. Although Sister Wang's intentions were good, The outcome was quite unfortunate. With a strange smile, Zhao Xining lightly spat. "Oh, my dear Sister Wang. I've been waiting for you, hee hee." With a sidestep, Zhao Xining dodged Sister Wang's sneak attack and grabbed her back. Chapter 128. Strange ideas, humph, you nasty Xining. How dare you bully me and even hit me? Don't blame me for trying to steal your boyfriend then. Sitting at her workstation, Wang Shuoqin thought angrily while staring at Zhao Xining's back. At that moment, Xiao Yinzi squeezed in beside Zhao Xining, looking at her with a mischievous smile. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xining asked impatiently, pouting. "Oh, Xining, don't be so stingy. Tell me about you and your boyfriend." Tian asked innocently with her shining big eyes. "Go away, what are you nosy for? Go play somewhere else." Zhao Xining waved her hand, speechless. In her heart, she thought, how can I tell you? You must be dreaming. If you don't want to say it, then don't. What is there to be proud of? Besides, I'm not that much younger than you. I'm only 2 years older than you, and I'm not any less than you." Tian challenged. Glancing at Tian, Zhao Xining thought it was true. Turning to look at the angry, mature woman, Zhao Xining sighed secretly. "You want to steal my boyfriend? What are you thinking?" However, it seemed she thought of something fun, and Zhao Xining couldn't help but smile. Chapter 129. Encountering the school beauty after dropping Zhao Xining off with nothing to do, Yang Tian drove to Hucking University to hang out with Song Wanjun. After all, he hadn't cared about the little beauty's life for a long time since their last separation. Yang Tian said, "Xiu Yunyun, I'll come to your school to play with you in a bit. Do you have time today?" Soon, Song Wanjun's message came back. She replied, "We don't have class this afternoon. Why don't you wait for me in the cafeteria? After we finish eating, we can go out to play together." "Shy," Yang Tian said. "Okay, I also want to see the beauties of Hucking." "Hee hee," Song Wanjun replied. "You bad person. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Angry, Yang Tian teased. Oh, is our little Junjun angry? All right, if you don't want to see me, then don't. But you have to compensate me well." "Wronged," Song Wanjun huffed. "Well, at least you know your place." "Proud," Yang Tian chuckled. "Hey, little girl, don't get too proud." Mischievous smile, Song Wanjun exclaimed. "Who is afraid of who?" "Sundara," Yang Tian said. "Wow, little Junjun, you have quite the ambition. Keep it up. I believe in you." Song Wanjun huffed. "We'll see. What are you so proud of?" Chapter 130. The school beauty was abducted looking at Yang Tian's back. He clenched her fists and said with determination, "Brother Tian, you can't escape my grasp." Wang Zian teased. "Xiao Yu, are you really going to steal someone else's boyfriend?" Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "Why not? They aren't married. Besides, do you think I would lose?" Nodding, Wang Zian agreed. "Don't be fooled by her youthful looks. She's actually quite the schemer with all sorts of devious arguments. As for practical experience, that is up for debate." "Ah, Yang Tian, is that really him?" Wang Zian suddenly exclaimed as she seemed to remember something. Frowning, he said cautiously, "Xiao Zian, you wouldn't be thinking of going after my boyfriend too, would you?" Although he was confident, Wang Zian's various qualities overshadowed her. And if she got intercepted halfway, it would be disastrous. Blushing, Wang Zian retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just thought of a possibility." Chapter 131. Wang Zian's heartache hearing the discussions around them. Yang Tian frowned. Leaning down to Song Wanjun's ear, he suggested, "How about we go out to eat?" "I'll listen to you, brother," she replied softly. Her voice was like a mosquito buzz, and the little beauty Wanjun remained as obedient and understanding as ever. "Let us go." He pulled Song Wanjun through the crowd, and soon they disappeared into the cafeteria. "Xiao Yu, are you still watching? They've already walked far away. What's wrong with you? You only saw them once. Do you really need to be like this?" Wang Zian said, patting Yu, annoyed by her lack of competitiveness. "It's all your fault for not helping me. That was my first love at first sight." Yu stomped her foot, turning her sorrow into hunger, as she ordered a large plate of food and fiercely confronted it. Looking at her distracted friend, Wang Zian said softly, "We used to joke about sharing men. How can that even work? I really don't know what is going on in your head." "Flyer, you said you were my best friend. Always saying what s yours is mine, and what s mine is yours. Turns out it was all a lie. I see our relationship is nothing but a plastic sisterhood." Chapter 132. Digging a pit for oneself after exiting Hucking School Gate. Yang Tian and Song Wanjun soon arrived at that familiar hotel. After a hearty meal in the hotel restaurant, they returned to their room. Bang lighting a cigarette, Yang Tian took a deep breath. "Are you going back tonight?" Song Wanjun asked softly. Taking another deep drag, Yang Tian replied, "No, I'm not going back. After he took a puff, Song Wanjun went to wash up. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang. Picking it up from the bedside table, Yang Tian opened WeChat and was instantly speechless. Zhao Xining texted, "Master, can you come pick me up after work? I told Wang Jie and Xiao Yanzi that you're treating them to dinner tonight." Glancing at the bathroom, Yang Tian chuklet bitterly. "When did I say I would treat them to dinner? Isn't this your own idea?" Zhao Xining replied, "Oh, come on, don't be mad. I'm just thinking of you. Don't you want to have a few more little maids?" Yang Tian thought, that might not be a good idea. Zhao Xining teased, "Aren't you a deity? Would you care about such things?" Chapter 133. Crazy testing sitting on the sofa. Yang Tian crossed his legs and grinned at the two. With a thought, he cast 2 detection spells. Character, Wang Shuiqin. Age, 31. Looks, 96 points. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Bust, 38F. Favorability, 75 points. Number of men, 0. Ding, Goddess Wang Shuiqin has been bound. Character, He Yin. Age, 22. Looks, 96 points. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust, 38. Favorability, 78. Number of men, 0. Ding, Goddess He Yin has been bound. After checking the basic information of the two, Yang Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. He thought, wow, Xining's friend is indeed not an ordinary person. When the two regained their senses and saw Yang Tian staring at them with a peculiar expression, they couldn't help but blush. However, for the two cunning girls with rich theoretical knowledge, Yang Tian's behavior would only make them feel a bit shy. "Little brother, do you like older sisters?" Wang Shuiqin said, twisting her sexy little butt as she walked over with a sultry look. Chapter 134. The car got hay. "Why aren't you eating first?" Yang Tian asked with a smile, shaking off the water on his hands. "Of course we're waiting for you," Zhao Xining responded. "Yeah, little brother, you didn't fall into the toilet, did you? Otherwise, why are you so slow?" Tian asked, covering her mouth in surprise. At this moment, Wang Shuiqin added, That's actually a possibility." Yang Tian's face turned red, but he didn't refute it. However, Zhao Xining was not having it. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? With me around, do you think my man is that pathetic?" Zhao Xining scolded. "Ha ha he, all she received were the mocking laughs of the two. "Xining baby, you don't understand this. Do you? Haven't you heard a saying?" "What saying?" Straightening up and looking at Yang Tian, Wang Shuiqin smiled and said, "A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as a mistress. And a mistress is not as good as stealing. Ha ha. Ah." At once, Zhao Xining was left speechless. There was no way to refute this statement, as it was indeed reasonable. Seeing the ice-cold beauty at a loss, he teased, "That's right. What Sister Wang said is true. Stealing is indeed more delightful." Chapter 135. Unexpected breakthrough that night was indeed a bit dizzying. Boom in a daze. Yang Tian only felt a surge of immense spiritual energy rushing in, and in an instant he broke through to the late stage of Qi refining level 5. Then, that spiritual energy surged forward, continuously charging towards the bottleneck of Qi refining level 6. Bang bang, the intense collision between the spiritual energy and the bottleneck also brought Yang Tian back to his senses. Looking at the situation around him, he finally understood what was going on. This was indeed an accident, but he expressed that he liked this kind of accident. Regardless of whether it was an unexpected breakthrough or not, the piercing pain he felt was simply exhilarating. 10 minutes later, dong dong at this time, the sounds of collisions inside his body had gradually turned into dull thuds. Soon, that violent spiritual energy rushed into Yang Tian's dantian and calmed down once again. In the end, Yang Tian still couldn't break through to Qi refining level 6, but he didn't feel the slightest bit angry. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tian then got up and went to the bathroom. He couldn't help it. That feeling of his body being torn apart was simply unbearable for a human. At this moment, sweat had already drenched his body. After taking a shower, Yang Tian came out looking refreshed. Chapter 136. New home after dinner. Yang Tian asked Qin Shaoqian to go back to her room to do her homework. After eating some fruit, Qin Rongrong also came back from work. Seeing Yang Tian back, Qin Rongrong was very happy. After she finished eating, Yang Tian took her back to the room. There was no way, although his strength had broken through. His realm was unstable. He felt a surge of spiritual energy stirring within him. After more than an hour, Yang Tian finally consolidated his realm. Bang, lighting a cigarette. Yang Tian took a deep puff. Are you still leaving later? Ding dong, at that moment, his phone rang. Yang Tian glanced at Qin Rongrong apologetically before picking up the phone. After reading the message, Yang Tian said, yeah, I still have to go out for a while. Qin Rongrong knew he was busy and tactfully didn't ask further. Soon, Yang Tian drove to the hotel. Upon seeing the three people, a thought crossed Yang Tian's mind, and 4 pills appeared in his hand. This is a gift for you. After speaking, Yang Tian gave 2 pills to each of them. Before long, the two experienced the magical effects of the pills. After the refining of the pills, both of them successfully broke through their realm and appeared much younger. Looking at the 3 stunning beauties with fair skin, Yang Tian smiled. Chapter 137, Is She My Sister? Arriving at the entrance of Villa Number 1, after undergoing iris scanning, Yang Tian walked in with a calm expression. Looking at the empty living room, he smiled and cautiously went upstairs. Gently opening the door, he saw that the two were still asleep. Clearly, they were unaware of Yang Tian's return. Otherwise, they would have happily jumped out of their dreams. Watching the two breathe evenly with smiles on their faces, Yang Tian chuckled but didn't wake them up, instead softly closing the door. After going downstairs, he thought for a moment and went to the kitchen to cook. These 2 lazybones are still sleeping in the middle of the day. I really don't know what they did last night. While cooking, Yang Tian thought. Before long, plates of delicious food were brought out by Yang Tian, instantly filling the entire living room with aroma. At this moment in the room, Meng Yao, wake up quickly. Did a thief come in? I hear sound downstairs. Li Mengru said timidly, pushing her sister. What are you doing? It's really annoying. I'm still sleepy. Can you not disturb my sleep? Chapter 138, Trouble comes suddenly. The atmosphere in the living room became a bit awkward, but everyone was smart enough not to break the silence. It's just unfortunate. We just finished eating, so the house looks a bit messy. Please don't mind, sisters. Looking at the messy dining table, Li Mengru said apologetically. As a flight attendant, she had met many people, so someone as clever as her understood the situation well. However, to solidify their positions as sisters, Li Mengru knew how to act, so she appeared very humble and virtuous. It's fine. It should be us disturbing you. The 3 also responded modestly. Watching the awkward conversation, Yang Tian found it amusing and wasn't worried at all about any potential awkward scenes. After all, Yang Tian was confident that with the persona he presented, no one would feel that they must be his only one. Giving her sister a glance, Li Mengru said, You all chat first. Sister, let's go clean the kitchen. Oh. Then, the Li sisters took the dishes to the kitchen. Chapter 139, Group Cleaning. Soon, after assigning the rooms, the group came down from upstairs chatting and laughing. Brother, how many days are you planning to stay at home this time? Li Mengyao asked, pouting and pulling on Yang Tian's arm. Ruffling the girl's hair, Yang Tian said, I originally planned to stay long-term, but I just received a call about an urgent matter that I need to handle, so I might have to leave this afternoon. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, the expressions of the Li sisters changed instantly. Brother, what are you doing? You just got back, and you're leaving again. You might as well not come back. You made us happy for nothing. Looking at the two with unhappy faces, Yang Tian smiled and said, I can't help it. If it weren't for an urgent matter, I wouldn't want to leave. Uto, hiv. Spoilingly hugging both of them, Yang Tian said with a guilty expression, Oh well, that's fine, but you have to come back quickly after handling your business, or we'll rebel together. Li Mengyao said angrily, pouting her lips and shaking her little fist. Oomph. If you dare not come back quickly, we will really rebel together, right, sisters? Li Mingru Kaimding. Chapter 140. Breakthrough of Constitution to 1,000 points. After entering the room on the upper floor, Yang Tian's consciousness sank into the system. At this moment, he found that his mall points had accumulated to 1290 points. After checking his attributes, Yang Tian had a plan in mind. With a single thought, he exchanged 145 element spirit fruits, 28 of each type, spending a total of 700 points, leaving him with 590 points. Looking at the system backpack without any hesitation, Yang Tian began to swallow them one by one. After just eating one spirit fruit, his big pig's hoof returned to its original state, without a trace left behind. As Yang Tian continued to eat, the 5-colored energy within him kept accumulating, and at this moment, 5 different light screens flickered around him, appearing quite alluring. Looking at his own condition, Yang Tian was somewhat astonished. Previously, his points were too low, and he could only eat a small number of 5-element spirit fruits each time, so he had never experienced a similar situation. Seeing the more than 20 spirit fruits in his backpack that he hadn't had time to consume, Yang Tian felt a sense of panic in his heart, as he didn't know how long this state would last before it disappeared. Chapter 141. Then let it disappear. Yang Tian Hobi. As soon as Yang Tian entered the door, two voices came over, and then two beautiful women, one big and one small, rushed towards him. Yang Tian affectionately ruffled the little beauty's hair, and then gave Qin Rongrong a loving hug. You take Xiao Qi into the room first. I need to talk to them. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yi and Yifeng and others walked in. Upon seeing the core members of the Tianming, Qin Rongrong's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and then she pulled Qin Xiao Qian back to the room. Everyone, please sit, Yang Tian said lightly. Yes. Once everyone was seated, Yang Tian then asked Tian Yi, have you avenged your grievances? Yes. The Zhang family's properties in Magic City have been completely taken over by our Tianming, and the culprits who caused the death of the old patriarch, such as Zhang Yin, have also been dealt with by us. As he spoke, Tian Yi and the others became excited and trembled, as the old patriarch had always treated them as family. So in their hearts, the old patriarch was like their father. As long as the grievances are avenged, that's all that matters. Other issues are secondary. However, our Tianming is not a soft persimmon to be bullied. I have told you before that we will not actively provoke others, but of course, others should not think they can urinate on our heads. Chapter 142. Cowardice? Early the next morning, as soon as Yang Tian opened his phone, he received a message from Tian San. Looking at the time, it seemed to be a message sent by Tian San in the early morning. Tian San, we have succeeded, and it won't be long before the entire Longhua begins to shake. 0228, Tian San, we have returned to Yinjing. Everything went smoothly, so the leader doesn't need to worry about us. 0548, Tian San, we have delivered the gifts to the Zhang family. 0648. After a moment's thought, Yang Tian quickly edited a message and sent it to Tian San. Yang Tian, how did you get a Magic City? Ding dong. Tian San, did you forget? You instructed the elder brother to arrange for several private planes to come back. Slapping his forehead, Yang Tian realized he had forgotten about this. Are the pilots reliable? Tian San, don't worry. Captain Zhang Liao has a pilot's license, and his skills are excellent. It seems our Tianming is also full of talent. Haha. By the way, do we need to prepare anything else now? No, we just need to remain still. I believe if they aren't fools, they will definitely think of us. Have you erased all traces? Chapter 143. Heading to Jiangbei soon, a group of people arrived at the airport. It was also Yang Tian's first time riding a private helicopter, so he felt somewhat curious. Humanity has always wanted to conquer the sky, but there are too many obstacles and helplessness, making air travel the only hope for people. Longhua, Jiangbei Province. In a vast primitive forest stretching thousands of miles, over 100 men in various camouflage training uniforms were training hard, sweating profusely. Suddenly, the vice captain in charge of training received an order from the captain. Notify the members of each squad to stop training immediately and gather here, said a sturdy man. Yes. Soon, the more than 100 people completed the gathering, demonstrating high discipline. Full speed through the forest, returned to the camp immediately. Yes, the voice was like thunder, causing the birds and beasts in the forest to flee in panic. In less than 30 minutes, these people rushed out of the forest. At this time, several buses were already waiting at the assembly point outside. Change clothes and get on the bus. With a whoosh, everyone quickly changed their clothes and boarded the bus. Sitting up straight. Chapter 144. Heavenly Kill mercenary group at this moment, on the square of an abandoned factory. Standing on a high platform and looking at the 200 big men below, Yang Tian's mind sank into the system. When he saw the huge mall points, Yang Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded, because at this moment, the mall points in the system had reached 1450 points, subtracting the original remaining 590 points, meaning that in just one morning, he had gained an additional 860 points. How could this not shock him? Without any hesitation, with a single thought, Yang Tian exchanged for 1,400 pills, leaving him with 50 points. Among these pills, there were 200 blood cleansing pills and 1,200 strengthening pills. According to Yang Tian's observation, as long as a person's physical quality was strong enough, after the refinement of the blood cleansing pill, their constitution would reach 20 points, and with 6 strengthening pills, the constitution could just reach 50 points, which is the basic attribute of a Ming-Jing realm expert. Although the Ming-Jing realm wasn't much for Yang Tian, These would be 200 Mingjing experts, and their strength would continue to improve in the future. Then, Yang Tian handed all the pills to Tian and the others, gave him a few instructions, and then he left. Chapter 145, Attitude of the Higher UPS. Okay, brothers, I can feel your intentions. I don't want to say too many sentimental words. Let's drink this bottle, and we will always be brothers. Holding up a beer bottle, Yang Tian shouted loudly. Always be brothers. At this moment, everyone raised their beer bottles and shouted in unison. Gulp, 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 bang, after finishing the drink. Everyone heavily slammed their beer bottles on the table, and the sound echoed in the cafeteria like waves, rising and falling. More than an hour later, Yang Tian finally stood up and said, "That's it for today. I announce that you have all successfully met the standards. Tomorrow morning, you can set off back to Yanjing." While Yohu at this moment, everyone was excitedly dancing with joy. After staying in this remote place for so long, they were indeed ready to leave. Of course, they were not just happy about going back, but also because they had all met the standards and received the leader's recognition, which was the real reason for their excitement. The night was quiet, but true calmness comes from within. That night, everyone slept very soundly, resulting in thunderous snoring that kept Yang Tian awake. Chapter 146, A Secret Move? An hour later, Yang Tian and the others returned to the headquarters of the Sky Alliance. In the office on the top floor, the senior members of the Sky Alliance were having lunch and discussing their next actions. "Yifeng, what's the current situation?" the leader asked. "Leader, I have exhausted all the bullets in my hand. It's now time to reap the rewards. Most of the chips are in our hands. So the stock market is ours to control," Yifeng replied while gnawing on a chicken leg. "Good, let's resolve this quickly. We have many important matters to attend to, and no time for games." Yifeng nodded. "I understand. I will do my best to strike them. Whether we incur losses or not is irrelevant. We are not here to fleece them." Soon, everyone finished their lunch. Looking at them, Yang Tian said, "I believe the 4 major families will not let this go. So be cautious in the coming days." All right, you all go back to work. I didn't sleep well last night. I need to rest for a while. Call me if anything comes up." Waving his hand, Yang Tian dismissed everyone. Chapter 147, Early Precautions. Waking up from a nap. Yang Tian checked the time and realized he had been asleep for over 2 hours. Just as he lit a cigarette, Yifeng came over. "How were today's results?" Yang Tian asked while tossing a cigarette to Yifeng. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, Yifeng slowly replied, "All the goods in hand have been sold out. Overall, we only lost about 20 billion. However, the Zhang family stock price has collapsed. The 4 major families thought they could buy in bulk today, but now all their stocks are stuck in their own hands. It's conservatively estimated they will lose at least 200 to 300 billion. After hearing Yifeng's words, Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, though it won't completely ruin them. At least it will injure them and let them taste some pain." Ha ha. Then, the 2 old smokers laughed heartily. With a thought, Yang Tian checked the system, and at that moment his mall points had increased to 521. Calculating, since he obtained the system, it had already been 5 months, and he had gained 400 billion from the system. Chapter 148, Making the Sky Alliance disappear from Dragon Country before long. Yang Tian and the others returned to the manor. As soon as they entered the living room, the 4 maids approached and helped Yang Tian and Qin Rongrong change their clothes. After washing up, the dining table was already filled with dishes. "Xiaoxiang, that green uniform looks really good. I like it, hee. Xiangxiang's pink uniform is also nice." Hearing the young master's words, both felt shy and lowered their heads, but in their hearts, they felt sweet as if smeared with honey. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Dongxiang and Chuanxiang said, "Young master, is our uniform not good looking?" After looking them over, Yang Tian replied, "It's all right, quite nice, but I prefer bright colors." "Oh." After saying that, Chuanxiang and Dongxiang ran out. Watching the 2 run off, Yang Tian smiled and sat down. Before long, Qin Rongrong came out after washing up. Looking around, she asked, "Hey, where did Chuanxiang and Dongxiang go?" Looking at the shy Xiaoxiang and Xiangxiang, Yang Tian said, "Just now, I mentioned I don't like dark colors. So those 2 ran off. I don't know what they are up to." Giving Yang Tian a glare, Qin Rongrong said, "Hubby, you're so bad. You said you don't like dark colors, but last time you insisted I wear black." Chapter 149, The 4 major families strike at this moment. The conference room of the 4 major families in Yanjing was filled with family members. Yanjing Zhang family. Ancestor. The officials have made it very clear that they will not intervene in our grievances with the Sky Alliance, so I, along with the heads of other major families, have unanimously decided to take action against that Sky Alliance, Zhang Zhun said seriously. Adjusting his white beard, the ancestor said, they should have been dealt with a long time ago, just a bunch of lackeys and traitors. At that moment, a powerful aura surged in, and Zhang Xiang angrily said, a small Sky Alliance dares to provoke our four families. They are truly seeking death. Xiang calm down. Do not get angry. They're not worth it. An elderly woman said softly. Oh. After calming his anger, Zhang Xiang sat down again. Zhen, you are the head of the Zhang family. You should make the arrangements from here on. Seeing Zhang Xiang's imposing demeanor soften, the ancestor then spoke lightly. Standing up, Zhang Zhun bowed to the surrounding ancestors and then turned to Zhang's son, instructing Zhang's son, quickly notify the Dark Department to prepare to fight alongside me against the Sky Alliance. After we meet up with the other three families, we will go together to take down the Sky Alliance. Chapter 150. Fierce Battle Yi Feng? You are the person in charge of investments for the Sky Alliance, right? Zhang Zhun asked lightly, looking at Yi Feng. I am Yi Feng. May I ask why the Zhang family head has come here so aggressively? Yi Feng replied with a smile. You know very well why. I see you lot are just stubbornly seeking death, the head of the Li family mocked. Stubbornly seeking death? Hearing the head of the Li family's words, Tian angrily clenched his fists and said coldly, what kind of dog are you to insult us as worthless? Giving Yi Feng a glance, Tian stepped forward and said, little worthless based on what you just said. You have no need to continue living. Whoosh with a movement, Tian instantly disappeared from his spot. Clap a slap echoed, and the arrogant head of the Li family flew out. It must be said that the head of the Li family was truly a waste. After spending so many family resources, he had only reached the peak of the dark energy realm at his age. Bang following that, the head of the Li family crashed into the crowd. The loud noise also awakened the other family heads, and, at this moment, the three of them were angrily staring at Tian. Chapter 151. The Masked War God. He accompanied by a chilling laugh. Zhang Xiang's body vanished from the spot like a ghost. Be careful. Seeing the opponent disappear, Yi Feng quickly shouted. In an instant, the 18 energy transformation realm experts from the Heavenly Alliance surrounded Tian. Seeing this, Zhang Zhun and the other family heads burst into laughter. There was no way. Today the four of them felt too stifled, always being the oppressed side, which made them, who were used to crushing their opponents, feel somewhat broken. Brother Xiang's movement technique has become increasingly strange. Alas, this old guy is still as perverted as ever. It seems that this crazy Xiang is about to break through to the Master Realm. Looking at the vanished Zhang Xiang, the three late-stage, innate realm experts nodded and commented. Kid, your mouth is too cheap. Let's see if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart first. No one can save you today. At this moment, a floating voice came from all directions, making everyone, who was already on edge, even more tense. Alas, it seems I need to take action. Suddenly, a voice like heavenly music reached the ears of the Heavenly Alliance members. Chapter 152, giving you an opportunity. In the gentle breeze, a white-clothed war god, concealed by a mask, appeared so ethereal and carefree. Alliance leader. Alliance leader. At this moment in the square, all Heavenly Alliance members knelt on one knee, shouting loudly. That voice was like a bell, constantly piercing the sky, intimidating the petty criminals who dared not move an inch. Wow, so handsome. Who is this person? Woo-woo. There is actually such a divine person in the world. I feel like I'm about to fall for him. The Alliance leader? Why would our general manager kneel to that person? Could he be the true big shot behind our Heavenly Alliance? At this time, gazing at the figure on the high platform, the employees invested by the Heavenly Alliance began to discuss. Darling. Looking at the imposing Yang Tian on the high platform, Qin Rongrong also called out infatuatedly. Rongrong, who were you calling darling just now? A nearby girl asked in confusion. Nothing. You might have misheard. Qin Rongrong hurriedly explained after coming back to her senses. Rongrong, just say it. What's the big deal? Such a handsome, divine person. I also want him to be my darling, but I'm afraid he won't look at me. Chapter 153, Trouble at the Manor. After disappearing from a square, Yang Tian soon arrived at a concealed location. Due to the official actions and the four major families, the area around the Heavenly Alliance had been completely sealed off, so there were no idle people around. With a thought, Yang Tian took out his clothes from the system backpack, and after changing, he returned to the manor. Not long after, Yang Tian returned to the manor. As soon as he entered, he noticed something was wrong. The manor was in complete disarray. Suddenly, he heard Wang Kai's barking and Qin Xiaoqian's cries from the inner courtyard. In an instant, Yang Tian's heart shook. He didn't know what had happened, but something bad was definitely going on. Whoosh worried about the safety of the beauty. Yang Tian moved, instantly increasing his speed to the maximum. A gentle breeze brushed by, and soon Yang Tian's figure appeared before everyone. The sudden appearance of Yang Tian startled everyone present. Brother Yang Tian, young master, alliance leader. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yang Tian's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. When he saw Wang Kai, his expression changed because Wang Kai was chewing something, and there were remnants of blood-stained clothing fragments beneath it. Chapter 154, Attitudes from All Sides. Soon, Tian E and the others appeared outside a luxurious nightclub. After checking the information on his phone, Tian E said, "This is the place." As he spoke, everyone directly charged inside. "Who are you?" Bang without saying much. With a wave of his hand, Tian E sent the person flying. "Someone is causing trouble." At this time, a shout came from inside, and a large group of people surged out from all directions. Looking at the crowd rushing in, Tian E calmly said, "Brothers, it's time to work. Remember, leave no one alive." Yes. As soon as the words fell, 19 people rushed into the crowd, and in just a moment, over 50 people had already lost their lives. They are killing people," the onlookers shouted, and many screamed as they rushed towards the exit. "This is none of your business. Stay put. Anyone who dares to run will not be spared." Looking at the crowd, Tian E shouted loudly. In an instant, the nightclub fell silent. Just like that. Although only 2 captains were guarding the entrance, no one dared to take a step further. Chapter 155, Deployment. Old Ancestor. At this time, the 4 family heads came before the ancestors. "Have you found out where those people from the Heavenly Alliance are staying?" The Zhang family ancestor asked lightly. "Yes. According to our spies, those people often go to a manor. I suspect there's something suspicious about it," Zhang Jin replied. "A manor? Which manor?" The Li family ancestor quickly stood up and asked, showing his deep hatred for the Heavenly Alliance. There is no way. The Li family had always been a single-line inheritance and didn't know what caused it, but every generation of family heads only had one son. Therefore, the Li family had always protected their males well, but this time, both of the Li family S2 generation heads were severely injured by the Heavenly Alliance. So the Li family ancestor now just wanted to destroy the Heavenly Alliance. "That manor is by the back sea." As they spoke, the 4 family heads opened a map and pointed to a marked location. There was no way. These ancestors were all a bunch of old fossils, having long since hidden away, so they were not very familiar with present-day Yinjing. Good, then let us go and wipe them out tonight." After exchanging glances, a hint of excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 family heads. Chapter 156, Night Battle. As night fell, the entire manor was devoid of the usual hustle and bustle, appearing particularly quiet. Thanks to the Alliance leader's warning, everyone did not dare to be careless and told the main mother about the situation. After hearing the news, although Qin Rongrong was also very worried about Yang Tian's safety, she knew that she couldn't help much, so she could only keep everyone in the manor indoors. At this moment, 2 or 3 kilometers away from the manor, on a mandatory road, Yang Tian was quietly lying on a towering tree, waiting for something. Before long, a roar echoed, and Yang Tian, who had closed his eyes and feigned sleep, opened them instantly. Looking out, he saw 6 cars speeding towards him. His eyes narrowed, and Yang Tian knew these people were not friendly. Whether they were coming for the Tianming was self-evident. With a wave of his hand, a burst of spiritual energy flickered and vanished. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 branches from the tree were snapped off and sent flying. Boom! Boom! 2 large and dense broken branches fell from a height of 40 to 50 meters, instantly blocking the center of the road, causing the ground to shake and dust to fly. Chapter 157. Wang Kai takes action at this time. Looking at the tightly closed gate of the manor, the innate realm martial artists from the 4 major families had gathered together. In fact, they had arrived outside the manor long before Yang Tian fought with those ancestors for about 10 minutes. "What should we do now? Should we just break in?" a martial artist from the Wang family asked. "No, since the leader of Tianming could guess we would come tonight. How could they not be prepared? It's better to be cautious," Zhao family martial artist speculated. "Zhao brother is right. the Tianming is not simple. We must not be careless. A martial artist from the Zhang family said. Raising an eyebrow, a martial artist from the Li family scoffed. What is there to be afraid of? If the Tianming really had that much power, their leader wouldn't have come in person. To me, they're just a bunch of useless people. At this moment, the others remained silent, all looking towards the peak innate realm martial artist from the Zhao family. It's better to be cautious. Let each family act as a group, and we can split up and attack from all sides together. Yes, that works. I also agree with Zhao brothers' plan. Why waste so many words? Just beat them up. Chapter 158. Not leaving one behind. What was that shadow that saved us just now? I don't know, it was too fast. I didn't TC anything. I didn't TC either. It should be a trump card left by the leader, right? After discussing for a while, Tian Wu then said seriously, Zhang Long, you take the boss to the inner courtyard to rest. The two of us will go support the other brothers. Okay. Then the three of them sprang into action. At this time, Wang Kai had already wiped out the Zhang family's team in the east and was heading towards the west. Before long, when Tian Wu and the others arrived, the battle in the east was already over. At this time, there was only one person left with combat capability. The other three had already passed out, and two headless corpses from the Zhang family lay on the ground. Fifth brother, just now I thought today was the end. Who knew that in a flash? Those two martial artists were dismembered. Thinking back on it now, I still feel a bit of fear. That shadow was simply terrifying. The remaining person said in panic. Patting him on the shoulder, Tian Wu said seriously, the situation we encountered is not much different from yours. Don't overthink it. This might just be the leader's trump card. After saying this, the three of them carried the three people on the ground and quickly rushed towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 159. Teaming up with Wang Kai to fight at this time, the valley, which should have been quiet, was filled with explosions. Yang Tian and those Master Realm experts were also engaged in intense battle. After dozens of minutes of fierce fighting, both sides were burning with genuine fire, and they had each sustained injuries. Among the 16 members of the four major families, only 8 could still fight, and even those 8 had varying degrees of internal injuries. In contrast, Yang Tian was also gasping for breath, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, clearly nearing his limit. At this moment, it was as if both sides had agreed. Neither took the first shot and just stared at each other. The autumn wind blew, rustling everyone's clothes, and the atmosphere on site felt particularly eerie. Master. Suddenly, Yang Tian heard Wang Kai's voice in his mind. After sorting through his thoughts, Yang Tian understood the reason. After all, Wang Kai was his bound system pet, and within a certain distance, they could communicate through thoughts. Why did you come over? Didn't I tell you to guard over there at the manor? Yang Tian asked angrily. Chapter 160. Both sides suffer glancing at the corpses of the powerful around. Wang Kai smacked his lips. Master, I want to swallow those martial artists' heads. Hearing Wang Kai's message, Yang Tian's heart trembled, and he asked lightly, why? Although Yang Tian didn't have much of a feeling about killing, the idea of swallowing heads was something he found hard to accept. Master, their heads can help me activate my bloodline and enhance my strength. Looking at the few people opposite, Yang Tian said, all right, since they are also my enemies, do whatever you want. Thank you, Master. Whoosh, whoosh then, Yang Tian and Wang Kai sprang into action. Be careful. Boom, 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 another fierce exchange ensued. And the four ancestors were pushed back step by step, but Yang Tian was not in a much better state. He had also taken several blows. Spitting out a mouthful of blood after creating some distance, Yang Tian's breath had weakened to the lowest point, and his body began to tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh at this moment, Wang Kai took advantage of the opening created by his master, continuously darting around nearby. Soon, one head after another was swallowed by Wang Kai. Chapter 161. Rest and recovery in the Silent Valley. 10 bulletproof vans sped down the road. Ding-ling-ling. Hello, has the task been completed? Yifeng asked seriously. Yes, I have already given the orders. The housing has also been arranged. It's a villa not far from the school, but it can only be handed over tomorrow morning. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng called Wang Meng again. Hello, Feng Yi. Wang Meng, the housing source has been found, but it can only be handed over tomorrow. You guys can stay at our other base for the night. Okay, I understand. Before long, the convoy exited the suburban valley and split at a junction. At this time, the ancestors of the four major families had returned to the Zhang family, and the heads of the four families were waiting for news here. As soon as they entered, The four of them spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ancestor! Everyone shouted in alarm and hurriedly helped the four people into the inner room. At this moment, a middle-aged man hiding outside the Zhang family's door also saw the situation of the four ancestors. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. And then he quickly left. Ancestor, where are the others? Zhang Zhun asked anxiously. Chapter 162. The Competition Young Master. After enjoying an hour of sunbathing, Yang Tian felt much more refreshed, slowly opening his eyes. He glanced at the lovely four maids and smilingly said, "What's wrong?" Chuanxiang smiled and said, "The young lady instructed us to let you rest more, and staying in the sun for too long can make you tan." "Yeah, young master, look, you've turned into a red-faced man." "Hee. Young master looks just like a red-faced Guangong now." Click. At this moment, Qiuxiang took out her phone and immediately recorded young master's embarrassing appearance. "What are you doing?" "Yang Tian Asked Qiuxiang speechlessly. Young master, please don't blame me. This is what the young lady requested. She asked me to take a picture of you every day and send it to her." Qiuxiang chuckled, covering her cherry lips. "Come here. Let me see my handsome face first, and if it's suitable, then you can send it to your young lady." Young master, I've already sent it to the young lady," Qiuxiang said shyly, gripping the hem of her maid outfit. With a darkened face, Yang Tian immediately took Qiuxiang's phone. Chapter 163. Dancing under the envious and jealous gazes of Chuanxiang and Dongxiang, the three entered the villa together. As soon as they entered with a thought, 4 pills appeared in Yang Tian's hand, which are the washing marrow pill and the beauty pill. "This is your reward. Remember, after eating it, you must take a bath. It's best to eat it inside the bathroom." "Oh," the two responded and took the reward from young master's hand. "You two can go back to your rooms now." After responding, the two went back to their rooms. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Tian felt the injuries in his body and frowned. "Sigh, it seems my strength is still not enough." Looking at the severely damaged meridians and the injured organs, Yang Tian sighed and felt gloomy. With a thought, Yang Tian's mind sank into the system. Looking at the missed 7-day sign-in, Yang Tian shook his head regretfully, with a bitter smile on his face. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations, the host consumption amount has reached the upgrade condition. System upgrading." Yang Tian's expression froze, and after realizing it, he became excited. Chapter 164. Life-prolonging pill in the villa's yard. Yang Tian practiced military boxing vigorously. Catching the attention of Chuanxiang and Dongxiang, who were watching from a distance, their eyes sparkling. "Young master is so handsome." After a backflip, Yang Tian keenly noticed the two nearby and slowly finished his practice. "Come over here, you two." He waved and smiled. "Oh." The two responded and ran over like butterflies. "What are you doing?" Yang Tian asked with a smile, patting their heads. With flushed cheeks, Chunxiang softly said, "We were watching young master practice." Dongxiang also nodded, murmuring, "Young master is really handsome when he fights." "Ha, little Dongxiang has good taste." Yang Tian Lao get. With a thought, 4 pills appeared in Yang Tian's hand. "Although your singing skills haven't reached the standard yet, young master is making an exception to give you the rewards first. You two must work hard from now on." Looking at the 4 pills in young master's hand, the two's eyes shimmered with excitement. "You can go back to your rooms to eat. Remember to go to the bathroom first, and then eat." Chapter 165. It snowed that night. Heavy snow began to fall outside the window. Standing in front of the window, Yang Tian smoked a cigarette while admiring the snow scene. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Without turning his head, Yang Tian took a deep drag from his cigarette and said softly, "It finally snowed. I haven't seen such a beautiful scene in many years." "Wow, it snowed?" In an instant, the 4 rushed over excitedly. When they saw the view outside the window, everyone shouted in excitement. In recent years, due to the greenhouse effect, the once common snow scenes have become rare, which is why they were so thrilled. After finishing his cigarette, Yang Tian asked, "Do you want to go outside and play?" Yes. Clapping their little hands, everyone looked eager to try. Before long, the 5 arrived at the villa's courtyard. What met their eyes was a vast expanse of white, and the scenery was extraordinarily beautiful. In the dim light, a gentle breeze swept across the ground, and snowflakes fell softly, already covering the earth in a new white coat. Looking at the beautiful scene as white as jade, Yang Tian couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, a few snowballs were thrown at him. Then, for peals of silver laughter rang out. "You actually dared to ambush this young master. You're really asking for it. Chapter 166. Preparing to return to Beijing. Happy. Times always pass quickly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, the headquarters in Yinjing remained calm, while Tian and the others had gone to the Golden Triangle to develop. Although there was nothing happening in the Tian Alliance, Yang Tian was somewhat overwhelmed by everyone. There was nothing he could do. He had disappeared for over a month, and anyone would have wild thoughts. However, after Yang Tian's heartfelt persuasion, everyone was calmed down. It's worth mentioning that this girl, would greet him every day, making him feel quite helpless. You stinky Yang Tian, dead Yang Tian, is your heart made of stone? How dare you ignore me? The fourth school beauty of Huaqing, when I humbly seek your affection. It really makes me furious. Yang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't want to provoke you. Since you're so desperate for love, if I don't agree, wouldn't that make me look too pretentious? Sigh, you know I have a girlfriend. How can I agree to you? On the playground of Yinjing Huaqing University, you saw that Yang Tian finally replied to her message and jumped up in excitement. What are you going crazy about? Wang Xian said with a bitter smile. Chapter 167. Shimenqing. Early the next morning, the five set off on their journey home. Upon learning that the alliance leader was returning to Yinjing, everyone rushed to Yinjing Airport early in the morning. Boom, with a roaring sound, the plane safely landed at Yinjing Airport. Not long after, Yang Tian and the four major maids appeared at the exit. A handsome man accompanied by four stunning beauties naturally attracted a lot of attention. Hubby, Brother Yang Tian, alliance leader. As soon as they came out, a crowd surrounded them. Young lady. The four major maids spoke in unison. Qin Rongrong nodded, and a few of them exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Qin Rongrong linked her right arm with Yang Tian's, while Qin Shaoqian linked her left arm with him, with the four major maids following closely behind. All right, let's talk about things when we get back. Under the escort of Yi Feng and others, the group quickly exited the airport. At this moment, in a command center in Yinjing, four elderly men were staring at the LCD screen in front of them. Deep in thought, Big brother, he has returned. Nodding, the eldest pondered for a moment and said calmly, recently, let our people keep a close watch on this kid. I've heard that those people from the hidden families have also arrived in Yinjing. Let's just wait for their success or failure. Chapter 168. Overstepping. At this time, Yang Tian and the others had returned to the manor. Woof woof. As soon as they entered, Wang Kai ran over. Master, rubbing Wang Sai's head, Yang Tian conjured 100 spirit pills in his hand with a thought. This is the reward I promised you. Woof woof woof. Thank you, master. Seeing the alliance leader pour a large bottle of unknown pills into Wang Sai's mouth, everyone finally felt relieved. No wonder this dog is so abnormal. It turns out it was raised on pills. Yang Tian, however, was unaware of the psychological activities of Yi Feng and others. After returning to the hall, Qin Rongrong pulled the four women away. Watching the five chattering and discussing, Yang Tian smiled contentedly. Shaoqian, you go back to your room first. I have some matters to discuss with them. Oh, Qin Shaoqian pouted in dissatisfaction, kissed Yang Tian on the cheek, and then bounced away. Yi Feng, how is the acquisition plan for Panda app progressing? Straightening up, Yi Feng replied, on the Dragon countryside, we've basically reached an agreement. The total is 150 billion, which accounts for 41 of Panda app's shares. Among the other shares, the Mitsubishi Group from the Dwarf Country holds 15, Samsung Group from the Stick Country holds 10, the Ross family from the Mao Country holds 14, and the Adam family from the Beautiful Country holds 20. Chapter 169. Return to Villa Number 1. Breakthrough. Brother, what's wrong? The Wang family elder hurried over upon hearing the news, looking at the just-awakened Wang Xiong, anxiously asking, Elder, that Shimen family is overstepping. Wang Xiong gasped for breath, his face full of anger. What exactly happened? Elder, they injured Qiner and even abducted her. The Wang family elder frowned, sighing, what a sin. I didn't expect such a beast to come from the dignified Shimen family. Elder, as the head of the Wang family, Shimenqing actually dared to forcibly take my wife and 2 daughters. I will fight them. Wang Xiong clenched his fists, his silver teeth grinding, his face twisted in rage. Brother, this is absolutely not allowed. The Shimen family has always protected their own, and they strike hard. If you do this, not only will our Wang family's century-old foundation be destroyed, but we will definitely be exterminated. The elder patted Wang Xiong's shoulder, saying sadly, even if we want to mediate now, it may be too late. For the family, you. Elder for the family. I would even sacrifice myself. I could even let Chiner and Yinner marry that beast together, but he even dares to not spare my wife. As a man, what use is there in living? Chapter 170. Heading to the Wang family dingling. At this moment, a ringing phone broke the tranquility. It's Sister Qin calling. As Zhao Xining spoke, she winked at Yang Tian and then answered the phone. Sister Qin. Ying, I've been trapped by someone. What should I do? At this moment, a weak and tearful voice came from the phone. Sister Qin, don't worry. What exactly happened? It's the Shimin family, that bastard Shimin Qing. He wants my mother and Xian to serve him, and now he has sent someone to capture me. Oh, don't worry. The master has returned. He will rescue you. Ah, the master is back. Seeing Zhao Xining's expression change, Yang Tian asked what's wrong. Did something happen to Xu Qin? Nodding, Zhao Xining handed the phone to Yang Tian. Hello. As soon as Wang Shuqian heard Yang Tian's voice, she immediately began to cry. Master, please save me. Save my sister and mother. Listening to the cries coming from the phone, Yang Tian frowned and asked, what exactly is going on? It's Shimin Qing from the Shimin family. He was originally my sister's husband, but this beast wants my mother and sister to serve him, and now he has captured me. Chapter 171. Yang Tian's Thuri Crash. With a loud noise, Shimin Qing pushed open the door and walked in with a lewd expression. What do you want? Wang Shuqian glared at Shimin Qing, her eyes flashing with nervousness. What do I want? Don't you know? As he spoke, Shimin Qing stepped forward, grabbed Wang Shuqian's arm, and threw her onto the bed. At that moment, Wang Shuqian was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with no power to resist. What if you're stronger than me? Go ahead and resist. Indeed, after being captured by Cheng Bo, Wang Shuqian's inner strength had been sealed, and she couldn't muster any power at all. You dare touch me? Aren't you afraid of my master? Hearing Wang Shuqian's words, Shimin Qing scoffed disdainfully. In the Dragon Country, my Shimin family is not afraid of anyone or any power. You don't think this simple truth is beyond your understanding, do you? You. Looking at Wang Shuqian, who radiated a mature woman's charm, Shimin Qing felt a fire brewing in his lower abdomen. What a perfect work of art. Chapter 172. The Wang family submission. Save me. Looking at the arriving Wang Xiong and the others, Shimin Qing cried out as if he had seen a savior. Seeing Shimin Qing, who had been reduced to a pillar, Wang Xiong couldn't help but tremble. I said, whoever dares to touch my woman will have to bear my wrath. Yang Tian's words were as cold as ice, cutting through the hearts of everyone present like a knife. Master Wu. Wrapped in Yang Tian's clothes, Wang Shuqian suddenly threw herself into his arms. Be good. Don't cry. Gently patting Wang Shuqian's back, Yang Tian comforted her like a child. Looking at his daughter, Wang Xiong thought silently, Master, you young people really play hard. Now that Cheng Bo is dead and Shimin Qing has been discarded, it can be said that the Wang family has completely offended the Shimin family, even though it was all the doing of this young man in front of them. But both incidents happened at the Wang family, and the Shimin family won't care about the details. Who are you? Wang Shuqian immediately introduced him as Yang Tian. Yang Tian? Wang Xiong pondered for a moment, as if recalling something. Chapter 173. Zhao Yan's choice. Not long after, with a rumble, Yang Tian's strength successfully broke through to the mid-stage of Qi refining level 7. After dinner, under the compliments of the Wang family members, Yang Tian left the Wang family mansion. Send off the master. Under Wang Xiong's lead, the Wang family members bowed in respect. Waving his hand, Yang Tian got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver was the leader of the Wang family's dark division, a middle-aged man in the mid-stage of the innate realm. Boom! After Yang Tian left, Zhao Ying pulled her two daughters and asked, You two? Both of them naturally knew what their mother was asking and nodded. Well, fine. Our Wang family has already submitted to him, so following him isn't a loss. Although Zhao Ying spoke lightly, both girls still blushed with shame. There was no way around it. They felt embarrassed just thinking about what had just happened. Looking at her two daughters, Zhao Ying thought, don't these young people know how to hold back a little? At this moment, Wang Xian also noticed her mother's strange expression and couldn't help but clench her skirt. Wang Shuqian, however, showed no signs of embarrassment and whispered, We're not losing out all. Chapter 174. The Zhao family and the He family's submission. Wang family. As soon as Wang Xian returned to her room, she took out her phone and sent a message to her best friend. Xiao Yiyun, I've bravely dedicated myself. Ding dong. After finishing dinner and doing yoga, he heard her phone go off. Upon checking, she immediately became interested. Wow. Xiao Yinyin, you've lost your virginity so soon? How is your Qing Gongzi skill? Wang Zian replied, don't make a fuss, it's Yang Tian. He was joking around, but froze the moment she saw the message. Xiao Yinyin, that's not fair. You actually stole my man? I'm really angry. Wang Zian asked, do you know who he is? He replied, who? Wang Zian said, the leader of the Tianming. Shi Minqing has been discarded by him, and our Wang family has also submitted to him. Looking at the message from her best friend, He was stunned. How could that be? How can he be the leader of the Tianming? That's unbelievable. Wang Zian said, don't say it's just you. When I first heard it, I had the same reaction as you, but that's the truth. He exclaimed, ah, that's great. It seems my vision is pretty good. Brother Tian is really outstanding. Wang Zian scolded, you're shameless. He retorted, you stole my man, and I haven't even blamed you yet? You're the one who's making a big deal out of it. Chapter 175, Misunderstanding Before Long. The two returned to Villa Number 1. As soon as they got back, the little glutton at home started complaining that she hadn't eaten yet. Shaking his head, Yang Tian had no choice but to go and cook. Ding ding dong. After a flurry of activity, the dining table was soon filled with dishes. As soon as they smelled the food, the two rushed in excitedly. In just about 10 minutes, a large table of food had been mostly devoured by the two. After they were full, Yang Tian said, you two really excel at eating, but are useless at anything else. Hurry up and wash the dishes. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Okay, I'll go. Is that enough? Yang Tian said helplessly. Zhao Xining just laughed at him from the side. In the midst of their playful banter, the night passed quickly. The next morning, after washing up, when Yang Tian was about to leave, the dining table was already filled with breakfast. Complimenting Zhao Xining, he began to enjoy the meal. After eating his fill, Yang Tian gave a few instructions to everyone before leaving the villa. After thinking for a moment, he drove to Chu Xiaoyan's residence. Having disappeared for so long and not seen her in a while, he wanted to comfort her. Before long, Yang Tian arrived at Chu Xiaoyan's residence. Chapter 176. Beichen Tian time passed quickly, and it was already afternoon. At this point, the two had exchanged sweet nothings. To make it up to her, Yang Tian decided to take her out shopping. Thinking carefully, he realized he had never taken her out shopping before and felt a bit unqualified. Hearing that Yang Tian wanted to take her out, Chu Xiaoyan was naturally overjoyed. Although she was a smart person and understood her position, she was still excited. With the sound of the car horn, the car sped away. Soon, they arrived at the largest luxury goods mall in Yanjing. Everywhere they looked, there were high-end luxury brand stores. Chu Xiaoyan wasn't a materialistic girl. Although she had over 100 million in her account, she usually used inexpensive products. Yang Tian had scolded her a few times for this, but whenever he saw her shy and pitiful look, he couldn't bear to do so anymore. Let's go. Clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, buy whatever you want today. Forget it. I don't have any concept of luxury goods. Just buy me a few pieces of clothing. Seeing her showing that kind of look again, Yang Tian was also speechless. He thought, girl, do you think this is helping me? If you really want to help me, then spend money freely. Chapter 177. Verbal dispute with a melodious tune playing. Chu Xiaoyan started her evening live broadcast. At this moment, Beichen Tian was fixated on Xiao Yinyin's voluptuous figure and her beautifully swaying curves, his eyes glinting with desire. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. 6 pale-faced young men walked in, each with a beautiful woman in their arms. Brother Tian. Boss. Casting a glance at the group, Beichen Tian merely responded lightly and continued watching the live broadcast. Brother Tian, what are you doing? As he spoke, Fang Yin sat beside Beichen Tian and leaned in to look. The others also put down the beauties in their arms and sat down. Oh, it's actually Xiao Yinyin? After glancing at Fang Yin, Beichen Tian said seriously, do you know her? How could I? If I knew her, a beauty of this caliber wouldn't be able to escape. Right? Hee. Fang Yin joked. That's true. When we were abroad, we got tired of foreign girls, so when we come back, of course, we need a change of taste. Chapter 178 Competition Little Brat. Don't use all your net worth to challenge my pocket money. A barrage of comments appeared, followed by a flurry of gifts. Yin Gu sent Xiaoyan a Ferris wheel 1. Yin Gu sent Xiaoyan a Ferris wheel 999. Seeing this foolish thing showering gifts at the slightest disagreement, Yang Tian couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a money-spending child? Now, Tianming has already acquired 46 of the Panda shares, plus Xiaoyan's share. Isn't this a guaranteed profit? Even if he was just throwing away money, Yang Tian wouldn't care at all. In his eyes, the only thing that mattered was the system tasks and mall points. Boys, don't say I'm bullying you. I'm challenging all of you by myself. If any of you can beat me, I'll immediately quit the internet. A barrage of comments was sent out. Then, Yang Tian took out an object from the drawer in the living room. This was a gift-giving device he had specially made to free his hands. Soon, Yang Tian also entered the crazy gifting mode. Feng Hui Yang Tian sent Xiaoyan a Ferris wheel 1. Feng Hui Yang Tian sent Xiaoyan a Ferris wheel 1314. Chapter 179, Conclusion in the Bedroom. After playfully teasing each other for a while, Chu Xiaoyan finally sat in front of the mirror to put on her makeup. With nothing to do, Yang Tian went to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he focused his mind and sank into the system. After completing his daily check-in, Yang Tian checked his mall points. At a glance, he saw that his mall points had accumulated to 1866. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian exchanged for 200 pieces of 5-element spirit fruits, since refining the 5 organs required achieving a balance of the 5 elements. He exchanged 40 pieces of each type of spirit fruit. Reaching out, 5 walnut-sized, fragrant 5-colored spirit fruits appeared in his palm. Then, he began to swallow them one by one. In no time, 5 faint halos continuously emerged around him, due to being covered by his clothes. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. After more than half an hour, all the spirit fruits had been consumed. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from within his body. Then, a wave of comfort surged over him, and Yang Tian couldn't help but murmur, feeling quite relaxed. At this moment, his body was peaceful, and the majestic 5-colored energy had long since disappeared without a trace, all merging into his 5 organs. Chapter 1, 80 Sword Spirit. I wonder what this will produce? With this thought, Yang Tian stopped hesitating. With a thought, he first completed the enhancement points, raising both his physique and spirit to 2215. After finishing these, Yang Tian took out the gift package reward. Looking at the small square box in his hand, Yang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Open. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, and the small square box floated in the air. Whoosh! In just a moment, the box began to dissolve, and a small sword sprang out from within. This time, it actually produced a sword. Yang Tian reached out, and the small sword shot towards him, finally landing steadily in his hand. Before long, the small sword transformed into a 3-foot-long, 35 centimeters wide, completely yellow, rusty sword. Although the sword looked unremarkable, Yang Tian would not think so. Recalling when he first got the wealth-bringing item, he had also been disdainful, thinking the system was playing him. But what was the result? This dog not only gave him surprises, but also helped him regain his life. Products from the system are definitely high quality. He traced his finger along the sword blade, letting drops of blood fall onto the sword surface. Watching the blood disappear and merge into the sword, Yang Tian became intrigued. Chapter 181 Boom. With a loud rumble, the car shot out like an arrow. Brother Tian, where are you taking us? Hiyu asked timidly, blinking her big eyes as if she had encountered a big bad wolf. As for Wang Xian, this girl just lowered her head, silent, like a shy goddess lost in thought, evoking pity. What else? Of course, we're looking for a place to rest. Yang Tian shrugged, thinking it was pointless to ask why they were coming along. You guys got in the car yourselves, and now you're asking me where we're going? Isn't that just nonsense? Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Hiyu, who usually feared nothing, became nervous, her heart pounding in her chest. Soon, the car stopped in front of a familiar hotel. Entering the hotel lobby, the front desk was still the familiar girl. A presidential suite, please. The front desk girl glanced at Yang Tian, smiled, and processed his room card. After taking the room card, Yang Tian turned back to the front desk to order some food. He swiped his card, and the door opened. Not long after entering, the delivery person brought in the meal. I'm starving. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Hiyu immediately dragged Wang Xian over. Chapter 182 This well-behaved? Boom! With a slam of the brakes, Yang Tian arrived at the entrance of Hucking University. Getting out of the car, he lit a cigarette and then took out his phone to send a message to Song Wanjun. I'm at your school gate. When can you come out? Brother-in-law. Just after sending the message, a loud voice called out from nearby. Looking over, it was none other than that silly Zhao Shuang. Is that you, Zhao Shuang? Zhao Shuang patted Yang Tian's shoulder, grinning. Brother-in-law, I'm really impressed with you. You're not here to find a school flower song again, are you? Aren't you afraid my sister will find out and tie you up for a good beating? As if recalling some tragic scenario, Zhao Shuang shivered at the thought. Where does this even start? Your sister is so cute and well-behaved. How could she be abusive? Hearing Yang Tian's words, Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at Yang Tian, she gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. You're the first man to dare say my sister is cute and well-behaved. I'm impressed. Really? Yang Tian smiled and handed a cigarette to his little brother-in-law. Uh-huh. Accepting the cigarette, Zhao Shuang nodded vigorously, looking as if she deeply understood. Chapter 183 Transfer. After taking a shower, Yang Tian found a hairdryer. Boom. He let Wan Jun sit on a stool while he gently dried her hair. They spent the night in silence. The next morning, ding-ling-ling, the phone ringing woke both of them up. Rolling over to grab his phone, Yang Tian sleepily answered the call. The leader, there was a small issue with Chu Xiaoyan, and I thought I should let you know. On the phone, Tian Air's voice came through. In an instant, Yang Tian sat up, his face dark and uncertain. What's wrong? Awakened by Yang Tian's movement, Song Wanjun, who was next to him, rubbed her eyes and asked, It's nothing, you continue to sleep. I'm going to take a call. Oh, after saying that, Yang Tian got up and went to the suite. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Tian furrowed his brows and asked what was going on. It's like this. Didn't you ask me to send someone to protect those on the list? Just last night, a group of people went to Chu Xiaoyan's neighborhood, trying to pry the door open, and they have already been controlled by the people I sent. Oh, who are they? Who sent them? According to their confession, they were instructed by someone named Fang Yan, who told them to kidnap Chu Xiaoyan and take her to Beihai City, and also to find out the whereabouts of the leader. Chapter 184. The heart of a strong person lying in the luxurious living room, looking at the huge chandelier above. Chu Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Thinking back to before, she was just a struggling person fighting for a living. But now, although she didn't know how many children she had, the life she was living was beyond her imagination. How is it? Isn't it nice here? Just then, the doorbell rang. When she opened it, it was the bodyguards responsible for guarding Chu Xiaoyan. Behind them were workers from a moving company wearing uniforms. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. In less than half an hour, everything was placed where it should be. After giving each of them 100 in tips, Yang Tian sent them away. With a glance, several bodyguards also left with those people. Before becoming invincible, Yang Tian didn't want his women to know too much. Of course, this wasn't a guard against them, but to protect them. As for those women who already knew his identity, it was a different story, but protection was still essential. Since Yifeng had already taken care of everything, he was also enjoying his leisure. Chapter 185. Enhancing strength after hanging up the phone. Yang Tian drove back to the manor. An hour later, at the manor, lying on a bamboo chair, Yang Tian enjoyed the sun, while the four maids surrounded him, gently serving him. Xiaoxiang was massaging his shoulders, Chunxiang and Dongxiang were helping him with his legs, while Qiuxiang was brewing tea nearby, occasionally feeding him fruit. Since today was the weekend, the Qin family mother and daughter were also at home. Not far away, Qin Xiaoqian was playing happily with Wang Kai. Ever since Wang Kai saved Yang Tian last time, this girl suddenly changed her attitude. Not only did she stop bullying it, but she also took it everywhere with her. The two, one person and one dog, had now become inseparable partners. Yang Tian was also very happy about this. After all, Wang Cai's strength was considerable, and with it by his side for protection, he had one less worry. As for Qin Rongrong, she was busy in the kitchen. Just because Yang Tian mentioned he wanted to eat her homemade dishes, she insisted on making a home-cooked meal for him by herself. Young master, why won't the young lady let us help? With big watery eyes, Qiuxiang asked in confusion. Because you should ask for yourself. Chapter 186. Eavesdropping on secrets, seeing the leader leave. Everyone didn't stay long and left. Arriving at the parking lot, Yang Tian casually picked a car and drove away. After more than an hour, according to the location sent by Tian Air, Yang Tian quickly arrived at the target location. After parking the car, he went to a hidden spot, changed his gear, and in a flash, disappeared from his original position. It wasn't long before he arrived in front of a villa. Upon seeing the villa, Yang Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. It wasn't that he hadn't seen anything, it was just a bit too extravagant. A 9-story villa was something he had never seen before. Not only that, but the villa's courtyard walls were also over 3 meters high, and cameras were installed everywhere. Today, he came to gather information, not to kill, so he couldn't barge in flamboyantly. After looking around with a flash and a few jumps, Yang Tian arrived on a tree. From a distance, the villa was filled with guards, making it extremely difficult for an ordinary person to sneak in. After observing for nearly half an hour, Yang Tian figured out the patrol patterns. With a few light leaps, Yang Tian floated down like a kite. Soon, he stealthily arrived at the target position. Chapter 187. The fish is here in the kitchen. At this moment, Chuanxiang and the others were seriously cleaning the dishes. Seeing the three of them whispering continuously, Xiang was absent-mindedly washing the dishes. Time passed, and before long, it was dusk. After having dinner with Qin Rongrong, the two returned to their rooms. With a thought, the gathering Yin bottle on his arm transformed into a light spot and then entered Qin Rongrong's body. More than 2 hours later, when the last trace of Yin energy was fused with Yang Tian's pure Yang energy, everything finally calmed down. After the transformation of the extreme Yin body, Yang Tian could clearly feel that his strength had reached a saturated level and could break through at any time. After resting for a while, Yang Tian got up to take a shower before heading out. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, his phone rang. "Leader, the group from the Shiman family has moved." On the phone, Tian Air's voice came through. Smiling, Yang Tian replied, "I know, just keep an eye on the Tian Alliance. Leave these small fish to me." Understood. After hanging up the phone, boom, with a loud rumble, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped away. It wasn't long before Yang Tian arrived at the Wang family's courtyard in Yanjing. Chapter 188. Confrontation. Scanning the crowd, seeing that his two women had also followed, Yang Tian waved to them. Facing such a battle, the two were also quite nervous. Seeing their master summon them, they blushed and walked over. Yang Tian whispered a few words in their ears, and the two stepped back. Wang Xiong also nodded, more satisfied with his son-in-law. In just a moment, a group of men in black surged toward the pavilion, dividing into two rows. In sight, an ordinary-looking elderly man in white led the way, followed by 5 others, each exuding a strong aura. At this time, Wang Xiong stood behind Yang Tian with the Wang family members. 10 meters apart, the two groups of people stared at each other, facing off. The Shiman family came in with great momentum, intending to unleash a killing spree as soon as they entered the courtyard. However, not only was there no one to kill, but they didn't even see an ant. Looking up at the newcomers, Yang Tian smiled and said, "The guests are here. How about we have a drink first?" Upon seeing Yang Tian in white with a silver mask, Shiman Hu immediately recognized his identity, his iron fists cracking ominously. Shiman Yong disdainfully remarked, "A coward who hides and shows himself. How dare you speak to me? Where's Wang Xiong?" Chapter 189. Mediator Buzz. As the Divine Slayer's sword came into his hand, a hint of coldness seeped into Yang Tian's aura. "Master, you finally let me out." Hee hee hee. Hearing Xiaoer's silver, bell-like laughter, Yang Tian almost stumbled and fell from the air. At that moment, a figure with a curvaceous body and long, snow-white thighs appeared in his mind. Her hair flowed long, bangs falling over her oval face, with bright eyes and white teeth, willow brows and purple lips, looking about 26 or 27, exuding a mature charm. Whoosh! While Yang Tian was lost in thought, Shiman Yong charged towards him. A sword aura, carrying the powerful presence of a grandmaster, shot straight for Yang Tian's vital points. "Master, be careful." Hearing Xiaoer's warning, Yang Tian snapped back to reality. He cursed softly, realizing he couldn't be careless, and raised his sword to block the attack. Due to the hasty response, he was knocked back by the tremendous force. Seeing her master in trouble, Xiaoer didn't get angry, but instead teased, "Master, you can't let your mind wander during battle." Chapter 190. Meeting the big shot raising an eyebrow, the elder said, "Oh, what price does the Shiman family need to pay?" Hearing this, Yang Tian knew there was a chance. Ignoring the predatory gazes from the Shiman family's camp, Yang Tian instructed Wang Xiong to count the number of deaths and injuries. Then, the two began discussing compensation in front of a large crowd. This maneuver made the 4 official experts unable to help but laugh. Compared to the relaxed crowd, the Shiman family's camp was shrouded in dark clouds. After a heated discussion, Yang Tian named a compensation of 10 billion dragon coins. Impossible! Shiman Yong roared, and in his fury, he aggravated his injuries, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Smiling, Yang Tian said, "Old coot, if it weren't for me wanting to give the officials some face, even if your Shiman family offered 100 billion, I wouldn't let you off." With that remark, the 4 experts secretly cursed him as a sly fox. After speaking, Yang Tian walked toward Shiman Yong. In an instant, everyone from the Shiman family stood ready, watching Yang Tian with vigilance. Although they were furious, No one dared to step forward to stop him. Chapter 191. Long Linger. After joking with each other for a while, the big shot turned to Yang Tian. Young friend, you don't need to hide anything from me, do you? Seeing Yang Tian still hesitating, the big shot smiled and said, I know what you're worried about. Do you really think that wearing a mask would keep me from knowing your identity? Yang Tian, from Tiantai, Jiang City, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. The behind-the-scenes leader of Tianming Investment. Am I right? Under the silver mask, Yang Tian began to feel nervous, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In the past, he could act recklessly because his identity was not exposed and no one knew his background. But this big shot in front of him seemed to know everything about him. This made him a bit passive. Patting Yang Tian's shoulder, the big shot smiled and said, Young man, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. As the ruler of Longhua, I must ensure the order and safety of Longhua. From the moment Tianming appeared, all your actions have been under my surveillance. As he spoke, the big shot unleashed a powerful aura that forced Yang Tian to stagger back. Chapter 192. Is this just given away? Looking at the innocent and somewhat quirky Longling, Yang Tian's lips curled up slightly, watching her with interest. With a thought, Longlinger's basic information appeared before his eyes. Character, Longlinger. Age, 22 years old. Appearance, 99 points. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 78 points. Number of men, 0. Ding. Goddess Longlinger has been bound. After reading Longlinger's information, Yang Tian was somewhat dumbfounded. 99 points for appearance? Wow, incredible. But her bust is just a bit small. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Tian sighed inwardly. To be honest, a 36C bust is already quite decent, certainly sufficient. But who made Master Yang accustomed to grand scenes? However, after enjoying various large peaches, occasionally changing flavors is also a good choice. Seeing Yang Tian shake his head, Longlinger asked in confusion, What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Yang Tian quickly waved his hand, revealing a charming smile. Longlinger didn't delve deeper, merely staring infatuatedly at his handsome face, looking like she wanted to devour him. Chapter 193. Would you be willing to be my woman? I even know your background. Do you think I wouldn't know your little secrets? Long Wujia sneered, looking at Yang Tian with a mocking expression. Yang Tian's face flushed slightly as he smiled. So your meaning is that you don't mind? What if I say I do mind? Yang Tian was taken aback, chuckled, but said nothing. Seeing Yang Tian's reaction, Long Wujia waved the hoe and said, All right, look at your embarrassing face. Don't worry, our Long family disciples don't just marry one person. Even I have 10 concubines. As if showing off, Long Wujia flexed his muscular frame and spoke with a booming voice. With wide eyes, Yang Tian looked at the old man in disbelief. This old coot is quite bad. As the leader of the Long family, he doesn't set a good example and is even leading the way in this. It's truly ridiculous. He doesn't respect the rules at all. Only this old man. In the vast world, with all its diverse appearances, laws and regulations are merely shackles that bind ordinary people. For the upper echelons, these are all trivial matters. As long as you have enough power, those shackles are meant to be trampled. At this moment, Yang Tian silently mourned for 2 seconds for the billions of ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 194. Discussion. After watching the two for a while, with a flash, Long Wujia left the treetop. After a kiss sealed their feelings, Longlinger obediently nestled in Yang Tian's arms. Her little face flushed, just like a ripe little apple. Brother Tian, how old are you? Yang Tian was taken aback, not understanding why Longlinger suddenly asked him this. Ahem, well, age isn't that important. Noticing Yang Tian's hesitation, Longlinger pointed at him and said, You can't be younger than me, right? Ahem, Yang Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Hee. Longlinger covered her mouth and giggled. Herr charming de manor instantly stunning Yang Tian. What are you laughing at? Longlinger placed her hands behind her back, circled around Yang Tian twice, and nodded. Not bad. Really not bad. From now on, you can call me sister. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Yang Tian rubbed her little head and said with a look of disdain, You take care of me? I think that's a no-go. Don't just mess with my head. Who do you look down on? After speaking, Longlinger huffed and said, To tell you the truth, sister is actually a big expert. Chapter 195. The Dragon family. At this moment, Longlinger helped an elderly woman with gray hair walk over. Although the elderly woman was already old, one could tell from her features that she must have been a great beauty in her youth. glancing at Long Wujia next to him. Yang Tian sighed and shook his head. There's nothing to be done. She's just too ugly. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, Yang Tian knew that this girl had already spilled the beans about their relationship. You must be Yang Tian, right? The elderly woman stared at Yang Tian, seriously inquiring about him. Yes, I am Yang Tian, and I'm also Linger's husband. Long Linger lowered her head with a face full of blush, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Not bad. He is quite a good young man. Yang Tian smiled, but said nothing, while Long Linger was already shy to the point of being unable to contain herself. Old lady, your health is not good. How did you come out? Linger. Long Wujia looked at his wife with concern, glaring at his granddaughter with a face full of reproach. You can't blame me. It was Grandma who insisted on coming out. Long Linger stuck out her tongue and dashed to Yang Tian's side, linking her arm with her beloved. Chapter 196. The shocking betrothal gift. Glancing at Yang Tian's slightly pale face, Long Wujia smirked. I'm scared, huh? Serve you right for being so cocky. After a short while, the three arrived at a large hall, entirely built in the style of ancient architecture. Since entering the dragon family's territory, Yang Tian felt as if he had traveled back to ancient times. At this moment, what truly shocked him was not the strong figures in the ancient castle, but the heart-pounding sensation he felt. Indeed, the reason for his pale face was that hidden aura he sensed earlier. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not notice that aura. But who is Yang Tian? He is a remarkable figure, and moreover, a cultivator who practiced the god-level technique, the yin-yang chaos art. As soon as that aura approached him, he keenly sensed the danger. It was a gaze of death. This shows how powerful that person was. Huh. Yang Tian took a deep breath, silently stabilizing his mind. Linger, Dad, how come you're back? At that moment, a curvaceous and stunningly beautiful woman walked in with an excited expression. Mom. Long Linger shouted and immediately leaped into the beautiful woman's embrace. We just got back too, Long Wujia said with a smile. Chapter 197. Questions good, good son-in-law. Coming to Yang Tian, Long Wujia patted his shoulder and laughed. Yang Tian just smiled without saying anything. After chatting for a while, Long Wujia hurriedly left. He was eager to verify the miraculous elixir. Arriving at the closed-door room, Long Wujia took out a beauty pill and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly. In an instant, he felt like his body was popping like frying beans, making loud noises. Despite this, it felt incredibly refreshing. Shortly after, a wave of heat surged through him. At this moment, that powerful life energy was continuously improving his aging body and cells. 10 minutes later, when Long Wujia woke up again, he was already trembling with excitement. Divine pill. This is simply a divine pill. After taking a shower, Long Wujia hurried to the dragon family's ancestral hall. He opened a secret door and entered a closed-door room. What brings you here? The old man sitting cross-legged on a mat asked. Grandpa, I brought you good stuff. Long Wujia said excitedly. Yeah, I don't have much time left. What good stuff could there be? You should keep it for yourselves. The old man sighed. Chapter 198. The solution to the dragon family's problems. Although Yang Tian was very curious about the secrets of the dragon family, he also noticed Long Linger's predicament. Let's go. Embracing Long Linger's waist, Yang Tian did not show any signs of discomfort. Husband, He gently placed his finger on Long Linger's lips and smiled. If you don't want to say it, then don't force yourself. I'm just a bit curious. It's not like I have to pry into your family secrets. Long Linger suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Yang Tian's arms. Husband, I'll tell you everything. As for whether you still want me after knowing the truth, that's up to you. Yang Tian frowned, not understanding why this girl had such thoughts. After crying for a while, Long Linger began to explain. Husband, actually our dragon family has a secret. The uglier the male offspring born, the stronger their talent, while the females are all incredibly beautiful. Yang Tian nodded. He had also noticed this issue. However, this didn't seem like much of a secret. Sensing her husband's confusion, Long Linger continued. Although our dragon family's women are beautiful, the children born will repeat the phenomenon of the dragon family, and will even surpass it. No child lives past 20. Chapter 199. Taking Long Linger out of the mountains not long after, the two returned to the small house at the bottom of the valley. Seeing them, Long Wujia and his wife also came out of the small house. Wow, Grandma, you look younger. Even your hair is black again. Seeing her beloved grandmother looking younger, Long Linger joyfully ran over. You little girl, teasing your grandmother. Grandma's good fortune is all thanks to you. Long Linger had a rosy complexion, her big eyes staring intently at her husband. Why didn't you stay a few more days with the family? With her old partner rejuvenated and much healthier, Long Wujia was naturally in a good mood. Grandpa, her husband said, he has a way to solve our family's problems. Long Linger, being simple-minded and unable to keep secrets, immediately blurted it out. Oh, is that so? You little girl, I wasted my breath advising you. Long Wujia shot a glare at his granddaughter, speechless. Old man, I really do have a way to solve the Long family's issues. Yang Tian smiled at the old man, speaking with certainty. Let's hear it. Yang Tian said seriously, from my observations, your Long family is under a curse of an oath passed down through generations. Hearing Yang Tian's words, Long Wujia furrowed his brows. Chapter 200. Poor Wonkai before long. The two returned to the hotel. I'm so stuffed, Long Linger said, rubbing her little belly. Still talking? It's all your fault. You insisted on eating so much even though you couldn't handle it. You almost burst my stomach. Yang Tian complained. Back in the room, since they were too full, they chatted for a while. Yang Tian also shared many interesting stories from the mundane world, including lots of delicious food. Once their food had mostly digested, they finally took a shower. Then, naturally, everything began to revive and spring blossomed. It must be said that strength is the only standard that time can verify. Boom, with a jolt, a violent spiritual force crashed against that level of bottleneck. In just a moment, Yang Tian's cultivation broke through to the initial stage of the 8th level of qi refining. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Tian took Long Linger to the manor. When Qin Rongrong saw Long Linger, she was also stunned by her beauty. Who is this? In fact, she had already guessed, but still asked. Yang Tian pointed to the sky and smiled, the granddaughter of the dragon boss. With a moment of silence, Qin Rongrong said, How can you eat with anyone? Aren't you afraid of getting caught and having your kidneys taken? Chapter 201. Secrets looking at the cheerful crowd and the pitiful Wonkai. Yang Tian couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is simple happiness. At that moment, Long Linger ran over with a look of disbelief. Husband, how can they bully the dog? The dog is so pitiful. Unable to hold back, Yang Tian sprayed the tea he had just drunk everywhere. What are you doing? Long Linger wiped the tea from her face while hitting Yang Tian. Cough, cough. I'm really sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Hit, hit. After wiping the water stains off Long Linger's face, Yang Tian finally said seriously, Linga, you're right, the dog is so cute. How can we bully it? So I've decided. Tonight we're having dog meat hot pot. The smile that had just appeared on Long Linger's face instantly froze. Twisting Yang Tian's waist, she said, You're really so bad. After realizing it, she knew her husband was just joking. However, Wansai's hearing was incredibly sharp. Upon hearing its master's words, it instantly vanished from its spot and appeared at its master's feet. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 202. Conversation with Old Master Longhei. Are you still there? Coming back to his senses, Yang Tian quickly responded. I'm here. By the way, old man, which 5 hidden families are there? The Eastern Dongfang family, the Western Shiman family, the Southern Murong family, the Northern Beichen family, and the Central Xinyuan family. However, the original number 1 hidden family in the south was the Nangong family, which was replaced by the Murong family over 500 years ago. Although the Nangong family has fallen out of the top 5 hidden families, its strength should not be underestimated. After a pause, Yang Tian asked, What about the Long family? Before long, the sound of Long Wujia's laughter came from the phone. Ha ha ha. Our Long family does not participate in their disputes, and of course, no one dares to target us. Because in terms of strength, our Long family can take on any 3 of them teaming up, but if all 5 join forces, our Long family would have no power to resist. Nodding, Yang Tian said, No wonder the Long family can be the leader of Long country. Long Wujia laughed and scolded, You little brat. Do you really think our Long family wants to get involved in these trivial matters? Originally, Long country was managed by the strongest of those 5 families, and our Long family was just the guardian. Chapter 203. News from the Beichen family. Have you eaten? Looking at Tian Yi, Yang Tian asked with a smile. Tian Yi scratched his head awkwardly and said, I came over in a hurry and haven't eaten yet. Chunxiang, go prepare the meals. Okay, young master. Before long, the stone table was filled with fragrant dishes. After eating and drinking enough, Yang Tian greeted the women and headed to the airport with Tian Yi. Arriving at the airport and seeing a row of neatly arranged private jets, Yang Tian smiled. Boom! Soon, Tianming's private jet took off towards Beihai City. 3 hours later, in the presidential suite of the Royal Hotel in Beihai City, looking at the information brought by Tianming's intelligence members, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Let's go find those unlucky ones first." Tian Yi didn't express his opinion, just nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the Tianshang Renjian Club. At this time, the Fang Yin six brothers were joyfully playing a chaotic game in the private room. Bang! After a loud noise, the door of the private room was crashed open by a lackey. In an instant, the previously lively private room fell into a brief silence. "Damn! Who are you? How dare you interrupt my good time? Are you looking for death?" Chapter 204, Bishon Qingsheng Looking at Yang Tian and the two coming down from upstairs, the crowd erupted in gasps. At this time, Fang Yun and others who had received the news also rushed over, and the two groups met right at the entrance. "Are you the ones who hit my son?" Fang Yun asked with a frown. The other 5 old men also glared at Yang Tian in anger, pointing fingers at him. "Get the hell out of here." Seeing these people daring to be rude in front of the leader, Tian immediately got angry. In an instant, a powerful aura burst forth. With a wave of his hand, the 6 old men were thrown out. "Sir, Chairman." Seeing this, a group of bodyguards rushed over. With a disdainful smile, Tian Yi charged into the crowd with his steel fist raised. Bang bang, in just a moment, a group of bodyguards who prided themselves on being experts all lay on the ground, unable to even get up. Shaking his head, Yang Tian didn't bother to look at them more than a few times and simply walked out of the clubhouse. Lying on the ground, the 6 old men watched Yang Tian and the others leave, gnashing their teeth and cursing. After a while, with the help of the bodyguards, the 6 finally found their son upstairs. Chapter 205 Meeting. They waited for more than 3 hours. During this time, Li Bin wanted to take them out for a meal first, but was directly rejected by Yang Tian. While the 3 were eating their box lunches, a tall and beautiful woman in a professional pencil skirt, accompanied by a capable-looking secretary, walked out of the building. With just one glance, Yang Tian recognized her. The beautiful chairwoman of Tianyu Investment, the 26-year-old Bei Chen Qingsheng. After taking a sip of water, Yang Tian tidied up his appearance a bit before signaling the two to get out of the car together. Watching Bei Chen Qingsheng walk gracefully towards him, Yang Tian directly approached her. At that moment, Bei Chen Qingsheng was walking while discussing something with her secretary. Since they were too engrossed in their discussion, they didn't notice someone approaching. "Banga!" Bei Chen Qingsheng exclaimed, throwing the documents in her hand into the air. Then, she twisted her foot and fell backward. Yang Tian didn't expect her to crash into him so directly, and for a moment, he was stunned. Hearing the exclamation, Yang Tian quickly reached out and caught her waist. Thus, the two of them were left staring at each other, while the papers continued to flutter down. Chapter 206 Interception Mission. More than an hour later, the 3 returned to the Tianming branch in Dongshan City. This branch wasn't too large, occupying only 1 floor of the entire building, with fewer than 100 personnel. Although it couldn't compare to a giant like Tianyu Investment, it was still a well-known brand enterprise in Dongshan City. Glancing at Li Bin next to him, Yang Tian said lightly, "You go gather all the core members transferred from the Tianming headquarters. There will be a meeting in the conference room in half an hour." "Understood." Nodding, Li Bin hurriedly left. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the Tianming branch, Yang Tian sat at the head of the table, with Li Bin sitting next to him. As for Tian Yi, he stood beside Yang Tian like a loyal guard. Since these people were all core members transferred from the Tianming headquarters, most of them had heard of the leader's name, but no one had seen his true face. The boss of Tianming, the mysterious silver mask leader, had always been a god in the hearts of all core members of Tianming. Not only was he financially powerful, but he was also incredibly strong, appearing and disappearing without a trace, shrouded in mystery. That day, President Li suddenly announced a piece of news, saying that the boss from the headquarters had come to their location. Chapter 207 Comprehensive Suppression. After leaving the Tianming branch, Yang Tian and Tian Yi were taken to the hotel where they were staying by Li Bin's assistant. As soon as they entered the room, Tian Yi asked in confusion, "Leader, isn't this a bit too troublesome?" Yang Tian smiled and asked, "What do you mean? Why don't we just capture her and interrogate her? Isn't that more straightforward?" Patting Tian Yi on the shoulder, Yang Tian said, "I understand your point. I initially thought the same way. But think about it." At this point, Yang Tian paused. "If I become the son-in-law of the Bei Chen family, wouldn't that be simpler? Plus, it would be easier for me to access the secrets of these hidden families." Hearing the leader's words, Tian Yi also smirked. The leader is indeed one step ahead. But even so, you shouldn't offend her too much, right? Although he roughly understood the leader's intention, he still couldn't figure out why the leader wanted to proceed this way. Turning around, Yang Tian sat on the sofa. I have already investigated Bei Chen. She is not a martial artist. Think about it. Someone chosen as an important figure for the Bei-chan family wouldn't be a nobody, right? But despite being such a person, she has no martial arts skills. What does that indicate? Chapter 208. Do you want to talk business properly? Miss, should we involve the family? Seemingly sensing the murderous intent from Uncle Guang, Bei-chun Qingsheng quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need, I will handle this myself." But Uncle Guang began, but Bei-chun Qingsheng interrupted him, standing up and declaring, "As long as I am in this position, you can forget about using the family's methods." Hearing this, Uncle Guang shook his head and turned to leave. Opening her temples, Bai Chen Qingsheng was troubled. She understood the family's ways. If the other party went too far, even she couldn't stop the family's revenge. "I hope you won't act recklessly." Shaking her head, Bai Chen Qingsheng picked up her clothes and went home. She truly felt overwhelmed and needed to go home to rest properly. That sleep was deep and sound. When she opened her eyes, it was already noon the next day. The first thing she did when she got up was to check her phone. Upon seeing 999 unread messages, she felt a bit dazed. A frustrating day began as soon as she got out of bed. After washing up and getting dressed, Bei Chen Qingxing ate while checking the unread messages in WeChat. Chapter 209. Do you want to live or die? What do you want? Staring intently at Yang Tian beside her, Bei Chen Qingsheng raised her hand to block him, her expression filled with vigilance. Waving his hand, Yang Tian stood up directly. "Since you have no sincerity to talk, then forget it." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. "You stop right there," Bei Chen Qingsheng shouted, standing up. Her face flushed with anger at Yang Tian. "Oh my, look at you. I want to talk things over with you properly, but you won't talk. What do you really want?" Yang Tian replied, exasperated. "Is it your attitude for wanting to talk things over? Think whatever you want. I am just this kind of person." "You." Bei Chen Qingsheng was truly at a loss for words at Yang Tian's shamelessness. Adjusting her bangs, she tried to suppress her anger and slowly said, "Since you know my background, then you should understand the power of my family. I'm not here to talk to you because I'm afraid of you, but to save you." Smiling, Yang Tian said, "Wow, are you trying to scare me? I'm so scared. Isn't it just the Bei-chan family? Do you think I would dare to do this if I were afraid of your family?" Chapter 210. Conditions. Looking at Yang Tian, holding Uncle Guang like a little chicken, Bei Chen Qingsheng was also shocked and covered her mouth. No one understood Uncle Guang's strength better than she did. But such a person had no power to resist in front of Yang Tian. Can one not be surprised? Can one not be shocked? As for Li Siki, at this moment, she was staring at the man in front of her, her beautiful eyes already sparkling with little stars. Although she was very materialistic and snobbish, this was all a result of being battered by society. Deep down, she was no different from Bei Chen Qingsheng when it came to men. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become good friends with Bei Chen Qingsheng. Her change might be out of jealousy, or maybe for other reasons. But that is reality. As for the old man's fate, Tian was not surprised, but Li Bin, who was supporting him, was already dumbfounded. He was a newcomer to the Tianming, and although he had heard many legends about the leader, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Under the awe-inspiring presence of the leader, his admiration was now overflowing. Thud, just like that, Yang Tian directly threw Uncle Guang in front of Tian. Turning his back to everyone, he gave Tian a glance, then said in a deep voice, "It's all up to you whether to kill or to spare." Chapter 211. Dating Bei Chen Qingsheng. Although Uncle Guang had already seen the wonders of the pill, experiencing it personally was a completely different matter. "What is this thing? It's so amazing. You don't need to know that." Nodding, Uncle Guang didn't pursue the question any further. "Since you like my lady, why target her and Tian investment?" Out of curiosity, Uncle Guang still asked his doubts. "You wouldn't understand." Upon hearing this, Uncle Guang disdainfully curled his lips, thinking, "I also have a few concubines, okay? What I want is for her to admire me, to fall in love with me, not to force her." Isn't that still forcing her?" Glancing at this old man, Yang Tian said, "Everything was going well, and now you've ruined my good thing. Why are you still cutting in?" Uncle Guang was directly dumbfounded. How did it become his problem? "Kid, I originally wanted to kill you, but now I actually have a good impression of you." That's right. Whether in terms of strength or other aspects, Yang Tian is a top-tier existence and has somewhat conquered him. The most important thing is that he has a magical pill that can help people recover from injuries quickly. Chapter 212. The Bachin family's attitude. By the time Yang Tian returned upstairs, he had already been waiting at the door. Leader, did you send that old man away? Yes, I've sent him away. During that time, he kept trying to ask me about you, but I brushed him off. Hey, that's the effect I wanted. I believe it won't be long before I can enter the Bachin family openly. Ha ha ha. In an instant, both of them laughed. At this moment, inside Bachin Qingqing's villa, Uncle Guang was reporting to the patriarch about Yang Tian. After hearing Uncle Guang's report, the person on the other end of the phone was also surprised, asking, "Is that kid really that powerful?" That's right. In front of him, even my primary master level strength couldn't fight back, and he's still not even 20 years old. After hearing Uncle Guang's words, there was a moment of silence on the phone. You just said he has a pill that can quickly heal injuries. What's that about? Then, Uncle Guang recounted everything he had seen and heard, including the entire process of taking the pill. Did you say he wants to pursue Qingqing? That's right. He told me that in person. Moreover, he said he wasn't targeting our Bachin family. He just wanted to have an edge over the lady in business, and then choose to cooperate with her, thus letting her. Chapter 213. Li Siqi's thoughts hearing her father's laughter and Uncle Guang's strange teasing gaze. Bachin Qingqing stomped her foot and huffed. Is it that funny? Blushing at this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. All right, since that's the case, I'll let him off this time. But you need to hurry over there and find a suitable time to bring him to see me. Oh, got it. After chatting for a while about family matters, Bachin Qingqing hung up the phone. Mississippi Humph, it's all your fault. I'm ignoring you now. After saying that, Bachin Qingqing shyly ran back to her room. Hearing this, Uncle Guang was also stunned for a moment. Coming back to his senses, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not doing this for your sake. I'm doing it for the Bachin family, okay? Once back in her room, Bachin Qingqing lay on the bed, covering her head with the quilt. So embarrassing. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of that man and the rippling scenes in the hotel room filled her mind. Sitting up, Bachin Qingqing waved her little fists and said, "Wait until you become my subordinate. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Chapter 214. Opening up the mindset. By noon, the two slowly got out of bed. After washing up, Yang Tian took Li Siqi downstairs to eat. While eating, Yang Tian couldn't help but sigh now. Wanting to break through realms is becoming increasingly difficult. Seeing Yang Tian sigh, Li Siqi asked charmingly, "What's wrong?" She was worried that she hadn't served this young master well, but she had tried her best. It wasn't that she was too incompetent. It was just that the other party was too strong. For this day, she didn't even know how much material she had reviewed and how much preparation she had made. But the ideas were beautiful, and reality was too cruel. It's nothing. Just thinking of some troubling matters. Rubbing Li Siqi's head, the two began to eat heartily. After eating and drinking enough, upon learning that this girl still lived in a rental house, Yang Tian decided to take her shopping. If one wants to be their own person, then they must open up their mindset and learn how to consume and spend money for themselves. Yang Tian felt that Li Siqi had the potential in this area, so he had to help her open up her mindset and become a useful person for herself. Buying a car, shopping, buying a house, all in one go. Throughout the day, the two were either shopping or on the way to shop. After this whole set of activities, Li Siqi was already dizzy. Chapter 215. Discussing cooperation. Since Bachin Qingqing's office was on the top floor of Tianyu building, there were only her and her little secretary, Li Siqi, on this floor. Looking around, the entire floor, apart from two offices, a lounge, and a round table with lounge chairs by the balcony, was filled with various fitness equipment. Being a boss is indeed different. How unlike me, who is just a poor soul. With a smile, Yang Tian walked toward the innermost office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Pushing open the frosted glass door, in the spacious office, there was only Bachin Qingqing sitting at the desk, looking at some documents. However, looking at her beautiful eyes tightly furrowed, it was obvious that she encountered some difficulties. "Siqi, has that guy come up yet?" After saying this, Bachin Qingqing raised her head. But what met her eyes was a sunny and handsome smile. "The guy you mentioned has already arrived." With the sound of Yang Tian's footsteps, Bachin Qingqing's heart was beating irregularly. Leaning over the table and looking at Bachin Qingqing, who was so close, Yang Tian smiled and said, "I asked you to come down to greet me, and you actually dared to go against my wishes. Are you looking for a kiss again?" Chapter 216. I just went for a stroll after the negotiation ended. The two chatted for a while about trivial matters. As lunchtime approached, it was time for lunch. Yang Tian stood up and said, "It's about time." Let's go out for lunch. No need. Our company has employee meals, Beichin Qingsheng replied, pressing a button on the desk phone to have 3 servings of lunch delivered. Smiling, Yang Tian sat back down on the sofa. Shortly after, an employee dressed as a chef brought up 3 servings of lunch. Sitting around the round table by the rooftop, the 3 of them gathered around. Try our company's employee meal and give me your feedback. Seeing the girl looking a bit smug, Yang Tian didn't refuse and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. How does it taste? Beichin Qingsheng stared at Yang Tian with hopeful eyes, like a child waiting for praise from an adult. It's okay, but compared to our company's employee meals, it's still a bit lacking. This feedback was quite fair, and Yang Tian didn't intend to exaggerate. After all, to spend money. He had asked Yifeng to find the best chef team, and the restaurant facilities and ingredients were top-notch. It would be strange if it didn't taste good. But to Beichin Qingsheng, this sounded like something else. Chapter 217. Guidance fixated on the approaching Yang Tian. Beichin Qingsheng's delicate face had already flushed red. What does he want to do? Could it be? Suddenly, Yang Tian stood in front of her and gently lifted her chin. In this atmosphere, Beichin Qingsheng lost her usual wisdom and became like a little girl waiting for affection. Then, whether she liked it or not, Yang Tian leaned in and kissed her directly. In an instant, ripples arose, as if winter had passed and spring had arrived. For Beichin Qingsheng, she had long been accustomed to Yang Tian's domineering behavior, and it wasn't her first time being forcefully kissed, so she quickly adapted. Seeing that she didn't resist at all and even seemed to be playing hard to get, Yang Tian knew the timing was right. As an all-round male god contender, Yang Tian naturally had to guide Beichin Qingsheng's yoga poses. Before long, they arrived by the fitness equipment. This standing forward bend is not done correctly. Your body is too tense and your hips aren't raised. Hey. How did you manage that? Can you do it right? Is this how you do the prayer pose? Chapter 218. Trip to Taishan after leaving Beichin Qingsheng's place. Yang Tian returned to the villa. Upon seeing Yang Tian return, Li Siki was also quite angry. To get back at him, Li Siki used all her tricks. Although she tried very hard, in the end, she helplessly succumbed to Yang Tian's feet. There was no way around it. The land was fertile, but the bull was stronger. In the following week, aside from comforting the people far away in Yanjing every day, Yang Tian wandered between Tianyu Investment and the villa. As it was already late January, and the new year was not far off in early February, Yang Tian also intensified his efforts. During this time, Beichin Qingsheng had completely fallen in love with Yang Tian. At this moment, on the top floor of Tianyu Investment, the two had just finished a set of workouts and were resting on the fitness equipment. Looking at her lover, Beichin Qingsheng shyly said, "Tian-ge, my dad wants to meet you." Hearing this, Yang Tian became excited. Originally, his purpose for approaching Beichin Qingsheng was to get into the Beichin family and gradually learn all about the hidden family. However, after gaining Beichin Qingsheng, he was moved by her deep feelings and couldn't bear to use her. Chapter 219. Beichin Huang's thoughts this kid and Qingsheng are indeed a perfect match, a natural pair. Isn't that so? A Grandmaster level expert under 20, it's hard to believe. At the lower right side, a man who resembled Beichin Huang to some extent frowned. Yang Tian? This name was not unfamiliar to Beichin Feng, as he had heard it from his son. No way. This person not only became my elder brother's son-in-law, but is also a Grandmaster level expert. I must order Tianer not to be his enemy anymore. After thinking this, Beichin Feng stood up and walked towards Yang Tian with a smile. Qingsheng, your judgment is really good. I see this young man is talented, a true dragon among men. Hearing this, Beichin Qingsheng shyly said, "Thank you, uncle." Beside them, Beichin Huang laughed and said, "Feng Di, you should also encourage your Yuner." Nodding, Beichin Feng replied, "Definitely." In this generation of the Beichin family, there were two great beauties, Beichin Qingsheng and Beichin Yuner. Beichin Qingsheng did not like martial arts and preferred business, which made her somewhat incompatible with the hidden family. Chapter 220, Worries cough. At this moment, Beichin Huang returned. Hearing the cough of her father, Beichin Qingsheng jumped out of Yang Tian's embrace like a startled rabbit. In the family, can't you two pay attention to the influence? If there's anything, go back to your room. Dad. Hearing her father's words, Beichin Qingsheng stomped her foot and said shyly. Staring in astonishment at his father-in-law, Yang Tian truly respected him. He thought to himself, such a father-in-law is reliable. All right, Qingsheng, you go back to your room first. I have something to discuss with Tianer. Oh, after his daughter left, Beichen Huang finally revealed his thoughts to Yang Tian. Are you asking me to help your Beichen family participate in the martial arts conference? That's right. But whether you need to take the stage depends on the specific situation at the time. Just consider yourself a secret weapon. Father-in-law, how can I be a secret weapon? I'm clearly just a bench warmer. Glancing at Yang Tian, Beichen Huang said, how can you think like that? What do you mean bench warmer? I can let you sweep everything away. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But doing so would not be good for your future development, which is why I consider you a secret weapon. Chapter 221. The underling Beichen Tian after listening to Yang Tian's words. Beichen Huang was so enraged that he started to breathe heavily and took a sip from the water bottle. With a smirk, Yang Tian looked at his father-in-law and said, oh, what can I do? Young people, you have to understand us. Unable to hold back, Beichen Huang immediately spat out the water in his mouth. You're not that old. Yet why are you so angry? Anger is harmful to your health. Yang Tian waved his hand dismissively, looking disgusted. Upon hearing this, Beichen Huang could no longer contain his anger. He stood up and threw a punch at Yang Tian. Yang Tian, who was already on guard, instantly teleported out of the way of the attack. What are you doing? Are you trying to murder your son-in-law? He said, pretentiously wiping sweat off his forehead, patting his little heart. Good for you, kid. You dare dodge? If I don't beat you until you're but balloons today, I won't be called Beichen Huang. He shouted angrily, channeling his true energy, and then slapping his palm towards Yang Tian. With a twist of his foot, Yang Tian easily dodged his attack. Seeing that the old man had really lost his temper, Yang Tian was also taken aback. Chapter 222. Beichen Yuner, are you Beichen Tian? Upon hearing this, Beichen Tian nodded vigorously and hurriedly said, I am. Waving his hand, Beichen Tian ran over, looking cautious, afraid of provoking this killing star. Is it you who has designs on my woman? Cough. I didn't know she was your girl. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tian gave him a smack on the head. How you talk? Boss, I was wrong. I really didn't know she was my sister-in-law. Your brothers have already been dealt with by me. What kind of price are you prepared to pay? Upon hearing this, Beichen Tian was momentarily stunned, not expecting that his little brothers had already met misfortune before him. Coming back to his senses, he quickly shook his head and said, Aren't I here to be your underling? Patting his face, Yang Tian said, You should thank your sister Qingqing properly. If it weren't for her, I would have crippled you. Hearing this, Beichen Tian quickly said, Boss, I really know I was wrong. All right, you can go back now. Don't come over so early in the future. It really affects my sleep quality. Chapter 223. How can you do this? After taking advantage, Yang Tian let go of Beichen Yuner and sat down at the stone table with a smug expression. Not far away, Beichen Yuner was gritting her teeth, adjusting her wrinkled clothes, filled with rage. You rogue. She pointed at Yang Tian, cursing intermittently. Hearing this, Yang Tian didn't feel embarrassed, but instead took a sip of tea leisurely. Being ignored, Beichen Yuner was naturally filled with anger, but at this moment, with her strength sealed, she felt helpless. However, thinking about it, even if her strength was still there, what would it matter? She was still no match for this rogue. Just as the two were in a standoff, Beichen Tian finally led his father over, and walking at the front was none other than Beichen Huang. Seeing the two unharmed, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were very clear about Beichen Yuner's temper. And who is Yang Tian? This guy wouldn't even give face to the dignified head of the Beichen family and future father-in-law. So how could he be defeated by a little girl? This girl was also a bit reckless, running over without understanding the situation. Wasn't that sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Upon learning of this, Beichen Huang was also startled, fearing that this girl would ruin his good deed. Chapter 224. A losing deal, you little brat. You've really gone too far? Beichen Huang glared at Yang Tian, shouting angrily. Anyway, this is my greatest sincerity. As for whether you agree or not, that's up to you. Ignoring his already furious father-in-law, Yang Tian said sulkily, Don't get too carried away. I just want 100 pills as a bride price. Is that too much? Please, 20 pills is already a lot. All right? I can only give you 10 at most. And if it weren't for the fact that your old and strong self stuffed me with a Beichen Yuner, I wouldn't have added 10 more. You. Beichen Huang pointed at Yang Tian, so angry he couldn't speak. This deal was indeed a losing one. Just thinking that his daughter was only worth 10 pills made Beichen Huang extremely furious. Even if he added a Beichen Yuner, this guy would only give him 20 pills at most, and he spoke as if it was a serious matter. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Tian slowly said, Considering how hard you're trying to sell, I'll take a loss and add 5 more washing marrow pills. This is already my greatest sincerity. Chapter 225. Agreed during the meal. Even though Beichen Qingsheng had put in a lot of effort, she ultimately couldn't escape from Yang Laoma's clutches. On the other side, as the beautiful woman entered the door, Beichen Huang returned right after. Hey, where did you just go? With a smile, the beautiful woman said, Of course, I went to see my son-in-law. Oh, that kid is not bad, right? Nodding slightly, the beautiful woman said slowly, Yes, he is quite spirited. Oh, right. He even gave me a gift. What is it called? Beauty pill? As she spoke, the beautiful woman took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her husband. Beauty pill? This kid really is quite stock, huh? Wait, why didn't this little brat give me a gift? Slapping his forehead, Beichen Huang said speechlessly. Giggle seeing her husband, this angry look, the beautiful woman couldn't help but laugh. What is this beauty pill for? Then, the beautiful woman repeated what Yang Tian had said. After listening, Beichen Huang stared blankly at the porcelain bottle in his hand. Wow, this is simply a divine medicine. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat one to try it out. Chapter 226. Sparring after complaining about his older brother. Beichen Feng told him about his hard work. Hearing that his second brother had quickly settled things with Yuner and done her ideological work, Beichen Huang was extremely pleased. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded Beichen Feng a beauty pill. Holding the beauty pill, Beichen Feng felt as if he had received a treasure. After thanking his elder brother and sister-in-law, he hurriedly left. Once home, he had his wife swallow the pill. Not long after, he heard his wife's cries. Not knowing what had happened, Beichen Feng rushed into the bathroom. When he saw his wife, who was pitch black, he was startled. But after she cleaned herself up, he was shocked by the scene before him. Yinner, you... Quickly look at yourself. While speaking, he pulled his wife in front of the mirror. When the woman saw her own appearance, she was ecstatic and hugged her husband, starting to nibble on him. For a moment, the sound were like the dismantling of a house. The next morning, after getting enough sleep, Beichen Yuner stretched and walked out of the room. When she saw her mother's appearance, she was also shocked. Mother, how did you suddenly become young? Chapter 227. Both breakthroughs, dead pervert. You better let me go quickly, otherwise. Beichen Yuner kept kicking and pushing with her legs, her small fists hitting Yang Tian's back one after another. There was no way, because she had once again been sealed and couldn't resist at all. Otherwise what? Can you be a little quieter? No, I want tea. You're just a bastard. With a loud slap, Beichen Yuner finally stopped cursing, as if accepting her fate, her beautiful eyes filled with mist. Bang! As soon as he entered the room, Yang Tian threw her onto the bed. Lying on the bed, Beichen Yuner didn't make a sound, just stared blankly at the ceiling, as if she had become foolish. Looking at Beichen Yuner's ashen face, Yang Tian curled his lip in disdain. Although he liked beautiful women and preferred to conquer strong ones, to be forceful was honestly not his style. In fact, when he first saw this girl, he noticed that Beichen Yuner was on the verge of a breakthrough. Compared to the innate realm, he preferred to conquer someone at the master level. After all, it was much more satisfying and, of course, it would benefit him more as well. Chapter 228. The aftermath of a piece of glass in the side courtyard. Beichen Huang was earnestly persuading his daughter. Dad, how can you do this? Beichen Qingsheng shouted hoarsely, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Beichen Huang didn't dare to meet his daughter's gaze, constantly rubbing the tip of his nose to hide his embarrassment. Just when he was at a loss, a beautiful woman walked out from the house. Husband, you go inside first. Let me talk to Qingsheng for a moment. Seeing his wife coming to his rescue, Beichen Huang nodded and sighed as he left. Qingsheng. The beautiful woman began to tell her daughter her story, but there was no disappointment in her eyes, only a deep sweetness. Beichen Qingsheng was very aware of her father's flirtations, but hearing it from her mother's mouth was still a first. Qingsheng, with someone as excellent as Yang Tian, do you think he would lack women around him? Moreover, the beautiful woman continued with her analysis and persuasion strategy. Finally, after listening to her mother's words, Beichen Qingsheng nodded helplessly. She knew her husband's nature better than anyone else. Chapter 229. No more food for him back in the room, lying on the bed. Yang Tian felt a bit bored. With nothing to do, he decided to enhance his physical and mental strength. After some time of accumulation, he had 1,988 points in them all. In one go, he exchanged for 365 element spirit fruits, with 72 of each attribute. Then, Yang Tian began to consume them one by one. At that moment, due to the large accumulation of 5-element energy, The entire room was filled with a five-colored glow. After 2 hours of devouring, Yang Tian finished all the spirit fruits he had exchanged. Although it looked like a lot, there was no bloating sensation after eating. They melted in his mouth, turning into the purest energy absorbed by his organs. After finishing all the spirit fruits, Yang Tian sat cross-legged for nearly half an hour to absorb all the energy within his body. Opening the attribute panel, he saw Host, Yang Tian. Strength, mid-stage of Qi, Refining Realm, 8th level. Physique, 4,015. Spirit, 4015. Cultivation Method, Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Skills, Yin-Yang 13 Needles, Phantom Technique. After looking at the attribute panel, Yang Tian glanced at the Bound Goddess panel. He found that, except for Murong Yenran, who he had not developed, this girl's favorability was still at 89 points. Chapter 230. Returning home for the new year with a flurry of activity, Yang Tian soon prepared a large table of delicious food. For a moment, the aroma was overwhelming. In the side courtyard, Beichen Qingsheng and Beichen Yuner were also enjoying the meal. Let it be a flirt, I won't give him food, let him starve. That heartless guy. While eating, Beichen Qingsheng muttered. Although her tone was tough, she was clearly a bit distracted, occasionally poking at the food in her bowl with her chopsticks. Hearing this, Beichen Yuner thought to herself, if you really are this heartless, then what are you still struggling with here? Seeing her daughter's expression, the beautiful woman shook her head and returned to the house. Hey, Sister Qingsheng, do you smell that fragrance? Sniffing intensely, Beichen Yuner said with a look of intoxication. What? Coming back to her senses, Beichen Qingsheng asked in confusion. It smells so good. Upon hearing this, Beichen Qingsheng also sniffed the air. Yeah, where's that fragrance coming from? At that moment, both of them lost their appetite and followed the scent back to the main courtyard. Sister Qingsheng, the fragrance is coming from here. Glancing at the courtyard, Beichen Qingsheng frowned. Could it be that he can cook? Chapter 231. Returning to Jiang City early the next morning, Yang Tian took Li Siki back to the villa. When Beichen Qingsheng saw Yang Tian and Li Siki appearing together, she frowned. You too. Smiling, Yang Tian did not hide the relationship between the two, but rather openly explained the situation. After hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Beichen Qingsheng rolled her eyes and glared at him. She was truly speechless about her husband. This guy was great in every way, but he was just too much of a flirt. Honestly, aside from us, how many other women do you have? Hearing this, Beichen Yuner and Li Siki also looked over, clearly curious as well. With a smile, Yang Tian rubbed the tip of his nose and then slowly began to explain. After finishing his words, the three of them were astonished, their mouths agape. What followed was not admiration or praise, but 3 playful slaps. Hey, I said, can you all cut out? Yang Tian exclaimed with a speechless expression. Heartless big carrot. Pervert. Shameless. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. And just like that, they formed an offensive and defensive alliance in no time. Chapter 232. Old Mo, I got beaten up before leaving. The two of them slapped Gao Chong across the face, laughing and chatting as they left. Ugh. Spitting out a bloodied tooth, Gao Chong's face twisted in anger. He fished out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed his dad's number. Hello, son, have you landed? Old Mo, I got beaten up. What? You got beaten up? Is it serious? Of course, I lost a tooth. How serious do you think it is? What? You lost a tooth? Then how can you eat the fish I made for you? Damn it, Old Mo, I'm your own son. I'm getting beaten up like this. And you're still thinking about fish? Can't you focus on what's important? All right, I know you well enough. Did you run out of money again? Damn it, Old Mo. My real dad. I really got beaten up, Gao Chong cried out, wanting to cry, but having no tears. It's no wonder Old Mo didn't believe him. The key point is that he had told too many lies. Whenever he ran out of money, he would come up with all sorts of excuses to scam money. And Old Mo had already become immune to it. Just like the story of the boy who cried wolf. The first time people might believe you. The second time, they might also choose to believe you. But the third time, the fourth time, will they still trust you? Chapter 233. Confronting moms soon after. The two of them arrived in front of villa in the West District. Leader, it's this villa. Okay, I got it. You can go back now. After Zhang Quan left, Yang Tian looked inside. Just then his dad and mom were also about to go out, walking out from inside. When they saw Yang Tian lingering outside, both of them were taken aback. You little brat, you know how to come back? I thought you were dead outside. Yang's father said angrily. Despite scolding his son, there was concern flickering in his eyes. Ugh, how can you speak like that? Yang's mother glared at her husband and reproached. After that, she went out and opened the iron gate. Xiao Tian, why didn't you call first when you came back? Have you eaten? Holding her son's hand. Yang's mother radiated love. A mother worries for her son who travels 1,000 miles. This saying couldn't be more accurate. Of course, his father was the same, but being a man, his way of expressing it wasn't as delicate as a woman's. Haven't eaten yet? I just got back. Just thinking about the food Mom made makes my mouth water, Yang Tian said with a smile. Chapter 234. Son, finally successful, you're getting fat. And you're out of breath. And they're forcing their granddaughter onto you? Are you kidding? Shrugging, Yang Tian said, anyway, that's the situation. I've already explained everything that needed to be explained. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Oh, by the way, I just heard you on the phone. Did they come to Jiangxing too? Yang's mother said solemnly. Yeah, they're staying in a villa in the East District. I was going to let them come over, but they went out, so I didn't mention it. The East District villa? It would be another one you bought, right? Yeah, I bought it. What's wrong with that? Always wasting money. Can't you save a little? Yang's mother scolded. I say, Mom, we need to have some vision. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tian received a smack from his mother. You little brat. Now that you have money, you don't even think of giving some to your mom, so I can save it for you to marry a wife in the future. With your big spending habits, you'll end up squandering all your savings. At least I can help keep a safety net for you. Laughing and scolding her son, Yang's mother said. After that, Yang Tian handed her a black card. Chapter 235. Setting off fireworks. Hubby, come help me stick the couplets. I keep sticking them crooked. Hubby, help me hang the big red lanterns. Hubby, come help me clean the windows. Outside, Yang Tian had become a tool, constantly shuttling between various groups. Watching their busy son, Yang's father and mother enjoyed tea with smiles on their faces. Truly shooting oneself in the foot, what a mistake. At this moment, Yang Tian was really starting to regret his decision. These people seemed harmonious on the surface, but behind the scenes, they had their own little groups. The most powerful faction was led by Qin Rongrong, also known as the Matriarch Group. The members included Qin Rongrong, Long Ling Chunxiang, Xiaoxiang, Qiuxiang, Dongxiang, and the newly joined Lone Ranger, Chu Xiaoyan. The second-ranking group was the Sisterhood, with members including Li Mengyao, Li Mengru, Zhao Xining, Wang Shuaqin, Wang Zian, Hian, and Hiyu. As for the lowest-ranking group, it was naturally the newly formed Rising Stars, with members Beichen Qingcheng, Beichen Yuner, and Li Siki. Of course, these groups didn't actually exist. They were just defined by Yang Tian himself. Don't be fooled by how well-behaved these people are in front of their parents. Behind the scenes, they vent their frustrations on Yang Tian. Chapter 236. Zhang Quan is caught. They went home. After setting off the fireworks, Yang Tian called everyone to go home. At this time, the Spring Festival Gala was already playing on TV. Watching the gala, the whole family was eating, drinking, and laughing, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Happy New Year! Yang Tian raised his glass. In an instant, everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and even Qin Xiaoqian picked up her drink, smiling as she clinked glasses with everyone. With the development of society, the Spring Festival Gala had already become a mere formality, and watching it became a subconscious habit. As for how many people actually watched it, that was unknown. Anyway, the TV was on, and everyone was busy eating, drinking, and having fun. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was midnight. At this point, everyone was feeling drowsy, while Qin Xiaoqian had long been taken to bed by the elders. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Everyone clinked glasses, marking the end of New Year's Eve and welcoming the new year. After drinking, the group collapsed on the chairs like they had reached their limit, leaving only Qin Rongrong and Yang Tian still awake. Chapter 237. All are doomed hearing this. Yang Tian frowned, not quite understanding what the person meant. But after a moment's thought, he realized that Old Long must have fabricated an identity for him. This was good. It saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Just remember to keep it confidential, or else it will be dealt with on the spot. Yes. Upon hearing this, the director stood straight and saluted Yang Tian with a standard military salute. Could you let your people release Vice Director Li first? Seeing Old Li rolling his eyes, Qin Feng was getting anxious. He knew that these two were sent from above and had a strong background. Even if they killed Old Li, it would probably be in vain. However, they had a good relationship, and he didn't want his old friend to sacrifice himself for nothing. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian nodded and said, "Let him go. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, be careful that I twist your head off." With a flick of his hand, Deputy Director Li was thrown out by Tian. I wonder what brings you two here. Where is Zhang Quan? Frowning, Qin Feng asked Zhang Quan. What happened to him? Hey, you don't know the person you captured? Chapter 238. Who am I? Do you deserve to know? Regarding Yang Tian's brazen words, everyone except Qin Feng sneered. Despite this, Yang Tian's torment of Gao Chang was not yet over. Is it enjoyable? Crack. With a lift of his foot, Yang Tian broke one of Gao Chang's arms. And with another kick, the other arm was also shattered. Then, Yang Tian continued to break both of his legs before kicking him away. At this point, Gao Chang had already passed out. Witnessing such a bloody and brutal scene, Secretary Wang fainted in fear. Qin Feng tried to intervene several times, but ultimately held back and remained silent. As the instigator, Gao Chang was incapacitated, but Yang Tian did not leave. Instead, he went to the guard station and sat down in a chair. Although Secretary Wang had been hiding in the crowd, making a phone call, Yang Tian had seen everything. Since he had already chosen to take action, he naturally had his own purpose. His parents lived here, and the headquarters of the Tianming was also located here. So Jiang City had to be controlled by Tianming. Yang Tian wanted to turn this place into a territory that truly belonged to him. He had this plan upon returning and initially intended to discuss it with Old Master Long after the new year. Chapter 239. Coin-eating contest on the way back. In the car, Tian laughed heartily. So satisfying, really satisfying. Let this fool show off. I can't kill him. Next to him, Zhang Quan nodded in agreement. Looking at Yang Tian with gratitude, he secretly sighed that since the leader treated him this way, he would not abandon him and would repay him with his life. Hearing this, Yang Tian just smiled and said nothing. Half an hour later, the car entered the villa area. After parking, Yang Tian smiled and asked, "Do you want to come home with me for New Year's dinner?" "No need. I'll take Tian home for New Year's. I've already informed my wife to prepare the meal." Zhang Quan waved his hand. "Besides, with the way I look now, I don't want to cause trouble for the leader." "All right then. If you need anything, just call me." After saying this, Yang Tian got out of the car and left. Watching the leader leave, the two then drove away from the villa area. At home, everyone was laughing, and someone occasionally came out of the kitchen with a bowl of dumplings. "Where is Xiao Tian? It's already so early. Where'd he go?" Yang's mother inquired. She hadn't seen Yang Tian all morning and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chapter 240. Breakthrough. Fighting 6 strong opponents. So beautiful. Really? Long Linger smiled charmingly. Nodding, Yang Tian replied mechanically. With a smile, he reached out, and Long Linger charged at him. In an instant, the two began sparring. Seeing that this girl dared to strike first, Yang Tian naturally would not sit still. He reached out, and Long Linger stumbled and lost her balance as Yang Tian turned her around. Grabbing Long Linger's jade hand, Yang Tian slapped her on her perky rear end and then began to give her a good beating, accompanied by Long Linger's screams. Yang Tian certainly would not give her any chance to counterattack. Before long, the two had fought from the living room to the balcony, and then from the balcony to the stairs. Following the stairs, they unleashed powerful moves, fighting their way up. Soon, Long Linger was completely defeated, pinned against the railing by Yang Tian. With a sudden charge, Long Linger was slammed against the railing, causing it to rattle and shake. At that moment, Yang Tian keenly sensed a change within his body. It was a sign of a breakthrough. Yang Tian vaguely remembered that the last time he broke through, he had sent Yuner flying. Chapter 241. Jiang City Emperor. All right, we should head back. Before long, everyone returned to the West District Villa. As they looked at the returning group, everyone rushed over, surrounding them with questions. "How is it? Did you win or lose?" Slapping her forehead, Long Linger said helplessly, "Is there a need to ask? If we really won, will we be in this state?" Sigh. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. Lowering her head, recalling their confident promises before leaving, they felt deeply ashamed. At that moment, Yang Tian suddenly appeared behind the crowd, wearing a playful expression. "Tonight, you all go to the East District Villa. Oh, by the way, remember to prepare something fun." "Ah, when did you come?" Hearing Yang Tian's voice, everyone was startled and bolted away like frightened rabbits. Yang Tian patted each of their perky behinds before humming a tune and returning to his room. At that moment, the crowd started to make noise again. "You were so proud. Now it backfired? Huh? Chapter 242. Preparing to go abroad until Old Master Long called him. He didn't realize that the matter had already been resolved. "Xiao Tian, I know Jiang City is your old base. For Linger's happiness, I have sent his fourth uncle to take over the Jiang City Committee's work. Now you can rest assured." After hearing old Master Long's words, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Then I thank you. You little slippery one. Mere verbal thanks won't do. When will you come help our Long family solve problems?" Hearing this, Yang Tian smiled and asked, "How many people does your Long family have?" There was a moment of silence on the line. After a while, Long Wujing quietly said, "About less than 500 people. That's quite a number. Although I can refine the divine washing pill, I still need time to gather materials." "No worries, take your time. Our Long family can wait. By the way, how much do you need? Just give me a number, and I'll have someone transfer it to you immediately." "Money? Don't joke around. I'm worried about spending money faster." Yang Tian thought to himself, "Why would I create trouble for myself? No need, Linger is my person. And I'm also half a member of the Long family. You just need to ensure that Jiang City and my parents are well protected by the Heavenly Alliance." Chapter 243. The Goddess Team officially launches that night. All the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Alliance slept in private rooms, including Yang Tian. Early the next morning, when everyone woke up, Yang Tian had already prepared hangover soup for them, showing a level of thoughtfulness that was not typical for a boss. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances and laughed. "All right, drink some hangover soup and hurry back to your rooms to freshen up. The smell is just overwhelming," Yang Tian said, waving his hand in front of his nose. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the restaurant on the first floor of the clubhouse. While having breakfast, Yang Tian turned to Yifeng and said, "Help me buy a villa or a manor over there. I don't want to live in a hotel anymore." "Okay. Does the leader have any requirements for the house?" "Not really, just buy the most expensive one." Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. He knew it would be like this. After making a phone call, Yifeng said there's a Beverly Manor, which is a wealthy area. "Beverly Manor? Fine. Buy it there. By the way, let's get 3 houses and they should be adjacent." "Why buy so many?" Yifeng asked, bewildered. Is the leader planning to live there long term? Chapter 244. Annie, is the plane ready? It's already coordinated with the U.S. side and can depart at any time. Hearing this, Yang Tian closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the car arrived at the airport, where Yifeng and the others were already waiting. Initially, he only wanted to bring Yifeng and Tian along, but with the Long family's assurance, he decided to bring 2 more people. After all, everyone was very excited about this trip. "Leader, yeah, let's go." With a roar of engines, the plane took off suddenly. 12 hours later, the plane safely landed at Los Angeles Airport. As soon as they got off the plane, several foreigners came to greet them, led by a stunning blonde beauty. "Boss, I'm Annie, the current head of Heavenly Alliance Investments in the U.S. Looking at her breathtaking beauty, Annie couldn't help but feel captivated. Coming back to her senses, she quickly extended her delicate hand. Yang Tian looked at Yifeng with a strange expression, thinking that this beauty might be his mistress. "Hello." With a slight smile, Yang Tian reached out to shake her soft hand. Chapter 245. Beverly Manor Villa. Staring into Annie's blue eyes, Yang Tian couldn't help but sigh. He had seen such exotic beauties before, but only in movies. It was only through personal experience that he realized how captivating it could be, especially with such incredible elasticity. To be honest, it was hard for him to let go. "How about this villa? Are you satisfied?" Annie asked softly, seeing this guy staring at her chest again. Annie recalled the ripples from earlier, and her face instantly turned red. At that moment, Yifeng and the other 3 approached. Noticing Annie's strange expression, Yifeng exchanged glances with Tian, seemingly saying, "Has she already fallen for him? The leader is really something." Just then, Wang Long and Han Yong shouted excitedly, "Wow, this place is amazing." Both were ordinary veterans, and although their lives had changed drastically after following Yang Tian, they had seen villas and manors before. But that didn't stop their astonishment at new experiences. Yifeng and Tian, however, showed no change in expression. Chapter 246. Call her sister-in-law. Just after coming downstairs, Yifeng saw Annie busy in the kitchen and walked over with a bitter smile. "Miss Annie, has the boss woken up yet?" While heating up breakfast, Annie asked. The boss wants you to go upstairs for a moment," Yifeng said awkwardly. Hearing this, Annie paused her actions and asked, "What did you say?" "The boss said to have you go upstairs." "What does he want you to go up for?" "To be honest, I don't know," Yifeng replied, shaking his head helplessly. After thinking for a while, Annie felt that the boss shouldn't be that shameless, so she put down what she was doing and left the kitchen. Clearly, this was just her one-sided wish. As for what Yang Tian was really thinking, only he knew. Hut, hut, hut. Hearing footsteps, Yang Tian turned his back to the door, pretending to be asleep. Knock, 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 knock. Outside the door. Annie knocked for a while, before Yang Tian's voice came from inside. Who is it? The door isn't locked. Just come in. Creak. Chapter 247. Ong-Rei sitting on Yang Tian's lap and feeling his breath by her ear, Annie's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her heart raced. Especially since he was always intentionally or unintentionally teasing her, making her feel flushed and embarrassed. For some reason, she didn't feel disgusted by this kind of touch. Instead, it felt very comfortable. Perhaps this was what it meant to be moved. It was the first time she felt this way, and she remembered it was during her college years. It was also a person from Long Country, her first love. However, back then, she was too conservative, only able to hold hands, which led to that guy cheating on her with her best friend. As a result, she once hated people from Long Country, and even got angry seeing Asian faces. This issue persisted until 2 years ago when she encountered a street thug on her way home from work. He not only robbed her of her wallet and phone, but also tried to assault her. Just at that critical moment, an old man from Long Country came down from the sky. With a single move of Tai Chi, he easily chased the thug away. Seeing that the old man was dressed plainly, Annie thought about giving him some money to thank him. Chapter 248. Big Case Leader. Why aren't we going to the meeting? Yifeng asked in confusion. He thought the leader would preside over the work here and get things done. However, unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, the leader was lost in the warmth of love, neglecting the matters of the Heavenly Alliance investments. Glancing at Yifeng, Yang Tian smiled and said, Do you think it's still necessary? I originally planned to, but now that Annie is my person, I trust her to handle it. However, this is the beautiful country, and the people here are inherently biased against us from the Dragon Country. I'm afraid, Yifeng hesitated to say. Waving his hand, Yang Tian said, I understand what you mean, don't worry. We're not in a hurry to leave. I have a plan. Upon hearing this, Yifeng no longer spoke further. As for Tian Yi and the others, they were not involved in the investment matters of the Tianming, so they did not interject. Sitting in Annie's boss chair, Yang Tian sipped tea while thinking that it seemed he needed to arrange for a few more spies here. Since Yifeng had studied here, Yang Tian still valued his opinion. In an instant, he thought of the little secretary from earlier, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Chapter 249. True happiness, are you sure? Despite feeling very excited inside, Annie still asked. After all, this matter involved too many subsequent issues, and for a moment, she felt a bit guilty. Are you capable or not? It's just a small matter. Is it interesting to keep asking? Yang Tian said speechlessly, really treating kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. With an annoyed murmur, Annie turned and left the office. As soon as she stepped out, she excitedly patted her prominent chest. Come on, I can definitely do it. She cheered herself on by shaking her fist. Angry, help me print a copy of the investment agreement for Ford. Upon hearing this, Angry was first taken aback. She was naturally clear about that investment plan. Coming back to her senses, she quickly reminded, Boss, do you really want to do this? Yes, Annie said firmly. All right then. As a little secretary, she felt she had done well by considering the issue from the company's perspective and reminding her boss. As for the outcome, whether or not they could withstand the retaliation from those people, to be honest, that was not something she needed to consider. Chapter 250. Alexandra Ford in the restaurant on the first floor of the Ulung Hotel, Yang Tian was eating while smiling at Annie beside him. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh that this foreign girl was indeed different. She was incredibly resilient. Just by herself, she endured 2 rounds of attacks. Although by the end, Annie's body was almost falling apart, she had also gained the confidence to be proud. To be honest, Yang Tian was very satisfied with this girl's performance. Wanting to scare her a bit, Yang Tian crossed his legs and rubbed her calf. Enduring the subtle stimulation, Annie, who was seriously eating, was startled. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at Yang Tian and made a gesture of cracking her fingers, as if to say, if you dare to mess around again, I'll take care of you. Seeing this scene, Yang Tian was also stunned and couldn't help but laugh. She really dared to threaten the old demon Yang. This wouldn't do. Picking up a spoon from the table, Yang Tian took a scoop of dessert, put it in his mouth, and then swallowed it. After finishing the dessert, he deliberately licked the spoon, looking provocatively at Annie. The originally proud Annie was instantly petrified, and her pretty face turned crimson. Chapter 251. Old Bill, as soon as they entered, a huge swimming pool was in sight, filled with beautiful women and wealthy ladies laughing and playing. As for men, Yang Tian hardly saw any. They were probably at the golf course discussing business. After all, who could come here without being wealthy? For these people, connections were key. Otherwise, who would come here for no reason? Perhaps by swimming here or playing golf, they could meet someone useful and close a deal. Looking at the black and white wealthy ladies and young ladies in the pool, with their fair and dark complexions, to be honest, Yang Tian was a bit mesmerized. There was no way, without a bit of capital, they couldn't get close to these wealthy individuals. Turning his head, Angry noticed Yang Tian's fiery gaze and felt a bit speechless. This Yang was indeed quite lecherous. Following Angry's gaze, Alexandra also noticed Yang Tian's expression and couldn't help but show a look of disdain. After a while, the three of them passed through the alluring swimming area and boarded an electric car. More than 10 minutes later, the three arrived at the golf course. Chapter 252. I only do business with beautiful women. After a while, Angry finally returned. How is it? Did Annie agree? Alexandra asked eagerly. Annie said she needs to discuss it with headquarters. Upon hearing this, Old Bill sighed and his expression dimmed. In his view, this was just an excuse for rejection. Just then, Yang Tian's phone rang. Smiling, Yang Tian said, "Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Let me take this call first." Seeing this, Alexandra's beautiful eyes narrowed, glaring at Yang Tian with an unfriendly look. It was known that they were discussing a financing deal worth billions, but this little follower of Angry interrupted their conversation. Truly lacking awareness. Didn't he know to silence his phone in such situations? Yang Tian naturally noticed her warning gaze, but he ignored it and answered the call. "Little Annie, did you miss me so soon after just a while?" Hearing this, the three beside him were all stunned. Little Annie, is that Annie? At that moment, aside from Angry, who knew a bit of the inside story, Old Bill and Alexandra's minds were racing. Chapter 253. Fluctuation Patterns While Kissing Angry. Yang Tian glanced at Alexandra with a mischievous smile on his face. After the kiss, Angry hurriedly pushed Yang Tian away and stammered, "Yang, you." Smiling at her, Yang Tian said, "What's wrong? Don't you like me?" Hearing this, recalling her response earlier, Angry's cheeks flushed. "Who likes you?" She glared at Yang Tian, her chest rising and falling with anger. Clearly, she was shocked by this sudden affection. Although the people of the beautiful country are quite open-minded and kissing is common, openness does not equate to promiscuity. She was well aware that this young and handsome boss had that kind of relationship with Annie, although she resisted this chaotic, ambiguous relationship. During the kiss, she felt a sense of beauty and peace. Thinking of the situation at home, she wanted to cry. She originally had a happy family. Although their financial situation couldn't be considered superior, it was a small bourgeois family. It was just that her father became a drug addict, which led to a shattered family. Chaos and turmoil. Chapter 254. Betting. I'll take the first shot, and you pay attention to my stance, Alexandra said charmingly. Stop talking and get on with it. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yang Tian slapped her perky bottom, urging her in a hurry. Seeing this girl continuously swinging her cue and chattering away, Yang Tian, who was anxiously studying the fluctuation patterns with no results, naturally felt impatient. "Oh, you really are an impatient one." With a soft huff, Alexandra swung the cue and accurately struck the ball on the ground. Bang, accompanied by a crisp sound. The ball traced a perfect parabola before slowly rolling into a small hole. "Yes." Alexandra excitedly waved her fist and shouted. Next to her, Henri also praised, saying that Miss Della really played beautifully. Your last shot was pretty good too." Yang Tian, however, ignored their mutual compliments and was busy calculating something. It seems Angry's fluctuations last longer, but why is Alexandra so confident with such substantial backing? Could it be a counterfeit product? Chapter 255. Two little assistants. After finishing the last shot, Yang Tian walked over to the two. While tapping his left hand with the cue, he smiled at them, saying, "How about it? Are you convinced?" At that moment, he resembled a street punk trying to deceive naive girls. "You said you've never played golf, right?" Staring at Yang Tian, Alexandra said speechlessly, "What a big liar." At this point, Henri also lost her earlier infatuation, looking at him with disdain. She initially thought Yang Tian was just a lecherous man, but she didn't expect him to be a fraud as well. The two of them felt like prey, being toyed with by this guy. "I didn't deceive you. I've really never played this thing." Shrugging his shoulders, Yang Tian smiled and explained, "You expect me to believe that?" Big fraud. Yang Tian didn't care about their complaints at all, as he was already ready to collect his wager. He pulled Alexandra's slender waist and grinned, saying, "Remember, you've already lost to me, so you'll be mine from now on." Upon hearing this, Alexandra shuddered, her expression filled with desolation. Nearby, Rei was also frozen in place after hearing Yang Tian's words. Chapter 256 Punishment from Yang Tian in the car. Pairs of people were enjoying the beautiful scenery, singing a modified Huangmei opera while driving the electric car. Yang Tian felt very relaxed. Behind him, Alexandra and Rei were also chatting quietly. "Are you really going to be that guy's personal life assistant?" Rei whispered. "You know the issues Ford is facing. Do I have other options?" "That's true." Blinking, Della said, "You said goodbye to me. What about you?" With a blush on her pretty face, Rei stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Della giggled. "Looks like you're really into him." Hearing this, Rei thought to herself, "Could it be that I really am? How is that possible?" Shaking her head, she couldn't believe she would fall for this scumbag so quickly. Soon, the three arrived outside the swimming pool. At the swimsuit shop, looking at the dazzling array of swimsuits, Yang Tian held up the chosen swim trunks and smiled at the two. "This one won't do. It's too conservative." This one looks good." Quickly, he picked swimsuits for both of them, all in styles he liked. Chapter 257, Sending Alexandra home in the car. Yang Tian asked, "Are you both starting today? Or?" Hearing this, Alexandra cautiously glanced at Yang Tian and said softly, "I still hold an important position at Ford and need some time to hand over my work." "Is that so? How long will it take?" Thinking for a moment, she replied, "It should take about a week." "Okay, then I'll give you a week. After you're done, come to Beverly Hills to report." Turning his head, Yang Tian looked at Rei again. "Little secretary, what about you?" "I'll go tomorrow," Rei said weakly. "All right, then it's settled. Come in tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, where are you living now? Is it far from Beverly Hills?" Rei shyly said, "I live near the company." Hearing this, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Why don't you just move over here? It will be more convenient." After saying that, he looked at Alexandra. "You too, move over here when the time comes." Since she had already made up her mind, she had no reason to refuse. Next to her, seeing Della agree without hesitation, she nodded directly. Chapter 258, A Warning from a Wall Street Tycoon. Back at the villa, Alexandra immediately told her father about Tianming investment raising $20 billion. After hearing his daughter's words, Old Bill laughed heartily. After the surprise, he asked about the details. When he heard that his daughter was resigning to be that Dragon Country person's life assistant, Old Bill fell silent. "Are you really sure you want to do this?" Old Bill said solemnly. Alexandra firmly replied, "Father, this is decided. Please don't try to persuade me anymore." "Fine. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you any longer. If he dares to bully you, even if it means the company goes bankrupt, I will seek justice for you." "Thank you, Father." After finishing the call, Alexandra ran to the bathroom. There was no helping it. She was feeling quite flustered. On the other side, after more than an hour of travel, Yang Tian also returned to the Beverly Hills villa. Just as he parked the car, a young and beautiful woman walked up to him. "Boss, hello." Hearing this, Yang Tian was taken aback for a moment. "You are?" With a bright smile, the woman said, "I'm the new nanny." "A nanny?" Yang Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 259 Vinadize. Suddenly, the entire Tianming investment became chaotic. In the office, Annie was also stunned, her face full of panic. Although she had anticipated offending those people, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Bang! "Boss, it's bad. Our company's network has been attacked by hackers." Hearing this, Annie frowned slightly. "I understand. You can go out for now." Rubbing her temples to calm down, she finally dialed Yang Tian's number. In the villa, just out of the shower from a bathroom, Yang Tian heard the phone ringing. "Xiao, Annie, have you missed me after such a short time apart?" At this moment, Annie had lost her playful mood and said in a low voice that something happened at the company. Hearing this, Yang Tian threw away the towel in his hand and frowned, asking what happened. Annie then recounted the warning email she received and the attack on the company's network. After listening to Annie, Yang Tian casually replied, "I thought it was something serious. Is it just a small issue? Don't hang up yet. Give me a few minutes." After saying this, he placed his phone on the bedside table and got up to fetch a laptop. Chapter 260. The little assistant arrives as soon as he went downstairs. Yang Tian saw Yi Feng and 3 others sitting in the living room. Alliance leader. Seeing no one next to him, the 4 called out to him again. Waving his hand, Yang Tian said, "It's better to call me boss here." Hearing this, the four replied in unison, understood. Do you have something to discuss? Thinking that the little assistant was about to arrive, Yang Tian wanted to send them away. Isn't it a bit boring? We just thought we'd come over and have breakfast with the boss, Yi Feng said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tian said, you guys go to the company. I'm worried someone might act out and go after your sister-in-law. By the way, Yi Feng, when you get there, check with Amy about the situation and help me investigate the other party situation. Okay, I got it. Is it urgent? Yi Feng asked, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder. Yang Tian replied, not urgent. I know you haven't eaten yet. Let's eat first and then you can go. Soon, the housekeeper brought in the prepared breakfast. After finishing their meal, the four of them left together. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, but Ong Rue still hadn't arrived. Just as Yang Tian was about to call her, the housekeeper came in. Chapter 261. Acting as a flower guardian early the next morning. Yi Feng and the others arrived at the villa. After bidding farewell to Yang Tian, they set off for New York. After sending them off, Yang Tian could only temporarily act as a flower guardian to protect Amy's safety. As for Ong Rue, she was naturally taken to the company, becoming a source of entertainment for him to pass the time. As soon as he got out of the car, Yang Tian embraced both of them. After swatting away the hand on her rear, Amy said, stop it, we're almost at the company. TCH, seeing that this girl was so unromantic, Yang Tian pouted and entered the building with the little assistant. Stomping her foot, Amy quickly followed. Once inside the company, Yang Tian took Ong Rue to Amy's lounge. After giving the two a glance, Amy immersed herself in her busy work. In the lounge, to pass the time, Yang Tian suggested playing Go Bang with the little assistant and set a shameful penalty. Although Ong Rue was very dissatisfied with these penalties, she had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Yang Tian's shamelessness. 3 minutes later, Yang Tian achieved the first kill, looking at the person across from him with a smile. Reluctantly, Ong Rue had to offer her lips and gave Yang Tian a French kiss. Chapter 262. Boredom under the disdainful gazes of those around them. Yang Tian finished his meal. As for the two girls, they were now keeping their distance from him, acting as if they didn't know him at all. Wiping his mouth and paying the bill, Yang Tian waved to the two. Seeing this, Amy and Ong Rue could only walk over helplessly. Embracing their slender waists, Yang Tian provocatively looked around. Damn, show off. I really want to smash his face. Alas, the world is going downhill and morals are decaying. Such beautiful girls, yet they're being hugged by a lowly person. It really tarnishes the image of our beautiful country. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, the three of them left the restaurant calmly. As soon as they stepped outside, Amy complained, so embarrassing. Ong Rue, on the other side, nodded in agreement. Slapping the two girls' perky behinds, Yang Tian laughed. I didn't expect that eating a meal could give you some courage. When we get back, just wait and see how I deal with you. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances, already knowing their fate. Not long after in the lounge, Aini was bent over, practicing yoga poses seriously. Chapter 263. Attack all the way, the three were laughing and joking. Soon, the car drove out of the city and into the suburbs. Get ready, I'll show you what drifting feels like. Upon hearing this, the two clapped their hands in excitement. Looking at the upcoming turn, Yang Tian slammed the accelerator and shouted, here we go. In an instant, the speed increased, causing the two girls to grip the handrails tightly and scream continuously. Glancing at the pale-faced two, Yang Tian smiled and slammed on the brakes, sharply turning the steering wheel. In an instant, the car skidded and drifted out. It wasn't until they reached the turn that he stepped on the gas and sped down the straight road. Yang Tian asked, isn't that exhilarating? Exhilarating my foot. You scared me to death. Isn't it? I felt like my soul was about to fly away. They both laughed heartily at this. Just then, a large truck sped toward them from the opposite direction. Yang Tian keenly sensed something was off. Although this was the suburbs with few vehicles, he had a feeling that this truck was heading straight for them. Frowning, Yang Tian said, hold on tight, grab the handrails. Chapter 264. The first encounter with a psychic. Thanks to the powerful effects of the beauty-enhancing pill, the two girls, who should have been sluggish, had regained their usual vitality. As for their appearance, due to their young age, the changes weren't too obvious. However, their skin and mental state had improved significantly, giving them a fresh and ethereal aura. This caused the two, who should have been sleepy, to be full of energy, constantly bothering Yang Tian to tell them interesting stories about Dragon Country. With no choice, Yang Tian transformed into a storyteller, recounting many tales about the Easter Dragon country and praising it as a perfect nation. Looking at the two with longing faces, Yang Tian couldn't help but grin, wondering if he had exaggerated a bit. Just then, his expression changed as he furrowed his brows. He keenly sensed a trace of psychic energy flash past in front of him. At that moment, Ong Rue beside him panicked and shouted, "What's wrong?" Yang Tian asked. "I just felt someone touching my thigh," Ong Rue said, looking flustered. In an instant, Yang Tian recalled the psychic energy he sensed earlier. Chapter 265, Following and Counter-Following. Don't move, Iyawa bye. Seeing Saipi, who was holding his fingers and playing foolishly, Jack awkwardly grinned. "Haha, this fool." At this moment, unpleasant murmurs arose around them. Jack pressed Saipi down into his seat and fastened his seatbelt, feeling a bit better. But when he saw the bad uncle bullying him, Saipi immediately protested. "Whoa, Daddy, Mommy, where are you? There's a bad uncle bullying me. Help. Just watch me beat you up, you filthy bastard. Bye. Oh no. Out of bullets." With that, he reached for his waistband, intending to reload his water gun. Jack, feeling he could no longer tolerate it, decided enough was enough. After a swift chop, Saipi quieted down. Nevertheless, the mocking laughter around them continued unabated. Standing up, Jack glared fiercely at those around him, finally silencing their ridicule. Slowly sitting back down, he glanced at the drooling Saipi beside him and closed his eyes, contemplating the upcoming events. Chapter 266. What the hell is this thing? Until Tianny and the others finished their meal and returned, Yifeng had not received a reply from the leader. Checking the time, he realized that nearly 2 hours had passed since they returned to the room. If my guess is correct, this is too impressive. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Shaking his head, he felt a bit uncertain. After all, this was a rather long time. Then, the four began discussing the tracking arrangements. After more than half an hour, Yifeng finally received a reply from the leader. "Leader, I'm going to take a shower. You guys wait a moment." If there was some uncertainty before, this moment confirmed everything. "Leader, YYDS. Fengke, what's wrong with you?" Han Yong asked, puzzled. "It's nothing." Yifeng waved his hand awkwardly. After all, he always presented himself as a virtuous person. If others found out he was secretly observing the leader's combat power, his reputation would be ruined, making it hard for him to face everyone in the future. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. "Leader." As Yang Tian stepped in, the four stood up and spoke in unison. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to notice that Yifeng's expression was quite strange. Chapter 267. I don't like your beard. Avu, D. With the Wolf King's roar, a streak of light mixed with an ice sword shot towards Yang Tian at high speed. Although he had just suffered a secret loss, he thought it was his own carelessness that allowed Yang Tian to ambush him. The moment the ice sword was shot, Yang Tian unleashed his mental power, firmly locking onto the target. This ice sword actually has the attack strength of a master. How interesting. After sensing with his mental power, Yang Tian became interested in these peculiar new items. Just as the newcomer was about to be struck down, everyone, including the Wolf King, burst into laughter at that moment. Let this guy show off. He must be scared silly by the Wolf King's strength. Of course, the Wolf King was a powerful S-class ability user. In front of the Wolf King, he was just a clown. Seeing Yang Tian standing there motionless, everyone thought he was intimidated by the Wolf King's aura. But the next moment, their mouths dropped open in fear. At that moment, they realized that the real clown was themselves. Faced with the terrifying attack, Yang Tian merely extended 2 fingers and pinched the ice sword between them. Chapter 268. The Wolf King submits. Although there were already some speculations, it didn't prevent Yang Tian from verifying it again. "Who do you want to deal with?" The Wolf King said with a wry smile. "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tian kicked him on the backside. "Still not being honest?" "Sir, I really don't know. We just arrived in New York, and haven't even met Charles yet." The Wolf King said aggrievedly. "I see." Hearing this, Yang Tian realized he had misunderstood him. "By the way, are you a werewolf?" To be honest, he was quite curious about this. It was his first time meeting such a beast man. "What werewolf? Are you talking about the transformation just now?" The Wolf King asked, puzzled. "Yes. How did you transform your head into a wolf's head just now?" Although the person in front of him looked young, the Wolf King didn't think so. Seeing that this person didn't understand Western ability users, the Wolf King felt a bit strange. "Sir, you don't know about ability users?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was taken aback. Ability users? Right? To be honest, It was the first time he had heard about the existence of ability users. If it weren't for the system that made him a cultivator who didn't need to practice, he probably wouldn't even have encountered martial artists, let alone ability users. Chapter 269, Visiting Wall Street. When he came, Yang Tian was sneaky, and when he left, he didn't take the usual route. To intimidate everyone, he had no choice but to show off a bit. This mysterious demeanor of coming and going without a trace indeed left the Wolf King dumbfounded. So they say, showing off is momentarily enjoyable, but constantly showing off is always enjoyable. Whoosh! After the sound of the wind, Yang Tian appeared in front of Tian. Leader, is everything settled? Huh! Since I personally took action, is there anything I can't handle? All right, we'll talk later. Let us go. Before long, the two returned to the car. With a roar, the car sped away into the night. While driving, Tian asked, Leader, did you kill all those people? Shaking his head, Yang Tian replied, no. He then recounted how he made the Wolf King submit and the matter of ability users. After listening, Tian was surprised. Ability users? Heh, Yang Tian smilet. There's nothing to be surprised about. Since the Dragon Country has martial artists, what is so strange about the West having ability users? That is true. After pondering for a while, Yang Tian murmured, I used to be unaware of the existence of ability users, and I was quite confident in the strength of Tian San and the others. But now, I'm a bit worried about their safety. Chapter 270, Action. What is so interesting about a small, broken building? Yang Tian waved his hand, urging everyone to leave. After turning around for a while, Yang Tian said, It's too boring here. We might as well go see the Statue of Liberty. Then let us go. They left as soon as they said it. Soon, the group arrived at Liberty Island in New York. Although they had seen the Statue of Liberty many times before, Annie and Angeli still looked sincerely awed upon seeing it again. In the eyes of the beautiful Americans, the Statue of Liberty is their spiritual support. Therefore, there are many people around them with their hands clasped together, all displaying sincere expressions. However, for Yang Tian and the others, it was merely a building. Compared to the Great Wall and the terracotta army of the Dragon Kingdom, this was nothing at all. Han Yong muttered softly. Isn't that right? What piece of junk? Wang Long also sneered. You two better stop mumbling there, or the sisters will hear you. Yifeng reminded them. Hearing this, the two finally shut their mouths. Buzz just then, the phone vibrated. Upon opening it, it was a message from the Wolf King. Wolf King, when I went to meet Charles earlier, he was accompanied by 3 people, all big shots from Wall Street. They invested $200 million to have us deal with the Tianming investment in Los Angeles and Ford Motor Company. By the way, is Tianming investment our company? Chapter 271. Capture alive, what the hell is this? Looking at the approaching vine, Han Yong shouted in panic. Not just him, the other 3 were also startled. Although they had already learned about the existence of the superpowered individuals from the leader, seeing it in person felt different. Is this what superpowered individuals are like? Yifeng Fronit. Why do I feel like it's a monster? This is too scary. Wang Long exclaimed with his mouth agape. Whoosh! In an instant, the vines reached the 4 of them and began to wrap around them. These vines looked frightening, but Charles was merely an S-level wood-type, superpowered individual, equivalent to a master martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. The difference was that superpowered individuals were slightly stronger in group battles than martial artists. But it was only a slight difference. As for those vines, individually, they were equivalent to the attack strength of an ordinary innate level. If the 4 of them hadn't just broken through and come here, they would have definitely been defeated. This was their first battle against a superpowered individual, and they had no experience. Although they were a bit flustered in dealing with it, they were not in any life-threatening danger. While dodging, the 4 also fought back fiercely, taking care of the remaining guards. Chapter 272 took down 4 lackeys. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Charles was about to be choked to death, Yang Tian threw him away. Bang! Ah! Koog! 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 After landing, Charles, who was already mentally exhausted, was beaten again by Yang Tian and passed out after twitching a few times. Then, Yang Tian turned to the 3. Suddenly, all 3 trembled in fear. I was going to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. Good man. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. Yes, yes, I can give you money, a lot of money. Please spare us. Whatever you want, just ask. Smiling, Yang Tian said nothing, but slowly took out 4 control talismans. I've decided you'll be my dogs. While speaking, Yang Tian infused a bit of spiritual power into the talismans and then tossed them towards the half-dead Charles. Then he turned to the 3. Didn't you just say that as long as I don't kill you, You'll do anything for me? Good man, what is this thing? Chapter 273. Choice standing by the window, watching the four of them leave in a sorry state. Yang Tian also smiled disdainfully. In the face of death, they were all equally afraid. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Tian standing outside. Why are you out here? I heard from Han Yong that you came, so I came down to see. By the way, we finally caught them. Why let them go? Tian asked in confusion. Patting Tian, Yang Tian said, don't worry. From now on, they're one of us. Hearing this, Tian frowned, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yang Tian naturally understood Tian Yi's concerns. To tell you the truth, I have a talisman that can control life and death. The Wolf King and the Four just now have already been controlled by me. Dare they disobey? I can destroy them anytime. Hearing this, Tian Yi's eyes widened. Smiling, Yang Tian said, don't worry. We are brothers. I want to use it on you. Leader, that is not what I meant, Tian said awkwardly. All right, stop overthinking it. Generally, I wouldn't stoop to using this thing. The key is that I can't stay here for long, so I can only find a few more lackeys to help your sisters. Chapter 274. Dala has arrived. Just as Yang Tian went downstairs, his phone rang. Upon opening it, he found it was a call from Alexandra. Little assistant. Are you missing me? Yang Tian said. To Yang Tian's surprise, she actually admitted it. Oh, just a few days apart, and you become so straightforward? Dala said, looking around. Isn't it because of you that they stopped? Thank you. Smiling, Yang Tian said, don't forget, you are mine. Got it. I'll come to find you in a few days to be your personal assistant. Yang Tian joked, how personal? On the other end, Dala's face turned slightly red as she said, if you want to be close, be close. Oh, looks like my efforts were not in vain. It was worth it. Can you be more serious? Dala said charmingly. Or am I not serious? I'm not talking to you anymore, goodbye. After saying that, Dala hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Yang Tian shook his head. Just thinking about the three of them. No, it should be four of them. Made him smile mischievously. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. Chapter 275. Those who touch my brother shall die. The waves wash away the tears of heroes. From now on, the king does not attend court. After everything was done, Yang Tian went out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Annie and Angeli outside the door. Seeing Yang Tian, the two were startled. What are you two sneaking around here for? Yang Tian frowned. Nothing. We weren't doing anything. Annie replied timidly. Next to her, Angeli also tugged at Annie's sleeve, signaling her to run away quickly. Understanding, the two took the opportunity to turn and run when Yang Tian wasn't paying attention. Hey, do you think you can run in front of me? You're thinking too much. Crash. After returning to the room and closing the door, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she turned her head, Annie was stunned, because, unbeknownst to her, Yang Tian had already entered before them. You. She pointed at Yang Tian, her face filled with surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. What happened? Angrui asked in confusion. But as soon as he turned his head, he also saw Yang Tian and immediately felt a bit dazed. When did you come in? Chapter 276. Arriving at the Heavenly Kill mercenary group after finishing his cigarette and standing on the balcony to clear his mind for a while, Yang Tian went upstairs to sleep. The next day, early in the morning as the sun was just rising, Annie and the others got up early to prepare breakfast for Yang Tian. After washing up, when he came downstairs, he was also warmed by the atmosphere on site. He gave each of the three girls a gentle pat on the head and laughed. What are you doing? I'm not coming back. Upon hearing this, the three girls remained silent, just staring at him with tears welling up in their beautiful eyes. This left Yang Tian at a loss. All right, I promise you. I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Really? You aren't lying to us, are you? No lying. Waving his hand, Yang Tian assured them. Why would I lie to you? With you three beautiful girls here, I'm a bit worried. He. Hearing this, the three girls were also amused. You're quite the talker. A man's words are a ghost lie. I believe you. Yang Tian pulled Dala in his arms and said, our Dala is the best, unlike you guys. Especially Annie, who always goes against me. Annie pouted and put her hands on her hips, saying, what about me? I just said, what's wrong with that? Chapter 277. Showing strength, were you all doing? A Heavenly Kill member who had just returned from a mission asked, looking at the bustling camp. Ugh, don't mention it. The leader just told us to tidy up a bit and then move to the Ghost Mercenary Group's camp. I don't know what he's thinking. Is he sending us to our deaths? A man from the country said helplessly. Damn, moving to the Ghost Mercenary Group's camp? Has the leader gone mad? Forget it. If it weren't for the leader, we might have died long ago. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. Hurry up and pack. That's right. We don't care about life and death. If we don't like it, we fight. What's there to be afraid of? Haha. The same scene kept happening in the camp. Although many people were confused, they still firmly executed the orders. On the other side, at this moment, Yang Tian had already arrived near the Ghost Mercenary Group's camp, according to the map information. This time he came to establish the authority of the Heavenly Kill Mercenary Group. So he did not choose to conceal his presence, but rather acted quite high profile. It seems this is the Ghost Mercenary Group's camp, Yang Tian murmured, looking at the ancient castle surrounded by walls not far away. Chapter 278. Recapturing the Ghost Mercenary Group at this moment. Not only the ordinary members of the Ghost Mercenary Group, but even the 4 leaders were shocked by the scene before them. Big brother, what should we do now? The 3 vice leaders trembled as they looked at the big brother, clearly having lost their will to resist. Could he be a god-level powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom? The big leader frowned, thinking with a face full of fear. Although he had never seen a god-level powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom, he had seen quite a few SS-level ability users. It is known that ability users of the same level are stronger than martial artists. But even SS-level ability users do not have such might. This person is exceptionally mysterious, and his methods are extremely strange. The main point is that the pressure brought by the 2 is worlds apart. Therefore, he couldn't help but think this way. Other than a god-level powerhouse, he really couldn't think of any other rank. What else can we do? Leave it to fate. With a wave, he activated his ability, and 2 white, feathered wings appeared behind him. Then, he flapped his wings and flew directly down from the city wall. Seeing this, the other 3 also activated their wings and followed closely behind. Chapter 279. The capable Ob back in the hall of the ancient castle. Yang Tian asked, "What's your name?" "Alstablieft." Nodding, Yang Tian continued, "How strong is the Blood Fiend Mercenary Group?" "Stronger than our Ghost Mercenary Group. They have 5 S-level ability users, and most importantly, their weapons are top-notch, and they are very wealthy," Ob said helplessly. As one of the 3 major mercenary groups, they are well aware of the differences among themselves. Oh, seemingly sensing Yang Tian's doubts, Ob continued, "As far as I know, they have the shadow of arms dealers behind them." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian's eyes brightened. After all, the slow development of the Heavenly Kill Mercenary Group is due to a lack of weapons. Although personal strength is important, except for SS-level ability users or Grandmaster-level martial artists. In the face of heavy firepower, even S-level ability users and Grandmaster-level martial artists must avoid their sharpness. After all, they are not Yang Tian and do not have a spiritual shield, although he has given a lot of funding to the Heavenly Kill Group. Due to a lack of connections, most of what they bought were second-hand firearms. In this chaotic battlefield, being able to establish a foothold is crucially tied to weapons. Do you know which country's arms dealer it is? Chapter 280. Feeling helpless after hearing Yang Tian's words, Ob was taken aback for a moment. Coming back to his senses, Ob quickly said, "Understood, understood." Watching the 2 mumbling continuously, Tian, and the others beside them were speechless and facepalmed. They had a new understanding of the leader's lewdness. "Then it's settled. Next time you must help me keep it." After saying this, Yang Tian took out 4X phones and handed them to Ob. "This is your reward. If you have any needs or matters in the future, you can contact me using this." Taking the phone, Ob thought to himself, "Is the master a bit stingy? Just a few phones as a reward?" Seeing Ob's strange expression, Tian stepped forward and hugged him, explaining some things. After hearing this, Ob finally understood that he had gained the master's trust, because anyone who could receive an X phone was undoubtedly a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Looking at Ob's delighted face, Tian then came to Yang Tian and whispered, "Leader, are you trying to develop external forces?" Nodding, Yang Tian said this time, "I plan to bring Tian-san and the others back with me. As for this place, I'll leave it to these professionals to handle. In the future, if we want to train new members, we can send them here for experience. After all, with the Control God Talisman, I'm not afraid of them betraying me." Chapter 281. Han Yang's bold move. Bang, bang, bang. Without Yang Tian's orders, the people behind him also moved when he attacked Jeslev. Damn it. Looking at the continuously falling subordinates, Jeslev couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. "Boss, what should we do now? Should we go?" The second-in-command asked with a frown. "Go. If we don't go now, we'll be left with nothing." Although he feared Yang Tian's might, He didn't want to just surrender and be slaughtered. In an instant, the five activated their abilities and charged towards Obu and the others. In their view, besides Yang Tian, the strongest should be the four Obu brothers. Watching the chaotic scene, Yang Tian chose not to intervene, instead finding a place to sit down, as if he were spectator. With 3 Grandmaster-level martial artists, 4 S-level ability users, and 6 innate-level martial artists, did he still need to make a move? Oomph. You'll pay for your arrogance. Glancing at Yang Tian, who did not intervene, Jeslev breathed a sigh of relief, but also disdainfully spat a curse. You guys deal with the Obu brothers, I'll take care of the others. Chapter 282. Bullying with Power Obu. You guys go take a look. If they're not dead, have them hurry back and clean up. It's disgusting. Due to the overwhelming stench, Yang Tian had no choice but to let someone check. Okay. In fact, he didn't want to go, but he dared not disobey Yang Tian's orders, so he could only cover his mouth and nose and walk over. Is he dead? He kicked the second-in-command on the ground. Obu shouted with disgust. No, not dead. If he's not dead, get up quickly and take your boss back to wash up. It's really disgusting. Oh, and have someone clean up the shit outside. Hearing this, the second-in-command was a bit dazed, wondering what these people wanted. Didn't they plan to kill us? Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly got up and called the other 3, finally helping the stinking Jeslev back to the base. Master, let's go inside. It's too smelly here. Obu endured the foul odor. Yang Tian nodded. After all, it was indeed quite smelly. Then, everyone entered the Blood Fiend mercenary group's base together. As soon as they entered, Yang Tian saw various advanced weapons and some heavy equipment. Chapter 283. The Wolf King mercenary group, submit. Is it true? Hearing Obu's words, the 4 behind Jeslev looked shocked. Is there any doubt? That day, I almost kicked the bucket. That kind of torture was truly worse than death, the third said, trembling. Just thinking about that day's experience made him shiver, filled with dread. In an instant, Jeslev and his 4 subordinates stood frozen in place. Something that could autonomously monitor and even make S-level ability users wish they were dead was astonishing to think about. When did the master control you? At this point, Jeslev had changed his address, fearing any disrespect might trigger that unpredictable control talisman. Yesterday, and the master came alone. Although we used every means, we still had no power to resist. Obu sighed. The truth was they had chickened out. After witnessing Yang Tian's power, they had made no resistance at all and chose the path of submission. It was proven that they had bet right. But how could he tell Jeslev this? Did he want to lose face? One person? With a master's strength, that's possible. Jeslev muttered to himself. Chapter 284. The tragic fate of the triplets. Greetings, Master. Although they were unwilling, what could they do? Yang Tian told them everything that needed to be said and what shouldn't be said. Unhappy? Then endure it. Can't endure it? Then go die. Yang Tian didn't have much time to play games with them. With that time, wouldn't it be better to enjoy the autumn breeze? After just recovering the remnants of the Wolf King mercenary group, Obu brought Jeslev and the others back. Without further ado, Yang Tian summoned the talisman and directly controlled them. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. 5 of them triggered the punishment mechanism. Yang Tian paid no attention to this, allowing them to be tortured to death. After all, the people of the Blood Fiend mercenary group were still only at the conceptual level regarding the might of the control talisman. Yang Tian had to use facts to prove what would happen to those who dared to betray him. Hiss! After witnessing the deaths of the 5, everyone present gasped, including Tian, E, and the others. Greetings, Master. In an instant, except for Tian, E, and the others, everyone present knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Chapter 285. Please remove the word Maru from Longwa. Looking at Yang Tian approaching, a beauty like a water lily blinked her beautiful eyes and shyly asked, Yes. Can you speak Longwa language? Yang Tian asked curiously. The 3 of us learned the Longwa language since we were little. I see. That's even better. While speaking, Yang Tian began to check the basic information of the 3. After all, such beautiful triplet sisters were rare. Moreover, their background was not ordinary and could help Amy manage the company. This way, it would not only add some fun to life, but also be beneficial for the development of the branch. It was a win-win situation, and Yang Tian was naturally very willing. As Yang Tian checked, the information of the 3 appeared in his mind. Character, Laura Masso. Age, 26. Appearance, 97 points. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust, 34D. Favorability, 75 points. Number of men, 0 ding. Goddess Laura Masso has been bound. Character, Nicola Masso. Age, 26. Appearance, 97 points. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Chapter 286. A new way to play with tanks after finishing the shower and changing clothes. Yang Tian waved his hand and called everyone to leave. Oh yeah. Amid cheers, Yang Tian was pulled by the three into the heavy weapons base. By the time they arrived, Obu and the others had already been waiting there for a long time. The scene was quite impressive. Aside from some members on external missions, the base square had already been surrounded by hundreds of people forming a large circle. Master, as arranged, Yang Tian came over, and a group of people collectively bowed, their voices booming like thunder. Nodding his head, Yang Tian felt very satisfied with Obu's arrangements. He chose the most imposing heavy tank, eager to show off. Watching the respectful big shots, Laura and the others' hearts raced, feeling even more curious about Yang Tian's identity. But more than that, they felt fortunate, because they had finally found their best male lead, giving them hope for the second half of their lives. Master, can you drive? Should I find someone to teach you first? Obu approached, flattering him. Seeing this, Jeslev and Wolf King were also unwilling to fall behind, both expressing their willingness to be Yang Tian's instructors. Chapter 287. Returning home, the goddess squad fully online as the sun rose after a long morning of chatting. Everyone went back to their own homes. Just back in his room, Yang Tian saw the little fairies enjoying their meal. Aren't you going to call me to eat? You really have no conscience, he complained. After all, he was also one of those who contributed, yet these women were utterly ungrateful. Call you? You're up so early and in such good spirits. Wouldn't you go eat by yourself? Laura teased with a smile. Exactly, like a stubborn donkey, not knowing when to rest. Hearing this, Yang Tian could only facepalm in silence. Strong? Is that my fault? I don't know who kept shouting they liked me. Ignoring Laura's resentful gaze, he continued to eat while stroking her thigh. Seeing the sister blushing, the other two dared not say more, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. After eating and drinking to their fill, Yang Tian took the three of them to the base airport. Since they were going to fly planes, they had to follow through. Boom! Soon, the bomber roared into the sky. Wow, so exciting. Come on, accelerate, fly even higher. Chapter 288. Testing skills. Boom boom. A lineup of Bugatti sports cars raced wildly through the city. Even the traffic police avoided them. This was a walking small target. Who wouldn't feel their scalp tingle upon seeing them? Watching the crowd by the roadside, Yang Tian drove with one hand while muttering, "That Meng Ru, always finding trouble for me. Doesn't she know I'm going for a low-key route? To pick you up." Sister Meng Ru was busy running around, finally gathering all the Bugattis in Yanjing, and you're still not satisfied. Long Linger retorted with a pout. Just praised you for being sensible, and now you've turned traitor in such a short time. I'm not. This is the truth. All right, so you're all disobedient now? Just wait and see how I deal with you. In less than an hour, Yang Tian returned to his manor. As for Tian, Yi, and the others, they went to meet up with their brothers since the Tian San group had been away for a long time. Yang Tian initially wanted to join his brothers, but with Long Linger nearby, he could only go home and tease this girl first. Smelling the familiar aroma of home, Yang Tian felt very happy. Chapter 289. Blue Star Shock. Duong, duong, duong. As soon as he entered the living room, Yang Tian heard the cooking sounds coming from the kitchen. Smiling, he walked over. Ah, the master is so bad. Just came back and already bullying Linger. Isn't that right? That scream was just too tragic. Hey, do you think he will come to bully us? Yeah, how did I forget that? If I had known, I wouldn't have changed into this outfit. Oh no, it's over. Knowing that the master would return today, they had long prepared to welcome him back and wash away the dust. However, Linger's tragic situation made them a bit hesitant. Standing outside the door, eavesdropping on their discussions, Yang Tian couldn't help but smile. Those who know me, the maid squad. Upon his return, he could clearly feel the changes among them. These changes were reflected not only in their work, but also in their happy lives. Just thinking about how even the rookie Linger had become so skilled made Yang Tian worry for himself. After all, besides Wanjun, who was still in school, the others had already completed their reunion. In the manor, there were already as many as 17 people stationed. Chapter 290. Fierce Battle. Damn it. This really scared me to death. Since Yang Tian got the system, this was the first time he showed such a shocked expression. There was no way around it. That was a thunder tribulation, a thunder tribulation that could turn even a great immortal to ash. How could he not be afraid? The main point was that the system had said he had been struck dead 9,999 times. This was a shadow buried deep in his bones. Husband, my lord. At that moment, a chorus of calls rang out from the courtyard, pulling him out of his fear. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Tian stood up to greet his beloved concubines. Since he would have to face it sooner or later, what was the use of being afraid? Life is so beautiful. Why bother worrying? To comfort his fragile soul, Yang Tian decided he must release some pressure by sending out a few missiles. But as soon as he stood up, his legs weakened and he nearly fell to the ground. Damn it, is this the aftereffect of fear? Just then, a group of beautiful women walked in. Husband, my lord. Seeing Yang Tian leaning against his leg, looking unsteady, everyone was startled. Chapter 291. Sore discussion at Mount Hua, these crazy people. Standing under the shower. Yang Tian muteret in silence. Just thinking about the intense sparring he had just finished made him feel helpless. My lord, are you okay? At that moment, Longlinger's voice called from outside. Due to the intense sparring, she had been unable to sleep all night, feeling somewhat helpless. Not only that, but she had also sneak peeks several times, wanting to see who won and who lost. If it weren't for her poor health, she would have had to lend a helping hand. After a night of meditation, she had clearly recovered. Seeing that the timing was ripe, she was ready to come in and finish things off. Unexpectedly, she was still a step behind and had missed Yang Tian. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down was something Longlinger knew well. To uphold the last stubbornness of the goddess squad, she had to lead by example and give it her all. Even if she failed again, she would not hesitate. Do you have something to say? Supporting his waist, Yang Tian weakly called out, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Open the door. Huh? Oh. As soon as the door was opened, Longlinger exerted all her strength and immediately suppressed Yang Tian. Already exhausted, Yang Tian was naturally at a disadvantage after being ambushed by Longlinger. Chapter 292. Xinyuan Muqing sighing, Long Wujing said, do you know what the divine realm represents? Yet you're still here boasting. What can it represent? ISNT, it's just a bit stronger in strength. If I had a little more time, I could still blow his head off with one punch. What is so surprising about that? Yang Tian casually waved his hand, looking indifferent. Hearing this, Long Wujing was taken aback. What is your current strength? Let's say it's mid-stage grandmaster. Yang Tian replied. Looking at this kid who was still joking with him, Long Wujing rolled his eyes. Speak your mind. Don't pretend with me. What I mean is, even though I'm only mid-stage grandmaster now, as long as I don't step into the divine realm, I'm invincible, Yang Tian said confidently, tilting his head back. This wasn't him being arrogant. It was just about fighting above his level. For him, it was nothing serious. Plus, his strength had already reached the late stage of Qi refining level 8, and his spirit and physique had reached a terrifying level of divine realm strength. He could say he was invincible without stepping into the divine realm. But only he knew that even if a slightly weaker divine realm expert came, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 293. Promotion watching the two leave. Long Wujing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This girl really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. With her little strength, isn't she just asking for trouble? Hearing this, Xinyuan Qian smiled but didn't say anything. Qian, is your old man trying to set up my granddaughter-in-law? Long Wujing asked with a faint smile. How did you know? Xinyuan Qian realized she had spoken too soon and quickly covered her mouth. Hey, don't forget, I'm sworn brothers with your father. How could I not know his temperament? You're right. This time, Muqing came back with me because of my father's wishes. He also wants Muqing to marry Yang Tian. As for the reason, I'm sure you know. Xinyuan Qian said helplessly. Did you agree? Long Wujing asked with a smile. I didn't want to agree, after all, that's my son-in-law, but Long Wujing waved his hand and said, don't be fooled by that kid's serious demeanor. He's a playboy. Who knows how many women he has had? Don't worry, Linger won't mind. Although he usually kept a low profile, he was quite clear about the news regarding Yang Tian. Chapter 294. Satisfaction with a kiss ending. Xinyuan Muqing leaned on Yang Tian's chest, gasping for breath. Her beautiful face was visibly flushed. Since it was her first kiss, and it started with the ultimate kissing move, throughout the process, Xinyuan Muqing was like a diligent student. Try her best to cooperate with Yang Tian. At first, she was quite excited, but gradually, she felt something unusual because Yang Tian actually tried to pry her teeth open. Although she tried hard to defend herself, the outcome was obvious. She couldn't withstand the skilled techniques of the seasoned driver. Not only that, but she was also taken advantage of by Yang Tian, making it a regrettable mistake. Do you want to do it again? Yang Tian asked with a light laugh. No, no more. Breaking free from Yang Tian's grasp, Xianyuan mooching nervously covered her face. To be honest, she didn't mind kissing and even felt somewhat stimulated. The key was that this guy was too bad, always trying to steal her treasures. If she hadn't reacted in time, just now, she would have probably fallen into Yang Tian's trap. Chapter 295. Breaking through to Chi refining level 9. Where's my dad? Isn't home? Long Linger asked her mother with a confused expression, thinking about how she was about to get married. Yet her father hadn't shown up at all. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is this how he treats his little cotton-padded jacket? Sure enough, all men are big pig trotters. Not a single word of truth in their mouths, Long Linger thought to herself. After speaking, she glanced at Yang Tian next to her. Aren't you about to have a martial arts meeting soon? Your dad. Waving her hand, Long Linger said, I can't be bothered with his nonsense. Whatever. As long as my husband takes care of me. Come, husband, have a chicken leg to replenish your strength. While speaking, Long Linger helped Yang Tian pick up a big chicken leg. Seeing this, Xianyuan shook her head helplessly. On the side, watching the two, the old woman seemed to recall her own past. Meanwhile, Long Wujing was angrily saying, Linger used to give me that big chicken leg, didn't you? With a smile, Long Linger playfully replied, Oh, Grandpa, you're being unreasonable. Don't you have one in your bowl? Look how weak my husband is. Of course, he needs more nourishment. Chapter 296. This trip wasn't in vain. No, wait. I sent my husband still under 20? A grandmaster at the late stage under 20? Such a talented prodigy, even in the flourishing ancient times of martial arts, wouldn't have been seen. Xianyuan Mooching, who had read classical texts since childhood, recalled that the extraordinary geniuses recorded from ancient times only barely broke through to grandmaster at this age. Thinking of this, Xianyuan Mooching's chest rose and fell violently. There was no way, being favored by an unprecedented prodigy, such an opportunity wasn't something everyone could have. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the ruins. Then a man so handsome it was almost inhumane floated in the air. Husband! Husband! Seeing Yang Tian unharmed, both Long Linger and Xianyuan Mooching shouted excitedly. After the surprise, both of them blushed. It was nothing. The key was that Yang Tian was being too ostentatious at that moment. Even if he was extraordinarily handsome and had 8-pack abs, did he really need to show off publicly? Of course, none of that mattered. The key was that there were so many people here. Couldn't he at least gather his resources first? Chapter 297. The little demon girl's thoughts. Hey, why is your face so red? Are you thinking of something bad? Long Linger asked playfully, shaking her hand. No, I'm not. Xianyuan Mooching turned her head, looking out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing her cousin ignore her, Long Linger felt a bit bored, but fortunately, they were about to arrive home soon. Before long, the three returned to the manor. Brother Yang Tian. As soon as the three entered the door, Qin Shaoqian rushed over and directly hung onto Yang Tian. To be honest, the girl wasn't young anymore, and with her perfect inheritance of the Qin family's excellent genes, her figure had already taken shape. Therefore, this level of intimacy should really be avoided. After all, they were all grown-ups. Why act like a child? Yang Tian rubbed Qin Shaoqian's head and smiled indulgently. Indulgence aside, this girl had become increasingly wild and was showing signs of evolving into a little witch. Every day, she insisted on becoming a heroine and often stood up for others. There was no helping it. The main issue was that she had too many godmothers, and everyone spoiled her too much, which led to her being raised in a crooked way. Chapter 298. Dead friends versus living Taoists. Soon, the goddesses, having finished washing up, came out in their loungewear. Amidst the playful chatter of the group, a large table quickly filled with dishes. Sometimes, having too many people around isn't necessarily a good thing. Eating had become a major event in their home, almost like a banquet. Husband, it's time to eat. Nodding, Yang Tian stood up and took his seat at the head of the table. Looking around, despite the slight chaos, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks first. What are you all doing? Hurry up and eat. Upon hearing this, Qin Rongrong smiled and said, Please, husband, eat first. Please, husband, eat first, the others chimed in unison. Yang Tian was momentarily stunned. What was going on? This wasn't how things were done in their house. Even so, no one moved their chopsticks. Left with no choice, Yang Tian could only comply with their wishes and took a bite first. Suddenly, a group of more than 10 people went into a frenzy, devouring the food. The scene was reminiscent of a horde of hungry ghosts, leaving Yang Tian a bit dumbfounded. Are you all starving ghosts reincarnated? No one is competing with you for food. Why eat so urgently? Chapter 299. Helping the goddess team improve their strength 3 hours later. Yang Tian exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced at his 4 masterpieces, and finally left the room satisfied. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ladies, exhausted from the day, had fallen asleep while waiting for their husband to arrive. Creaking, he pushed the door open and, seeing the drowsy women inside, shook his head and turned to leave. Husband. Just then, Beichen Yuner opened her beautiful eyes and softly called out. Shu. Waving his hand, the two quietly exited the room. As soon as they stepped outside, Beichen Yuner showed a puzzled expression. Husband, weren't you going to? Waving his hand, Yang Tian replied, forget it, they're all my women. I'm not worried about them running away. Let us talk about it next time. But you, why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? I wasn't. Beichen Yuner said, blushing. Your face is all red, yet you're still pretending. While speaking, Yang Tian pulled her into another room. Although Beichen Yuner was quite strong, she didn't last long in Yang Tian's hands and soon fainted from a beating. Chapter 300, Confession Hall. Qin Rongrong sat cross-legged, surrounded by her younger sisters, all eagerly watching. Is this what it feels like to have strength? With her beautiful eyes slightly opened, she slowly stood up, feeling the power within her. At that moment, she felt she understood her husband better. Big sister, how is it? Did you break through? Seeing their big sister rise, the younger sisters hurriedly asked. According to what husband said, I should have broken through to the innate realm. As she spoke, a massive force surged from her body, causing the hall to crackle and pop. Seeing this, Long Ling quickly advised, Big sister, hurry and control it. Do you want to tear the house apart? Because it was her first time using her power, Qin Rongrong clearly hadn't expected such an outcome. The power of the innate realm was indeed terrifying. I can't control it. At this moment, Qin Rongrong was almost in tears. She wanted to retract the leaking power, but she truly didn't know how. Outside, having just finished a meat sandwich, before Yang Tian could wipe his mouth, he sensed an innate realm aura. Then, the entire house began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 301. Husband, I want to have a baby for you on the way home. Yang Tian had already figured out all the problems. Although deep down he couldn't let go of this feeling. So what? As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. He now had a big family and a large pond of sisters. Would he give up a whole forest for a small sapling? Not to mention that he was unwilling. Even if he were willing, what difference would it make? Without reaching the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't survive the destined heavenly tribulation. So how many more years could he live? Hey, since I've already chosen the scumbag path, why should I seek trouble for myself? Relaxing on a bamboo chair, enjoying the massage services from the 4 maids while contemplating the next steps. Time flew by. Over the next month, Yang Tian, as if he had comprehended life, transformed into a charming husband who hardly stepped outside. Not only that, he also learned from Old Dragon and began farming in his own estate. Of course, this wasn't just a whim of Yang Tian. It was because the system had upgraded once again. This time, the system didn't undergo any major changes, but merely unlocked all kinds of items in the system store. Chapter 302. Qin Rongrong is pregnant. The wind was howling, and the waters of the River were cold. A brave man who leaves will not return. After discussion and deliberation, Qin Rongrong ultimately chose to embark on the irreversible path of seeking a child. Embracing an unwavering attitude, she took the lead as a role model for the other sisters. This decisive action by the big sister completely captured the hearts of the goddess team sisters. Although everyone had respected her before, in essence, they hadn't truly devoted themselves. On the surface, it seemed everyone obeyed Qin Rongrong, but privately, they still had their own little groups. As a group that entered in batches, they had their own circles, who could completely obey another person. But this time, Qin Rongrong made them realize what true responsibility meant. To accommodate Qin Rongrong's nesting doll, everyone in the manor, including Yang's father, Yang's mother, and Qin Shaoqian, disappeared, creating the best environment for the two of them to have children. That day, as soon as Yang Tian woke up, he noticed something strange. It was already noon, but Qin Rongrong still hadn't gotten up to go to work. Hey, Why aren't you up to go to work today? He asked. Is it because of Chapter 303? Meeting. Do these women really just love having babies? I really don't know what they think about every day. Thinking about how soon there would be many little ones competing for his affection, Yang Tian shook his head in silence, a look of frustration on his face. When it comes to having babies, if it weren't for family pressure, most men wouldn't be in a hurry at all. Because before having children, you can play and enjoy yourself without restraint. You can even do anything you like at home. But once there are kids, everything changes. Under the influence of maternal love, a man immediately loses that unique position. At this point, capable men might fare a little better. But for the vast majority of ordinary men, it's a disaster. Their family status drops to the bottom, even worse than a dog. That's the reality, the stark truth. In the bedroom, a group of people surrounded Qin Rongrong, asking questions like child-rearing experts, and laughter occasionally erupted. Yang Tian had no interest in such annoying discussions, so he got up and ran to the vegetable garden. Chapter 304, heading to Huashan. Seeing the two patriarchs arguing fiercely, ready to throw punches at each other, the younger generation turned away, unable to bear to watch. At this moment, the two big shots had already rolled up their sleeves and started pushing each other. Yang Tian hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, I say, you two old gentlemen, you shut up. Today if I don't smash this old brat's stinky mouth, I'll spell out Long Wuji backwards. One of them retorted. You think you could take me on? Today it's not certain who will beat whom. Come on. Come on. Meanwhile, Long Ling and Xianyuan Muqing were pulling at their grandfathers, looking speechless. They had originally planned to show off in front of their husbands today. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really too embarrassing. Helpless, Yang Tian could only use his alchemy skills to calm the situation. Ahem. These 10 washing marrow pills are my compensation to the two old gentlemen. So please. Before Yang Tian could finish, the two old men, who had just been ready to fight, grabbed the porcelain bottle and began dividing the spoils. Chapter 305. The enemy is defeated before they even move. Who are you old ghosts lecturing? A loud shout came from not far away. Just as the words fell, a handsome and refined man holding a paper fan suddenly appeared next to Bei Chenhuang. If you only looked at the surface, you would be fooled by his appearance, thinking he was a cultured person well-read in poetry. But the older generation knew he was a lecher. Bang! As soon as he appeared, without a word, he directly slapped Bei Chenhuang on the head. You little brat, while others are laughing at your old man, are you just standing by and listening? What a waste. Dad, when did you get here? Coming back to his senses, Bei Chenhuang complained with a face full of speechlessness. Go play somewhere else. Do I need to report to you about my work? Oh, right, I got you little sister. They're still at the airport. So hurry up and arrange for your stepmother and little sister. Hearing this, Bei Chenhuang staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Chapter 306, The Six Young Masters. What did you just say? Looking at Yang Tian, who was hugging two beautiful women, Nangong, he shouted angrily. TCH, what I say has nothing to do with you. Go play elsewhere. Stop interrupting me while I'm flirting, Yang Tian replied, waving his hands as if swatting flies. Suddenly, everyone present was left dumbfounded and began to discuss amongst themselves. Who is this guy? How dare he speak to Nangong like that? Could he be one of the 6 young masters? Who knows? He looks like a typical playboy, probably just some young master from a small family. That's right. These people have been used to bullying others in their own territory, thinking they are untouchable, but now they'll be in for a tough time. You little brat. I see you're just looking for death. Being insulted by a playboy made Nangong feel humiliated, and for a moment, he could hardly control his immense strength. If it weren't for his family's warning before coming here to avoid trouble, this kid would have been turned to dust long ago. Facing Nangong Yi's fury, Yang Tian not only didn't care, but he also pulled Bei Chenhuang over and kissed her passionately in front of everyone. Chapter 307, Undercover Confrontation. Seeing these two actually trying to make a move on Yang Tian's woman, Long Yin smiled awkwardly. Maybe others didn't know his brother-in-law's temperament, but Long Yin certainly did. Ahem. This is Yang Tian, my brother-in-law. Long Yin didn't care about the attitudes of the Xianyuan and Beichan families. He first clarified the Long family's position. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai and Murong Fu exchanged awkward smiles and quickly cupped their fists in greeting. Since this person could become a son-in-law of the Long family and had the means to win over the brilliant daughters of the Xianyuan and Beichan families, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. As the future heir of their families, they were certainly not the kind of brash men who couldn't resist beautiful women. Yang Tian, Brother-in-law? After hearing Long Yan's introduction, Shimin Shui frowned with a dark face. In an instant, he recalled his grandfather's warning when he just emerged from seclusion, advising him to avoid a young man named Yang Tian. Don't be fooled by how Yang Tian had been hiding in the shadows. That was because he hadn't provoked those hidden great families yet. Once these powers took notice of him, how could he escape their scrutiny? It should be noted that this person not only crippled his cousin, but also injured a master-level expert from their clan. Chapter 308. Meeting Murong Yinran again. After the shock, Long Yin couldn't help but ask, "When did you arrive?" At this moment, the other 5 who had just arrived also looked puzzled, their expressions rich with disbelief. "I just arrived not long ago." Seeing Yang Tian's irrelevant answer, Long Yin didn't ask much more. After all, everyone has their own secrets. At this moment, Bei Chen Ming flashed to Yang Tian's side and hugged his neck. "Brother-in-law, what movement technique did you just use? Can you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself, "Even if I want to teach you, can you use it? After all, the Phantom technique is a divine-level movement skill that requires spiritual power to activate. However, since the brother-in-law has already spoken, if he doesn't show any response, it would seem a bit petty. After all, we have been close with his 2 younger sisters." In a flash of thought, Yang Tian exchanged for a movement technique called Ghost Step in the system. All the techniques and martial skills in them all are divided into Jade Tablet Inheritance and copies. Jade Tablet Inheritance, as the name suggests, is a high-grade item that can directly pass on cultivation experience, usually provided only to his own people. Chapter 309. Beating Xinyuan Mu Yin. Little sister, didn't you go to the peak with Grandpa? For her brother's question, Murong Yinran completely ignored it. At this moment, her eyes were only on the man in front of her. Indeed, as soon as she arrived, she saw that longed-for figure. Since the end of the college entrance examination, Murong Yinran had discovered her abnormality. There was always an indelible figure in her mind. That unruly attitude towards learning, that stunningly carefree demeanor, everything occupied her heart. Living with her grandpa in the secular world since childhood, she would only be brought back to the family during winter and summer vacations. At first, she didn't understand that this was what love was supposed to be. But as time passed, that dreamlike shadow not only did not fade but intensified. Whenever she closed her eyes, Yang Tian's figure would always appear in her mind. From that moment on, Murong Yinran confirmed her true feelings. She had fallen in love with this man without knowing when. Therefore, the usually lively and cheerful her spent the entire summer vacation in a daze. Especially after learning that her grandpa had arranged a marriage for her, Murong Yinran became even more absent-minded. Chapter 310. If you don't leave or abandon me, I will surely stand by you. Brother Xinyuan? Stepping forward, Long Yin helped the unconscious Xinyuan Mu Yin up and quickly checked his injuries. Phew, fortunately, it's not serious. At this moment, Yang Tian calmly spoke, "Don't worry, I'm just tired of him being so annoying, so I let him be quiet for a while." Snatching someone else's wife and not letting others speak, knocking him out at the slightest disagreement. Come on, is this something a human can do? Looking at Yang Tian, Long Yin helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "I say, brother-in-law, what you did really makes it hard for me to act." Earlier, Long Yin had publicly stated that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would not hold back. But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face by Yang Tian. With a smile, Yang Tian shrugged, saying, "Anyway, I've already hit him, so it's too late to say anything now." Hearing this, Long Yin was immediately speechless. Yes, since it has already happened, what can he do? He can't beat this brother-in-law, and besides, Grandpa had long given orders that whoever provoked Yang Tian must be supported without reservation. Of course, I can't do anything to you, but the Xinyuan family is not to be trifled with. Sigh, you're still a bit too impulsive. Chapter 311. Old dog, do you dare to repeat what you just said? Looking at the blushing Murong Yinran, Yang Tian reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Yinran, from now on, you will be my woman, Yang Tian. After this martial arts meet, come live with us." "No way, I still have to continue my studies." At this point, Murong Yinran suddenly paused and then stared at Yang Tian. "Wait, what did you just say? What does living together mean?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was also stunned for a moment. Ahem, well, the scenery here is really nice. After pinching Yang Tian's waist, Murong Yinran questioned, "Don't change the subject. Quickly explain what you just said." Seeing there was no escape, Yang Tian finally confessed all his romantic escapades. I thought you were quite honest in high school." But I didn't expect you to be a hidden playboy. Ahem, I'm not a playboy. It's all free love. I never forced anyone. Oomph. Pouting. Murong Yinran turned her head unhappily. All right, let's hurry back. Aren't you afraid your family will come looking for you? Chapter 312. How old is your daughter? Hiss. In an instant, everyone present gasped in shock. How is this possible? At this moment, the strength Yang Tian displayed truly shocked Murong Bo. He, a late-stage grandmaster, was easily subdued by a young man, which felt quite embarrassing just to think about. If this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Murong family would be ruined. Thinking of this, Murong Bo looked at Yang Tian with an unfriendly gaze. Oomph. With a cold snort, Murong Bo stomped his foot and quickly charged at Yang Tian. He had to regain this face personally. Otherwise, how could he face the elders of Jiangdong? Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being rude. Indeed, to consider the feelings of his little wife, Yang Tian had held back earlier. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't still be standing. After reaching the 9th stage of chi refining, these late-stage grandmaster martial artists were nothing but trash in front of Yang Tian, easily dealt with a wave of his hand. Seeing Yang Tian standing there without moving, Murong Bo's mouth slightly curled up. Knowing that this person's strength should not be underestimated, he was also not careless and put all his effort into the attack. Chapter 313. The matchmaking troupe with one arm around Yang Tian's neck. Beichen Yin smiled and said, So, have you made your choice? Yang Tian had seen generosity before, but he had never seen such extravagance. Rubbing his head, Yang Tian awkwardly said, Well, stop this and that. It's not manly. Let me make the decision for you. Why not take both? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was speechless. This was simply forced buying. All right, you're the senior, you decide. But let's wait until they grow up to talk about it. I don't have, that kind of preference. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, it would be a bit inappropriate for Yang Tian to keep declining, so he could only resort to stalling tactics. As for future matters, he thought it best to leave them for later. Understood? I completely understand, then it's a pleasant decision. Upon seeing this, Long Wuji and Xin Yuanchun, these two big shots, were no longer calm. No one knows Yang Tian's background better than them. To say that the old ghost of Beichun made such a decision because he shares a foul smell with this kid, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. This is clearly a blatant attempt to win him over. Chapter 314. Strength is the only criterion for testing truth. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Murong Bo fully regained consciousness. Ruer, help me up. Murong Bo's injuries were not serious to begin with, and after taking the healing pill given by Yang Tian, his internal injuries had already healed. Nevertheless, Murong Bo knew he was no match for Yang Tian and could only pretend to be weak and unsteady. Little did he know that Yang Tian was well aware of the effects of the healing pill and wouldn't be fooled by his act. Of course, Yang Tian didn't point it out, giving him a bit of face. Seeing his grandfather staring at Yang Tian with an unfriendly look, Murong Yinran quickly said, Grandpa, you woke up so quickly thanks to Yang Tian. Hearing this, Murong Bo frowned and quickly assessed his physical condition. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Indeed, after checking, Murong Bo was astonished to find that the hidden ailments he had suffered from for many years had vanished without a trace. At this moment, he felt incredibly clear-headed. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm fine. Seeing the old man's startled reaction, Yang Tian beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thinking to himself, Chapter 315. Back to the cave, the three women encountered danger. After the farce, everyone gathered around Yang Tian to discuss what was to come. Amidst the laughter, Beichen Yin suddenly hugged Yang Tian and asked with a smile, Young friend Yang, will you participate in this martial arts meeting? Upon hearing this, everyone present craned their necks, eager to hear Yang Tian's response. There was no way around it. Yang Tian's displayed strength was simply too terrifying. If he participated in this martial arts meeting, what would happen to the others? With such battle power, who could stop him? Well, I'm not sure if I'll participate. Let's wait and see. Hearing such a vague answer, everyone was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what he really meant. For those big families, the importance of the transformation pill was comparable to a national nuclear weapon. Helplessly, Shimin Yun could only force a smile and continue to ask, What do you mean by that? Glancing at Shimin Yun, Yang Tian didn't know how to answer this question, as he had an agreement with his father-in-law Beichen Huang. As for whether he would participate or not, it was not something he could decide. Of course, Yang Tian didn't really care about whether he could compete. Chapter 316. Qin Yingnan humph, you want to hit me? Do you even deserve it? Looking at the distant Tian Yi, who was already unaware of his fate, Qin Yingyu spat out a mouthful of blood with disdain. Turning around, with a wicked smile, he said, "Today, I will take care of you all. Let's see who can save you." Yingwu, pack them all up and take them away. Upon hearing this, Yingwu frowned and didn't act immediately, instead showing a hint of hesitation. Before leaving, the master had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on this troublemaking young master. Once he learned that the person to protect was young Master Yu, Yingwu knew this trip wouldn't be peaceful. What he didn't expect was that as soon as they arrived at the destination, the young master started causing trouble again. Thinking of the master's punishment, Yingwu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, wishing he could die. "Young master, have you forgotten what the master said before we left?" Slap. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yingyu slapped Yingwu hard. "You dog servant, are you questioning me? The subordinate dares not. Just know that. What I ask you to do, you do it, and if anything happens, it will all be my responsibility." Yes. Chapter 317. Revived, shocking the audience. Approaching, Longlinger leaned down to ask, "How is Tian Yi?" His breath was faint. He might be at death's door. "Let me take a look." At this moment, Qin Yingnan also came over. She had been familiar with ancient medical texts since childhood, so she leaned down to check Tian Yi's injuries. "Get away from me." Clearly, Xianyuan Muqing did not buy her story and angrily shouted. Pausing slightly, Qin Yingnan turned to Xianyuan Muqing and said faintly, "If you don't want your friend to die, then just stay out of the way. You, Muqing, just let her take a look. Maybe she will have a way." Xianyuan Muqing snorted coldly, but in the end, she chose to back down. Life is more important than anything. She didn't want to lose Tian Yi's life because of her stubbornness. After checking Tian Yi's injuries, Qin Yingnan's beautiful willow brows furrowed tightly. "How is it? His injuries are severe. His internal organs are shattered. I'm afraid he has no chance of recovery." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Muqing became furious. If something happened to Tian Yi, the two of them would have to pay with their lives. Chapter 318. Revenge is better late than never. A divine object that can bring the dead back to life. "No, I must inform my family about this news immediately." "Yes." As discussions ensued, the onlookers hurriedly left one after another, and soon the surroundings became empty. This unusual situation was naturally noticed by Long Yin and Bei Chen Ming. "Sister, you might have caused trouble." "How did I cause trouble?" "Big brother, what do you mean?" Pointing at the crowd that was leaving in a hurry, Long Yin helplessly said, "Who wouldn't want a divine object that can bring the dead back to life?" "Look at them." Beside him, Bei Chen Ming nodded in agreement. "If you weren't Long Yan's sister, or my brother-in-law's wife, I would have wanted to snatch it right on the spot." "Ah, is that so?" Although surprised, Longlinger shrugged and nonchalantly said, "That thing? I only have one. It wouldn't do you any good to try to snatch it. If you really want it, go find my husband to snatch it." This. Thinking of Yang Tian's terrifying strength, Bei Chen Ming immediately wilted. "Are you kidding? He can even beat the late-stage Grandmaster." Chapter 319. Let them wait. This is getting a bit interesting. With a slight smile, Yang Tian waved his hand and said, "Hang them both up outside." "Yes." Then, Wang Long and Han Yong dragged the two limp figures outside and hung them upside down at the door. "Since you dare to hurt my brother and bully my woman." Then, as he spoke, Yang Tian shot out two streams of spiritual power, striking their dantian, rendering them incapacitated. "Keep them well guarded. I really want to see how arrogant this Qin family is." "Yes." Just as he turned around, Yang Tian met the gaze of the three women, while Murong Yinran had already returned to the Murong family's residence. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay. The key was that her body wouldn't allow it. "What kind of look is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Longlinger and Xianyuan Muqing pulled his ears from left and right. Seeing this, Long Yin didn't linger any longer, showing Yang Tian a helpless smile before quickly leaving. "Husband, are you playing quite flirtatiously?" Silently managing to take down the little princess of the Murong family. "Exactly. Fall in love with every encounter, truly a heartbreaker." Ahem. Ladies, let me explain. Chapter 320. Qin Yingnan captured. Damn, these people all deserve to die. After waiting outside for nearly 2 hours, the owner of this courtyard still hadn't come out. In Qin Yingnan's view, this was a blatant provocation and a disregard for their Western Qin family. You will pay for your actions." Staring intently at the courtyard, Qin Yingnan clenched her delicate fists and gritted her teeth as she muttered, "Miss, please don't get angry. These are just small characters. Don't let them affect our big plans. I know. Although she agreed verbally, Qingnan's beautiful eyes were already filled with killing intent, looking furious. Soon it was past noon. It wasn't until the sun was high that Yang Tian slowly got out of bed. After washing up, he came to the bed and patted the three who were still reluctant to get up. The sun is shining on your backs. Get up. Stop making noise. We're not getting up. Shaking his head, Yang Tian turned and left the room. Creaking, standing at the door, Yang Tian stretched lazily in the sunlight before slowly walking out of the courtyard. The moment Yang Tian stepped out, Ingzhan reminded Qiningnan, "Finally willing to come out? I want to see what kind of person he is to be so arrogant." Chapter 321. Training, Enhancing the Combat Power of Subordinates. What do you want? Let me go. Hurry up and let me go, or you'll be dead. Dragged mercilessly into the courtyard by Yang Tian, Qiningnan shouted hoarsely, "Shut up if you keep whining. Do you believe I will deal with you directly?" Giving her a glare, Yang Tian threatened sternly, "You treating me this way? Do you know what kind of disaster it will bring you?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know, but don't you think you're talking too much? Don't you realize your current situation? Although I don't know what will happen to me, I am very clear about what will happen to you, got it?" He grabbed her hard on the rear, making her scream. Opening the door, Yang Tian directly pushed her inside. Bang! Accompanied by two screams. Qiningnan and Xianyuan Muqing crashed into each other. "It's you. How did you get in here, you shameless person?" Husband." As soon as she spoke, Xianyuan Muqing saw Yang Tian following behind, her face filled with shock. Rubbing her forehead, Qiningnan angrily said, "Did you think I wanted to come in? It's not like that, Chapter 322. The Tragic Qiningnan. Seeing that the three had completed their breakthrough, Yang Tian waved his hand to remove the spiritual power shield in the room. Alliance leader, the feeling of becoming stronger is simply amazing. Yes, if I encountered those people from before now, I could defeat them with one hand. Is this the power of a peak expert? It seems we were too overconfident before. After experiencing the previous lessons, Tian Yi and the others deeply understood the importance of strength. In front of the strong, being weak is the original sin. As long as your strength is strong enough, no matter who they are, they will have to give you some respect. Looking at the agitated three, Yang Tian reminded them, dignity lies only in the fist, and truth exists only within the realm of power. From now on, regardless of who it is. As long as they dare to bully our Tianmeng people, you must beat them back directly. Yes, the three responded in unison. All right, you all go familiarize yourselves with your new powers. However, just having strength is not enough. Don't forget to practice the martial arts techniques I taught you. Hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. Just as they stepped out, a series of miserable laughter came from inside the house. Exchanging glances, Tian Yi and the others quickly slipped away. Chapter 323. How is this possible? As soon as he stepped out, a fragrant aroma wafted over, making Yang Tian unable to help but swallow. Looking around, he saw his wives BBQing in the yard. The ladies are really in high spirits. While speaking, Yang Tian smiled and sat down. Hearing this, Long Ling couldn't help but pout, her face full of resentment, saying, compared to husband, we are far behind. How can we have as much enthusiasm as you? Playing for 4 to 5 hours? In an instant, Xianyuan Muqing and Beichen Yuner giggled. Linger, sister, are you getting jealous? Hey, TCH, who was just insisting on betting with us earlier. What? Now that you see husband, you start pretending. Teased by the two. Long Linger felt that the friendship among the three was about to sink. Little Qingqing, are you trying to rebel? Let me not scratch you. Making a gesture to attack. Long Linger reached for Xianyuan Muqing. Oh no, I was wrong, wasn't I? Hurry, get your dirty hands off me. Hee. Regarding their playful antics. Yang Tian not only didn't stop them, but rather enjoyed watching them. Chapter 324. Millennium Stalactite, this damn bastard. How could he? Although cursing with her mouth. At this moment, Qiningnan couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity towards Yang Tian. This was not about feelings, but her curiosity about the formation in front of her. Formation? How is this possible? Could that demon also be a cultivator? Supporting her chin with her hands. Qiningnan frowned and thought. According to ancient texts, only cultivators who absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can set up formations. As for those so-called martial arts experts, to be honest, in the eyes of cultivators, they're just a group of insignificant people who cannot ascend to the Grand Hall. At the same realm, cultivators can easily crush martial artists. Moreover, whether it is endurance or vitality, there's an insurmountable gap between the two. The Qin family is able to stand out because it is rumored that there exists a powerful cultivator in their family. Of course, that doesn't mean just anyone can become a cultivator. Only those who can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can embark on the path of immortality. If one cannot sense the existence of this spiritual energy, they can only settle for being a subpar martial artist. Chapter 325. Collecting Divine Herbs. Gazing at the stone cave before him, Yang Tian's eyes became fervent, wrapping the cave entrance with spiritual power. He clawed with one hand and reached up towards the rocks above the entrance. With the sound of cracking rocks, piece by piece began to fall. Thus, Yang Tian carefully continued to dig. In the process, he collected about 2 drops of Millennium Stalactite. After more than an hour, Yang Tian finally opened a tunnel over 100 meters deep. Sensing the increasingly rich spiritual energy, he knew he was close to his destination. Boom! After blasting open another rock, a bowl-sized indentation appeared before him. At this moment, the indentation was already filled with milky white liquid. That is quite a lot. For a moment, Yang Tian was dumbfounded. 1 drop of Millennium Stalactite could increase his spirit and physique by 1,000 points. And now, there were at least 1,000 drops. No wonder he felt excited. System, what I need to collect this? Yang Tian inquired. Ding, since Millennium Stalactite is a divine herb of heaven and earth, it needs to be collected with a white jade porcelain bottle. The host can exchange it in the system shop. Chapter 326. That girl is too ruthless. Creak. As the door opened, Qin Yingnan swung her pink fists at Yang Tian. In fact, before entering, Yang Tian had already checked the situation in the room and naturally knew she was hiding by the door. Grabbing Qin Yingnan's arm, Yang Tian said with a devilish charm, "You're not being very obedient." Before she could say anything else, Yang Tian bent down and kissed her red lips. With wide eyes, Qin Yingnan trembled slightly, momentarily forgetting to resist. Of course, she also knew that resisting was futile. Unlike his previous dominance, this time, she seemed to sense a hint of tenderness in Yang Tian's eyes. After the kiss ended, Qin Yingnan said with anger, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Qin family?" Smiling, Yang Tian looked down at her and said, Don't say you're Qin family, even if the whole world is against me. So what?" Looking at this imposing man before her, Qin Yingnan trembled slightly. Then, under Qin Yingnan's resistance, Yang Tian began a new round of training. This time, he showed no mercy and used all his techniques. After more than an hour, looking at the powerless Qin Yingnan, who was already slumped on the bed, Yang Tian said lightly, Chapter 327. Old Devil Yang's class is starting. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Seeing the 4 in a sorry state, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. You all listen up. Our husband can only be bullied by us. Long Linger proudly announced with her hands on her hips. Yes, yes, yes. The other 3 women echoed, standing in a row with Long Linger. Sigh, you really are my good little sister. While rubbing her waist, Xin Yuan Mu Yin lamented. For a moment, the uncle group began to chatter nonstop. Chinger, big uncle didn't say anything. What are you doing? And you all, are you all so idle? Go Chuan Ro Chuan. Upon hearing this, the 4 women all bowed obediently. Yes, sir. After speaking, they all hurried off like little bees. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. At this moment, they all showed admiration for Yang Tian. Brother-in-law, can you teach me this technique of managing wives? Baek Chen Ming asked earnestly. Yes, teach me too. Murong Fu raised his hand, unwilling to fall behind. Chapter 328. You don't want them to die because of you, do you? Stop being unreasonable and quickly release our young lady. If it weren't for the fear that Yang Tian might get desperate and choose to tear up the ticket, Ingzhan wouldn't waste words with him. As the head of the Qin family's law enforcement hall, he was not someone with a good temper. Haha, how ridiculous. I've already made myself very clear, so you can give up on that idea. Pointing at Yang Tian, Ingzhan's old face was flushed with anger. You brat. How about, seeing that the two had reached a boiling point, Long Wujia still wanted to salvage the situation. Old man Long, don't say any more. This matter is absolutely impossible. Sigh. Long Wujia also sighed. It's important to know that the Qin family is not an ordinary character. Even if the 6 major hidden families joined forces, they wouldn't dare to claim victory. But Yang Tian was young and impetuous, completely unaware of the Qin family's terrifying nature. Long Wujia was quite satisfied with his grandson-in-law. However, this guy was good at everything except for being a bit too extreme and stubborn at times. Seeing Yang Tian's attitude towards the Qin family members so firm, the other big shots also felt secretly alarmed. Chapter 329. Barbecue Dinner. Yang Tian. You'd better not forget what you promised me. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you off. Just before entering the house, Qin Yingnan turned around and glared at Yang Tian, furious. Don't worry. Trust me. I will give you a surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Yingnan only sneered and then disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the members of the U-Woman Alliance showed thoughtful expressions. Do you know what surprise brother-in-law was talking about? No idea. Who knows? Why don't you ask him? Then, Long Yin became the representative of several people and went to ask Yang Tian. The result was, of course, a closed door. In Yang Tian's words, it was that everyone's interests and hobbies are different, so what they are interested in is also different. This is not replicable. After sending Long Yin away, Yang Tian called for Tian Yi and handed him a life-and-death pill. Originally, Yang Tian planned to give a healing pill, but he had secretly checked Ding Zhan's injuries earlier. On the surface, it seemed he had only lost his right arm. However, it was not. In the earlier collision, his lungs and several meridians had been injured. Chapter 330. The martial arts competition begins. Why are you being so kind today? Looking at Yang Tian, Qin Yingnan had a wary expression. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Based on her perception of Yang Tian, she simply couldn't believe that this guy would treat her so well. Smiling, Yang Tian said, What? Can I be a little nice to my little maid? Do as you please. Anyway, it's not up to me. After saying that, Qin Yingnan turned her back to Yang Tian and laid down on the bed. Really? Are you paranoid? Shaking his head, Yang Tian got up and went to another room. It was only after he left that Qin Yingnan turned her body around. At least you have a bit of conscience. Although she was surprised by Yang Tian's performance tonight and found it a bit puzzling, thinking about Uncle Zhan's injuries made her very worried. It is said that women are emotional creatures, and this couldn't be more accurate. In an instant, the little goodwill that had just been established disappeared completely. On the other side, when Yang Tian finished a shower, Long Linger and the other three girls had already returned to the living room. As soon as he came out, he heard the discussions among the four. Holding Murong Yinran's hand, Long Linger laughed and said, Sister Yinran, your husband is entrusted to you tonight. Half an hour later, the large martial arts arena was already filled with competitors. Not having waited for Yang Tian to take the stage, Nangong Yi frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. Was this guy not planning to participate in this martial arts event? No, he must be scared. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Nangong Yi's gaze towards Yang Tian changed from provocation to disdain and contempt. Putting on a good act. Turns out he is just a facade. What a waste of expressions. As they exchanged glances, Nangong Yi pointed at Yang Tian from a distance, then gave a thumbs down, expressing his contempt. Hey, brother-in-law. It seems like someone is looking down on you. Nangong Yi really didn't know when to quit. There was no helping it. He was just a kid used to being proud. Don't worry, when I get on stage, I'll definitely give him a good beating. Agreed. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian just smiled and didn't show any anger. A lion wouldn't bother with a little flea. Seeing Yang Tian maintain that smiling expression the entire time, Nangong Yi felt even more disdain. I've really had enough of arguing with such a shameless person. To be honest, when the four big shots saw the two women, they were a bit stunned. Although their own princess was not inferior to the two, it had to be said that these two were indeed rare beauties. What was most appealing was not just their looks and figures, but the aura they exuded with every gesture. One was enchanting and alluring, while the other was like a water lily. How about it? Our Fenger is not bad, right? Hey, my Jinghan is also quite good, right? For a moment, the four were at a loss for words. Looking at the two's annoying expressions, if it weren't for the restrictions of the location, they might have wanted to give these two a piece of their minds. Just then, Yang Tian also came out with his lovely wives. Huh, what are they all doing standing there? From a distance, Yang Tian spotted the six big shots. Grandpa, the three girls called out in unison. Hearing the voice, it was none other than Yang Tian and his group of lovely wives. Kid, before Long Wujis and the others could speak, the other two couldn't wait to respond. The way they looked was reminiscent of an old madam welcoming guests outside a brothel. Meanwhile, Shimin Feng and Dongfang Jinghan also caught sight of Yang Tian through the crowd. Although they were nominally engaged, to put it bluntly, they were still strangers. Pervert, can you take your hands off my butt? Dongfang Jinghan frowned. Upon hearing this, Shimin Feng's face flushed as she felt the same way. However, Shimin Feng said nothing as if resigned to her fate. But that wasn't the case. In her heart, Yang Tian was not only her future husband, but also the benefactor who saved her from darkness. No, strictly speaking, you're all my private property now. And don't forget, your grandpa said I could dispose of you as I please. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jinghan puffed out her cheeks, taking deep breaths, nearly exploding with anger. Just because you got my body, don't think you can have my heart. Smiling, Yang Tian casually squeezed her perky butt. I don't care, and I'm confident that I can make you completely submit to me. Right, my ladies? That's right. I bet little Jinghan can only last one day. One day. Sister Ling, are you overestimating her? I bet half a day. Miss, I think this matter needs to be considered long-term. You must not take risks. With just a glance, he knew this girl was definitely plotting something. This sent a dangerous signal to him, because Qin Yingnan had grown up in front of him. Ying Zhan could never just stand by and watch her walk into a trap. Don't worry, Uncle Zhan. That Yang Tian not only isn't afraid of our Qin family, but is also so strong, with even a random servant around him having semi-divine strength. I wouldn't be foolish enough to tear faces with him. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhan felt a little more at ease. If anything happened to Qin Yingnan, not to mention how the family would blame him, he wouldn't even be able to pass this hurdle himself. That's good. But right now we are at a disadvantage, and messages can't be sent out. What do we do? Ying Zhan sighed with a look of frustration. After smoothing her hair, Qin Yingnan confidently said, "The mountain people have their own clever plans." Glancing at Qin Yingnan, Ying Zhan quickly asked, "Miss, what clever plans do you have?" Then, Qin Yingnan quietly shared her thoughts with Ying Zhan. After listening, Ying Zhan's brow furrowed tightly. It was only after Yang Tian left that Shimin Feng slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Scary, it's just too scary. That guy was simply inhuman, like a tireless beast. In front of Yang Tian, she felt as small as a lonely boat on the ocean. No matter how hard she tried or how much she persevered, the outcome remained unchanged. Most importantly, her innate charm that silenced all men had no effect whatsoever in front of Yang Tian. Just a moment ago, feeling defiant, she checked her body again. It was shocking to discover that the strange power had disappeared. How is this possible? After several investigations, Shimin Feng finally confirmed her suspicions. The culprit who had plunged her into endless darkness and caused her to be ostracized by her family was truly gone this time. Could it all be because of him? Just thinking about the strange things Yang Tian had done to her earlier made Shimin Feng blush. Thank you, my husband. No matter how many words she had, they all turned into these simple few. Chapter 336. If I don't let her die, can she die? After taking a shower, Yang Tian stretched lazily and stepped out of the room. As soon as he emerged, Long Linger and the other two girls surrounded him, chattering endlessly. How is it? Did that girl Jinghan submit? You didn't hit her, right? Yes, hurry and tell us. Meanwhile, Murong Yinran stood quietly to the side without saying a word. Enough, everyone go do what you need to do. With a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, they still had to push him. Waving his hand, Yang Tian went out. What's wrong with him? Who knows? He would have been embarrassed by Jinghan. Would he? I think so. Enough. You all should say less. To get to the bottom of it, the four first went to Shimin Feng's room. After learning that she wasn't the reason for his anger, they chatted with Shimin Feng for a while and then collectively moved to Dongfang Jinghan's room. Jinghan! The four called out many times softly, but there was no response from inside the room. Forget it. Let us just go in. Impatient, Xian Yuan Muqing pushed open the door. Looking around, torn clothes and rags were scattered everywhere on the floor. Chapter 337. You are a demon. Seeing Yang Tian move, Long Linger and Xian Yuan Muqing hurriedly followed. Originally, Murong Yinran also wanted to go take a look, but after trying several times, she didn't have the strength to get up. As for Beichen Yino, compared to Murong Yinran, she was even worse off. What came into view was still twitching every now and then. After arriving, Yang Tian first pushed the door, only to find that the girl had actually locked it from the inside. Yang Tian gripped the doorknob, channeling his spiritual power. With a click, the door was opened. Looking inside, he saw Dongfang Jinghan lying naked in the middle of the room. With two screams, Long Linger and Xian Yuan Muqing covered their mouths in terror. Husband, quickly save her. Waving his hand, Yang Tian said not to panic. From beginning to end, Yang Tian was carefully observing her condition, even wrapping her head in spiritual power. Thus, although he knew the girl had already lost her breath, he was also clear about her state of not being completely dead. coming over at this time and saying those hurtful words was actually meant for her to hear. Chapter 338. If you don't court death, you 1T die. When he returned, Yang Tian saw several people sitting around the bed. How is it? Is Sister Jinghan okay? Yes. Does she still seek death? Husband, please let Sister Jinghan go. She is still young. I will help you teach her well. Everyone was pleading for Dongfang Jinghan, except for Murong Yanran, who remained silent. As a result, this girl made a shocking statement. Glancing at Yang Tian, Murong Yanran said with a face full of disbelief, Yang Tian, I beg you to be a decent person. At once, everyone turned to look at her. Realizing she had misspoken, Murong Yanran quickly explained, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, what do you mean then? I. Seeing that this girl still didn't understand reality and was treating herself like the little brat she was in high school, Yang Tian couldn't help but correct her naive thoughts. You all go back to your rooms. Oh, the others naturally knew what was about to happen. They didn't want to annoy Yang Tian at this time. After all, they really didn't have the energy to help. Chapter 339. Wife protecting maniac. When Yang Tian came out of the room feeling refreshed, the 5 girls in the living room were still covering their mouths and giggling. What are you laughing about? Nothing. Looking at the bathroom, everyone waved their hands. Could someone help me massage my shoulders? Lying back in his exclusive chair, Yang Tian took a comfortable position and signaled to the girls. Upon hearing this, Qin Yingnan immediately got up and walked over, raising her hand to massage Yang Tian's shoulders. Her technique was comparable to that of professional therapists at clubs. Hiss, Nan, your technique isn't bad. With his eyes closed, Yang Tian praised her with a look of comfort. As long as my husband likes it, Nan can serve you any time. While speaking, she continuously attacked Yang Tian's back with her weapon. To uncover Yang Tian's secrets, Qin Yingnan was determined. For the past 2 days, she had been looking for opportunities to get close to Yang Tian. Who knew? Suddenly, Shimin Feng and Dongfang Jinghan had disrupted all her plans. Now that she finally caught the opportunity, how could she let it slip? Enjoying Qin Yingnan's shoulder massage while feeling her gentleness and care, the anger that had just dissipated flared up again. Chapter 340. Husband, do you want some water? Looking at the noisy living room, Yang Tian lost the mood to continue enjoying. Letting these guys talk nonsense here would only lead to spoiling his good wives. Ever since they attended Yang Laoma's class, the 6 had completely let themselves go. Aside from bragging in the group every day, they would also occasionally send out small videos to discuss together, euphemistically calling it mutual progress. But in Yang Tian's view, they were just bored and at the age of infatuation. Waving his hand, Yang Tian indicated for Qin Yingnan and Shimin Feng to stop massaging him. Stretching his back, Yang Tian stood up and asked, by the way, why did you all come to find me? Long Yin pouted, saying, can't we come to find you if there is nothing going on? Yeah, your attitude is a bit too big. Isn't it? Yang Tian didn't mind their words. All right, if you have something to say it. If not, hurry up and leave. Can't you see I'm busy? Embracing Shimin Feng and Dongfang Jinghan, Yang Tian said pointedly. Upon hearing this, Bei Qinming retorted, you forget it. Isn't it because you didn't come to the training ground today? We thought you accidentally got stuck in bed. Chapter 341. Provocation. After their lips parted, Shimin Feng was also gasping for breath. Duong. It was as if 2 precisely launched nuclear bombs were periodically striking Yang Tian. Fenger, I lack some self-control as it is, so be careful with your hidden weapons, he said. Isn't this all your fault? Shimin Feng rolled her eyes at Yang Tian, looking speechless. All right, it's all my fault, isn't that enough? It is. While helping Shimin Feng catch her breath, Yang Tian shook his head helplessly as he glanced at a few people sneaking around not far away. Before long, the group of girls rushed back excitedly. Hugging Yang Tian's arm, Longling laughed and said, husband, just as you said, these people are really on blind dates. Next to her, Xian Yuan Mu Qing also laughed and said, that was hilarious. Just now, a guy was bragging about being at the late stage of the dark energy realm, claiming a yearly salary in the millions, asking the girls to choose him. But several girls just calmly said, I'm already at the innate realm, and you can't even beat me. How dare you brag here? As for your million yearly salary, that's just my pocket money. Ha ha. Chapter 342. Stirring up a hornet's nest. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a deafening drumbeat sounded from the martial arts stage. After the drumbeats, Long Wuji, who was in charge of this martial arts event, finally stood up and walked to the center of the stage. After 2 days of intense competition, the top 10 contestants have been decided, along with the seed players from the 5 great hidden families and the Tian family, totaling 16 contestants. The third round will be a challenge match. The 10 contestants who emerged yesterday each have 1 chance to challenge the 6 seed players, and the challenged must not refuse to fight, or they will be deemed losers. Those who succeed in their challenges can participate in the final championship match. Those who fail will be directly eliminated. Now, let all contestants come to the stage. With Long Wuji's words, the sound of breaking air continued unabated. Wow, it's Nangong, Yi Zhuge Chantian, Shangguan Ruichen, Sidu Haonan, Dantai Mingwe, Duamule, Huangfuyu Dugujian, Ouyang Jing, and Xiahou Chun. Soon, the 10 contestants who competed yesterday appeared one by one on the martial arts stage. Chapter 343. I Can Still Fight. Brother Dongfang. Now it's time to see your performance. Yes, you mustn't forget, you have to teach that kid a good lesson for my brother-in-law. Hey, I actually hope you trip up and give me a chance to strike. What? That kid actually dared to offend my brother-in-law. Qi Nin? That's really asking for death. You all should stop thinking about it. He is my prey. Dongfang Bai's lips curled up slightly as he slowly stood up from his seat. I accept your challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and floated down from the high platform. His graceful and ethereal demeanor instantly captivated countless girls. Wow, Dongfang Bai is so handsome. Indeed, he is the most handsome among the 6 young masters. This is the true definition of a rich and handsome guy. However, I still think Nangong Yi is a bit more handsome. TCH, Nangong Yi is good, but compared to Dongfang Bai, he's still lacking. For a moment, the entire martial arts arena was filled with the screams and discussions of women. Waving to the surrounding fans, Dongfang Bai walked over to Nangong Yi. Chapter 344. I'm not willing. Wow. Looking at Nangong Yi, who is now fully revived on the martial arts stage, everyone started to discuss in surprise. Husband, what on earth is going on? At this moment, Shi Minfeng was also staring at Nangong Yi on the martial arts stage, her face filled with astonishment. Yeah, wasn't that guy just beaten to a pulp? Could all have been an act? To the amazement of the women, Yang Tian merely scoffed. He just concealed his strength. However, this kid does have some acting talent. Don't be fooled by his heavy injuries. They're just superficial wounds. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. Meanwhile, hearing Yang Tian say that Nangong Yi had concealed his strength, Dongfang Jinghan furrowed her brows. Then what is his true strength? Winking at Dongfang Jinghan, Yang Tian smiled and said, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." You. Reluctantly, Dongfang Jinghan leaned down and pecked Yang Tian's face. Can I say it now? Shaking his head, Yang Tian pointed to his mouth and said, "You have to kiss here." Chapter 345. Brutally defeating Zhuge Changtian, looking at the empty pit. The entire martial arts arena suddenly erupted in noise. Due to the eerie shadow earlier, many people appeared somewhat panicked. For a moment, there were endless discussions everywhere. Meanwhile, the 6 people sitting firmly on the high platform also stood up and looked toward the pit. That shadow, just now, could it be a divine realm expert? Long Wuji said with a grim expression. Judging solely from the aura, it at least has the strength of a half-god realm. How is that possible? Could the Nangong family have produced a divine realm expert? Impossible. With the commotion caused by breaking into the divine realm, how can we not know? As if recalling something, Beichen Huang said in a deep voice, "Have you all forgotten about the commotion from some time ago?" The 6 of them all frowned tightly. Whoosh, just then, a light breeze blew by, and Beichen Yun approached the 6 with a wine gourd in hand. Tilting his head back, he took a swig from the gourd and said with a serious expression, "The person who saved Nangong, he just now is very strong. Did you notice anything?" Snatching the wine gourd from Beichen Yun's hand, Long Wuji also took a swig. Chapter 346. I won't accept. I slap. I accept. Slap. Sitting on top of Zhuge Changtian, Murong Fu swung his arms left and right, continuously slapping his face. Accompanied by the sound of slaps, countless people both on and off the stage swayed their heads, as if synchronizing with a BGM for a video. After 5 minutes, seeing that Zhuge Changtian had already fainted, Murong Fu finally stood up and returned to the center of the martial arts stage. The referee glanced at Zhuge Changtian, who looked like a pig's head, and then announced, "In the second challenge match, Murong Fu wins." Instantly, the entire martial arts arena erupted in deafening applause. This kid is not bad, Yang Tian said, looking speechless. Hey, what are you doing? That's my brother. How can you speak like that? Murong Yinran put her hands on her hips, completely unaware of what a rival meant. You. Very well. I originally thought you were pitiful and was planning to give you a few more days off. It seems I was too kind. Continue tonight. Oh, no. My lord, I was wrong. Wrong where? Everywhere is wrong. I have never done anything right in front of my lord. To show my sincerity. Murong Yinran even proactively stuck her butt out. Chapter 347. Dantai Mingwe hiss. In an instant, all the men present couldn't help but cover their lower bodies. This woman is too ruthless. It's one thing to incapacitate others, but to also attack their hearts. If being incapacitated gave Sidhu Haonan a glimmer of courage to continue living. But at this moment, thankfully he had fainted, otherwise he would definitely feel that living is worse than dying. After all, even the little bit of joy he had was taken away by this woman. I announced the fourth challenge match. Qin Yingnan wins. Sending a flying kiss to Yang Tian from afar, Qin Yingnan then tiptoed and flew to the throne on the high platform. Hey, this girl really knows the times. While speaking, Yang Tian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Dongfang Jinghan, then gave her a slap on the butt. You hum. Although Dongfang Jinghan still didn't give Yang Tian a good face, her pretty face was visibly turning red. Learn from her. She is your warning. At the beginning, she was even more irritable than you, and now she is obedient like a little kitty. Scumbag violent man. Dongfang Jinghan cursed quietly, then ran behind Long Linger. Chapter 348. Yang Tian takes action. Dantai Mingwe. Please choose your opponent. Dantai Mingwe nodded, then softly said, I choose to challenge the opponent. On the throne, the unchallenged Beichen Yun and Shimen Shui both had nervous expressions. Pick me, the two muttered. On the side, Murong Fu mocked. Hell with your looks. Don't scare the girl away. Get lost, what does it have to do with you? Exactly, you were just jealous, plain and simple jealousy of us. Looking at the three of them arguing, the others shook their heads, helplessly. I choose to challenge the young master, Xianyuan Mayan. Although the previous 4 challengers had a miserable outcome, the remaining 6 were not too worried. After inquiring, they all knew the reason. It was said that the 4 had offended a mysterious person, who was also the son-in-law of many hidden great clans. Wow. As soon as Dantai Mingwe's words fell, it caused an uproar on the scene. Who is Xianyuan Mayan? He is a human-shaped weapon that smashed Shangwan Ruichin, the most violent one among the 6 seed players. In contrast, Dantai Mingwe. Chapter 349. Dugong Sore Brother. Seeing Xianyuan Mayan being knocked out, Xianyuan Muching also nervously rushed out. Yenner. Looking at his grandson who had fallen into a coma, the old Xianyuan was also anxious and stood up. How is this possible? At this moment, all the big shots frowned and muttered. Dantai Mingwe is good, but her strength is only in the late stage of the Master Realm. Yet with such strength, she easily defeated Xianyuan Mayan, who was in the early stage of the Grandmaster Realm. This is not scientific. She clearly has the strength of a late Master Realm. Why did she unleash such powerful attacking power? Who knows? Could this little girl from the Dantai family be hiding her strength? No, I observed carefully. She shouldn't be hiding her strength. Didn't you see her confused expression? What was that about? Could someone be helping her in secret? Slapping the table, Long Wuji frowned and said, This martial arts meeting is of great importance. If someone is indeed sabotaging it, I will not let them go. Agreed. As it concerns their own interests, the big shots naturally stood united. Chapter 350. Dugong 9 Swords versus Fatal 13 Guns. Young Master Dongfang, please. Young Master Dugong, please. After the gentleman's talk, Dugong Sword drew his Ziwei soft sword, while Dongfang Bai also held his long and bright silver gun, ready for action. Since Dugong 9 Swords emphasizes counterattacking and cannot strike first, he must wait for the opponent to strike first and then find a flaw in their technique to counterattack. Therefore, Dugong Sword was also waiting quietly for Dongfang Bai to strike first. Originally, Dongfang Bai wanted to show his demeanor and let the opponent strike first. But after waiting for a long time, Dugong Sword did not make a move. Come on, hurry up and fight. At this moment, there were also sounds of urging from below the martial arts stage. Helpless, Dongfang Bai could only take the initiative and suddenly disappeared from his spot. Longing for each other. Short thoughts are endless. First shot, longing. As Dongfang Bai's words fell, the long spear surged like a dragon, rushing towards Dugong's sword with infinite yearning. Dugong 9 Swords has a total of 9 styles. The general formula style, breaking sword style, breaking blade style, breaking gun style, breaking whip style, breaking rope style, breaking palm style, breaking arrow style, and breaking chi style. Among them, the general formula style has various changes and is used to demonstrate the general formula, with a total of 360 variations. Chapter 351. Helping Dongfang Jinghan face her inner self Puqi after falling off the martial arts stage. Dugong's sword couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. How is this possible? I clearly broke his palm energy just now. Frowning tightly, Dugong's sword couldn't understand what had happened just now. He clearly had broken Dongfang Bai's attack. Just as he was about to secure his victory, he suddenly got hit. What puzzled him the most was that the breaking chi style was ineffective against that true energy. Could this be the confidence of a hidden great clan? Who? After calming down for a while, Dugong's sword slowly got up and cupped his hands towards Dongfang Bai on a martial arts stage. Young Master Dongfang truly lives up to his reputation. I admit defeat. Dongfang Bai? At this moment, Dongfang Bai was also a bit dazed. He actually didn't know what had happened. Just now, he had already prepared for defeat. In the blink of an eye, that Dugong sword suddenly flew out. Glancing at the high platform, Dongfang Bai thought to himself, could it be that Grandpa helped me in secret? Just because he knew the importance of this martial arts meeting for the family, he had such a speculation. Chapter 352. Doubts from the old man Dongfang, finding a place without anyone. The old Dongfang finally spoke. What happened just now? What happened? For a moment, Dongfang Bai didn't know how to respond. Don't change the subject. I clearly saw that you were about to lose. How did you suddenly defeat that kid from the Dugong family? Rubbing his head, Dongfang Bai replied speechlessly, wasn't it you who helped me? Upon hearing this, the old master Dongfang directly gave his grandson a hard knock on the head, exclaiming angrily, is your brain broken? How can I just act freely sitting with that group of old ghosts? Not you. I thought you were helping me. Dongfang Bai said in confusion. You mean you don't even know who helped you? Grandfather, I really don't know. The grandson replied. At that time, I saw that he had already dodged my spear, so I just casually struck him with a palm energy. I didn't expect him to get hit. The main thing is with my true chi cultivation, I couldn't have delivered such a powerful blow. Nodding, the old master Dongfang frowned and fell in a deep thought. That Dantai Mingwe was too strange in winning. And now you are like this. Could it all be the work of the same person? Chapter 353. Xin Yuanqin's anger. What is Jinghan doing? Through the crowd. Upon seeing his granddaughter's condition, the old master Dongfang immediately frowned. Oh, her? It's nothing. She's breaking through her martial arts realm. Breaking through? How is that possible? My granddaughter just recently broke through to the late innate stage. Are you sure she is breaking through again? The old man Dongfang frowned. Are you sure this is a breakthrough? Leaving aside whether this place is suitable for a breakthrough, just looking at my granddaughter's confused and helpless expression, are you kidding me? As the head of a hidden family, he wasn't a person with a good temper. If it weren't for Yang Tian's strong strength, he would have already thrown a big match. Boom, just then, a master-level aura surged towards everyone. With a wave of his hand, Yang Tian set up a spiritual power shield for Dongfang Jinghan, covering that violent master-level aura. What is this? Jinghan is really breaking through. How is that possible? The old master Dongfang said in shock. However, no one paid attention to his doubts at this moment. Despite his high status and strong power in Yang Tian's eyes, he was not even as good as that Dantai Mingwe. Chapter 354. The Chosen One sigh. Looking at the angry Xin Yuanqin leaving, Long Wujin also sighed helplessly. His old brother's good at everything, but his temper is just too irritable. Long Wujin was afraid that the two might really start fighting if they disagreed. Brother Long, do you think Old Shin will get beaten up? Murong Bo asked with a half-smile. Over the past few days, he had been mocked by these old fellows. There was no way around it. Among the six, he was the only one who had been beaten by Yang Tian. And he really wanted to find a companion for himself. Probably not. Long Wujin said uncertainly. After all, Xin Yuan Muqing was over there. That kid shouldn't be so ruthless. Nevertheless, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, that kid was someone who feared nothing, and he had done such things before. They're coming, they're coming. Pointing to the VIP area, Murong Bo shouted excitedly. Despite being heads of various families and of a certain age, once they heard there was fun to watch, they all became eager. Looking around, Xin Yuanqin had already arrived at the VIP area. Chapter 355. Admitting defeat, looking at Xin Yuanqin, who had fallen to the ground. Yang Tian's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Did he really think that just because of his seniority, he could bully others at will? What a fantasy! In Yang Tian's eyes, anyone who dared to lay a hand on his family and women, no matter who they were, would have to face his thunderous wrath. Husband. Coming back to her senses, the women surrounded him. Pulling Yang Tian's arm, Xianyuan Muqing said reproachfully, Husband, how could you lay hands on my grandfather? Humph. No one can bully my woman. But, no buts. With just one sentence, Xianyuan Muqing dared not say more. After all, her husband acted against her grandfather because of her. Moreover, before marrying, she was indeed the little princess of the Xianyuan family, her grandfather's treasure. But now, she was a married woman, so she had to respect her husband. Whatever her husband said, that was it. Xianyuan Muqing believed her husband would not disregard her feelings and do something that would make her uncomfortable. Boom! With a slap on the ground, Xianyuan Chun charged towards the VIP area like a cannonball. Chapter 356. Compensation. At this time, the 6 people on the throne had different expressions. Looking at Yang Tian in the distance, Qin Yingnan's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. Only now did she truly understand Yang Tian's intimidating power. No wonder the 6 family heads fought to send their precious granddaughters to him as concubines. Whether it was formations, pills, or semi-divine guards. These were enough to make Yang Tian stand at the top of the pyramid in the Dragon Kingdom, coupled with his unfathomable strength. Such a person was certainly not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, the Qin family would have likely flocked to him like the 6 major families had. How could someone who could be my husband be an ordinary person? At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her purpose of getting closer to Yang Tian entirely. Compared to Qin Yingnan, Dantai Mingwen next to her was quite bold. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the handsome figure in the distance, already transformed into Yang Tian's little fan. As for the other 4 big oafs, they also wore shocked expressions. Xianyuan Chun naturally heard the discussions around him. The glorious image of a generation of big shots had been ruined just like that by that kid Yang Tian. Chapter 357. Huang Fuyu, here she comes. As soon as the words fell, a lively and cute young beauty bounced over. Why do I say she is young? Because she just turned 18. In terms of height, she was not short at all, standing a full 177 centimeters tall. As soon as she appeared, Huang Fuyu blinked her big eyes and cheerfully greeted, Hello, Grandpa. I'm the last challenger, Huang Fuyu. Hearing this, Xianyuan 4th Master was also taken aback. This was the first time a contestant greeted him upon entering. Oh, I understand. Now you can choose the contestant you want to challenge. Seeing that the old man was not very interested in talking to her, Huang Fuyu pouted and muttered, Grandpa, you're so boring. This was the first time a contestant teased Xianyuan 4th Master, and he was somewhat angry. Nevertheless, he couldn't really argue with a little girl. That would make him seem too petty. Making a face at Xianyuan 4th Master, Huang Fuyu then bounced around to survey her opponents to challenge. Sister Dantai. As soon as she approached, the girl waved to Dantai Mingyue on the throne. Chapter 358. I want to challenge Big Brother at this moment. Yang Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter under a big tree outside the martial arts arena. Husband, can you please stop moving around? I'm already tired enough, and you're making fun of me. Xianyuan Muqing lay there, looking resentful as she gazed at Yang Tian. I was just amused by the little girl on the martial arts stage. Who's making fun of you? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tian couldn't help but gasp. What are you doing? She's already working so hard, and you still have the mood to watch the little girl. I'm going on strike. While speaking, Xianyuan Muqing attempted to fly away. Yang Tian reached out and pulled her back, then slapped her on the bottom. Husband, Qinger was wrong. I won't dare again in the future. It's too late. Since you've done something wrong, you must accept the punishment. Then, Yang Tian presented Xianyuan Muqing with a challenging problem, asking her to solve it within a time limit. Of course, Yang Tian didn't have the old man's preferences. He was focused on a 2-finger Zen technique. This made things difficult for Xianyuan Muqing, who was playing this brain-teasing game for the first time in a tree with her husband. Chapter 359. Just let him cause trouble. On the throne, seeing Yang Tian glance over, Dantai Mingyue was so nervous she almost fainted. Wow, he looked at me. Is this my future husband? He's really handsome. No, I can't look at him anymore. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. With her arms crossed over her chest, Dantai Mingyue lowered her head, afraid to glance at Yang Tian, fearing she would suffocate. Beside her, noticing Dantai Mingyue's blushing and nervous expression, Qin Yingnan couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a love-struck fool. Sensing something, Dantai Mingyue cautiously glanced sideways. Their eyes met in that moment. That sister, your husband is so handsome. I know. They exchanged awkward smiles and turned their attention back to the martial arts stage. Seeing that Big Brother was ignoring her, Huang Fuyu waved her hand in front of Yang Tian's eyes. Big Brother, are you even listening to me? Coming back to his senses, Yang Tian shook his head with a wry smile. You little girl are quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyu straightened up defiantly. Big Brother is talking nonsense. I'm not little at all. I'm clearly very big. Since they were close, her ample assets were pressing against Yang Tian's chest. Chapter 360, Huang Fu Meng approaching Yang Tian. Xian Yuansai said kindly, Young man, the clan leaders have agreed to let you take the stage for a challenge. Yang Tian guessed the reason behind the old man's change of attitude. Since they were treating him courteously, he naturally couldn't be too aloof. Thank you. You're welcome. It's something I should do. Xian Yuansai waved his hand. At this moment, not only did Yang Tian feel more favorable towards the old man, but even Huang Fuyu seemed more agreeable. After all, this little girl was a touchstone for his granddaughter. Huang Fuyu, come here. Seeing the old man's strange smile, Huang Fuyu became cautious. Old man, what do you want? Cough, you little girl. I've just discussed it with the leaders of the 6 hidden families. They agreed to let you challenge Yang Tian. Oh yeah, that's great. After her excitement, Huang Fuyu jumped over to Yang Tian. Big Brother, so your name is Yang Tian? Yang Tian replied speechlessly. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? How do you not even know my name? I didn't know before, but now I do. Chapter 361, Binding Two at Once. This sensation, TSK, really has a lot of elasticity. Feeling the tremendous impact on his thigh and watching the bouncy waves, Yang Tian had to admit that she was a rare beauty. This woman not only had an unparalleled appearance, but her figure was also explosively good. Even Yang Tian, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but be attracted to her. With a thought, Yang Tian began to probe the information of the newcomer. After all, it was rare to encounter a demigod-level goddess. How could Yang the old demon let this opportunity slip away? Character, Huang Fu Meng. Age, 56 years. Appearance score, 98 points. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Bust, 38. Favorability, 8 points. Number of men, 0. Ding, after system detection. This woman has a delicate body. Ding. Goddess Huang Fu Meng has been bound. Staring at the character information before him, Yang Tian was stunned for a long time. A special physique, and yet another special physique. After the excitement, Yang Tian furrowed his brows. He liked beauties, and he wasn't picky, but this woman was a bit too old. She could probably be his grandmother. If he really pursued her, he wondered if it would feel awkward. Chapter 362, Self-Cultivation of an Experienced Driver. You're not here to chase after me to get married, are you? Although he knew this was impossible, as an experienced driver, Yang Tian certainly wanted to plant a seed in her mind. You playboy. Yang Tian's words brought Huang Fu Meng, who was under the influence of her physique, back from her days. Nevertheless, her heart was still racing. What is going on? Why is my heart racing suddenly? And why do so many incredible thoughts appear in my mind? Don't look over there. Huang Fu, you dare not look at Yang Tian. Because she realized that the more she looked, the more nervous she became, and her self-control worsened. Big Brother, she is my master and also my aunt. How can she marry you? No way. That's not acceptable. You are the one I want to marry. Hearing Yang Tian say her master was coming to compete for a man, Huang Fuyu became anxious. She could give up anything, but absolutely not a man. If it were someone else, she wouldn't care. After all, this was quite common in family dynamics. But if the object were her master, that was definitely not acceptable. Wouldn't it make things chaotic? Little you, what are you talking about? Huang Fu Meng scolded. Chapter 363. May I speak to you alone? Huff. After flying a considerable distance, Huang Fu Meng finally stopped in a canyon. Fate is often so magical. At this moment, the place where Huang Fu Meng was staying was the same canyon Yang Tian had visited before. With a long howl towards the sky, Huang Fu Meng held her head and gasped for breath. What on earth is happening? Gazing blankly into the distance, Huang Fu Meng furrowed her brows, contemplating her own situation. It was evident that beads of sweat had begun to appear on her forehead. Damn it, is it all because of that guy? This was the first time she had felt such despair since her debut. The more Huang Fu Meng thought about it, the more alarmed she became. She couldn't beat him. Even distancing herself from him didn't alleviate the unspoken burdens in her heart. Her master's words and the memories of the past few years surged in her mind, leaving her somewhat bewildered. In the end, Huang Fumeng realized that it seemed like she had wasted all these years. Aside from her strength, she had nothing else. Perhaps this is fate. Huang Fumeng sighed softly, then leaped into the stream before her, submerged in the water. Chapter 364. Return to the canyon. On a high platform in the training ground, two people remained even after most of the crowd had dispersed. A dignified and elegant woman asked, "Do you think Mingyue will be okay?" "It should be fine, right?" replied the man beside her, his brow furrowed and tone uncertain. "Should we go ask the heads of the 6 major, hidden families?" "Sure." Then, the two approached the 6 big shots and voiced their concerns. But in the end, they received a vague answer. "It should be fine." However, before they left, Long Wuji said something that left them puzzled. "Your Dantai family should be in for some good luck." Outside the training ground, the two kept pondering Long Lao's words. "Hongo, what do you think Long Lao meant by that?" "I don't know, but it definitely has something to do with our Mingyue." At this point, the two were momentarily stunned. Could it be because of that guy? They both said simultaneously. After that, they returned to their own residence. Whoosh! In the sky, the wind howled. Looking at Yang Tian, who was so close, Dantai Mingyue felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest, even with the E-level protective shield guarding her. Chapter 365. I don't want to be the last. Ah, damn it, this is really infuriating. Huang Fumeng cursed the shameless two while biting her thin lips. She had managed to suppress that dark thought in her mind, but who would have thought that guy would come at this moment? Not only that, but he was also doing that kind of thing here. Was that guy stalking me all along? Yes, it must be. He definitely knew I was here, which is why he did it on purpose. Although she was cursing out loud, it was evident that Huang Fumeng's body was gradually suffused with a layer of crimson. Stop. I absolutely will not yield. Huang Fumeng pounded her head, trying to drive that demonic voice away. She was still holding on for dear life. At this moment, two different voices were fiercely arguing in her mind. Demonic thought, I advise you to give up. Stop resisting futilely. Get lost, you better roll out of my mind. I won't do that. Stop struggling. You are me and I am you. I was originally the evil thought hidden in the depths of your heart. Only by confronting your inner self can you find liberation. Chapter 366. I want to play games too, big brother. I love you so much, Mua. To express her joy, Huang Fuyu directly offered her sweet kiss. Seeing this, the other girls were amused by the little girl. It's good to have a young one to entertain. Yang Tian shook his head helplessly. During this time, Dantai Mingyue's parents also came over. You aware that Yang Tian didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Don't be scared. My daughter, although he's very powerful, your father isn't a pushover. If he dares to bully you, even if it costs me my life, I will seek justice for you. After hearing her parents' words, Dantai Mingyue hesitated and didn't speak for a long time, seeing their daughter's silence. Both of them began to feel anxious and sense something was off. Daughter, you wouldn't really have been bullied by that Yang Tian, would you? Knowing she could no longer hide it, Dantai Mingyue confessed her relationship with Yang Tian to her parents. After hearing this, both of them were left dumbfounded. You where? Have you really fallen for him? But you've only met once. Yes, daughter, tell the truth. Did he force you? Chapter 367. What a wonderful night that night. The wild wind howled through the mountains as everyone returned inside after finishing their late-night snacks. In the living room, the whole family laughed and played for a while. At Long Linger's signal, all the girls pretended to yawn and then went back to their rooms to sleep. Once most people had left, Yang Tian finally embraced both Mingyue and Huang Fuyu and returned to the room. Sister Mingyue, why did you come too? Didn't we agree that tonight big brother belongs to me? As soon as they entered the room, Huang Fuyu puffed up her cheeks in complaint. Dantai Mingyue thought to herself, if it weren't for my husband insisting that I come to Duo Q, do you think I would want to come? Big brother, you said you would sleep with me tonight. Why did you let Sister Mingyue come too? He lied. Yang Tian pulled Huang Fuyu into his arms. Are you sure you want to stay with me alone? He asked while checking the health of the big white rabbit. Huang Fuyu had never experienced anything like this before. Her mind went blank, and she immediately lost herself. I will listen to Big Brother. Meanwhile, Dantai Mingyue watched nervously, unsure of what to do as she tightly clutched her clothes. Chapter 368. So that's how it is. Feeling bored, Yang Tian decided to check the system. It was a good thing he did, as he was taken aback by what he found. During this time, although he had exchanged for several pills. He had never paid attention to the system points. When he saw the conspicuous 4,580 points, Yang Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Rong to be so capable. It hadn't been long, and she had accumulated so many points for him. Since the Tianming investment used Yang Tian's supplementary card, he had also granted the sub-card the same permissions as the main card. Originally, this wasn't allowed, but who was Yang Tian? He was the grandson-in-law of the current ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as Old Long gave a shout, the subordinates would rush to accommodate him. Therefore, as long as there were projects that Tianming investment was interested in, there was no need to worry about money. Just invest. After all, Yang Tian is a super rich dog owner with 10 copies of the poverty alleviation system every day, which amounts to 100 billion. Such financial power is unmatched across the entire Blue Star. When he first took over the company, Qin Rong was still carefully inspecting projects every day, even personally reviewing them before making decisions. Chapter 369. The 99 points of favorability are indeed terrifying. How is this possible? Feeling the thing still trembling within her body, Huang Fuming wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Looking around, there were torn rags everywhere. Suddenly, a wave of memories surged into Huang Fuming's mind, causing her to involuntarily clutch her head and cry out in pain. At the same time, Yang Tian couldn't help but grin and thought, "You can call out all you want, but why are you moving around?" After this commotion, Yang Xiaotian stood up with his head held high. The scene at that moment was too beautiful, truly making it hard to look directly at. Yang Tian was speechless and rubbed his forehead, wondering if he would ever get a break. 3 hours at home, over 4 hours outside. And together it was almost 8 hours. How could he not be tired? And now, it was about to start again. After several minutes passed, Huang Fuming finally calmed down. However, the new memories made her feel somewhat difficult to accept, and even more so, she felt utterly ashamed. Just then, an indescribable sense of joy surged over her, making her involuntarily let out a soft hum. Did she think of something? Huang Fuming quickly directed her gaze downwards. The moment she saw Yang Tian, she not only did not show anger, but instead revealed a lovesick expression. Chapter 370. Feeding Huang Fuming a pill. Before long, the two returned to the courtyard of their residence. Since it was still early, the other women had not yet gotten up. Upon entering, Yang Tian led Huang Fuming to an empty room. "Let's go take a shower first." I want to shower with my husband." Yang Tian did not expect that the dignified demigod expert would actually be so clingy. This woman who had been developed seemed to have completely changed. "All right, in a moment your husband will give you some good things to eat. I guarantee you'll like them." Huang Fuming blushed and mumbled, "No need, husband. Ming can satisfy you without those things." Hearing this, Yang Tian realized that the girl misunderstood him. He remembered that when he fed Qin Rong beauty pills before, she seemed to have the same reaction. With a roll of his eyes at Huang Fuming, Yang Tian said, "What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm some kind of pervert?" "No, I just thought you wanted to add some spice." "You're overthinking it." Upon entering the bathroom with a thought, a beauty pill appeared in Yang Tian's hand. "Open your mouth." Huang Fuming did not dare to question it and obediently opened her mouth. Then Yang Tian fed her the beauty pill. Chapter 371. I finally don't have to be the old maid anymore. When a group of people arrived at the training ground, it was already bustling with noise. Since today was the championship match, many people had come early to claim their spots. As soon as they entered through the VIP passage, the women were swept up in the atmosphere. Wow, it seems there are a lot more people here today than in the past few days. Yeah, after all, it's the championship. It's not surprising that there are more people. Hey, move aside. I'm going to find my big brother. Don't block the way. Pushing through the crowd, Huang Fuyu ran toward the VIP area. Although the young girl had already developed a hint of a mature woman's aura after shedding her youthful innocence, she was still young and a bit naive. "I'm going to find my husband too," Dan Tai Mingwei called out and followed Huang Fuyu to the VIP area. Watching the two girls leave, Dongfang Jinghan felt jealous and said, I really don't understand what's so good about that scumbag. You all spoil him so much." Meanwhile, Shimin Feng couldn't help but mutter, "Wasn't he someone who kept dreaming about her husband in the middle of the night last night? I was so scared I thought he was going to sneak attack." Didn't we agree not to tell anyone? You tricked me." Chapter 372. Confusion. At the same time, almost everyone present saw the two. "Holy crap, I'm not seeing things right. Is that Huang Fu Sr.? Wait, that kid really took Huang Fu Sr. as his My God, this brother is like a little cow on a rocket. Incredible. Idol, please accept my kneeling. In an instant, all the male compatriots bent down and bowed, viewing Yang Tian as their idol. After all, she was the renowned demigod goddess of the Dragon Country's martial arts world. What impressed them most was that this kid was simply a goddess collector. Didn't you see all the top-tier beauties in the VIP area? Not only that, each of those people had identities that could crush their families. On the podium, seeing the two who entered, the dignified ruler of the Dragon Country, Long Wuji, who was usually steady and serious, also exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" At this moment, the expressions of the other several people were even more exaggerated. "What the hell? Is that really Huang Fuming? My goddess, what are you doing? Oh my God, my dreams are shattered. Don't pull me. I'm going to confront him." Although Beichen Huang was also shocked, seeing the reactions of the four old men, he couldn't help but grin. Chapter 373. This is the divine medicine that can make you crush everything. Looking at Qining Nan's dejected expression, Yang Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Beside him, Huang Fuming curiously asked, "Husband, what's wrong? As the wife of our Yang family, if you can't even accept this little failure, it's really disappointing," Yang Tian said flatly. Although Yang Tian did not explicitly say who he was referring to, everyone present knew he was talking about Qining Nan. Originally, Dongfang Jinghan wanted to say something nice for Qining Nan, but as soon as she moved, she was pulled back by Long Linger. "Don't talk nonsense." "But no buts. Whatever my husband says goes," Long Linger warned. Although she felt somewhat dissatisfied, Dongfang Jinghan still calmed down. In fact, this was all thanks to the Yang family's rules. To demonstrate her husband's supreme authority and create a harmonious family environment, under Qin Rongrong's proposal, after discussions among the bound goddesses, they unanimously approved a long list of Yang family rules. If one wanted to join, they must adhere to these rules, otherwise, they would be targeted by everyone and even directly eliminated. Yang family rules. When meeting the husband, one must first pay respects. One cannot eat before the husband has moved his chopsticks. One must not argue back at the husband, except in jest. One cannot question any decision made by the husband, nor create family conflicts for any reason. Chapter 374. Demanding pills after hitting Xianyuan Muqing's backside more than 10 times. Yang Tian finally let her go. Xianyuan Muqing ran back to Long Linger, rubbing her backside and muttering, "My husband has no idea how to cherish beauty. He's so ruthless. Ouch, it hurts so much. Hee hee. Who told you to speak carelessly?" Long Linger laughed, covering her mouth. "Oomph. You didn't help me either. I want to help you next time." Xianyuan Muqing retorted. Can't I just admit my mistake? Next time, I will definitely help you plead your case." She didn't want to face her husband alone. That would be too terrifying. It's better to have an ally, so it wouldn't be so miserable. Then it's settled. If you dare to break your promise next time, Isn't it just a few hits? Is it worth it? This time, my husband really hit hard. Why don't you try it? I'm so well-behaved. My husband wouldn't dare hit me. Compared to the commotion here, the two on the martial arts stage were fiercely battling. "Xiao Yun, you're not my opponent. I advise you to admit defeat quickly." Chapter 375. One for each to play with. In an instant, Dongfang Bai's withdrawal also caused dissatisfaction among the onlookers. The entire martial arts arena was filled with discussions and complaints. Is this how it ends? What the heck? Such a waste of expressions. What 6 young masters? How could a newcomer win the championship? It's tragic. It's a conspiracy, definitely a conspiracy. Dongfang Gongzi just swore to fight to the end. Yet after his sister went back for a bit, he was heavily injured and fainted. Do you really believe that? Such a poor performance. It's obvious it was faked. Refund. 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 As the first voice demanding a refund sounded, the entire martial arts arena uniformly waved their tickets and shouted. You must know this is a grand event in a martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. Not just anyone can casually enter. Just a regular standing ticket costs 1,000,000 dragon coins. As for seated tickets, they range from tens of millions to over 100 million. Although the ticket prices are high, people still flock to it. After all, most came with the intention of making friends or seeking marriage alliances. Of course, if they could attach themselves to members of some prominent families, that would be even better. Chapter 376. The end of the martial arts meeting. Why are you shouting? Are you stupid? If it were any other time, Murong Bo would have been furious, but at this moment, he didn't bother to argue with a few people. Unlike the excited four, Dongfang Jin was stunned in place, thinking, damn, is this kid treating us differently? Why does everyone have it except me and Xianyuan Shen? Is it? In an instant, Dongfang Jin's gaze towards his granddaughter changed. It must be that Jinghan girl didn't serve that kid well. In contrast to Dongfang Jin's days, Xianyuan Shen looked relaxed. He had already anticipated this outcome. After all, Yang Tian was the common son-in-law of their 6 great families. If he only gave the divine transformation pill to him, wouldn't that offend the other 5 families at once? Not only that, but he probably wouldn't even get past his own wife. What puzzled him the most was that the Dongfang family didn't get one either. Seemingly thinking of something, Xin Yuanshan chuckled. I said, how could Dongfang Bai suddenly withdraw? Now it makes sense. Dongfang Jin hesitated for a moment before asking, why didn't Ti get one? Despite being very angry, who made them have what he wanted? Chapter 377. Creating super strong beings amidst the laughter, a group returned to their residence. The champion of the martial arts meeting, such glory in other families would be someone revered, but in the old Yang family, no one mentioned it. Husband, the martial arts meeting is over. What should we do now? Right? Why don't we go play? Sister Chinger's suggestion is good. I agree. I agree too. Agreed. Eating, drinking, and having fun is what women love to do most, and immediately gained everyone's support. Surrounded by such a group of clingy little fairies, Yang Tian felt overwhelmed. Seizing an opportunity, he slipped to a corner to drink tea. Over there, the noise was like a battlefield. Here, he leisurely watched the changes in the world. After a round of disputes, everyone turned their attention to the husband who had already hidden in the corner. Husband, here they come again. Just as he was enjoying a moment of peace, everyone surrounded him again, chattering away. All right, stop shouting. Linger, go get me a map. Oh, before long, a map of the Dragon Kingdom was brought back. Chapter 378. The strongest carry player. Boom. In order to let everyone quickly grasp this new power, Yang Tian suggested that they spar. As a result, except for Huang Fumeng and Huang Fuyu who stayed by his side, the other 8 started fighting elsewhere. To be honest, the scene was quite explosive. Who has ever seen 8 super strong beings fighting together? While enjoying the fighting performances, Yang Tian began to play King of Glory with Meng and Yu. Yang Tian chose Lu Bu, Huang Fumeng chose Daji, and Huang Fuyu chose Xiao Qiao. 1 against 2, Yang Tian was not afraid at all. While jungling, he admired his wife's performances. Inadvertently, he fell into the ambush of the 2. Fortunately, his Lu Bu had developed well early on, and under high damage attacks, Xiao Qiao quickly fell. Although Huang Fuyu was somewhat unconvinced, she had to admit Yang Tian's skills were top-notch. Even 1 against 2, he could easily secure a kill. Reduced to lying there, Huang Fuyu could only pin her hopes on her master, Huang Fumeng. Although Huang Fumeng's skills were also first-rate, she had mastered Daji to perfection. But who is Yang Tian? He is the strongest carry player. Chapter 379. Coming out of the mountains originally, with everyone's cultivation level, returning to the residence would be a matter of moments. However, looking at the groups of wives who were leaning on each other and stumbling, Yang Tian couldn't help but shake his head. At this rate, when will you all return to the residence? Don't look at how close this canyon is to the residence. That's based on their strong flying abilities. If it relies solely on foot strength, it would take several hours. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Can't we take a moment to recover? Xianyuan Muqing retorted. With a loud bang, Xianyuan Muqing appeared in Yang Tian's arms. Not only that, but Long Linger beside her also ended up in his hands. I'll send them back first. You all wait here for a bit. As soon as the words fell, the 3 disappeared from the spot. In just a moment, Yang Tian returned once again. Thus, about 10 minutes later, everyone was seated in the living room. Tonight, husband, I'm almost falling asleep, so I'm going back to my room to rest. My waist hurts, so I'm going back to my room to rest too. My butt hurts. Chapter 380. Shishir Li Qingxue. After settling down the wives, Yang Tian returned to his room. As soon as he entered, the 3 greeted him. Leader. Yang Tian waved his hand, saying, it's fine. We're all brothers here. No need to be so formal. After a pause, Yang Tian continued, I've thought about it. You don't need to follow me for the next leg of the journey. But don't say that. The Tian Meng still needs you to guard it. As for me, you don't need to worry. If someone appears whom even I can't handle, having you around wouldn't be of much use. All right. The 3 nodded in agreement. Perhaps others may not fully understand the terrifying aspects of their leader, but they do. A demigod realm expert is impressive, right? So what, the leader can easily grant you the power to crush them. As for those hidden god realm experts, in the eyes of the three, perhaps the leader possesses such strength, even more powerful. Because even god realm experts don't have the ability to casually create demigod realm experts. But the leader can. The difference is clear. Then, Yang Tian instructed the three again and handed over the 27 porcelain bottles he had prepared earlier to Tiani. Chapter 381 Arrival in Nanshire. Outside the window, the eastern sky was quietly brightening, but the presidential suite was still brightly lit. This night, crazy, really crazy. Miserable, really miserable. Looking around, a group of people were lying in disarray. At this moment, the only ones still awake were Huang Fu Meng and her disciples. Of course, it wasn't that they weren't tired, but because their ranking was the lowest. In front of the dressing table, Yang Tian was both practicing Tai Chi Palm while painting a yin-yang fish diagram and writing a charming story. Through the mirror, looking at the protagonist in the story, Huang Fu Yu wanted to say something, but in the end, all that came out were a few faint sighs. On the other side, Huang Fu Meng, who had been playing the role of an audience, wasn't feeling any better. After all, those who understand, understand. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Yang Tian knew he couldn't dawdle any longer. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't finish the homework by dawn. With his pen dancing, the story of Huang Fu Yu was soon perfectly concluded. After reading her story, Huang Fu Yu yawned and leaned against the bed to fall asleep. Chapter 382, Please start your performance. Looking at the noisy crowd, Yang Tian couldn't help but shake his head. You all tidy up the room and group together to divide the rooms. I'll go give your elder sister a call. Oh, please send our regards to elder sister. Got it. Then, Yang Tian went to the balcony and dialed Qin Rongrong's number. Ah, Ming Yao, it's a call from husband. As soon as the call connected, Qin Rongrong's shrill voice came through the phone. Yang Tian smiled and said, Beautiful Rongrong, do you miss your husband? Yes, of course. We talk about you every day. Rongrong's sister. Hurry and ask husband when he will come back. Just from a voice, Yang Tian recognized it was Li Ming Yao speaking. Yang Tian told Ming Yao that I would take them out for a few days and then come back. How have you all been recently? Qin Rongrong replied. Everything at home is good, but the sisters are missing you a bit. If you don't come back soon, they might form a group to find you. Yang Tian, don't you miss me? Qin Rongrong thought, of course I do. I think about you day and night. I've lost weight recently. Yang Tian, eat well. I will check when I get home. Don't let my big bunny starve. Chapter 383, Such people should not be kept. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of honking, 5 cars drove out of the villa's garage. Before long, the group arrived at Deji Plaza. Deji Plaza is the largest luxury shopping plaza in Nanshire, containing almost all major brand products. Shopping is a way for women to enjoy themselves and release emotions, but for men, it can be a torment. 10 stunningly beautiful women appeared together, instantly attracting the attention of passersby. Wow, who are these people? They're so beautiful. Wow, those figures, those legs, those looks. Just one of them would be enough for me to enjoy for a lifetime. No way. I can't take it anymore. I need to go ask them for a chat. Looking around, the crowd not only didn't disperse because of the arrival of the group, but instead grew larger. Seeing the dense crowd, Yang Tian sighed helplessly. I knew it would be like this. Beside him, Long Linger smiled lightly and said, Isn't this better? After all, others can only look and not touch. Shouldn't you feel proud? Hearing this, the others also smiled. Chapter 384, A Mysterious Organization in Long Country. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, oosh. Just as Nan Gongli was inquiring about the group of beauties, a series of wails came from the other side. Turning to look, he saw that the ground was already full of people lying down. Not only that, but there were several people still in the air, yet to fall. Warriors? In an instant, defeating so many people, Nan Gongli couldn't think of anyone other than a warrior who could do this. No wonder they are so lawless. So it turns out they are martial artists. From beginning to end, Nan Gongli didn't glance at the dead person even once. No matter how that person died, it was inconsequential in his eyes. This is the power of a family, treating human life as worthless. Just then, a series of police sirens sounded, and a group of police rushed in. Young Master Nangong. As soon as they entered, Li Ming rushed to Nangong Li's side like a lackey, bowing to greet him. Director Li, someone killed someone on my turf. You know what to do without me telling you, right? Staring at the beautiful women in the distance, Nangong Li said without turning his head. Understood, understood. Chapter 385, Cosplay Goddess. As soon as they stepped out, everyone drove off in a cloud of dust. However, Not long after they left, the girls began to send messages, saying they were hungry. After the previous events, Yang Tian had already decided not to take the girls wandering around the city anymore. It wasn't that he was afraid. The combined power of the girls when they were all together was just too overwhelming, and Yang Tian didn't want to keep bothering others to clean up after him. In the future, even if he went out, he wouldn't take so many people with him. Without anyone saying anything, Yang Tian didn't feel much about it. However, he too felt a bit hungry. Yue sent a message to Ling asking her to find a restaurant. Let's eat until we're full before going back. Oh. After receiving the message, Ling quickly searched for a restaurant on her phone. After some discussion, they finally decided to go to Jinling restaurant for dinner. Before long, the group arrived at Jinling restaurant. In the private room, looking at the menu in his hand, Yang Tian asked, "What do you all want to eat?" The girls weren't sure what was good, and for a moment, they couldn't decide. "Forget it. Let's just order all the signature dishes." "Okay," the attendant replied respectfully. Chapter 386. Paying for dreams. How about this? Compared to the cosplayers we encountered on the way, we aren't lacking, right? Hee, whether we are or not. You can tell by looking at your husband's eyes. Is the cosplay of Kuqing not beautiful? Husband, why do you keep staring at Fire Dance Sister? Exactly. Although I admit Fire Dance Sister is very sexy, but the cosplay of Daji is also not bad. The group pointed at Yang Tian, insisting that he comment on their outfits. Helpless, Yang Tian could only shift his gaze away from Xinhua. It wasn't that he wanted to look. The cosplay was just too torturous for him. Ahem, now let me comment on your outfits. Linger SVOSYA Miko is very successful, perfectly transforming her from a quirky girl into a sexy vixen. Chinger's cosplay of Kuqing, well, how should I put it? The figure and outfit are great, but your makeup needs some improvement. It still has room for growth. However, considering this is your first time, you passed. Yuner's cosplay of Fiscal is beautiful and very attractive, completely breaking through her cool personality. Chapter 387. It's time to show real skills. Husband, be good. Open your mouth quickly. You've already eaten everyone else's food. You wouldn't not eat Mingming's, would you? Ugh. Despite feeling nauseated, Yang Tian obediently opened his mouth and ate the grilled sausage handed to him by Huang Fumeng. Suddenly, Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Huang Fumeng in surprise. What, is it not good? Huang Fumeng said shyly upon seeing her husband looking at her like that. No, it's quite good. I really didn't expect my Menger to have his kind of skill. Unlike them, who were determined to make me suffer. Instantly, everyone except Huang Fumeng had their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, what the husband said was the truth. Yang Tian quickly finished the remaining grilled sausage and then happily picked up the milk on the table. After taking a sip, Yang Tian couldn't help but spit it out. What does this taste? Are you sure this is the milk you heated for me? Staring at Huang Fuyu, Yang Tian asked with a frown. It's milk. What's wrong? Huang Fuyu said confused. You all made this yourself? You didn't taste it, did you? Chapter 388. Swimming. Travel guide. No, your gesture is wrong. Hey, can you stop flailing your legs? Cough, cough. Murong Yinran took another sip of pool water and then blushed, saying, I just don't know how. Ha ha ha. Seeing Murong Yinran continuously drinking water, the others all burst into laughter. After a series of instructions from Yang Tian, the others had learned a few moves, but only Murong Yinran couldn't grasp it and never learned it. Helpless, Yang Tian could only become her private instructor. Relax your body, then like this, and then this. After demonstrating once, Yang Tian supported her body from underneath, letting her do the method he just taught. Although the two had been honest with each other and had deep exchanges countless times, learning to swim in this position still made Murong Yinran a bit shy. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that she gradually got used to the feeling of being supported from below. Seeing that she was slowly grasping the essence of it, Yang Tian tried to let go a few times. Of course, he still kept an eye on her in the water. As soon as Murong Yinran showed any tendency to sink, he would immediately support her again. Chapter 389. Nangong Demon Cultivation in the cloud-covered and fragrant southern mountain range. Stretching for thousands of kilometers, there was a mountain named Jiui Mountain, also called Kangwu Mountain, that pierced into the clouds, surpassing all lands. In an ancient castle at the top of the mountain, the head of the Nangong family was gathered here. An old man dressed in a black robe and wearing a black mask sat in the main hall. This man was named Nangong Wentian, the grandfather of Nangong, and the current head of the Nangong family. How is Yi's injury? Nangong Wentian asked Dan Dan. In the lower seat, a middle-aged man stood up and bowed, saying, "Back to the family head. Yi's injury has basically healed, but—" Nangong Wentian frowned. "Speak directly. There are no outsiders here." Nangong Feiyu nodded and said, "He still does not want to practice the heavenly demon's sacred scripture." Nangong Wentian emitted a black aura all over, causing the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. Truly a short-sighted person. What is the righteous path? What is the demonic path? History is always written by the victors. Only strength is the true king. Father. Before Nangong Feiyun could finish speaking, Nangong Wentian shot him a glare. "Don't call me father here. Haven't I told you more than once?" Chapter 390, Opening a New Path. The journey begins. When Yang Tian returned with Shuang Yue after shopping, there wasn't a single person in the entire villa. Did they all collectively escape? Yang Tian joked. How could that be? They probably went out to have fun. Dantai Mingwei speculated. Huang Fuyu, however, hugged Yang Tian's arm and said with a mischievous smile, "It's better if they run away. Then husband can accompany me every day, hee." Yang Tian tapped the little girl's forehead and said, "You're the worst. Be careful, I tell your master, and let her spank you." "Don't. I was just joking. If you tell my master, she would definitely kill me." Huang Fuyu knew that her master had an obsession with her husband, which was simply that of a brain-dead fan, a die-hard supporter. She was deeply poisoned and had already lost the possibility of recovery. If her master found out about her intentions, whether true or not, she would definitely face a beating. Although she now had strength equal to her master's, the bloodline suppression engraved in her bones could not be compensated for by strength alone. Yang Tian blinked and said, "Then let's see how you perform tonight." "Oh no, that's not appropriate. They're still young. How about I talk to the master? She will definitely agree." Chapter 391, Magic Power. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast, everyone drove to Qixia Mountain. Since it was the weekend, there were many people visiting Qixia Mountain. The vehicles along the way were lined up one after another, but what everyone didn't know was that they had already been targeted. After parking the car, a woman disguised as a tourist immediately made a phone call. "Lord Shadowguard, the target has arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain." "Understood. You continue to keep an eye on them. There are many people at the foot of the mountain. Let's act according to the situation." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, the woman said into her earpiece, "Everyone disperse. Keep a 360-degree watch on them." The dark guard said to wait for her orders. "Understood." Responses came from the earpiece. Glancing at Yang Tian and the others who had just gotten out of the car, the woman waved her hand, and many shadow guards drove in. Only then did the woman take off her earpiece, put on her backpack, and walk towards the ticket booth with Yang Tian and the others. While in line, the woman took the opportunity to ask, "Beautiful ladies, do you know what fun things there are to do here?" Dongfang Jinghan smiled and said, "Sorry. It's our first time here too." Chapter 392. "Oh, so they're all beauties. Have some water." Yang Tian handed a bottle of water to the woman after opening the cap. After drinking, the woman felt a little better. "Thank you." Although she had doubts, she still pretended to be polite and expressed her thanks. Yang Tian waved and smiled. "No need. We're all here for the first time. I see you're not feeling well. Why don't you join us?" This was exactly what the woman hoped for. How could she refuse? She reached out and smiled. "Thank you. My name is Yang Yani. I'm from Wu City. It's my first time in Nan City, so I might be a bit unaccustomed to the local environment." "No problem. I'm Yang Tian." Yang Tian only mentioned his name and did not provide any other information. He had already instructed Old Long to shield his information, and with some operations from the Tianming, it would be extremely difficult for anyone unfamiliar with him to investigate his background. Of course, with careful investigation, some of his information could still be found. However, Jiang City had long been the territory of the Tianming. From government officials to street vendors, there were Tianming people everywhere. Chapter 393, Control. "Oh, so they're all beauties." Approaching Ying, Yang Tian stared at her extremely seductive face, resembling a creepy uncle preparing to molest a little girl. "Tell me about your background." Faced with such a situation, Ying showed no fear. She merely snorted coldly and turned her head away disdainfully. It was absolutely impossible for her to betray her master and the Nangong family. Smiling, Yang Tian was not concerned. If he could easily uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, it would only indicate that the other party was too weak. Squatting down, Yang Tian grabbed Ying's ponytail and turned her to face him. "Are you sure you don't want to talk?" A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Ying had already prepared and swiftly drew a dagger to stab Yang Tian. After losing her strength, Her reaction speed and power were only slightly above that of an ordinary person. In front of Yang Tian, her little movements had long been detected. Grabbing Ying's wrist, Yang Tian swiftly slapped her hard. Since you want to experience torture, I'll satisfy you. Strip them all. The other wives? Chapter 394, Yang Yuan Yu, As a death servant, although Ying was naturally cold, she was still a woman. How could she withstand Yang Lao Mo's professional techniques? What have you done to them? With his hands busy, Yi Hao smiled and said, nothing. Just turn them into my puppet death servants. What about you? Do you want to become one of them? To be my most loyal servant? Then, a talisman and a pill appeared in Yang Tian's hand. What do you want to do? Looking at the talisman and the pill right in front of her, Ying shouted in terror. Nothing. Just want to help you regain your new life. After saying that, Yang Tian stuffed the soul-cleansing pill into Ying's mouth and made her swallow it. In fact, he had known from the moment he discovered these people that they had been controlled. Although this method seemed mysterious, how could it escape Yang Tian's notice? Using Ying for experimentation, Yang Tian had his own motives. Firstly, he wanted to see if the things in the system could really eliminate those demonic entities. Secondly, he was very interested in this demon named Ying and wanted to see if his cultivation method could transform demonic power into chaotic spiritual power. Chapter 395. Aren't you tired? With a single thought, Yi Hao began to probe Ying's basic information. Character, Yang Yuan, original name, Ying. Age, 28 years. Appearance score, 98. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Bust, 38E. Favorability, 90. Number of men owned, 0. Ding. Goddess Yang Yuan has been bound. This Ying is definitely not her real name. Doesn't she have a proper name? From Ying's basic information, it is not difficult to see that she's likely a death servant trained from a young age. It seems that the mastermind has grand ambitions. Nevertheless, Yang Tian remained unconcerned. So what if it's a demon cultivator? No matter how powerful they are, can they be more powerful than the system? Just then, Yang Yuan approached Yang Tian, caressing his face, and timidly asked, "Are you really my husband? Don't you believe me?" Wrapping his arms around the curvy waist of the little Huaner, Yang Tian whispered in her ear, No, Huaner just feels." Before Yang Yuan could finish her sentence, Yang Tian sealed her red lips. What is the point of saying more? It's better to be straightforward. Chapter 396. Wui Mountain Martial Arts Competition for Marriage. Awesome. Countless words ultimately only exchange for such an exclamation. Of course, it's not that Yang Tian is incapable, but rather that he cannot see the hope of success. Looking at her husband with a face full of exclamation, Yang Yuan's delicate face turned completely red. At this moment, she also understood her husband's meaning. All right, let us wash up and go to sleep. It's been a long day. They slept deeply and didn't come out of the room until the next morning. Husband, you played too hard, didn't you? Don't you care about our well-being? Exactly. Having a new person means forgetting the old one. We are so unfortunate. Looking at the messy living room and the nauseating smell, Yang Tian frowned. What the hell are you doing? What is this smell? When Yang Tian saw the trash can and the things in the kitchen, he admitted defeat. You all. In anger, Yang Tian felt he had to punish them. Then everyone stood in a row against the wall and stuck out their backsides. Yang Tian didn't hold back and slapped them. Suddenly, the entire living room was filled with cries of pain. Chapter 397. Heading to Huaishan City after the family meeting, Yang Tian sent the wives away and took 18 puppet assassins to the 4th floor of the villa. In a moment, 18 soul-cleansing pills appeared in his hand. One for each person. Eat up. Yes. The puppet assassins naturally obeyed their master's orders, taking the pills and swallowing them without any hesitation. Glancing at the people who were digesting the medicine, Yang Tian stood up and left the room. After a while, he returned with a tote bag. After checking, when all the demonic entities in their souls were eliminated, Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although these people were controlled tools by the puppet talismans, they still had their own thoughts, but their loyalty to Yang Tian had automatically reached maximum, instinctively obeying his commands. Throwing the bag on the ground, Yang Tian ordered, "Go change into these clothes." Yes. Thus, under Yang Tian's watch, the 18 began to undress and change clothes. Soon, they stood before Yang Tian in various uniforms. Wasting resources is shameful, and as the beauty harvester, the old devil Yang would not lead the way in wasting resources. Chapter 398. Martial art competition for marriage. We want to go out to play today. In a bit, I'll discuss the travel route with Dayue. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the Dugu family to compete for the bride. It's matchmaking, not robbing. Haha. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. All right, go do what you need to do. After saying this, Yang Tian took Dayue, Huang Fuming, and the clingy Yang Yuan back to the presidential suite. He opened his phone map and let Dantai Mingyue find the destination for this trip. After determining the route, Yang Tian took the four of them onto the highway. After dealing with these clingy little fairies, he began to rush around in the rooms of the 18 puppet assassins. In Yang Tian's plan, before returning to Yanjing, he needed to help the 18 increase their strength to the 9th level of qi refining. By then, he would also form something like the 18 Riders of Jiancheng to shock the world. With this goal in mind, Yang Tian kept shuttling between rooms, busy as a bee. In the hotel monitoring room, seeing the figures coming and going, the security guards also took action. All night, the hotel security patrolled back and forth several times, thinking they had encountered someone involved in illegal dealings. Chapter 399. The Arena in Progress. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After what just happened, the crowd below the arena began to discuss among themselves. Breaking arms over a disagreement? This ISN team matchmaking. Exactly. Are we being treated like monkeys? It was supposed to be Miss Dugu winning, and the last one standing wins, but now Dugu Xiaoya has to fight. This is too childish. Looking at the noisy scene, Dugu Batian clenched his iron fists, making cracking sounds. Dugu Chiue raised her voice. Everyone, my little brother was wrong before. I will guard the arena from now on. Don't worry, there won't be any more incidents like before. This time you won't fool us again, right? If we win, will someone pop up saying we have to defeat him first? Exactly. Unless the head of the Dugu family comes out to guarantee it, we can't trust your words. Dugu family head. Dugu family head. Hearing this, Dugu Batian stood up and pressed his hands down. Please rest assured, I, Dugu Batian, guarantee that whoever defeats my daughter will be the son-in-law of the Dugu family. After receiving the assurance from the head of the Dugu family, the young talents present immediately became excited. Chapter 400. Shocking the crowd passing by the arena, Dantai Mingyu leaned close to Dugu Chiue's ear and said, My husband came for you. You should be ready to be my sister. After saying this, Dantai Mingyue flew back to Yang Tian's side. Husband, please sit. After properly arranging the chair, Dantai Mingyue immediately stood obediently to the side. This, not just Dugu Batian and Dugu Chiue, but everyone present widened their eyes. Who is that person? How could he be so impressive? This is simply the peak of life. Admit, am envious. Of course, aside from a few who had never attended a martial arts event, many people recognized Yang Tian. After all, he was the one who kicked the Xinyuan family head and captured Huang Fuming. Most importantly, this guy was always surrounded by a group of beauties, making it hard not to attract attention. Wow, this tough guy is here too. Oh no, another goddess is going to be taken by him. The goddess harvester is here. We should just wash up and go play at the club. Compared to the envious glances in the older men's circle, the scene was quite different. Chapter 401. The bully husband is so handsome. This cloak really suits him. How stylish. Hee, handsome as he is, the words on it are a bit too flashy. I want to rob a bride. Haha, husband is just killing me with laughter. The group of beauties laughed at Yang Tian, and instead of feeling the slightest bit of shame, he even ran his hands through his hair. Compared to the martial arts competition for marriage, he preferred to use force. That was what made it exciting. Hearing this, everyone collectively rolled their eyes at him. On the other side, seeing Yang Tian stand up, everyone present instinctively took a few steps back. This shows just how intimidating the rumors about the old devil Yang are. On the high platform, at this moment, Dugu Baishan's expression was also unpredictable. Logically speaking, although the Dugu family is not a hidden major clan, it is at least a first-class family. What puzzled him was that this time, the 6 major families did not send anyone over. Thinking back to the news he received from the 6 major families a few days ago, as well as the attack by the man in black on his father a year ago, Dugu Batian still remembered the words his ancestor had told him. Chapter 402. Dugu Jia. Looking at Dugu Jia, who had already submitted at his feet, Yang Tian lost interest in continuing the training. In fact, with his strength, he could easily win Dugu Jialua through normal means. However, last night, Dantai Mingyue told him that Dugu Jian, that kid, was actually secretly in love with the fiancée he had chosen. Moreover, Dantai Mingyue also learned from her father that Dugu Jialua appeared to be competing for marriage, but her target was only the legitimate sons of the 6 major families. After hearing this news, Yang Tian decided on this domineering behavior. If he hadn't already known this news, if he weren't so powerful, he would definitely have become one of those mocked by the Dugu family. Therefore, Yang Tian had to give the Dugu family some punishment. He gave Dugu Jelua a light pat on her backside and then let her go. At the same time, a black that was also swooping toward the arena from the sky. Yes, Dugabatian was back again. This time, Dugabatian did not scold, but instead cupped his hands to Yang Tian. This young friend, may I ask what grievances our Dugu family has caused you? Originally, Dugabatian was very angry. Chapter 403. Make Dugu Jian give up looking at Yang Tian, surrounded by beautiful women. Dugu Jalua felt a twinge of jealousy in her heart. This is what women are like. Although she wouldn't admit it verbally, her body was very honest. Moreover, under the influence of fate, this guy was destined to be her husband in the future. Husband, calling a man like this for the first time, made Dugu Jalua feel her face turning red. What? Am I not threatening your Dugu family now? Yang Tian Joket. I Dugu Jalua am not a fool. On the contrary, she is a very smart woman. Judging by the situation just now, if Yang Tian really wanted to kill her father, he would have already turned him into dust. This shows that Yang Tian did not really want to make things difficult for the Dugu family. Although Dugu Jalua still couldn't understand why he was being so domineering towards the Dugu family, her father had told her the truth. After hearing the reason, Dugu Jalua couldn't help but mutter stingy, staring intently at the beautiful girl in front of him. Yang Tian reached out and pulled her into his arms, rubbing her curvy backside while gazing into her beautiful eyes. Chapter 404. Help the Dugu family solve the crisis. Sister Luo, just seek your own blessings. You forget it. Take care of yourself. Then, the women each gave Dugu Jua a light pat and laughed as they returned to their rooms. To be honest, Dugu Jalua was also confused by everyone. Looking at Yang Tian, Dugu Jalua weakly asked, Husband, what do they mean? You'll know soon, Yang Tian replied, eagerly taking Dugu Jalua back to their room. With a bang, as the door closed tightly, the two went into the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water. Dugu Jalua revealed her true form. Her skin was as white as snow. Her proud peaks stood tall, and everything below was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, beautiful beyond compare. Husband, can you stop looking at me like that? It's so embarrassing. Dugu Jalua crossed her arms and blushed shyly. You're about to become a wife. What is there to be shy about? Come on, let me appreciate all your beauty. With no other choice, Dugu Jalua could only pout and lower her arms, then twirled in front of Yang Tian. Chapter 405. Parting son-in-law. Is this the legendary elixir? Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand, Dugabatian asked in shock. That's right, it's the soul-cleansing pill and the exorcism pill. As for the existence of elixirs, many already knew about them. Even if he told them, what could it change? Would they dare to come and snatch them? It really is an elixir. No wonder. At this moment, not only Dugabatian, but everyone present was staring at those two porcelain bottles with eager eyes. Son-in-law, these are the unused elixirs. Look, although he was reluctant, Dugabatian would not offend Yang Tian because of it. Yang Tian waved his hand and said, it's a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Dugabatian did not decline and directly tucked the porcelain bottle into his arms without a second thought. Then, everyone expressed their gratitude to Yang Tian. Although Yang Tian was their Dugu family's son-in-law, none of them treated him as a senior. Moreover, he was not only their benefactor, but also gifted them so many elixirs. Husband, thank you. You're amazing. You came and helped our Dugu family solve the crisis. Rubbing Dugu Jelua's head, she obediently leaned against Yang Tian's chest, looking infatuated. Chapter 406. Returning to the capital after leaving the Dugu family, the group did not choose to fly down mountain, but instead took their time enjoying the scenery. Since the area around the Dugu family was undeveloped wild mountains, it was lush and walking was quite exhausting. Forget it. Let's take a stroll around Jing Mountain. If we keep walking like this, our clothes will get torn. Yeah, apart from some wild fruits, there's really nothing much to see here. With no other choice, Yang Tian could only agree to the women's request. Then, the group flew down the mountain. After buying some food and drinks at the foot of the mountain, they purchased tickets to enter the Wui Mountain Scenic Area. Along the way, they stopped and went. Dawang Peak, Huxiao Rock, Tianyu Peak, Jiushi Creek, Yinu Peak, Water Curtain Cave, Yixianshan, Lianhua Peak, Dahongpo, Wui Palace, Taoyuan Cave, Tianxin Temple, Yulin Pavilion. After touring all the scenic spots, they went down the mountain. Because the bus had been booked by Yang Tian for a week, It was waiting at the foot of the mountain. Once they got down, everyone took the bus back to the city. As soon as they returned to the hotel, Yang Tian ordered food because everyone was starving. Chapter 407. Jiang Family Crisis. Boom boom boom. If there were a drone filming in the air at this moment, one would see a rather explosive scene. 14 Rolls-Royce Phantoms formed a convoy in a 223 formation with a broken tail, and in the middle were 10 identical red sports cars, followed by over 100 Mercedes-Benz vehicles. The convoy resembled a dragon, stretching out of sight. With Yang Tian's arrival, various families also received the news. In the Zhang family courtyard, Zhang Zhen looked at his son kneeling on the ground, his face filled with worry as he angrily scolded, "Unfilial son! Unfilial son!" Crawling to Zhang Zhen's side, Zhang Feng clung to his thigh, pleading, "Dad, save me, you must save me. What should I do? Yang Tian won't come to kill me, right?" Just thinking about what the Zhang family had done to Yang Tian filled Zhang Feng with dread. He used to believe the Zhang family could protect him, but in reality, the family was nearly wiped out because of him. To resolve the family crisis, Zhang Zhen sought help from the Dongfang family. As the backing of the Zhang family, the Dongfang family looked down on such worldly power, but one must still consider the master when hitting a dog. Moreover, Zhang family's daughter was born beautiful and stunning, making her a suitable concubine for the Dongfang family sons. Chapter 408. Current situation of the manor Tiange. Why don't we add a few more people? Just the two of us really can't handle you. Before the martial arts competition, Yang Tian had already achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 10 opponents at once. Moreover, on the way back, they had heard from Long Linger about recent events. Compared to before, Yang Tian's abilities had not diminished. In fact, they had become even more formidable. In this situation, sending just the two of them to face him was simply asking for death. Thinking about the final outcome made both of them feel nervous. Pulling Li Mengyao into his arms, Yang Tian smiled and said, "I remember you were quite arrogant on the phone. What's wrong? Can you only talk big?" Hearing this, Li Mengyao stampe flarat, who said, "I only talk big. I'm not afraid of anyone." Before she could finish her fierce words, Li Mengru quickly covered her mouth. "What are you doing? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me with you," Li Mengru said with a resigned expression. Looking at the two preparing to face death, the others not only felt no sympathy, but laughed shamelessly. Then everyone entered the manor together. Chapter 409. Self-Blame Honey. Do you prefer a son or a daughter? Snuggled in Yang Tian's arms, Qin Rongrong asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Since she was less than 3 months pregnant, Yang Tian had not done anything inappropriate, behaving as modestly as a vegetarian. He kissed her forehead and smiled. "To be honest, I haven't thought about it. Whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as it's mine, that's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Rongrong broke away from his embrace, annoyed. "What do you mean by that? If it's not yours, whose could it be? Do you doubt it?" Realizing he had misspoken, Yang Tian quickly slapped his mouth. "It was a slip of the tongue. I didn't mean it that way." Oof. However, Yang Tian's apology did not earn him Qin Rongrong's forgiveness. Instead, he was driven out, fearing that she might harm the fetus due to her anger. Yang Tian did not lose his temper and continued to comply with her wishes. Otherwise, with Yang Tian's usual style, just for her daring to retort, he would have had to discipline her for several hours. As soon as he stepped outside, Yang Tian encountered the women returning from outside. Chapter 410. Confessing the truth to Song Wanjun. Not long after it became quiet, the 4 maids came over with fruit and dessert. "Master, yesterday, because there were too many people, Yang Tian hadn't carefully observed the 4. Now that he looked, they were becoming more and more charming. Then, the 4 followed their usual routine. Xiao Xiang was helping Yang Tian knead his shoulders, Xiang was pounding his legs, while Chun Xiang and Dong Xiang were feeding him fruit. One on each side. Your shoulder kneading and leg pounding skills are getting more and more proficient." Receiving praise from their master, the 4 smiled like blooming flowers. Thus, Yang Tian enjoyed their exclusive service while chatting with them about the sights and experiences of the past 2 months. Laughter occasionally echoed in the courtyard. After spending an hour with the 4, Yang Tian sent a message to Song Wanjun. "Tiange is back. Do you have class this afternoon?" Not long after the message was sent, Song Wanjun replied, "You took so long to come back, I'm ignoring you." Ding. Before Yang Tian could reply, another message came in. "I was just joking with you. This afternoon is an elective class. You can skip it. Wait for me. I'll come find you soon." Chapter 411. Worldview destroyed. Although Yang Tian had previously confessed to himself about having other women, he had never specified how many. Song Wanjun convinced herself that all men were like this, and they would settle down once they matured. She always thought she had only one or two competitors, which is why she didn't pay much attention. After all, she was quite confident in her looks, figure, and talent. In the hotel, when Yang Tian mentioned he had many women, Song Wanjun angrily asked how many he had. Although Yang Tian didn't provide a specific number, he did say he had many. Many. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun immediately exploded, unable to contain her emotions. In her view, men could be affectionate, but they must not be promiscuous. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. As for Yang Tian, he wanted to fully integrate Song Wanjun into his big family, which was why he chose to confess all the truths to her. Knowing was one thing, but seeing it with her own eyes was another. If there hadn't been so many people at that moment, Song Wanjun really wanted to ask him, with so many people, can you handle it? Moreover, she was speechless to see that the new group of people seemed to be getting along well, with deep sisterly bonds. Chapter 412. Zhang Xinyan after a long while. Zhang Xinyan asked, aren't you even a little angry or jealous? Staring intently at the person in front of her, she voiced her doubts. Angry? Jealous? You're overthinking it. If I got angry over such trivial matters, I would have probably died of anger long ago. In response, Zhang Xinyan was left speechless, as these were indeed facts. Not to mention what her father had told her about the exceptional women, just within the Tianming investment. It was said that there were more than 10 of Yang Tian's women. If Qin Rongrong got angry over these matters, as she said, she would indeed be driven to death by anger. President Qin is truly magnanimous. If that's the case, I wonder if President Qin would agree to introduce me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Due to the poor relationship between the Zhang family and Tianming, Zhang Xinyan added this extra sentence. You think too much a small Zhang family. We Tianming have not taken him seriously. After these months of training, Qin Rongrong is no longer the weak woman she used to be. Whether it's managing subordinates or dealing with various problems, she exudes a demeanor of someone in power with every gesture. Of course, this is only in front of outsiders. In front of Yang Tian, she is still that obedient and understanding beautiful girl. Chapter 413. The wonderful use of the immortal phoenix symbiosis regarding Zhang Xinyan's change in expression. Although Qin Rongrong noticed it, she didn't say much from beginning to end. As the family grew larger, she had long since become accustomed to such matters. Soon, the two arrived at the top floor of the Tianming investment building. Returning here once again, Yang Tian felt differently than before. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the entire Dragon Country and even Blue Star. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the prosperous scenery outside and the bustling traffic on the streets, Yang Tian fell into deep thought. Scenes from his past life floated through his mind like a movie, and looking at the present, it really felt somewhat dreamlike. Thank you. After a long while, Yang Tian finally thanked the system with his thoughts. No need for that, host. I exist because of you. Hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but frown. Although the system didn't say anything explicitly, the implications of this statement were quite numerous. Is it because of me? What does this mean? Unable to understand, Yang Tian could only try to ask the system. The time has not yet come. When it is time to know, the host will naturally know. Chapter 414. The shock from two newcomers. After a long time, when Zhang Xinyan recovered, her gaze towards Yang Tian was filled with complexity. Why are you looking at me like that? I just want to take a good look at you, because I feel like I can never see through you. Sitting beside Zhang Xinyan, Yang Tian pulled her into his arms. Really? So what have you seen? While speaking, Yang Tian began to carefully check her body. Other than some discomfort, I didn't see anything else. Correct, but there is no reward. For some reason, Zhang Xinyan found that she was no longer so afraid of this man. What do you think of me? Do you think I'm a very easy woman? While enduring Yang Tian's torment, she gasped and asked, although I don't have a good impression of your Zhang family, you are still my woman. So how could I think of you that way? Also, from today onwards, I'll wipe the slate clean regarding my grievances with your Zhang family. However, if they come to provoke me again, don't blame me for not giving you face. Isn't that the purpose of her coming this time? Chapter 415. Gathering of big shots that night. In two different rooms, two extreme scenes were unfolding. In an antique room, Qin Rongrong was vividly recounting Yang Tian's achievements and the current development plans of Tianming. Meanwhile, Song Wanjun and Zhang Xinyan listened attentively like obedient children, occasionally voicing their own doubts. After finishing these stories, Qin Rongrong took out her phone, opened the album. and introduced all the members of the goddess group to them one by one in detail. Once the story concluded, she pulled out a small notebook filled with dozens of pages of Yang family regulations. Every time they heard a rule, the two couldn't help but complain silently. Nevertheless, they still behaved very obediently. On the other side, a scene of extreme luxury was being presented. Here, 100,000 words are omitted. Please imagine for yourself. This continued until the early hours of the morning, and the storm that swept across 4 continents gradually calmed down. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone went about their business. Those who needed to work went to work, and those who needed to send their children to school did so. Once everyone was busy with their own affairs, Yang Tian drove Song Wanjun back to school. Chapter 416, No Longer Enduring. Zhang Family Courtyard. Looking at his daughter who hadn't returned all night, Zhang Jin anxiously asked, "Did it work out?" Nodding, Zhang Xinyan smiled lightly. "It worked? Really? Ha ha ha." Zhang Jin laughed heartily, his tears flowing at times, showing the immense pressure he had endured during this period. The lives of the entire family were at the mercy of others. Only those who have experienced it would understand such pressure. Does he really want to let our Zhang family go? Really? Zhang Xinyan sighed. In the past, as the top family in Yanjing, our Zhang family was so glorious. Since Yang Tian appeared, the Zhang family status has plummeted like a Waterloo. Now, we are even at the point of selling our daughters to survive. "Daughter, are you all right?" When he asked this, Zhang Jun felt helpless and pained. "I'm Fina. When I first went, I thought he was a lecher who would treat me as a tool. But after interacting with him, I realized it's not like that. When he is domineering, he doesn't give others a chance to speak, but when he is gentle, it feels like a spring breeze." Chapter 417. Major discovery. Looking at Zhao Yan, who was passed out on the bed like a pig's head, the servants wore worried expressions. "Are we really not going to do anything? You ask me, who should I ask? What a stroke of bad luck. How can we encounter such a situation that pleases neither side? Yeah, forget it. Let us hurry and leave to avoid getting scolded again. You're right, let us go. Let us go." On the other side, Zhang Jun had already woken up. After learning about what had just happened, he not only didn't blame his daughter, but instead scolded his wife. "All right, Dad, I was just impulsive because I was angry. The key is that her mouth is too sharp." Shaking his head, Zhang Jun said, "You can't blame her. She is just that kind of person. To be honest, if I weren't afraid of offending the Zhao family, I would have divorced her long ago. Every day, yelling and making a fuss. Does she really think she can ascend to the heavens?" Puffed. "Dad, I see you can only flaunt your authority here." Hearing this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but blush. "You little girl, you even dare to make fun of your dad. Hee hee. All right, hurry up and take your medicine." Chapter 418. Confirming the guess. At this moment, Xuanxiang winked at Yang Tian and then whispered something in his ear. Truly worthy of the 4 maids of the Alliance leader. Unlike them, hum. Before long, the 4 brought out delicious food. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. "You 4 traitors, what happened to the promise of standing together?" "Sigh, I'm really disappointed. Is it better than what we just ate? You guys are really too flattering." Facing the accusations from the crowd, the 4 remained indifferent. In their hearts, only the master mattered. Waving his hand, Yang Tian said, "All right, you all go do what you need to do. Don't stand here and disturb me while I eat." TCH. After everyone left, Yang Tian finally started eating and laughing with Zhang Xinyan and the 4 maids. Looking at the 6 of them, chatting happily, the other women all had gritted teeth expressions. After eating and drinking enough, to verify his thoughts, after careful consideration, he implemented the method he had planned earlier. This way, he could comprehensively support his conjecture. Naturally, there were many objections to this kind of selecting people beyond one's level. Chapter 419. General 7 stars? What's wrong? Is there something going on? Looking at Yang Tian, who had just finished his work, Qin Rongrong asked thoughtfully. Yang Tian shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Old Master Long sent a message saying I need to attend some kind of big shot gathering. You know me, I'm not interested in this stuff at all. Even though our family is not short of money and not afraid of trouble, he is still Linger's grandfather, so just support his work." After a pause, Qin Rongrong smiled and joked, "Besides, we haven't reached an inconvenient time yet. Look at you, taking care of us every day, making us feel like giant pandas." With the big sister leading the way, the others also began to speak freely. "Huang Fuming has to be followed around the estate. Isn't that too exaggerated? Isn't it Min Feng? Now he doesn't dare to touch me, saying he's afraid of an accident." Zhang Xinyan scoffed. not knowing who wouldn't bully the big sister without care. Dantai Mingwa wanted to eat hot pot, but he wouldn't let her hum. Dugu Jialo aside. I haven't practiced swordsmanship for a long time. Yesterday, I just wanted to polish my sword, and he immediately took it away, making me feel like a child being taken care of by my dad. Chapter 420. Ling Mountain gathering the three had just boarded the plane when Shin Rongrong and the six rushed over. Husband, you must go early and return early. Hearing the shouts, Yang Tian turned around and advised, got it. It's windy here, you all hurry back. Oh, although they verbally agreed, the six still stood there unmoving. Seeing this, Yang Tian sighed, all right, let's go. Yes. Then, the helicopter quickly took off into the sky. In the cockpit, the two exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. The war god is indeed the war god. Even his wife is so incredibly beautiful. If they knew this was just a small part of it, what expressions would they have? Ling Mountain is 122 kilometers away from Yanjing, with an elevation of 2,302 meters, making it the highest peak near Yanjing. Due to its altitude, Ling Mountain forms a natural scenic area that combines fault mountains and fold mountains, with steep peaks and endless flowers. Although the scenery here is nice, Yang Tian felt somewhat uninterested. After all, in the previous 2 months, he had traveled through various beautiful and rugged mountains and rivers. After visiting all these places, Yang Tian thought there wasn't much difference between them, so he lost his interest in enjoying the scenery. Chapter 421. The situation is not good, hey. What bunch of fools. Do you not realize you are discussing plans in front of your enemies? This should be your last revelry, right? Although he hadn't started cultivating the heavenly demon sacred canon yet, he wasn't worried at all, because countless experimental subjects proved that as long as there are enough nutrients, one can grow in a very short time. This is the allure of demonic cultivation. Everyone was expressing their dissatisfaction, and, of course, most of them were families that had suffered persecution by demonic cultivators. As for the others, they were just following the crowd. These people are very shrewd, acting one way in front and another behind. These demonic cultivators are too rampant. My Duga family will not rest until one of us is dead. My Xiaohou family also will not rest until one of us is dead. A continuous stream of over 10 people expressed their family's attitudes toward demonic cultivators, all of whom had suffered persecution by them. Long Wuji raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. I believe that not only you 10 or so families have suffered from demonic cultivators, there are probably even more second-rate and third-rate families outside. All right, we should also go out and see their attitudes. Chapter 422. Thunder Tribulation? Breaking through to the divine realm. The cruelty of demonic cultivators is something ordinary people cannot imagine. In order to increase their strength, those people will stop at nothing, even starting a large-scale war. Coupled with those evil control methods, demonic cultivators will continue to emerge like mushrooms after rain. As for what the 5 big shots just mentioned about attacking one by one, that is even more of a joke. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Capture the king first when catching thieves. Do those people care about the lives of these small Calami? They might even be hoping they do so. In this way, not to mention whether you can clearly explain whether those people are demonic cultivators. Even if you can clarify, the people from those small families will also feel anxious. In the end, you can only steal a chicken and lose the rice. If you were just making small troubles, that would be fine. But if you dare to start a war, then the cold light in his eyes flashed away. Originally, Yang Tian was unwilling to get involved in such trivial matters, but given the current situation, wanting to stay out of it had become a luxury. However, while demonic cultivators seemed terrifying, in Yang Tian's view, they were nothing much. Just take the current strength of the Heavenly Alliance as an example. The 8 great kings, the 10 core captains of the Heavenly Alliance, the 18 knights of Jiangcheng. Any one of them has the strength to crush top-tier Divine Realm experts. Chapter 423. The change of the Dwarf Kingdom looking up at the sky, the ancestor of Nangong, hidden beneath the mask, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Is success finally at hand? If that's the case, then it's time to deal with these annoying guys. With a wave of his hand, 2 arms formed from black mist roared out, directly reaching for the 2 ninja turtles from the Dwarf Kingdom in the ruins. In an instant, the 2 dwarf country ninjas fell into the hands of the ancestor of Nangong. Submit or die. You have only 10 seconds to think. The ancestor of Nangong said coldly. The main purpose of his visit this time was twofold. First, to protect his clansmen, helping them break free from shackles and become the strongest in this world. The second goal is to reclaim the Dwarf Kingdom, turning it into the backyard of the Nangong family, and then gradually encroach upon other countries to become the sole overlord of Blue Star. For this purpose, the Nangong family has been lying in wait for nearly a century, enduring for almost 100 years. Now the time has come. It is time to showcase the foundation of the Nangong family to the world. Tremble Blue Star, tremble Long family. If there is anyone they hate the most, it must be the Long family, who nearly killed him and caused the Nangong family to fall from grace. Chapter 424. Reactions from various countries' divine protection. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. In an instant, the voices roared like thunder, echoing through the skies. Inside the palace, the old ancestor of the Nangong family sat in the position of the national leader, with 2 rows of black-clad masked figures standing motionless on either side. As for the people of the Dwarf Kingdom controlled by the demonic seed, they stood there, silenced and shivering. Hee. It seems that when Tian and the others have successfully broken through to the divine realm, it is time to initiate the next plan. Just then, the space trembled, and when Tian and the other 17 appeared in the Great Hall, Old Ancestor. As soon as they entered, the 18 knelt on one knee, lowering their proud heads to the old ancestor of the Nangong family. Seeing this, all the high-ranking officials of the Dwarf Kingdom couldn't help but tremble. These are all divine realm powerhouses. Such power is truly terrifying. Nodding, the old ancestor said to Wen Tian, "It is time to initiate Plan A. You have 1 year to lead the 18 of you to secretly control those small countries. Can you do it? We guarantee to complete the mission." The old ancestor stood up and said seriously, "Very well, whether you can unify the entire Blue Star depends on you." Chapter 425. Unreturnable favor. Looking at the 5 who were bickering with each other, Yang Tian rolled his eyes in disbelief. If he didn't know the identities of the 6, he would definitely think they were 6 retired old buddies. All right, you're all old enough, still bickering every day. Don't you fear that the young kid Yang will see you making fools of yourselves? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian waved his hand. "You all continue, don't mind me." Exchanging glances, the 5 couldn't help but blush. "I'm leaving. I need to call my useless granddaughter. I've worked hard my whole life, and now at the end, I still have to deal with this nonsense. Right, I need to urge my 2 as well. They have more numbers than others, yet their bellies are not cooperating at all." Immediately, the 4 cursed and went out to make phone calls. "It's my fault," the old man Shiman sneered. However, his small eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. To this, Yang Tian paid no mind, simply watching like an audience member. Looking at Yang Tian, who was indifferent, Long Wuji joked, "Aren't you afraid things will get chaotic at home?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was not worried at all and took a bite of a peach from the fruit platter. Chapter 426. A journey without destination. Having stayed in the manor for less than an hour, Long Wuji took a helicopter to leave. Before leaving, he urged his granddaughter to quickly conceive Yang Tian's child. However, he was very dissatisfied with his granddaughter's response. How could she not get pregnant? Could it be that my Linger has a problem? That won't do. We must find someone to check on her. Regarding her husband's secret, Long Linger did not tell her grandfather, so she had to bear the burden alone. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Long Linger in low spirits and with a worried expression, Yang Tian asked in confusion, "Isn't it all your fault? Grandpa wants me to quickly have your child, but I can't tell him the reason. So he thinks there is something wrong with me and insists on taking me for a checkup." As she spoke, Long Linger's eyes turned red. Hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but pull her into his arms, softly saying, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. It's not just me who is wronged." Hearing this, Yang Tian finally noticed that the others were also looking at him with teary eyes. I'm sorry for not being able to do right by you all. But don't worry, I will resolve this issue as soon as possible." Chapter 427. The conflicted Li Yuno with sparks flying along the way. The car drove casually down the highway, accompanied by a sad pop song. "You made a choice, right or wrong. I can only admit that my heart hurts. If this is not the end, if I still love you, if I wish to believe, you are the one." As they listened, the 4 girls in the car seemed to fall into memories, tears welling up in their beautiful eyes. Yang Tian noticed this and registered it in his heart. Remembering the past felt like just yesterday. The music continued, but aside from Yang Tian, everyone else in the car had already fallen asleep. Checking the time, Yang Tian casually found an exit and got off the highway. "Jean, sure?" Looking at the 2 large characters on the toll booth from afar, the car lined up to enter their first stop. Over an hour later, standing at the entrance of the Tianming International Hotel, Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he issued the order in Shishir, after nearly 3 months of effort, the Tianming chain hotels had already appeared in major cities. Such execution power and financial strength, aside from Tianming, not to mention the Long Kingdom, even the entire Blue Star could hardly find a few. Chapter 428. Following? Then let us send them to meet the King of Hell. Hey, what's wrong with you? Looking at his dazed cousin, Li Juanxi asked in confusion. Nothing at all. Coming back to her senses, Li Yuno's eyes darted, not daring to look at him. No, something must be wrong. Honestly, what is going on? Li Juanxi was very clear about this mischievous cousin of his. Today, whether it was her demeanor or reactions, he felt something was off. Really nothing. Blinking, Li Juanxi quietly said, "Did you secretly start dating a boyfriend?" Where would that be the case? Not bringing it up would have been fine, but once mentioned, Li Yuno blushed and thought, how could I think of him? Every woman's heart harbors a Prince Charming, and Yang embodies all her fantasies about her future boyfriend. Handsome, young, and wealthy. Most importantly, it's that aura that makes her involuntarily think of the domineering CEO from dramas. Will I be that Cinderella? In an instant, Li Yuno was once again lost in thought, staring blankly. You start daydreaming in broad daylight. I really can't believe what kind of man could mesmerize you like this. Chapter 429. The conflicted Li Juanxi. Well done. Let them follow us, it's good to die. If this car could explode, that would be even better. Looking at the 3 agitated people, Qiuxiang weakly said, why are you all so violent? With a smile, Yang Tian said, want the car to explode? That's easy. As he spoke, Yang Tian started the car. Hey, husband, didn't you say you wanted that car to explode? Why are we driving away? Exactly. Liar. Liar. What are you all in such a hurry for? I'll give you a fireworks show. Meanwhile, not far away, the sound of police sirens was approaching. The fireworks are about to bloom, so watch closely. While speaking, Yang Tian stretched his hand out of the window and waved goodbye to those wrong souls as if. Then, boom, when the explosion was heard, looking again, the accident scene was already ablaze with flames and thick smoke. Cool. It should be like this. Since we become the bad guys, we must pay the price for our actions. So cruel. Every time the 3 of them finished speaking, Qiuxiang would mumble a line softly. Chapter 430. Speed and Passion. After struggling for a while, Li Juanxi still felt he should inform Brother Kai. After all, this is Jinsheng. Once the big boss leaves, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to see him again. But Brother Kai was different. He was his direct superior. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. So Li Juanxi quickly dialed Brother Kai's number. Hey, you better have something to say, or you'll see how I deal with you. Hearing the noise on the other end, Li Juanxi instantly understood that he had interrupted Brother Kai's mood. Brother Kai, is it convenient for you to talk? I have something very important to tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's expression paused. He knew Li Juanxi's character well. If he said that, something big must have happened. You play for a while. I'll take a call. Can't you wait until you're done? The woman complained. You little BTCH, I'll deal with you later. After slapping the woman on the backside, Wang Kai got up and went to the balcony. Speak. The big boss is here. For a moment, Wang Kai didn't react. Can you be clearer? The big boss of Tianming is in Jinsheng now, staying at my hotel. Chapter 431. Lingering souls looking at the racing footage on the equipment. All the members of the Meiwai in the car couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Is this guy looking for death? Driving so fast. Isn't he afraid the car will fall apart? What do you care? If he dies, isn't that better? We won't have to follow him every day. That's true. So, a few hours later, Yang Tian drove the car off the highway in Yuanshi. As for the Meiwai members behind, they were still quite far away from here. However, they were always keeping track of Yang Tian's movements. Meanwhile, Mei received the recently arrived Nangong old ancestor in Jinsheng. Master, where are they now? Glancing at the real-time information sent by the Meiwai members, Mei said they went to Yuanshi. Yuanshi? Then let's go there too. The two then boarded a private helicopter parked nearby. Just over an hour later, the helicopter landed at a manor in Yuanshi. Tian Alliance leader. A group of people bowed in unison. Yi Lui, how's the matter I instructed you to do? Yi Lui quickly flattered. According to the master's instructions, about 70% of the family forces in our Yi family territory are willing to join the Holy Alliance. Chapter 432. Strong in the Divine Realm. The 5 of them strolled, chatting and laughing, while continuously eating, drinking, and having fun. In contrast, the few followers trailing them had a much tougher time. Due to the large number of people in the bustling city, fearing they might lose track of their target, the three Meiwai members were always tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Yang Tian naturally saw all of this clearly. However, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Don't you like to follow? Then I'll help you. Hearing that there would be a large water show performance at Jinyang Lake, dreamlike Jinyang, which was hard to get tickets for, the five bought tickets and joined the crowd there. At this moment, Nangang, old ancestor, who had learned the news, also hurried over. Although he no longer wore a mask, he had donned a more perfect, high-quality human skin disguise, transforming himself into a middle-aged man. Lord Mei, who is this? He is the master. Master. If it weren't for Nangang, old ancestor, using magic to stop them, the three would have knelt down. Let's skip the formalities outside. Where are they? Pointing ahead. A Meiwai member said they went that way. Let's go in and take a look. Just as the five approached Yang Tian, he had already sensed them. Chapter 433. Battle with a strong divine realm. While dodging the pursuit of the wolf head behind, he pondered countermeasures. Although he hadn't quite grasped his power level yet, Yang Tian was not afraid of the attack before him at all. Not being afraid doesn't mean he had to take it head on. Only a fool would try to test the waters. After all, no one knows what unexpected situations might arise. Seemingly thinking of something, Yang Tian smiled mysteriously and then dashed toward Nangang, old ancestor. Upon seeing this, Nangang, old ancestor looked disdainful. So self-righteous, you're looking for death. Dance of the demons. With a sweep of his arms, a hurricane suddenly whipped up in the air. His robes and long hair billowed with the wind, and his eyes turned red like a demon. Immediately after, countless streams of black magic surged wildly like a spring. Looking around, dense black misty demonic faces surged toward Yang Tian, seemingly wanting to devour him. This old demon had quite a few tricks. Since that was the case, sword come. With Yang Tian's summons, a red light flashed, and the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Oh, master, have you forgotten about Shioa? Chapter 434. First blow him up for 3 days and 3 nights. Time flows, and years pass. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During this time, every month, Yang Tian would return to Yanjing, then switch to a new batch of followers to continue his travels. About every 2 days, they would change to a new city to continue their journey. Every time they arrived at a new city, Yang Tian would use his mental power to conduct a comprehensive screening. Disappointingly, that unique aura belonging to a special constitution has never appeared. However, signing in daily, playing gold coin dungeons, and spending time with the wise has made life quite easy and enjoyable. After all, there are 100 billion in system poverty alleviation funds credited every day, which is a substantial amount of points. In just half a year, Yang Tian has injected over 10 trillion in cash flow into the Heavenly Alliance. With such massive financial support, the development of the Heavenly Alliance is naturally unstoppable. After 6 months of rapid expansion, the Heavenly Alliance has become a giant in the Dragon Country, with every move stirring the hearts of many. Not only that, both the branch in the beautiful country and the subsidiaries in the Western continent are developing rapidly. This kind of money consumption has made Yang Tian grin from ear to ear. Chapter 435. First battle success. Thus, rocket missiles, bombers, and heavy tanks bombarded the base of the Holy Alliance Mercenary Corps from time to time. Meanwhile, all the remaining forces in the Chaotic Zone were paying attention to this war. Truly, the king of the Chaotic Zone is the Mercenary Corps. The firepower is simply too intense. Isn't it? The shells fired in just 1 day must be at least several billion. It's painful to watch. 3 days later, as the slanting sun rose the next day, this merciless bombing finally came to a close. After days of fire suppression, the originally scattered members of the Heavenly Kill Mercenary Corps had gathered again. Looking at the dark mass of several thousand people, Tian Yi shouted, "Revenge for grievances. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Remember, although you're all retired soldiers from various countries, now you only belong to the Heavenly Kill Mercenary Corps, only to the Heavenly Alliance. Anyone who dares to attack people from the Heavenly Alliance will surely become dust in history. I assure you all, following the Heavenly Alliance, you will never regret it." Chapter 436. Don't ask, just be nervous. Did you notice the accents of those 2 people just now? I think they sound like people from the little dwarf country. Is there any need to ask? Just listening to their accent is like hearing someone struggle to relieve themselves. It's uncomfortable. Dwarf country? What do you The more Tian Yi thought about it, the more he felt something was off, because he had heard the leader say that there seemed to be only 2 divine realm experts from the little dwarf side. If those 2 just now were dwarves, wouldn't the mean the entire dwarf country had come out? Thinking of this, Tian quickly dialed the leader's phone. Is the situation on Yang Tian's side resolved? Yes. As you requested, we bombarded them for 3 days and nights, just wrapped up, but what happened to Yang Tian? There was a bit of a problem. They managed to escape because the other side has 2 divine realm and 10 divine realm experts, plus a strong guard. Divine realm experts? Yes, judging by their accent. They should be from the little dwarf country. Little dwarfs? ISNT, there are only 2 divine realms in their country? No, wait. At this point, Yang Tian was also taken aback and began to ponder. Chapter 437, Super Dad Hee. While laughing, the little one raised her small hand to point at Yang Tian, and her meaning was already clear. Seeing this, Shimin Feng chuckled and said, "Look, even your daughter is mocking you." In response, Yang Tian was speechless and rubbed his forehead. Was he being looked down upon by the little one? Although he really wanted to prove himself, just seeing the little one's tiny, soft body made him feel a bit cowardly. "Come on, call me daddy." Holding his daughter's small hand, Yang Tian coaxed. "Boo boo boo." Instead of surprise, the response was a face full of drool. After finishing with stinky daddy, the little one dove back into her mother's arms, sniffing for food. Her little head bounced on Shimin Feng's chest, occasionally letting out a whimper, clearly still hungry. The little one is just too cute. Looking at his daughter, Yang Tian didn't notice her needs and continue to play with her. The little one didn't indulge him. With a right kick, her little foot landed squarely on Yang Tian's hand. Not only that, she even glanced back at Stinky Daddy, as if to say, "Don't mess around. Can't you see the baby is busy looking for food?" Chapter 438, A Hasty Year. Chaos emerges. After a heated discussion, the eldest name was finally determined. Yang Shuwang. At the same time, Yang Tian also began his journey as a super dad. However, much to everyone's surprise, he not only had no complaints, but seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Looking at Yang Tian basking in the sun while holding his daughter, everyone except for the 5 who were pregnant wore expressions of speechlessness and resentment. During this time, Yang Tian seemed to have gone mad. No matter when or where, regardless of what he was doing, as long as he heard his daughter cry, he would reflexively rush over to check. Naturally, the other wives were feeling resentful. "Come on, you need to step up too. We didn't catch up with the eldest, but at least aim for a better rank." Seemingly sensing this, the little one kicked her. After feeling the pain, Qin Rongrong quickly covered her belly and comforted. All right. Mom won't rush you anymore. Okay? I really don't know who you got your temper from." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh heartily. After a bit of commotion, they let go of their previous resentment and started teasing Yang Tian again. Chapter 439, The Precarious Family Status. Looking at the tightly closed door, everyone was anxiously waiting. To ease the atmosphere, the youngest, Huang Fuyu, asked with a smile, "Do you think the eldest will have a daughter or a son?" Instantly, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You have to ask your husband about that. He is a pampered daughter fanatic. Isn't it true? Other families take pride in having sons, but our old Yang family is the opposite. Husband, do you want the eldest to have a daughter or a son?" Do share your thoughts. Looking at the group of wives who were enjoying the spectacle, Yang Tian darkened his face and said, "Aren't you all too idle? What daughter or son? As long as it's my child, I don't care if it's a daughter or a son." Long Linger pouted. "I heard the eldest say that mom and dad prefer grandsons the most. If you don't have a son, wouldn't they eat you alive?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but grin. Crack. At this moment, the doctor walked out of the delivery room. Chapter 440. The truly smart woman. Looking at the downcast Yang Tian, the women felt a bit surprised. Logically speaking, since the eldest sister had given birth to a big, healthy boy for the old Yang family, her husband should be very happy, right? But what was the situation now? "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Long Linger asked in confusion. At the same time, the others also looked at Yang Tian with puzzled expressions. "It's nothing. You all wait here for a bit. I want to be alone." After saying that, Yang Tian went to the pavilion by himself. Sitting on the bamboo chair, he just closed his eyes and a strange feeling of loneliness surged within him. Was he jealous of his son? Not entirely. He just particularly disliked the feeling of being overlooked. Although he had been reborn into this strange world, he still retained all the memories of his 2 lifetimes. Due to various experiences in his past life, He deeply hated this feeling in his heart. Who? Yang Tian let out a long sigh, suppressing that feeling of loneliness. Ee. Hearing this sound, Yang Tian knew that his daughters had come. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the 4 maids and 5 little babies like dolls. Master, why aren't you in the house? What are you doing here alone? Xiaoxiang asked in confusion. Chapter 441. The innate chaos spear husband. I was impulsive when I said those things earlier. You won't blame me, right? Smiling, Yang Tian held his son and sat by the bed. He lightly scraped Qin Rongrong's nose and said, What are you talking about? You gave me such a lovely son. How could I blame you? I should be rewarding you. It must be said that once the knot in the heart was opened, everything seemed beautiful. Now, looking at his son, Yang Tian no longer felt any jealousy. All he felt was pride and the blood connection that binds them. Really? You're not just comforting me, are you? Although I know you like daughters, but... Before Qin Rongrong could finish her sentence, Yang Tian kissed her on the lips. For a moment, both forgot everything and kissed passionately. Watching the two embrace and kiss, the little one kicked his dad. Not only that, he also kept babbling endlessly, as if to say, let go of my food supply. The two completely ignored their son's resistance and counterattack. Honey, don't be so rough, be careful. At this point, Qin Rongrong's face turned red and she became speechless. Chapter 442. The chaos of the world has arrived. After going outside, Yang Tian first greeted the women, asking them to pay attention to the movements in the house, and then returned to the master bedroom. System, what does it mean that the potential value has doubled? Ding. Doubling the potential value means that the host's abilities in all aspects can continue to increase by double. So, according to you, I still need to continue to improve my Qi refinement stage? No, the great perfection of Qi refinement is the limit that can be reached in this world. However, qualitative changes cannot be improved. You can enhance quantitative changes, which means the peak of chaos spiritual power. Furthermore, you can continue to improve your physique and spirit now. Will there be a lightning tribulation? No, the lightning tribulation is a test for the peak value. If you haven't reached your own peak, the lightning tribulation naturally won't come down. I see. Then let's continue to improve. After all, the great tribulation isn't far off. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 years had passed, and Yang Tian was almost 21 years old now. This means that there was just a little over a year until the Great Tribulation at 22. Before the Great Tribulation arrives, Yang Tian must raise his strength to the peak of the great perfection of Qi refinement. Chapter 443. The Alliance of Heaven prepares for battle. The Dragon Alliance is established. At the table, 7 people sat in a circle. Looking at the serious expressions on the faces of the 6 big shots, Yang Tian straightened up. At this moment, Old Dragon also looked serious. For nearly a month, according to intelligence from various countries, more than 140 countries had announced their joining of the Holy Alliance. And the situation was becoming precarious. Isn't that right? The Holy Alliance just appeared over a year ago, but in such a short time, it spread like a plague, establishing a large world wealth collection network and quietly gathering such a huge foundation. It seems that this world is really about to fall into chaos. Alas, this is a different time than before. Now, perhaps except for a dragon country, other countries are at the mercy of the Holy Alliance. And I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the pressure and will also lean towards the Holy Alliance. If that's the case, our dragon country will be left unsupported. Isn't that so? Our Dongfang family in Country F has already been impacted and can only gather funds to prepare to withdraw back home. It's the same for us. The Schumann family in Country D has also been mostly devoured by the Holy Alliance and is preparing to withdraw. Chapter 444. Heaven Alliance versus Holy Alliance. As soon as Yang Tian returned to the manor, he heard his parents' voices. Oh, my grandson is so clever. Look, old man, he's still trying to act cute for me. Grandson, come here, let Grandpa hold you. The little guy was not shy at all, laughing while pulling at Yang's father's face. You little rascal, hey, don't pull my hair. Ha ha ha. Looking at the warm scene, Yang Tian couldn't help but smile. Isn't this simple and pure happiness? Seeing Yang Tian return, Qin Rongrong also walked over slowly. Husband, Mom and Dad are back. Yang Tian nodded. I saw. Husband. Just as they approached, everyone greeted in unison, making Yang's father envious. What's wrong? Are you envious? Yang's mother asked, twisting Yang's father's waist. No, how could I dare? The little guy seized the opportunity and started pulling at Grandpa's hair again. Grandson, I only have a few strands of hair left. Don't pull them out. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Yang Tian rolled his eyes at his son. So young and already not learning well. Let go. Chapter 445. Helping parents improve their strength. As soon as Yang Tian entered the secret room, he took out 2 porcelain bottles, one containing 6 beauty pills and the other containing 2 cleansing marrow pills. Mom and Dad, these are beauty pills and cleansing marrow pills. I want to explain the specific effects. You'll see the results later. The 2 elders had no objections. They believed their son was doing this for their benefit. Seeing Yang Tian hesitate, Yang's father urged, "What are you waiting for? Start." Yang Tian scratched his head awkwardly. "Are you planning to take a bath together or separately?" Upon hearing this, both elders were momentarily stunned. "Do you still need to take a shower?" Yang Tian nodded. "That's right. Both types of pills will expel a lot of impurities from a body, and since you're already older." Yang Mu understood and glanced at her husband before turning to the bathroom. It was a bit embarrassing for the 2 to shower together under their son's gaze. "Here, this bottle is the beauty pill, and this bottle is the bone cleansing pill. They cannot be taken together. You must take them one by one and wait until the effects are completely gone before taking the second one." Chapter 446. A strong offensive at that moment. Yang Mu said something shocking. "Xiao Tian, are you still our son?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fu was taken aback. "Wife, are you crazy? If Xiao Tian isn't our son, who else could he be?" At this time, Yang Tian also froze for a moment. He didn't expect his mom to ask such a question. "Don't change the subject. I'm asking him." In just a moment, Yang Tian regained his composure. Although he had crossed over from a parallel world, he had completely inherited all the memories of the owner of this body. Moreover, this body looked exactly like him from the parallel world. What does this indicate? If he wasn't mistaken, the Yang Tian here should also be himself, just 2 versions of himself from different timelines merging together. Turning to his mother, Yang Tian pretended to be shocked and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? Of course, I am your son. Look." As he spoke, he didn't shy away and directly revealed the half of his buttock with a birthmark. "Now you should believe it, right? Honestly, I don't know what you guys are thinking all day." Seeing this, Yang Mu tearfully said, "Xiao Tian, it's Mom's fault. I shouldn't have doubted you, but..." Chapter 447. Heading to country F. Hey, what are you looking at? "Yes, I'm talking to you. Quickly confess where those dogs from the Holy Alliance are hiding." Upon hearing this, a group of people shrank back. Even the king of the Wintermelon Kingdom was silent. With a slap, the old king burst into the air and slammed against the pillar of the hall. After landing, he spat out several mouthfuls of old blood and then fell over dead. "Ah, demon. God, are you punishing our Wintermelon Kingdom?" A group of people quacked like ducks, but Yi Feng and others didn't understand a word. What were these guys babbling about? Who knows what they were saying? It's so noisy. Is there need to ask? They're definitely cursing you. By the way, didn't you just stay abroad for 2 years? Why has your temper gotten worse? Kicking away someone who was baring their teeth at him, Han Yong shrugged helplessly. "You guys are enjoying life in the country all day. Unlike us, every time we open our eyes, it's either a barrage of gunfire or a fight for survival. It's not even comparable. After a while, you'd gradually get used to it." Chapter 448. Surrounded. In a manor on the outskirts of the capital of Country F, a group of people was discussing specific plans to control Country F. At that moment, Nangong Wentian's phone rang. After reading the message, he frowned and said, "Our movements in Country F have already been discovered by the Heavenly Alliance. It seems we must act quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall nodded. To deal with the 5 major powers, the Holy Alliance had gathered a terrifyingly powerful force. There were 20 strong in the Divine Realm and over 50 semi-divine realm warriors and ability users. They hadn't even started yet, and they were already discovered by the Heavenly Alliance's troublemakers. This mission could not fail. They had to succeed before they arrived. Old 3. Take all SSS-level ability users to control all military departments, and all semi-divine realm warriors and ability users to control the other key officials. The rest come with me to the presidential palace. Yes. Then, an operation to control Country F began. Outside the presidential palace, Nangong Wentian and his team lay in ambush, waiting for news from the others. Chapter 449. The situation escalates. Retreat. With Yi Feng's command, 37 people unleashed their full power and soared into the sky. Still trying to run? You're thinking too much. Hold them down. In an instant, walls of fire erupted, reaching for the sky. There were also massive vines in the sky, covering everyone like a fishing net. At the same time, the 37 drew soft swords from their waists. These swords were exchanged by Yang Tian from the system. Although they were ordinary items, in this world, they were undoubtedly godly swords. This was because their materials were not from this world, and they included Tai golden essence, which could cut through metal like mud. With 37 waves of overwhelming sword energy sweeping across, the vines and surrounding firewalls fell apart. Moreover, the sword energy seemed to have trackers as it swept toward those ability users. Not good. Seeing this, the surrounding divine realm experts quickly countered and blocked the sword energy. Go! Chapter 450, Counterattack. Unlike Yang Tian's relaxed demeanor, the atmosphere in the farmhouse was somewhat strange. The 6 individuals frowned, deep in thought. After a long while sigh, Xin Yuanshen sighed. This young kid is good at everything, but his temper is a bit too stubborn. Isn't that right? That kid is so carefree. His little brother is being chased and hacked at, and he seems completely unconcerned. If only they could cooperate with us. I think you should give up on that idea. Didn't you hear what he just said? Forget his issues. We need to act quickly. Delay will lead to change. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, a major cleanup operation targeting families that had allied with the Holy Alliance within Long Country began. On a high mountain near the capital of Country F. Looking at the group following behind, Tian smiled and said, "Did you see? Only 6 divine realm experts are chasing us. The rest are semi-divine realm strongmen. Aren't they enjoying the chase? Now it's time for them to pay the price." Previously, they hadn't acted for 2 main reasons. First, they hadn't grasped the opponent's strength. And second, the opponent had many people, making it inevitable to overlook something while fighting together. Chapter 451. Beichan Tian's opportunity in front of a lake on the eastern side of Country F. Looking at the direction where the Holy Alliance members fled, Han Yong raised his hand and punched a nearby tree. Boom! With a loud crash, the big tree snapped in half and flew out horizontally. Xiao Yongzi, what kind of madness are you up to again? Han Yong angrily glared at Wang Long, saying, "If it weren't for you dragging us down, how could that bunch of trash have escaped?" Upon hearing this, Wang Long couldn't help but curl his lips. "If it weren't for me, you would probably have already become a roasted pig, and you're talking about dragging us down? You really dare to say that?" Just as it seemed the two were about to argue, Yifeng walked over with a bewildered expression. "What are you two arguing about again?" Then, they began to blame each other. "All right, eliminating the Holy Alliance isn't something that can be done overnight. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Wang Long said aggrievedly, "Brother Feng, I haven't said anything from start to finish. It's this guy Han Yong who keeps looking for trouble." At that moment, Tiani also walked over. "You two always have so much to complain about. Is it really worth it to argue over such trivial matters?" After saying this, Tian then said seriously, Chapter 452, System Upgrade. On this day, Yang Tian was taking care of his son and daughter while munching on the 5-element spirit fruit. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. Due to the host consuming mall points and meeting the upgrade conditions, would you like to upgrade the system? After a brief pause, Yang Tian mentally replied, "Upgrade." Ding. System upgrading. Ding. System upgrade successful. After finishing the last 5 elements spirit fruit in his hand and boosting his internal organs to the limit, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. So fast. Upon investigation, this time the system itself didn't have any major changes, only updating the system all. Not only did it add many strange items to the existing categories, but it also introduced 3 new interfaces. The first was a sci-fi interface, featuring various technologically advanced battleships, mechs and weapons, etc. No wonder they say the system is extravagant. If it were someone else's system, high-level items like battleships and mechs would definitely not be cheap. But here, they only cost 10 points, not 998, not 198, and definitely not 98. Chapter 453, Phoenix Bird Warplane. Looking at the silver Phoenix Bird battleship in front of him, Yang Tian couldn't help but marvel. What 5th-generation fighter? Compared to this technologically advanced silver battleship, they are simply weak. In terms of speed and overall performance, the Phoenix Bird Warplane is several times better. Most importantly, the Phoenix Bird Warplane is a fully intelligent battleship that doesn't require a pilot. You only need to unlock it with a password, and then you can completely own it and issue voice commands for it to autonomously execute any orders from its master. Moreover, its stealth technology is real stealth, not just achieved by jamming radar signals. Husband, what kind of warplane is this? Its appearance is so beautiful. Yeah, where did you get this from? Yang Tian smiled and said, This is the Phoenix Bird warplane, a high-end item that can completely overpower 5th-generation fighters. Do you want to experience its speed? Yes. Looking at the women, Yang Tian shrugged. I was going to take you all to play, but unfortunately, this thing can only carry 4 people at a time. Who want to go first? I. Chapter 454. Mecha, Chengwei. In an instant, 2 palm-sized mechas appeared in Yang Tian's hands. What is this? Looking at what the leader was holding, the two were puzzled. This is a mecha. A mecha? They were both taken aback. If Yang Tian hadn't brought it up, they would have thought it was a toy. That's right. In just a moment, they snapped back to reality. Not to mention mechas. Even if the leader said he could help them ascend to heaven, they would unhesitatingly choose to believe him. After all, the shock the leader had brought them was simply too much. Handing the mechas to the two, Yang Tian then took out 2 diamond-shaped energy crystals. This is the energy crystal needed to activate the mecha. Then, Yang Tian began explaining how to use the mecha. The two did not doubt him and listened attentively, following the leader's instructions. Before long, they learned how to use the mecha and became mecha warriors. As soon as they fused with the mecha, they established contact with the intelligence system inside. Transitioning from unfamiliar to familiar, the two were having a blast controlling the mecha. Although the mecha wasn't as fast as the Phoenix Bird warplane, it could still easily outperform the most advanced 5th-generation fighters today. Chapter 455, Holy Nation. Watching the retreating figures in disarray, Yi Feng and the others finally canceled the mecha fusion state. TCH, what a bunch of losers. I thought they could fly, but they turn out to be such cowards. It's a pity we couldn't kill a few to offer as sacrifices for our new equipment. All right, since they've run away, it's time for us to harvest. Hee hee. With a series of sinister laughs, the 37 people soared into the sky and soon appeared in a bustling city. That's right. This was one of the 5 major powers just taken over by the Holy Alliance, the capital of Country Y. Then came the plunder and the dance, leaving no gold behind wherever they went. The main focus was on extravagance and wantonness. For those merchants, they wouldn't care about anything else as long as there was profit to be made. After all, it's a fair trade. You benefit, I benefit, everyone benefits. What's wrong with that? After sweeping through all the jewelry stores, they finally arrived at the Royal Bank of Country Y. Since Country Y had just been taken over by the Holy Alliance, and there were nearly 50 strong individuals stationed there, the government of Country Y wasn't afraid of anyone causing trouble. Inside the Royal Bank of Country Y, I'm sorry. We in Country Y will not engage in any transactions with the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 456. Time stopped. As he pondered, a faint smile crept across Yang Tian's face. If he had previously had reservations about nuclear weapons, what about now? With such a powerful ability as time stopping appearing, it's evident that the infinite space is not a simple skill. In Yang Tian's view, the infinite space ability was no different from Storage Ring, just with a slightly larger space. But now he wouldn't think that way. Glancing at the tens of thousands of points in the system all, Yang Tian decisively prepared to exchange for the time-stopping ability. System, exchange for the time-stopping ability. Ding. Exchange successful. Buzz. Yang Tian felt a jolt in his brain and then stood there dazed. At the same time, time in all worlds came to a halt at that moment. At this moment, Yang Tian's eyes were as deep as a time-space tunnel. Where is this? He found himself in an expansive space where countless galaxies floated around like toys. Looking at a galaxy thousands of times larger than the blue star, Yang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Numerous strange, yet familiar scenes flashed through his memory. A glance spanning billions of years. Chapter 457. Arranging combat missions. Who else could it be but you? Stop lying to us. Exactly. Is it possible that the clothes on our bodies just disappear by themselves? We've been together for so long, they wouldn't resist. Why sneak around? At that moment, Huang Fumeng fell in a deep thought. As the eldest among the women, her insights were not something ordinary people could compare to. In her view, this matter was definitely not that simple. Husband, can you silently do these things to us because you've mastered some incredible new skills? Upon hearing Huang Fumeng's question, the others also reacted. Right, why didn't I think of that? Hurry up and tell us. Faced with everyone's inquiries, Yang Tian did not hide anything from them. Don't you all want to know why I fainted? Nodding, everyone looked at Yang Tian with curious expressions. That's because I have mastered a skill that controls time. What? How is that possible? Can time really be controlled? This is too unbelievable. So cool. Chapter 458. Invasion Dad. Dad, looking at his eldest and second daughters running over, Yang Tian squatted down and opened his arms wide. He scooped up the two daughters who came rushing in, smiling like a blooming flower. The two little smarties were adorable. And as soon as they were picked up, they planted kisses on their dad's cheeks, one on the left and one on the right, ignoring the drool on his face. Yang Tian also kissed his two beloved daughters. After a while, the other three little daughters finally came wobbling over under the protection of the four maids. Dad! As soon as they arrived, the three little bears tugged at their dad's pant legs, calling out in sweet voices, clearly asking for hugs. Chuckling, Yang Tian finally set down his beloved daughter and embraced all three little bears. Hee. Nestled in their dad's arms, the three little bears fought for space while giggling. The four maids beside them covered their mouths and chuckled. Every time this happened, they realized that their husband was just as childish. Compared to the happiness and warmth in the manor, the outside world was filled with a tense feeling of an approaching storm. Due to the sudden rise of the Holy Kingdom, small-scale wars between countries had already ceased, giving the chaotic peoples of the North and South continents a false sense of security. Chapter 459. Taking Action in the Vast Ocean. Countless detectors were tirelessly working in the deep sea day and night. On a massive aircraft carrier, Yang Tian's face was unusually gloomy as he stared at the large screen in front of him. There was less than a week left until the deadline given by the ancestor. If he couldn't find that 10,000-year-old divine turtle soon, he feared. Just thinking about the ancestor's anger made Yang Tian shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a detector suddenly emitted a beeping sound. After enlarging the screen, Yang Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. On the screen, a giant creature the size of a mountain peak was visible. It was the 10,000-year-old divine turtle they were searching for. Just then, the giant creature moved slightly, instantly creating a whirlpool tsunami. Then, with a loud bang, the detector vanished, and the screen went black. They quickly located the point where the image had come from. After the command was issued, the entire cabin echoed with sounds. In less than a moment, the specific location of that detector was found. Where is this? Looking at the incoming information, Yang Tian furrowed his brows tightly. Chapter 460. Drawing Blood. The Divine Turtle Awakens. At the endless sea bottom, two streams of light were constantly darting about, leaving no ripples in their wake. At some point, there were no visible creatures around the streams of light. Moreover, many whirlpools the size of bowls had appeared in the once tranquil deep sea. In terms of visual impact, this scene was definitely a spectacle. But the dangers within were unknown. Not good. After seeing the situation on the screen, everyone in the cabin grew tense. This place was called the Forbidden Zone because of its death whirlpools. Judging from the footage, it was clear that the Holy Lord was nearing the destination. Just then, due to the excessive density of the whirlpools, an unprepared detector was immediately sucked in, and with a loud bang, it turned to dust. The situation here had long been noticed by the following Yang ancestor, who narrowly escaped a disaster as the light ball flickered. Yang ancestor did not dare to be careless. Using mental energy to probe the surrounding conditions and continuously dodging the whirlpools. Although there were no detectors to guide him, he also discovered a gigantic creature. Chapter 461. Demon Ming. The Wedding. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, Yifeng brought people to the skies above the storm. Looking down at the massive whirlpool and its overwhelming momentum, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss, this is too terrifying. Yeah, this kind of danger could tear us to shreds in an instant. Is it just a fear? It's a certainty. Listening to everyone's murmurs, Yifeng frowned tightly. Let's wait until the storm calms down to check. Even though he had great confidence in the mechas, betting lives was clearly not a wise decision. In the secret room, although Yang ancestor had fallen into a coma, he was eerily floating in the air. Above him, the magic blade was radiating a dazzling red glow. At that moment, a phantom black mist floated out from the magic ring. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years. Finally, someone has helped me find the 10,000-year-old. Wait, what is this? Looking at the red glow before him, the demon Ming seemed to sense something. For a moment, he trembled with excitement. This is actually the blood essence of the million-year-old divine turtle. Good, good, good. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 462. Demon Ming breaks through. That night, a series of spectacular ripple images unfolded in the room. The scenes were so beautiful that they were simply indescribable. After all, as long as there was Yin energy present, Qin Rongrong was a remarkable woman who could embody all goddesses. If before this, Although she had a varying body as a foundation and her strength had been raised to the limit, she was still not a match for Yang. But for some reason, after giving birth to the Yang family's prince, Qin Rongrong found that her overall strength had significantly improved, especially in the art of husbandry. She could feed Yang Tian all by herself. After a storm, looking at the beauty curled up in his embrace, Yang Tian jokingly asked, "When did you become so strong? Did you secretly?" Before Yang Tian could finish his sentence, Qin Rongrong's face turned red as she stopped him from continuing. "Well, who told you to always stir up trouble? As the big sister, I have to consider the feelings of others, right?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tian nodded with a smile. Nevertheless, he still had some doubts. "Get to the point." Rolling her eyes at Yang Tian, Qin Rongrong began to recount the changes she experienced after giving birth. Chapter 463. Fierce battle. The speed is good, but it's still a bit lacking when it comes to escaping. Mo Ming disdainfully scoffed while leisurely pursuing the light spots. Meanwhile, Yang Tian was continuously jumping in the void. A minute later, 4 light spots fell from the sky like shooting stars. Seeing this, Mo Ming followed closely. When he saw the 4 people who had fainted, his gaze landed on a nearby mechanical puppet. With a wave of his hand, the 4 scrap mechas on the ground fell into his hands. Interesting. Although he couldn't understand what this was, the fact that it piqued his interest was enough. Just then, Mo Ming looked up into the void. Shortly after, Yang Tian appeared not far from him. After glancing at the 4 who had fainted, Yang Tian looked at Mo Ming. "Old guy, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. Since you're here, then leave your life behind. Is that so?" Through his memories, Mo Ming already knew who had come. This was one of his goals for coming to Long Country. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you do have a bit of my former handsomeness. This skin belongs to me now." Hearing this, Yang Tian frowned. Chapter 464. Physical Evolution. Just as time stopped, Mo Shao Run in the Demon Blade space cried out in pain while holding his head. "Take advantage of your illness to kill you." Seizing the opportunity, Shower pulled Mo Shao Run out of the Demon Blade space. "Little brat, now that you've fallen into my hands, just wait to be tortured by me slowly." Hey. Crash. Losing its spirit, the Demon Blade fell from the air. Since the Demon Blade was Mo Ming's recognized possession, Mo Ming suffered a backlash and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. With a wave of his hand, the fallen Demon Blade landed in Yang Tian's hands. It actually broke like this. Although the Demon Blade was in ruins, Yang Tian still stored it in his system backpack. Whoosh! At the same time, the god-slaying sword returned to his hands. Realizing he had lost contact with the Demon Blade, Mo Ming's old face twisted in anger. Damn it! After all this, not only did he fail to capture Yang Tian, but he also lost a divine artifact. It was a heavy loss. "I want you dead." With white hair flying in the wind, Mo Ming unleashed his skills like a furious beast. Boom! In the demon domain space, accompanied by a surge of blood, countless blood meteors fell from the sky without restraint. Chapter 465. Nirvana Rebirth. Boom. Accompanied by a violent roar, the blood exploded inside Yang Tian's body. In an instant, Yang Tian turned into powder. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, resembling a blooming blood rose. At the same time, under the strong energy impact, the demon domain space appeared fragile. In a giant human-shaped pit, Mo Ming lay bloodied inside, occasionally spitting out blood foam. If it weren't for his powerful strength and timely escape, he would have likely perished alongside Yang Tian. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and enduring the intense pain, Mo Ming shakily crawled out of the deep pit. Collapsed on the ground, he looked at the mushroom cloud hundreds of miles away and the occasional explosions. Mo Ming laughed, a chilling and terrifying laugh. "Do you think you can fight me? I never expected this guy to be so strong. What a pity for such a fine shell. How infuriating." Excited, he inadvertently agitated his injuries and couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of old blood. Not good. Such a loud commotion will definitely attract many experts. I must leave here quickly. Chapter 466. Action in progress. When Yang Tian first went to the Long family's ancestral land, the Long family's ancestor had already used divine thought to probe him. Therefore, compared to others, he had a particularly deep impression of Yang Tian. By the way, what happened here? Hearing the inquiry from Old Long, the others also looked at Yang Tian. Since it was a significant matter, Yang Tian didn't conceal anything and recounted the events in detail. So you're saying that person is a demon cultivator? Nodding, Yang Tian frowned and said, that's right. I fought him twice. The first time, he wasn't very strong, and I accidentally let him escape. But this time, that old guy seemed like a different person. His combat power was very strong, and I almost fell into his hands. Could be Nangong Hao. Upon recalling the recently encountered Nangong Hao, the six frowned. Nangong Hao? Yang Tian asked in confusion. Yeah, when we just arrived, we encountered a severely injured Nangong Hao. However, I don't know what method he used to disappear right under our noses. Forget it. If he wants to run, let him run. This time I was a bit careless. But next time we meet, I will definitely slay him with my own hands. Chapter 467, Drawing the Sword. According to Nangong Tian's idea, he originally wanted to control the two major nations silently and without a sound. Unexpectedly, he ultimately exposed himself. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. In an instant, Nangong Tian issued orders to seize control and launch a full-scale attack. Let's go. With a loud shout, countless figures soared into the sky, aiming straight for the capital of beautiful country, New York. In contrast to beautiful country, the actions on the side of Great Bear Country went exceptionally smoothly. After all, under the sanctions led by beautiful country, Great Bear Country was already weak on the outside, but strong on the inside. Whether in economy or technology, it was now lagging behind among the three major powers. When beautiful country discovered that it was being invaded by the holy country, Great Bear Country was almost entirely in the hands of the holy country. Therefore, in response to the plea for help from the beautiful country, only the Dragon Country has responded. Under the command of Long Wujia at the highest command center, both the Martial Artists Alliance and various war zones have received orders for comprehensive defensive operations. Even before receiving the plea for help from the beautiful country, he had already received a call from Yang Tian. Upon learning about the movements of the Holy Alliance, Long Wujia was also taken aback. Chapter 468, Nangong emerges. All teams in position. Tian and the others had just left not long ago. Following closely behind, Yifeng returned to the manor. Alliance leader. Nodding, Yang Tian asked, did you find any useful information this time? Well, I found some. Forget it. I'll send it to you. You could take a look. While speaking, Yifeng sent the discovered projection video to Yang Tian. After watching the video, Yang Tian took a deep breath. Because the monster that appeared in the video was the same one he had encountered earlier in the demon domain space. He really didn't expect that there was such a fierce creature hidden in the Sea of Death. In Yang Tian's view, this creature was much more dangerous than that so-called garbage holy country. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Should we gather personnel to hunt it down? Don't worry about it for now. The main business is more important. Understood. Before you returned, Tian, he had already set off. Now you lead all the mecha teams to guard the borders of the beautiful country. Anyone who crosses the border will be killed without mercy. Yes. Minger, you take Team 2 and set off with Yifeng. Remember, you must obey his orders. Understood, husband. Chapter 469. Nangong Ming, those outside scouts and guards are up to you. Yes. With a flash, Yang Tian disappeared from the spot. Action. The 18 people moved like hunters hidden in the dark night, constantly reaping the lives of their enemies. In front of a magnificent ancient castle, Yang Tian couldn't help but exclaim that these guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Glancing at the top of the castle, he flew directly up. After entering the ancient castle, Yang Tian did not conceal his figure, but wandered around as if in his own home. Who are you? In the blink of an eye, Yang Tian grabbed this person's neck. I don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, his head drooped on his neck, clearly having his neck twisted. With a flick of his hand, Yang Tian threw him out. Bang, the commotion naturally attracted a group of people. Kid, who are you? Do you know where this place is? Dare to kill people here, you're dead. Looking at the newcomers, Yang Tian shook his head helplessly. So much nonsense. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 people present clutched their necks and let out muffled sounds. Chapter 470. Severely wounded and escaping. Everyone darted down and quickly stopped in a valley filled with the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. Master, it's here. Pointing at the cave entrance in front of her, Nangong Ming said respectfully. Yang Tian nodded and immediately used his mental power to check the situation here. However, he really didn't expect that there were still people on Blue Star who knew how to set up formations. The corners of Yang Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he disdainfully said, no wonder I felt a sense of disgust as soon as I arrived here. A formation is just a formation. To Yang Tian, this is not a problem at all. In just a moment, Yang Tian found the location of the formation's base. With a wave of his hand, 6 explosions echoed in the valley. Suddenly, the birds and flowers disappeared, revealing a sinister and terrifying burial ground. Master, what is going on? Nan Gongming asked in surprise. As for the 18 elite guards, they had already surrounded Yang Tian, vigilantly watching the surroundings. You have all been deceived by that old man. This is just an illusion he cast. Suspended in the air, Yang Tian closed his eyes and explored for a moment. So that's it. You all wait here. After saying that, Yang Tian disappeared into the air. Chapter 471. It's all chaotic. Where did these video clips come from? Although furious, Nan Gongming had not lost his reason due to anger. Just a moment later, he asked the critical question. It's from the second commander. Boom, accompanied by the slap of his palm. A nearby stone pillar instantly turned to dust. Damn it, I must kill this traitor with my own hands. In an instant, the puppet high-ranking officials of the beautiful country fell silent, trembling in fear, afraid of being collateral damage. As if thinking of something, Nan Gongming hurriedly took out his communication device. In the secret room, Mo Ming had just recovered some of his injuries when the communication device in his pocket rang. Old ancestor, the Holy Island has been destroyed. Aren't you on the Holy Island? Hearing this, there was no fluctuation of emotion on Mo Ming's face. The holy country meant nothing to him. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is superfluous. However, now that he was severely injured, these useless people could be utilized. Let it be destroyed. A great achiever does not care about small details. That thing can be rebuilt anytime. No need to worry. I'm not on the Holy Island, but in the Dragon Country. You let the family prepare some things for me to send over. Chapter 472. The death of Mo Ming faced with this sudden war. Netizens from various countries also expressed their opinions. A beautiful country netizen actually dared to attack our great beautiful empire. Isn't that looking for trouble? A bear country netizen. The idiot upstairs. Even our great bear empire was attacked. What do you think you are? A Y country netizen. You two idiots upstairs. Do you know who is attacking your country? An F country netizen. Y country's brother. Does this even need to be asked? It must be our great Holy Country Alliance. A dwarf country netizen. Long live the Holy Country Alliance. This time, our great dwarf empire will definitely avenge our past grievances and rub Little Beautiful into the ground. A third country netizen. The Holy Country goes to war, not a blade of grass will grow. A stick country netizen. After Little Beautiful surrenders to our Holy Country Alliance, our great stick country will definitely send troops. At that time, a dragon country netizen. What the hell is the Holy Country Alliance? In front of our great dragon country, it's just trash. In an instant, the alliance formed by the 3 great powers clashed with the netizens of the Holy Country Alliance. If the netizens of the beautiful country and the bear country knew that their countries had already surrendered to the Holy Country, I wonder what they would think. Chapter 473. Observations from all humanity. Haha, I really didn't expect that I am the reincarnation of a Buddha and demon. Meeting me is your misfortune. Due to the fusion of the magical soul, Nan Gong not only inherited all of his memories, but also indirectly inherited the memories of the ancestor. Therefore, he is very clear about the reasons behind all this. It is precisely because the 3 of them share an indelible hatred towards Yang Tian that anger surged within him. And Nan Gongyi's eyes turned into a charming blood-red color. So that's how it is. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. In a blink, Nan Gongyi disappeared from the secret room. On the other side, with the counterattack from the Heavenly Alliance, this battle, which had attracted the attention of the entire Blue Star, had reached a fever pitch. Although the military forces of the 2 powerful nations were very aggressive in the face of high technology, their alliance not only yielded no results, but also turned a decisive battle into a defensive one. Hurry, stop them. In less than an hour, the opponent, with the overwhelming momentum of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, was charging straight towards their stronghold. Faced with this situation, the top military commanders of the 2 nations were also bewildered. Those damn Dragon Country people, they actually tricked us. Chapter 474. So that's how it is. Boom, boom, boom. Whether it was the beautiful country or the great bear country, the sky at this moment was filled with thunderous sounds as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking around, both sides stood apart in the sky, and there was no chaotic scene of battle. However, the dazzling lights were declaring the intensity of the fight. This was a clash between abilities and technology. For this operation, the Holy Alliance had truly brought out their full force. Not to mention the masters still occupying the nuclear strongholds. There were over 1,000 top-tier experts at the demigod and divine realms. Of course, the majority were at the demigod level, with just over 300 at the divine level. Even so, compared to the Heavenly Alliance, they had an absolute numerical advantage. Nevertheless, the mecha warships came from the future technology of the system, possessing a power source that could recharge autonomously in space. Just 1 hour of recharging could enable them to attack continuously for a day and a night, even if the attack power was only between the demigod and divine realms. Who would dare to underestimate the infinitely rapid-fire Katyusha? Among the crowd, Yang Tian shouted angrily, "Damn it! Everyone push forward and attack." Chapter 475, Xiao Shi and Xiao Kong. While laughing, suddenly a jolt went through his brain. Then, Yang Tian fell down in a daze. At this moment, in the soul space, two little figures, one gold and one white, were mocking and bickering with each other. Xiao Shi said, "I didn't expect after over 200,000 years. You still have no shame? Hurry up and get lost." Xiao Kong replied, "Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by me? Then let us see who is stronger. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? TCH, you old cunning fox, don't think that just because you won once, you're invincible. Losing is losing. Winning is winning. Are you not convinced? I can't be bothered to talk to you." Boom, boom, boom. Infinite space, annihilation. The river of time flows eternally. As the light surged, the two rivers, one gold and one white, stood against each other, as if competing for territory. Buzz, with a jolt to his brain. When Yang Tian woke up again, he found himself in a daze, staring at the scene before him. Looking around, he saw the two little figures, one gold and one white, bickering over territory. Of course, none of this was the main point. Chapter 476, The First Battle Ends. Beep beep. Coming back to his senses, looking at the flashing message prompts on the screen, Yang Tian reached out and tapped. After reading the report from Tian, he swiped his finger, and the screen displayed the real-time situation of Team 2. Looking around, he saw that Team 2 was in a terrible situation, being bombarded by the enemy in a small, confined space. This Yifeng is too much to handle. Shaking his head, Yang Tian contacted Yifeng and then piloted the warship downwards in a hurry. At this moment, above the beautiful country, facing nearly an hour of relentless bombardment from the enemy, although there were no casualties, the mood of the Heavenly Alliance members grew increasingly irritable. "Yifeng, this one do. We must find a way to break out quickly," Huang Fuming said with a frown. "I know, but the leader is here. The leader is here." "What? You mean your husband has come?" "Yes," the leader said. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, boom. A deafening roar followed, and the cage that had them helpless was torn apart as if it were made of paper. Chapter 477, Refining the Holy Demon Golden Body. Staring at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, Nangang Yi's eyes were filled with heat. The holy demon body recorded in the heavenly demon holy scripture actually has a remarkable similarity to my holy demon golden body. If I could extract its essence and merge the two into one, wouldn't I be invincible? Ha ha ha. A frenzy flashed across his face, and Nangang raised his head and swallowed the drop of divine turtle blood. The overwhelming energy surged in, causing Nangang Yi's body to visibly begin to expand, condense. With the operation of the technique, the holy demon body gradually activated. Soon after, the trend of expansion also came to a halt. Not only that, at this moment, Nangang Yi's body was like an endless pit, rapidly absorbing that energy. Just a moment later, his body returned to normal. As time passed, a strange bloodlight flickered on Nangang Yi. This was the sign that the holy demon body was about to reach completion. "Now is the time." Buzz suddenly, the little golden figure in the soul space began to chant. The golden light mixed with the sound of mantras came from the soul, clashing and merging with the bloodlight on his body. The righteous and evil aura made the entire secret room appear extraordinarily eerie. Chapter 478, Shocking Good News. Looking at the 6 people carrying big and small bags, like old farmers entering the city, Yang Tian was also left dumbfounded. "We're not going to escape. Why are you bringing so many things? Didn't you say you wanted to take us back to the dragon country? These are gifts for the sisters." "Exactly. Just don't worry about it. Let us go." Ignoring the dazed Yang Tian, the 6 people left without further ado. In the backyard of the villa, under the astonished expressions of the 6, a bird-shaped warship suddenly appeared in the open space before them. Wow, how did this appear? It's so amazing. This plane is so beautiful. Look, this is exactly like those alien warships in the videos. Surrounded by the Luan bird battleship, the 6 people were chattering endlessly. After a while, Yang Tian coughed lightly with a speechless expression. Are you all going or not? Let's go, let's go. As soon as the hatch was opened, the 6 rushed up in a hurry. By the time Yang Tian entered, the large cabin had already turned into their observation room. Wow, this is so cool. Hey, what is this? Chapter 479. Yang Tian's request. Glancing at the distant sky, a slight smile appeared on Yang Tian's lips. Are they all here? Hearing this, everyone present was a bit confused, not knowing what it meant. Let's go. Prepare to welcome our guests. Led by Yang Tian, the group rose to head towards the airport in the backyard. Soon, a buzzing sound came from the sky. Looking up, they saw dozens of helicopters flying rapidly towards them. Young kid, congratulations on your victorious return. With you around, my dragon country has nothing to worry about. Waving his hand, Yang Tian smiled and said, all the old masters praised me, but I just fulfill my duty as a citizen of the dragon country. Old Master Xianyuan laughed heartily. All right, stop pretending to be modest. We all know what kind of person you are. He threw an arm around Yang Tian's shoulder, and Beichengyan complained, come on, young brother. Are you planning to leave us in the dust here? Big brother, what are you saying? Let's go, let's go. Despite Beichengyan's seemingly crazy demeanor, he actually liked dealing with straightforward people like Yang Tian. Chapter 480. The cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. This matter sounded feasible, but doing it was a bit difficult. I know what you're all worried about. Come, let me show you our Tianming's new weapons. In the manor square, a group of people stared intently at the mech warrior performing in the center. In the blink of an eye, the mech warrior vanished from a spot. When it returned, it had already made a round trip from the small area. Although a bit incredulous, after the 6 old masters experienced the speed of the small Luan bird battleship, they all fell silent. This thing is even more frightening. In just a moment, Tian E and the others took them on a round trip in space. Moreover, the powerful satellite detection capabilities and formidable attack power left them in shock. Mouths agape. Smiling at the 6 who had just returned, Yang Tian asked, how does it feel? The onlookers also stepped forward to inquire. It's just too strong. Without any extra explanation, the 6 gave a unified answer. Under Yang Tian's explanation, everyone finally understood the strength of these secret weapons. Although not as terrifying as the lethality of nuclear weapons, their overall capabilities were still very strong. Chapter 481. Preparing for war. What kind of thing dares to bark in front of this demon lord? Nangong snorted coldly and turned to sit in the master seat. Just then, a guard rushed in anxiously from outside. Great Elder, the family master is dead. Boom. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall surged, and the 10 demigod elders all stood up to look at Nangong Yi. Although they were not convinced that Nangong Luyun should be the family master, they were even less fond of Nangong Yi's style. Murdering the family master is a heinous crime. Elder 11, do you know what crime it is to murder the family master? The great elder pointed at Nangong Yi, his face filled with anger. If it weren't for the limitations of his strength, he would have erupted long ago. Does this demon lord need to explain to you scum how to do things? Bang, seeing Nangong merely wave his hand in disdain, the peak demigod great elder exploded into a spray of blood. Instantly, everyone in the hall was paralyzed in fear on the ground. They had seen demigod experts make moves before, but such a bizarre and cruel death was truly a first. Chapter 482. Gongsun Meng Shuzhou Airport. Watching Nangong Yi from 100 meters away, Tian Yi confirmed the target and found a place to sit down. Just a short while after sitting down, a stunning beauty walked over to him. Sir, here is your ticket. Nodding, Tian Yi took the ticket, his gaze never leaving Nangong Yi's figure. What do you mean by this? Seeing that the woman not only didn't leave, but sat beside him, Tian Yi couldn't help but frown. Because he couldn't see through Nangong Yi's strength, this mission was not simple. I am Gongsun Meng, the leader of the Dragon Group's Dark Guards, sent by Old Dragon to assist you. Ignoring Tian Yi's question, Gongsun Meng maintained a smile on her alluring face. I don't need it. You can leave now. This mission was crucial, and he didn't want an irrelevant woman to disrupt his plans. That's not possible. The order I received is to assist you in completing this mission. You have no right to refuse. You can do as you please, but I'll say this up front. If anything happens, I won't be responsible for you. Chapter 483. Recovering Forces. How could these people start fighting? Is it because of unequal distribution of spoils and internal conflict? Looking at the fighting scenes on the screen, Gongsun Ming asked in confusion. As the leader of the dragon group, she naturally knew who these people were. It shouldn't be. Tian Yi shook his head, remaining as taciturn as ever. Seeing that this cold-faced blockhead was unwilling to say more, Gongsun Ming simply stopped asking. In a resplendent gambling hall, gazing at the imposing Nangong Yi, Nangong Wen-Tian shouted, "Nangong Yi, do you know what you're doing?" Nangong Yi sneered disdainfully and abruptly snapped the neck of an SSS class ability user. "Submit or die." Nangong Wen-Tian, extremely angry, laughed in anger. "All right, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill this traitor." In an instant, countless ability attacks flashed and all rushed towards Nangong Yi. "Shut up!" Accompanied by Nangong Yi's furious shout. These self-important experts were all sent flying. Whoosh in a flash, Nangong Yi appeared in front of Nangong Wen-Tian and grabbed his neck. "What did you just say?" Nangong Wen-Tian wanted to resist, but was shocked to find that he could no longer use his true energy. Chapter 484, Battle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the previous battle, the entire world seemed to have settled down, but beneath this calm surface lay surging waves. During these 2 days, the Holy Alliance Coalition also completed its assembly. A massive army is pressing in, swords aimed at the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. During this time, the 4 major powers also discovered the loss of nuclear weapons, but Nangong Yi seems unconcerned. What he needs is destruction to collect death energy and then break free from shackles and escape. Therefore, nuclear weapons are dispensable to him. He doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Without hiding his tracks, he proceeds with great fanfare. As a result, netizens from various countries are discussing this matter heatedly online. Is a great battle finally about to begin? I really look forward to it. You fools upstairs, aren't you afraid that this will end in a nuclear war? What is there to be afraid of? It won't affect our oil drilling progress anyway. Exactly, it won't affect my monthly salary of 100,000 meters. After assessment, everyone upstairs is an idiot. Ha! Once we defeat the Dragon Kingdom, my little dwarf empire will be the only overlord of the East. Little dwarf, are you dreaming? It should be my great stick country instead. Chapter 485. A large meat grinder with the addition of the god-level team, the Dragon Kingdom army, which was originally coping well, is now showing signs of collapse. On the battlefield, a ghostly figure in black is constantly wandering. The invisible and untouchable death energy is continuously pouring into the magic ring. It seems that these casualties are still not enough to collect sufficient death energy. A glint of madness flashes in his eyes. "All right, stop wasting time here. I want you to enter the Dragon Kingdom and bloodily wash the entire country." Yes, as puppet death warriors. Their only mission is to complete the tasks assigned by their master. After a round of slaughter, all members of the god-level team successfully broke through the defensive line and entered the Dragon Kingdom. Then, these people spread out as if they had agreed upon it. Hundreds of individuals, all at least semi-god level, acting separately. The chaos they can cause is unimaginable. Tian Yi, who has been monitoring them, naturally reports this information to Yang Tian. After learning the news, Yang Tian furrows his brow. Split up, eliminate all intruders, and leave none alive. Yes, as Yang Tian's words fell, everyone in the Tian Alliance connected to the positioning sent by Tian Yi and pursued those intruders. Chapter 486. The Qin family emerges. Booming sounds, screams. At this moment, chaos erupted across the Dragon Kingdom. This involved not only the Nangong family and those intruders, but also many criminals taking advantage of the situation to loot. Looking at the scenes, resembling hell on earth, Yang Tian sighed slightly. In war, it is always ordinary people who suffer. Although he doesn't want to admit it, this is the naked reality. After checking the information sent by Tian Yi, Yang Tian flew towards the next target. Ha ha! Refreshing, I love this bloody smell. While crazily collecting death energy, Nangong Yi muttered to himself, "Not enough, I need more death energy, then let the slaughter become even more intense." After issuing an order, the Allied forces immediately launched a full-scale attack. In an instant, various missiles rained down from the sky, crashing into the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Dragon Kingdom had activated all its air defense measures, they were still ineffective against the dense rain of missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted everywhere, and the border cities of the Dragon Kingdom suffered fatal blows. "Help, someone save me. My leg is broken." Chapter 487. 8,000 years of grievances. At the top of the central tower in Magic City, Qin Wudi gazed into the distance, his robe billowing in the wind. These Western scoundrels dare to cause trouble in my dragon kingdom. They truly deserve to die. Since they have come, let them all stay here. With a grip on the railing, Qin Wudi vanished from his spot. After a day and night of internal chaos, most people stayed hidden in their homes. But many were forced to go out to buy food due to lack of supplies. Unfortunately, this mother and son were among them. In the streets, blood surged everywhere, and corpses lay scattered. A little boy stubbornly stood in front of his mother, staring at the approaching figure, timidly shouting, "Don't kill my mom." Oof. All you Dragon Kingdom people deserve to die. The person hovered in the air, shouting fiercely. With a wave of his hand, he intended to end the lives of the mother and son. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. "To slaughter my Dragon Kingdom people. You truly deserve to die." Crack. With a crisp sound, the Western ability user fell straight from the air. Only then did Qin Wudi reveal his figure. "Uncle, are you a bad person too?" Seeing the bad guy dead, the little boy was not happy, but instead terrified, collapsing beside his mother. Chapter 488. Zhao Gao. Qin Emperor? If viewed from high above, one could clearly see that the Qinling Mountains resembled a coiled dragon. And now, this dragon is collapsing. Roar rumbling. The sound of the dragon's roar mixed with tectonic shifts caused the entire Dragon Kingdom to tremble. What is this? No. Could it be that something has happened to the dragon vein? At the same time, countless bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom looked towards the northwest, their eyes filled with worry. Legend has it that the Dragon Kingdom is a realm guarded by dragon souls, and the location of the dragon soul is the Qinling Mountains. Quick, play the satellite projection map. I want to know what happened as soon as possible. In the Dragon Kingdom's wartime command center, Long Wuji shouted anxiously. Yes. The head of the intelligence department responded and quickly issued orders. Soon, the satellite projection map of the Qinling Mountains appeared before everyone. Looking at the continuously collapsing dragon vein, everyone fell silent. Is this heaven trying to destroy my Dragon Kingdom? For a moment, everyone in the command center murmured to themselves. Those present were all pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally knew many undisclosed matters. Chapter 489. The Ultimate Battle. Zhao Gao, a castrated dog, actually wants to overturn my Dragon Kingdom, truly seeking death. With a flash, Yang Tian disappeared from his spot, flickering like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. With the assistance of Shao Kong, Zhao Gao had become Yang Tian's plaything, being batted around in the air like a ball. Ah, damn it. I'll make you suffer. Zhao Gao roared, and immediately activated the supreme demon body. In an instant, a grotesque figure appeared behind him. Following that, his body began to swell. In just a moment, Zhao Gao's body soared to 10 times its original height, transforming into a giant. Roar was as if he was venting, continuously pounding his chest, the sound echoing thunderously. What the hell is this operation? Looking at Zhao Gao's current appearance, Yang Tian was also stunned in place. Did he feel good? Now it's my turn. Don't be fooled by this guy's body being over 17 meters tall. His speed didn't slow down at all, but rather increased. Whoosh in the blink of an eye, Zhao Gao appeared in front of Yang Tian and slapped down. Time froze. With no other choice, Yang Tian could only use his time powers to freeze Zhao Gao's figure and then punched him in the chest. Chapter 490. National Policy, Long Wujia's Dominance. In the command center of the border battlefield, looking at Yang Tian surrounded by a group of big shots, Long Wujia sneered and asked, "What do you think about those guys wanting to surrender?" It seemed like a very ordinary inquiry, but it subtly highlighted Yang Tian's position. "I don't care, you all decide." Nodding, Long Wujia then said lightly, "Since the masterminds and those key national figures have been dealt with, there's no need for further killing. However, the new order must be planned by our Dragon Nation. If anyone dares to obstruct, we will eliminate them directly." After this incident, Long Wujia realized that weakness and excessive concession would not bring peace. Although Yang Tian did not express his thoughts, this was actually the result that the big shots had long agreed upon. Blue Star must be unified, and a new order must be established. This is the best opportunity. Even if it leads to greater slaughter, he would not hesitate. After all, this is something that benefits the present and future generations. Even if he bears the reputation of murder, it would be worth it. That's right. Our Dragon Nation was once too conservative, which is why we were treated like soft persimmons by those scum. This time, we must be more aggressive. Chapter 491. New order in progress at the same time as the National Assembly. Those marked with red-headed documents were all arrested by the armed police and directly executed. In an instant, people were in a state of panic, and no one knew if they would be next. Those who were able to thrive in their positions were not clean either. But unlike before, this time it was led by the National Security Department, with the armed police assisting, and there was no opportunity for anyone to defend themselves. Anyone who was caught in the net was, without exception, taken away to be executed. Even many retired senior officials living in national sanatoriums were subjected to life imprisonment. A major rectification was underway. The only city that was not investigated was Jiangsheng. While other places were in a state of panic, Jiangsheng remained peaceful. Although Jiangsheng is the capital city of Jiang province, it became independent when Yang Tian was crowned as the emperor of Jiangsheng. All civil affairs and internal politics were managed autonomously by the Heavenly Alliance. The person in charge of Jiangsheng was the former underground king, Zhang Quan. At this moment, in the city lord's office, Zhang Quan was scratching his head while looking at the report. Chapter 492, The Hidden Cards of the Financial Giants. All right, with the information you provided, we can definitely catch those guys all at once. Long Wujia said happily. Blue Star is so vast that finding the whereabouts of the masterminds is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But the Heavenly Alliance is different. They have endless warships and satellites, capable of monitoring all countries at any time. Coupled with their all-pervasive intelligence system, in just 2 months, the Heavenly Alliance had set up spies in all countries and had achieved a certain scale. Unless those people hide forever, as long as they dare to take action, they will definitely be discovered. This time, finding the whereabouts of those people was due to the intelligence department unraveling the threads, starting from the network IP address, which ultimately led to a minor player who released the information. With a breakthrough point, finding the masterminds became much simpler. The Heavenly Alliance immediately investigated this person thoroughly and monitored and examined everyone related to him. After layers of filtering, they finally found a person named Snake Brother, who was the contact for those pirates. Although the target was identified, Yang Tian believed that these pirates were definitely not the masterminds. Chapter 493, Instant Kill. What the hell are these things? Looking at the various monsters flying in the sky, Yang Tian was also momentarily stunned. Could these guys from Tianyi be the products of human-monster hybrids? Don't say it. There's indeed such a possibility. Yang Tian waved his hand. No matter what they are, wipe them all out. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da. Countless attacks rained down on those monsters. Although they forced them to retreat step by step, the results were minimal. After 2 rounds of attacks, they still couldn't inflict any damage on those monsters. Lord, this group of monsters has tough skin and flesh. Our attacks can hardly hurt them. This won't do. Yeah, the brothers have already maximized their attack speed, but it's still not effective. We must think of other ways. After listening to their complaints, Yang Tian said, "It's fine, just keep attacking. Just block them for now, and leave the rest to me." Sword come. A flash of golden light. The god-slaying sword appeared in Yang Tian's hand. Time froze. Accompanied by Yang Tian's words, before he could activate his time powers, everyone present, including those monsters, was frozen in mid-air like puppets. Chapter 494, The Origin of the Planet. Jiangsheng, Yang Family Manor. After staying here for just 1 day, Yang Tian went to the Qinling Mountains because he wanted to seek answers from the Qin Emperor. Their last hurried parting, while they had some exchanges, it was limited to superficial matters. Afterward, he had many questions waiting for this ancient emperor to help him answer. Therefore, this trip to Qinling was essential for him. "Young friend, you finally came." As soon as Yang Tian arrived at the place where he had battled Zhao Gao last time, he heard the Qin Emperor's voice. Then, the Qin Emperor, dressed in a simple long robe, stepped through the air and slowly landed beside Yang Tian. "Senior, I am here for our appointment." Looking at the ruins before him, the Qin Emperor responded lightly. Seeing this, Yang Tian did not mind. After all, it was understandable for an ancient person to have some quirks. After a long time, the Qin Emperor finally withdrew his gaze and asked, "Do you know the secret of this place?" "I know a little, but not much." "Are you referring to the dragon vein?" Although not very worldly, Yang Tian did know some things about dragon veins. In his view, dragon veins were merely legends used by people to support their beliefs. Yes, this is indeed the location of the dragon vein. Chapter 495, Confession, Heading to the Endless Sea for Tribulation. That night, in Yanjing, at the Yang family estate, Under the brilliantly lit pavilion, a large group of people was joyfully holding a barbecue party. Not only that, in the open space under the pavilion, there was a group of people holding hands, dancing wildly. Hee hee, husband, look how happy they are. Aye, this is all my credit. Sister Mingyao, you really did a good thing this time. You actually thought of holding a blind date event within the company. Look at them in pairs. ISNT that right. For this blind date event, Sister Mingyao had our PR department notify all the branch offices, going through layers of elections, which really benefited these guys. But it can't be said like that. They're all meritorious ministers who fought alongside the husband. Smiling, Yang Tian thought that this was a splendid job done by Yao Yao. These guys are getting old. It is time for them to settle down. Leader, come down and dance with us. No longer cold and indifferent, Tian, he shouted loudly. Let us go. Let us join in the fun too. Although he was the leader, Yang Tian did not carry the airs of a leader, and immediately led all the wives to join the joyful dance. Chapter 496, Thunder Tribulation Descends. Young friend, whether I can fulfill my dream depends on you now. Gazing at the sky, Qin Huang murmured. Crackle, crackle. As if welcoming Yang Tian, countless bolts of lightning raged toward him, striking him directly. To prepare for the real thunder tribulation, Yang Tian decided to warm up first, so he did not use any means, completely relying on his physical body to withstand these lightning strikes. What the? In Yang Tian's view, the power of these lightning strikes was nothing, merely equivalent to an ordinary strike from the divine realm. Glancing at the thunder area above his head, he flashed and directly charged in. This young friend Yang is truly a divine being. Seeing that Yang Tian not only did not fear the heavenly punishment, but instead charged into the thunder area like a god, Qin Huang also exclaimed in admiration. Passing through layers of dark clouds, Yang Tian had just arrived at the thunder area. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a python, split the sky, like a golden crack in the world, coming with an angry roar. Seeing this, Yang Tian did not hesitate to punch back. Boom! After a loud bang, Yang Tian finally saw the true face of the thunder area. As far as the eye could see, it was a deep entrance resembling a white hole, filled with densely packed arcs of electricity. Chapter 497, The Small World of the Dantian. In the high sky, looking at the thunder area under the dark clouds, Yang Tian was also bewildered. What the heck? Why do I feel this thunder tribulation is a bit strange? Roar! Just then, a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon broke through the clouds, roaring as it flew toward Yang Tian. Sure enough, it is one of the 4 divine beasts. I wonder who will come to assist me this time. With the experience from the previous 2 times, this time Yang Tian was not in a hurry, but rather calmly waited. That's right, he chose to lie flat. However, the next second, he was completely unfortunate. With a flick of its tail, the azure dragon sent Yang Tian flying. If it weren't for his perfected divine body, he might have been done for by now. Even so, Yang Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn, isn't that what I thought? Seeing that no one was helping, Yang Tian had no choice but to take action himself. Sword come. As Yang Tian spoke, a flash of golden light appeared, and the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Sure, use all your strength and destroy this fellow. Don't worry, master. It's just a small divine punishment formed by the blood of the azure dragon. I can easily destroy it. Chapter 498, Discussing Departure Matters. Buzz. The space trembled, and the battleship appeared in the backyard of the Yang family estate. Old Qin, we have arrived. After several interactions, the two had also changed their terms of address somewhat. So soon? Qin Huang stood up in surprise. What? Do you still want to wander around a bit more? Not really. It's been a long time since I've seen that girl. I miss her quite a bit. Just then, the sound of the air breaking rang out, and everyone in the living room rushed over. Husband, son, daddy. Looking at the excited crowd, Yang Tian smiled and said, What is wrong with you all? ISNT it because of you? You kept such a big thing from us. Exactly too biased. You only told the eldest sister about such a big matter. Daddy hug. Upon seeing their father, several daughters all raised their little hands, asking for hugs. Rubbing the noses of the little girls, Yang Tian said, You are all sisters. You need to learn to let your younger sisters have a turn. While speaking, Yang Tian opened his arms and hugged 2 of his little daughters. Although he explained, it still attracted the dissatisfaction of the other daughters. As for little Xin Yuan, he lay peacefully in his grandmother's arms, munching on candy. Chapter 499, Leaving Without a Trace. Hiding achievements and fame. In the next 3 days, Because there were many things to resolve before leaving, Yang Tian left alone. As for Tian, and the others, they were busy scouring for supplies. Before understanding the truth, Yang Tian decided to keep everyone in his small world. This way, a massive amount of supplies would be needed to ensure basic living conditions. Thanks to the spatial ring, so long as they thought something was slightly useful, everyone would buy it in bulk. Not only that, but these guys also went around raiding the stock of various branch offices. Of course, it wasn't taken for free. They compensated for everything, effectively buying it. After all, they were about to leave, and money had lost its significance to them, while the others were frantically scouring for supplies. Yang Tian was also not idle. He traveled around, raising the strength of all the branch managers to the divine realm and leaving them with enough trump cards. For the last stop, Yang Tian arrived in Jiangqin, without telling Zhang Quan about his departure from Blue Star. Yang Tian only raised his strength to the utmost and left him enough cards to handle everything. Before leaving, Yang Tian patted Zhang Quan's shoulder and instructed, "I plan to take my family and brothers to retreat from the world. From now on, the Tianming and Jiangsheng will be entrusted to you. Manage it well, and don't let the momentum of our Tianming weaken. Of course, you also need to take from the people and use it for the people, so that it can last long." Chapter 500, Supreme Extreme Realm. After a whirlwind of spinning, when Yang Tian opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a misty, celestial space. Under the wisdom tree, a foolish dog, a chessboard, an old man, and, oh wow, isn't that just me? At the same time, the celestial sovereign, who was sipping tea and waiting for the Tao of Heaven to make a move, turned to look over. Indeed, it seems this time it has really succeeded. Upon hearing this, the Tao of Heaven scratched his head and said with a dissatisfied expression, "I told you, big guy, could you not disturb me? Forget it. I'm not playing anymore." Just as he got up, he saw Yang Tian not far away. "Oh, big guy, is this your new avatar? It's really weak." Yang Tian had never been mocked like this by anyone along the way. But thinking of his family in the small world, he endured it. Seeing that this guy not only ignored him, but also dared to glare at him, the Tao of Heaven became a bit interested. The 3,000 paths had long been boring for him. Now, looking at Yang Tian, the Tao of Heaven seemed to have found a new toy. Stroking his chin with a sinister smile. This guy wouldn't have a preference for dragon boys, would he? Being stared at by such an old man. Yang Tian felt a chill all over. At that moment, the celestial sovereign spoke. Chapter 501. The end, but also a new beginning. Finale. Time flies, and the years pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of years have rushed by. Since resolving the troubles of the Magellanic Galaxy, Yang Tian has lived a life of leisure. As for the troublesome matters of managing the immortal realm, he handed them over to his brothers. Tian Yi took over Li Qingshue's task and was sent to the Nine Nether realm, becoming the cold and ruthless lord of Nine Nether. Due to his vast knowledge and gentle personality, Yi Feng became the revered teacher, responsible for the education of all the celestial sovereign's children. As for the other brothers, they each had their own professions. Instead, Yang Tian spent his days either traveling with his parents and wives across various planets or on the journey itself. One day, everyone arrived at a planet full of sci-fi colors. Here, they were responsible for constructing the super invincible spaceship that Yang Tian had ordered. Suddenly, a familiar and ethereal voice echoed in his ear. "Yang Wushang, I've waited 1,000,000 years for you. Shouldn't we leave now?" After kicking one-sized dog, but Yang Tian transmitted, "If you want me to go, it's not impossible. However, you have to promise to be my woman. Otherwise, you can wait another 1,000,000 years. Extra 1. The carefree, sovereign time flows on. In the blink of an eye, the happiness spaceship has been traveling in the chaotic universe for tens of thousands of years. Surrounded by darkness, there was not a single ray of light to be seen. As time passed, everyone gradually lost the initial excitement. Because after such a long time, any good mood had been worn away. One day, a point of light appeared in their sight. Although it was close, it felt far away. However, this point of light also ignited hope in everyone's hearts. After all, they had become quite bored during this long time. "Husband, there's light ahead. Are we about to leave this dark place? Oh wow, are we finally going out? So exciting. I wonder if there will be any danger." Some were excited, some frowned, and everyone expressed their opinions. King Bomb, planes with wings. Throwing away the cards in his hand, Yang Tian also turned to look into the distance. "Don't worry, wives. With me here, there won't be any accidents." TCH, used to her husband's level of narcissism, All the women rolled their eyes. Yang Tian was already accustomed to this, only managing an awkward smile. Extra 2. Perfect world on one side. The carefree sovereign was spitting everywhere as he spoke. On the other side, Yang Tian looked at the strange old man in confusion. What chaotic light star system, chaotic shadow system? He had never heard of it. However, when he saw the carefree sovereign, he indeed felt a sense of resonance. Could it really be as he said? Although still maintaining a vigilant heart, Yang Tian gradually relaxed. Heh, I know you still don't believe me, but that's only natural. Looking at the endless darkness, the carefree, sovereign side. Do you wish to join me in creating a perfect world? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian asked in confusion, creating a perfect world? I'd like to hear more. Then, the carefree sovereign took out a model of a world and began to speak animatedly. After listening, even Yang Tian was a bit moved. In front of the light gate, the two seemed like old friends arguing about something. After a long time, they exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. Just then, a middle-aged beauty rode in on a furious Cheongchi. Old immortal, daring to leave home without telling me. Have you grown bold?